They stopped at a zebra crossing. Xuanhuan was still at it, outdoing himself with even more outlandish drivel. Xiao Luo tried hard to detect anything at all that from what he heard that was logical, but in the end, he found nothing. Xuanhuan was garrulous by nature, and he loved to talk for talking's sake. He was just on the subject of entertainment, and before that, he was going on about his trips abroad, and now, he was suddenly talking about the universe. This was living proof that the fastest thing in the universe wasn't light, it was the human thought. Xiao Luo kept quiet as he had already decided that he was not going to say anything that would encourage Xuanhuan to continue with his self-absorbed monologue. Brup brup brum brum. A black Harley-Davidson rumbled by with the distinctive sound of its big twin-V engine and stopped on the left of Xiao Luo's Trumpchi, revving impatiently as it waited for the lights to turn green. As the motorcycle was a classic, Xiao Luo couldn't help taking several glances at it. The rider was a bearded man with sunglasses. He was Caucasian and looked rather fashionable in his riding gear, and the leather jacket he was wearing was similar to Xuanhuan's. "He's wearing the same style as me, see, looks like this foreign friend of ours has good tastes too," Xuanhuan gushed, praised himself indirectly. Most foreign visitors generally gave a good account of themselves, being friendly and courteous, but this particular man was not one of them. He turned his head sideways and spat a gob of phlegm right on the Xiao Luo's car window. It was not clear if the biker had done it intentionally or not, but either way, a generous dose of phlegm and spittle sticking to one's car window was a disgusting sight. Xiao Luo immediately grimaced and tried to catch the biker's eyes, but the man turned the other way and started whistling, oblivious to what had just happened. Xuanhuan was incensed and immediately wound down the car window, yelling at the biker, "Hey, you spat on our window." Hearing the voice, the biker turned around with an exaggerated expression of surprise, spread his hands, and asked, in English, "What? You spat on our window?" Xuanhuan said again. "What are you talking about? I can't understand Chinese." The biker raised his eyebrows and feigned ignorance. Xuanhuan was a little annoyed but cleared his throat, and this time he spoke in English. "You spat on our window, you must apologize to us." "I spat? I can't understand what you are talking about, man. When did I spit? Hey, are you playing the fool with us? We have 3 pairs of eyes in the car that saw it very clearly. That disgusting thing on our window came from you." Xuanhuan scowled. He had only just mentioned that the biker had good taste, and in that very instant, that impression had dissipated. "Hey, kid, don't wrong me. Where we come from, we don't just spit anywhere we like, we are civilized people, man," the biker responded, pointing at Xuanhuan aggressively with his forefinger and absolutely denied any wrongdoing. Xuanhuan could feel the weight of 10,000 hooves trampling on his head, and he nearly exploded in rage. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen one as such shameless as this man. He clearly spat, yet he was now denying it vehemently with such a straight face and made it seem like the other party was the one at fault. Xuanhuan was boiling mad, and with a stern voice, he said, "You need to apologize to us now. Don't you even try to leave without doing so." Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Chi. The riders were foreign men as well, and they were tall and burly. As if that wasn't threatening enough, they were also staring into the car with very unfriendly looks, like hooligans. Tsukene suddenly felt nervous for a good reason. He could immediately tell that these weren't people that should be messed around with. The biker who spat earlier now appeared emboldened and shed his pretenses of cordiality. He took off his sunglasses, glared at Tsukene, and snarled, "Hey, kid, do you think I should still apologize?" It was ironic that the biker said this in fluent Chinese and yet couldn't understand Tsukene earlier. Tsukene was exasperated, but he didn't know how to react. He now knew that the biker was toying with him, but at the same time, he didn't want to get himself in any trouble. Suddenly, Xiao Luo wound down the window and said, "You must apologize." The four bikers were startled at first, and then they broke out laughing. The biker who spat tried to hold his laughter and said, "Fine, I'll apologize." "I'm so sorry, babe." The biker said it mockingly, and there was no sincerity in his apology. When the lights turned green, the biker who spat gave them a wry smile and cursed, "Damn chinks, go feast on shit." Then he spat again on Xiao Luo's window and sped off on his Harley. As he left, he gave Xiao Luo the middle finger. "Those 4B** stards. Okay, now I'm pissed." Xuanhuan was so angry that he was having palpitations, and his lungs felt like they would explode from the rage. He had always found foreigners to be decent folk, but this was the first time he had bumped into such uncivilized ones. "I don't like them," Su Xiaobei said, looking upset and pouting angrily. Xiao Luo turned over and said to Xuanhuan, "Quick, help Bei Bei fasten her seatbelt." "Ice face, what are you gonna do? You can't be thinking of chasing them, right? Those four men don't look like people that we should be offending. If we chase them, we might be the ones who will suffer in the end. I better warn you beforehand, I'm not good at fighting. I get beaten up in every fight I get into." Xuanhuan went on about some parable he read. The man who can recognize the exigencies of a situation is a paragon among men, to convince Xiao Luo that there was no need for him to find trouble for himself just because of a moment's anger. But of course, as he spoke, his hands were busy buckling up Su Xiaobei's seatbelt. Xiao Luo didn't respond to his words. After seeing that Xuanhuan had secured Su Xiaobei's seatbelt, he activated the car sport mode and slammed his feet on the accelerator. Vroom. The black Trumpchi SUV screeched forward like a roaring beast, and Xuanhuan, who was caught off guard, was thrown back into his seat. "Ice face, are you for real? You going to get us killed?" Xuanhuan never expected Xiao Luo to be bold enough to pursue the riders. In a panic, he quickly fastened his own seatbelt and screamed, "You are not the only one in this car, there's also the little princess and me. Don't do silly things in a moment of anger. If this car crashes, that'll be 3 lives lost. Please, think about it carefully. Don't say that, uncle. Daddy's really good at driving, so we won't crash. Faster, Daddy, faster." Su Xiaobei was giggling excitedly, thinking of the chase as nothing more than fun and games. Beside her, Uncle Caney was turning green. Xiao Luo glanced at Su Xiaobei through the rearview mirror to make sure she was okay, then he stepped on the accelerator all the way down to the floor. The engine began to roar as it was pushed to the limit, and the car accelerated sharply like a speeding bullet. The car was traveling so fast that they could hear shrill winds howling from outside the window. When Xuanhuan glanced at the speedometer, he saw that the car had soared to 140 miles per hour. He was so terrified that he felt his soul leave his body, and in a final attempt to talk Xiao Luo out of it, he said, "Ice face, I know there are very few cars on this road, but we're in a city, okay? Don't do this, aren't you afraid of your car falling apart? Don't worry, I know what this car is capable of." Xiao Luo answered calmly. He never wanted to make a fuss with those bikers, but their nasty behavior triggered something inside him, and with Xiao Luo, once he was provoked, there was no stopping him. The black Trumpchi SUV overtook one car after another, and soon, the 4 hooligans on motorbikes were once again in Xiao Luo's sight. "There's a sharp turning in front, slow down, quick, slow down." The moment he saw the road sign with the sharp turn warning, Xuanhuan could no longer hold his composure and screamed hysterically. But the car wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. Instead, it was getting faster as the speedometer was clocking almost 150 miles per hour. Ag! Xuanhuan was so horrified that his face turned pale. He shut his eyes and screamed his lungs out, expecting to crash. Maneuvering into a sharp turn at such high speed would definitely cause such a large car to oversteer. Then, it would lose control and hit the guardrails on the right before flipping and turn into a pile of junk. His petty life was about to end here. Yay, the car is flying. Daddy, you're so awesome. Su Xiaobei was beside herself with excitement and cheering on Xiao Luo without the slightest hint of fear on her face, and was thrilled to be a part of this high-octane car chase. In sharp contrast, Su Caney, seated next to her, had his eyes shut tight and wore an expression full of terror and despair. Xiao Luo was in the zone, entirely focused on his driving. Nervelessly, he negotiated the car into the sharp turn, then pulled the handbrakes the moment the car was about to enter the bend, swinging the rear of the car to align with the direction of the corner, while simultaneously controlling the foot pedals with his heel and toe to maintain the revs in his engine, and then controlled the slide with the steering wheel into the opposite direction. The front wheels of the black Trumpchi SUV skidded close to the double yellow line, still going at the same speed, but the car was in total control as Xiao Luo maneuvered it, sliding smoothly into the turn like it was on a sheet of ice. Despite his eyes being closed, Su Caney could feel the excellent control the vehicle was being driven with. As a racing enthusiast, he was thoroughly familiar with this exhilarating technique of driving, and the word immediately popped up in his mind: drifting. He opened his eyes slightly at first, then his eyes widened in bewilderment. The tires were screeching as the nose of the car aligned with the bend. Holy shit! He's really drifting. This was no sports car, but a large 5-door SUV. How can he possibly be drifting, and what's more, doing it so brilliantly? Su Caney's eyes were watery, and his lips quivered as if he had witnessed something magical. With its all-wheel drive engaged, the front of the car kept within with the double yellow line. If this was a race on the Wild Wolf Mountain, the car would easily be drifting along the inner circle. The SUV negotiated the sharp bend safely, and Xiao Luo immediately lowered the handbrake lever, turned the steering wheel back, and then slammed on the accelerator. The revs kicked in as Xiao Luo shifted gear and was bearing down the straight road at an incredible speed. The SUV streaked forward like an arrow without any stutter, and Su Caney hardly felt the change in gears. It was all accomplished in one smooth and steady transition. Su Caney was astounded that his brother-in-law was such a driver of the highest caliber. His driving skills were unsurpassed, and he was literally a drifting god. Another sharp turn was coming up ahead. This time, Su Caney was as cool as a cucumber, and he was eager to watch Xiao Luo's handling in every detail. 100 meters. 50 meters. 15 meters. Here it comes. Su Caney was silently working out the car's distance from the next bend. At the instant Xiao Luo prepared to negotiate the sharp bend, Su Caney was in full concentration. Xiao Luo's face was a picture of calm, like the surface of a still lake with barely a ripple. He pulled the handbrake, stepped on the foot pedals, and controlled the steering wheel with great skill, first into the turn, then in the opposite direction. The SUV held its speed, and once again, its rear swung across as it glided sideways into the drift. The graceful arc of motion. The consummate control. And perfect execution of the drift. Su Caney couldn't believe his own eyes, and who would have thought that this ice-faced brother-in-law of his could actually control the drift of his car so well. The vehicle was a front-wheel drive SUV, and what's more, it had not been tinkered with, but yet it could drift into a sharp bend without spinning out of control. Xiao Luo's skills in handling the car were nothing short of godly. Didn't this guy say that he can't race? Su Caney muttered to himself as he glanced fleetingly at Xiao Luo. After an incredible chase through the winding road that included 2 sharp corners, the black Trumpchi finally caught up with the 4 bikers. Xiao Luo sped up to go alongside the bearded biker who spat earlier and wound down the car window. When the biker realized who it was, his eyes widened in shock as if he had just seen a monster. He cursed and wondered if he had just seen a ghost. The thrill of riding a motorcycle was to experience the sensation of freedom and speed. The ease with which a biker could overtake other vehicles was exhilarating. Except for supercars, no other vehicles could easily catch up with them even on the straight, let alone on this road with many cars. Pull up to the side, Xiao Luo said. Bloody chink, are you crazy? Who do you think you are screaming at me? Are you thinking of racing me? Do you have what it takes? The bearded biker yelled. Within moments, the biker found a nasty-looking muzzle pointed at his head. The man holding the gun had a chilling look in his eyes that quickly relayed his intention to kill if his instructions were not followed. Xiao Luo raised his voice and warned, "Pull up now." Okay, take it easy," the biker responded. He quickly slowed down his motorcycle with fear written all over his face. The bearded biker was not the only one in fear, for Xuanhuan was shuddering next to Xiao Luo, equally frightened. Never did he expect to see Xiao Luo pulling out a gun from underneath his seat. Gulp. Swallowing down his saliva with some difficulty, Xuanhuan suddenly realized that his ice-faced brother-in-law was an enigmatic man, not one that could be judged by appearance alone. He had a large mean-looking gun in his hand and waved it around like he was about to kill someone. Private possession of arms and ammunition was illegal in their country and was a jailable offense. So, just where did he get his hands on one? Yay, Daddy, you caught up with the bad guy. Su Xiaobei didn't think much of the gun, she only felt the excitement of the chase and probably thought this was all a game of police pursuit. Now that they've caught the thief, it was definitely worth a cheer. The four bikers pulled up by the side of the road, and Xiao Luo stopped his car behind them. He opened the door and got off with the gun in hand. It was a Desert Eagle handgun that the NSA had assigned to him and was chambered for large caliber rounds. The expressions of the four bikers changed instantly, and their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Xiao Luo, especially the bearded biker who caused the trouble in the first place. He was in a state of utter shock and trepidation as he sat on his bike, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Hey, mister, calm down, okay? He didn't do it on purpose. I will apologize on his behalf. Sorry, man, we're really sorry. An older man came forward to speak to Xiao Luo, and he was relatively calm. He quickly greeted Xiao Luo humbly with a low posture and was constantly bowing and apologizing to calm him down. No one would have believed that this was the same group of arrogant people who had behaved like hooligans a while ago. Can one man's apology be made by another? Xiao Luo spoke in fluent English. He stood motionless as his wrathful eyes swept across ominously to the bearded biker who spat on his car window. The older man was shaken, and he had no doubt that they'd bumped into a formidable character. This local standing before him looked like he was bold enough to shoot them without a second thought. Even from a distance, he could feel the bloodlust given off from his aura. The older man gestured to the bearded biker and said, "Johnny, come over here and apologize to this gentleman." The bearded biker immediately ran over with a bent posture and bowed deeply to Xiao Luo. "I'm sorry, sir. It was my fault, please forgive me." Xiao Luo glared at him impassively, then placed his hand on the biker's shoulder and squeezed. The bearded biker shrieked in agony and fell to his knees with a thud, and so forcefully did he hit the ground, that he felt like his kneecap had fractured. His face was distorted by the intense pain and took the shade of pork liver as sweat poured from his forehead. Xiao Luo snorted and said, "In my country, you need to be on your knees when you apologize. It makes it more sincere." The other three bikers dared not to say a thing and shuddered as they thought about their friend's bad luck provoking such a frightening person. The bearded biker lifted his head and looked at Xiao Luo in terror, and he was almost weeping, but no tears fell. Xiao Luo tapped his shoulder with his gun and then pointed toward the car. "Go wipe off your spit from my car," he said, "wipe it clean with your hands. Mister, this is not Chinese hospitality. We were wrong, and we have already apologized. What you're asking is outrageous. I have the right to report you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs," the older man said, expressing his strong dissatisfaction. Xiao Luo glared at him and snarled, "You are living in your dreams. I'm giving him two options, either he takes my bullet or wipes that disgusting thing off with his bare hands. A man of honor would know what must be done and what must not be. Xiao Luo never once thought of himself as a man of honor, nor a good person. These four men had upset him, and he intended to return the favor. I oppose it. Bam! Xiao Luo kicked the older man without hesitation, and he was left wailing miserably on the ground. It seemed this was the only way to educate these hooligans on behaving like a human being. He glanced at the bearded biker, who instantly shivered in fear, burst out in cold sweat, and repeatedly nodded like a chick pecking on grains. I'll wipe it off with my hands. I'll wipe it clean with my hands, please. The bikers dutifully wiped the filth off the Trumpshi's window, and even checked to make sure it was done thoroughly. Xiao Luo didn't make it any more difficult for them, but he advised them that they were in a foreign country and should be sensitive to local culture. Xuanhuan was in absolute awe by what he had seen, and he asked, Ice Face, about that gun of yours. It's fake. It's a prop gun for filming purposes. Xiao Luo casually tossed the Desert Eagle in Xuanhuan's hands. There were no bullets in it, so there was no need to worry about the gun going off by accident, and, moreover, he didn't expect Xuanhuan to be able to distinguish the difference between a fake and genuine gun. A prop gun? Xuanhuan held the gun in his hands hesitantly and felt its weight several times. Are you sure? This thing is all metal, and its weight seems very real. It looks exactly like a real gun. Have you held a real gun before? Xiao Luo asked, forcing a smile. Nope. I ain't from the army, I've no reason to hold a real gun. Xuanhuan shook his head and answered in his usual candor. There you go, prop guns are used in filming, so of course, they have to be made to look and feel as realistic as possible, Xiao Luo responded. Oh, I see. Xuanhuan nodded, seeing the logic behind Xiao Luo's explanation, and he asked, So, why are you carrying a prop gun with you then? Didn't you see it in action just now? Xiao Luo threw the question back at him. Yeah, I did. Haha, that felt freaking great. Those four bikers were so arrogant at first, but after they saw you pulling out the gun, they all turned into cowardly dogs. Looks like I have to carry a prop gun with me from now on, Xuanhuan said. Thinking back on the incident earlier, Xuanhuan felt both relieved and elated. At first, he had looked down on his brother-in-law. But after this one incident, he felt a lot closer to Xiao Luo now. By the way, brother-in-law, why not you give me this prop gun? This way, I'll never have to be afraid of people finding trouble with me ever again. Xiao Luo coughed and said, Not this one. This was a real gun. Xiao Luo couldn't just hand it over to this kid. But why? This prop gun is my. Your what? My love token with your sister, Xiao Luo replied. It was the first thing that came up in his mind. This prop gun is yours and my sister's love token? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded as he held the Desert Eagle in front of his eye and looked at it carefully. What the heck? I've seen people use necklaces, hairpins, and rings as their love tokens, but I've never seen people take a prop gun as their love token. You guys are too intense, he said, but, wait, didn't my sister marry you because you slept with her? So, how come you have a love token? Xiao Luo felt his head spin. It was indeed true that by telling one lie, it would lead to telling 100 more. He quickly decided to put a stop to it and said, I would rather not have to explain this so explicitly. TSK. As if I'm willing to listen. Here, you can have it back. Xiao Luo handed the Desert Eagle back to Xiao Luo, and instantly, he was back to his cocky self. He had his hands crossed in front of his chest with his legs spread apart as he leaned back on the seat like an old master. Throughout the entire conversation, Su Xiaobei switched her gaze between Xuanhuan, one moment, and then to Xiao Luo, the next. Xiao Luo put away the desert eagle and stole a glance at Su Caney through the rearview mirror, wondering why he had talked so much with this kid. Su Caney, who was fidgeting out of boredom, suddenly thought of something, and his facial expression brightened up. He poked his head to the front seat and said, "Brother-in-law, can I ask you for something? Win back your car?" Xiao Luo said, seeing through his thoughts with a single glance. "Hell, niability. I'm seriously impressed that you guessed it." "Yeah, that's it, so, can you please?" Xiao Luo flatly refused with a stern no. There was no way he would get involved, and besides, it was not like it would do him any good. He thought to himself, am I even that well acquainted with this kid? Please, brother-in-law. Look, I'm even calling you brother-in-law. Just do me this one favor, can you please? I saw you drifting today, and you're a pro, I tell you. You'll have absolutely no problem in winning back my Bentley for me, Su Caney pleaded, lowered himself in a gesture of begging. I'm busy. I don't have time, Xiao Luo said. You're bluffing. I've been checking you up, and you haven't even got a job yet. You're leeching off my sister every day, so you can't be freer than this. You certainly can't be associated with the word busy. Su Caney decided to hard on Xiao Luo when he discovered that the soft approach didn't work. Are you gonna help me or not? If you refuse, I'll be giving you hard nuts to crack. Do whatever you wish. Su Caney was stumped. He didn't expect that his ice-faced brother-in-law could neither be enticed by the carrot nor beaten by the stick. But he wasn't going to stop there. It was a Bentley that he had lost, and it was worth more than $6 million. The thought itself would make his flesh crawl. He frequently had nightmares about that fateful night he lost the car and would wake up in a cold sweat. It was horrible. But, true to his nature, Su Caney had a plan. He began giving hints to Su Xiaobei with his heart-rending puppy eyes, prompting her to plead for Xiao Luo's help as well. The innocent little girl was fooled by her manipulative uncle, and she went along with him. And, before he knew it, an incessant chorus of unbearable whines pierced Xiao Luo's ear. Xiao Luo got to experience how Sun Wukong must have felt in the novel, A Chinese Odyssey. They were really like a pair of flies buzzing by his ears to the point where it drove him mad. It was unbearably annoying, but he didn't have the heart to shout at Su Xiaobei. So, in the end, he compromised and agreed to help Su Caney. Su Li was on the phone with Shen Qingyan, complaining to her about Su Caney losing his Bentley and asking her for help. Ha ha ha. Li, that brother of yours is really naughty. This is already the third time, is it not? Shen Qingyan's joyful laughter came across the line. Su Li held her forehead and let out a gentle sigh. This brother of mine really lets me down, she said. You made him this way. He has such a doting sister who gives him everything, it'll be good if he can, grow up. Relax, leave the Bentley to me. In 4 days, those people will gather at the Wild Wolf Mountain again. Come with me and be my co-driver. Su Li knitted her elegant eyebrows and exclaimed, What, I should go too? Of course. It'll be night by then. Pull something over your clothes, and no one will recognize you. Besides, no one would ever guess that our big star will even visit a place like the Wild Wolf Mountain, Shen Qingyan said, smiling at the thought of having Su Li as her co-driver. All right, then. It's been a while since I let my hair down. Let's leave your brother aside and talk about you. Li, what's going on between you and that Xiao Luo guy? Did you seriously just marry him because you lost your virginity to him? That's a little old-fashioned, isn't it? This was one matter that had always puzzled Shen Qingyan. When Xiao Luo's name was mentioned, Su Li's eyes suddenly lost its sparkle. A bitter smile appeared on her face as she groaned, What should I do then? Aside from having acceptable looks, he's literally a good-for-nothing. Since it's already happened by accident, I can only accept my fate and hope that he will gradually become a better man. Lee, I don't even know what I should say to you. We are in the 21st century, and our mindsets have to keep up with the times. Why are you still being so virtuous like the women in ancient times who married the man they lost their virtues? If your fans come to know of this, won't they be stalking you and trying to rape you at all costs? Shen Qingyan said. Su Li's pretty face blushed, speechless. It took another 15 minutes before they arrived at their destination, the Star Cloud Kendo Gym. The Kendo Gym was located on the 3rd floor of a commercial building. It was a spacious and open space with wood flooring and a large scroll on the wall facing the entrance. Along the side walls, countless banners were displayed extolling the way of the sword and its virtues, and included many meaningful proverbs such as, "Find your true self within your sword," and, "Be strict with yourself and exercise patience." The dojo was steeped in traditional kendo heritage, and they sensed it from the moment they arrived. Xiao Luo had planned to take Su Xiaobei directly to the theme park after dropping Sukaney off, but she had insisted on going up to have a look. Before they had even found a place to sit, Sukaney immediately dashed toward an attractive girl who was sitting at the edge of the fighting area and watching a duel. Sukaney was like a busy bee picking pollen as he hovered around her doing his best to please her. He looked rather pathetic, bowing and fawning over her, and he even offered her the imported chocolate that he discreetly kept in his pocket. However, the girl did not seem the least interested in Sukaney and hardly gave him any attention other than returning a bow to him whenever he made one. She was undoubtedly more focused on the duel that was ongoing and literally regarded him as thin air. In the end, Sukaney returned looking dejected, unpacked the chocolate, and ate it by himself. It was only a brief moment of silence, though, because he suddenly nudged Xiao Luo and said, "Did you see her? That girl over there, she's my girlfriend. Isn't she really pretty?" "Oh, yeah, she sure is." Xiao Luo nodded as he glanced across to where she was seated and said, "But she doesn't act like she's your girlfriend, and from what I saw, she clearly despises you. Are you sure you're a couple?" The girl was attractive, she had delicate facial features and a fair complexion, and although she was seated, one could tell that she had a slender and well-proportioned body. The problem with Sukaney was that he was spoiled and was constantly on an ego trip. He lived in a make-believe world, and that was something that Xiao Luo abhorred. So, when the opportunity arose, he decided not to hold back with his sarcasm. But, in reality, what he said was the truth, for, at a single glance, one could tell that this was a one-sided love affair. From the very moment they arrived, the girl did not once cast a glance at Sukaney. Sukaney immediately frowned. Suddenly losing his appetite, he gave the remainder of the chocolate bar to Su Xiaobei, who had been looking at it longingly for a while now. He then turned to Xiao Luo and said, "Ice face, you'll get yourself beaten up if you talk like this, you get me? Of course, she's my girlfriend, it's just that she hasn't accepted me yet. But, rest assured, she will accept my love sooner or later." Then his expression softened, and he gushed, "Just look at how gorgeous she is, oval face, peach blossom eyes, small cherry lips, pointy nose, she makes me cry just by how beautiful she is." And then, he went on and on, intoxicated by his self-created fantasy. "You're so shallow," Xiao Luo commented. Sukaney waved his comment off contemptuously with the sage expression of a venerable guru and responded, "I am not going to argue with you, it's pointless. Let me give you some advice, your state of mind needs to be elevated, my friend. Come back and converse with me on this topic when you've attained the same level that I have." It would have been more accurate to say that Xiao Luo was the one who'd rather not have the discussion, and he quickly decided to focus all his attention on the ongoing duel in the middle of the gym. The two kendo practitioners, known in the gym as kendoka, wore protective training armor over their indigo kendo uniforms, which looked very much like a suit of traditional Japanese samurai armor. The protective gear consisted of 4 components: the men face shield cum shoulder guard, the do chest protector, kote mitten gloves, and tear groin protector. They were not wielding the shurnai, the traditional bamboo swords used for kendo practice, but were instead using the bakuto, a heavy wooden sword that resembled the Japanese katana in weight and dimensions. The two men were almost similar in height and stature, and with both kitted up in the same black kendo protective suits, it was difficult to tell them apart, and each man could only be identified by the character emblazoned on their tear. One of them had the character crane, while his opponent had the character fly. Tack. 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 The two kendokas were engaged in a fierce duel, and the wooden swords they held with both hands quivered with each clash of blades that resounded across the gym. The man who had the character crane was evidently the better exponent. He struck his opponent on his men, his wrists, his body armor, and even stabbed at his throat once. After each scoring strike, he'd push his opponent away. This went on for the next few rounds, and soon the LED scoreboard was showing 6-0 in his favor, in an overwhelming testament to his skill. Awesome! Every time he scored against his opponent's body, the members of the kendo gym would cheer ecstatically and applaud loudly. He's really good, isn't he? Tsundere was seated next to Xiao Luo and said, "That guy is amazing. He's already the 5th level in kendo. Aside from the kendo master, he holds the highest rank. Every time he comes, he will definitely show off his skills in front of everyone and welcomes anyone to challenge him. Many confident guys have tried to challenge him, but they all ended up just like this guy, totally buggered." This was so unlike Tsundere, who typically would be bragging or putting others down, but the way he gushed about this particular fighter was enough to tell Xiao Luo that this person with the character crane on his tear was highly respected in this kendo gym. Xiao Luo appreciated the man's prowess for what it was, a skillful display of sword technique and concentration. But the reality was that, with his I Jing Jing, the constitution of the king of mercenaries, and the 18 dragon subduing palms abilities, it could be compared to an adult watching a pair of kids sparring. While other children would worship the better fighter like a champion, an adult would merely smile appreciatively. Su Xiaobei was munching on her chocolate and at her best behavior, standing beside Xiao Luo without making a sound as she attentively watched the sword duel in the center of the gym. Soon after, the duel ended, and the kendoka with the character fly was beaten miserably with a score of 0-10. His opponent pulled him up from the ground, and when he took off his men, his face was sullen as he despondently glared at his opponent. The audience applauded heartily and gathered enthusiastically around the winner to congratulate him. That the scene looked like a fight club did not escape Xiao Luo's attention, and he realized that this gym wasn't run like the traditional kendo dojo. He kept his thoughts to himself. "Your girlfriend is on her way to hand someone a sweat towel," Xiao Luo said, intentionally trying to stir up Tsundere's sentiments, and convinced that someone needed to open his eyes to the truth. Tsundere was already a step ahead of Xiao Luo, for he had certainly noticed the apple of his eye running out with the towel, and had a ready answer. That man is her gym senior, and as a junior sister, shouldn't she be doing just that right after her senior brother has prevailed in a duel? I should do exactly the same too. And with that, he immediately picked up a towel and sprinted across the floor like he was in a 100-meter dash and called out, "Senior brother, I've got a sweat towel for you here." He made sure to give his senior brother the sweat towel before anyone else. In this way, he could prevent the girl of his dreams from showing her affection to another. This kid is quite cunning. Xiao Luo had a completely new impression of Tsundere after seeing how quickly he had come up with such a devious, but effective method to allay his concern. Su Xiaobei started tugging at the corner of Xiao Luo's shirt and pouted her little lips as she had just finished eating her chocolate. "Wipe my mouth, please, Daddy," she said. Seeing the chocolate smudged all over her mouth, Xiao Luo chuckled and took out a soft tissue from his pocket, and carefully wiped her mouth clean. "Daddy, where is Uncle going to?" Su Xiaobei asked as she blinked her big eyes, curiously. "To give someone a sweat towel." Xiao Luo replied with a wry smile, folded the tissue, and looked around the gym, before walking toward a trash can. "I'll go too." Su Xiaobei was extremely excited to be at the gym, and seeing her uncle running off like a hare, and being the little child that she was, she promptly started hopping forward after him. But at this moment, the man with the character fly pushed the crowd aside and was stomping angrily toward the exit with an awful expression on his face. He was clearly upset at losing the duel, showing no respect to the victor, and it was a poor display of martial temperament. It was evident that this particular gym did not pay much attention to the tenets of martial arts, but rather glorified fighting skills and winning. Su Xiaobei was happily skipping along and did not notice the angry man barging through. She accidentally cut through his path, and a powerful force bumped into her. Before the little girl could figure out what had happened, she tumbled heavily to the floor. Su Xiaobei was sprawled on the floor, and tears were forming in her anguished eyes, threatening to spill at any time. Xiao Luo was still at the trash can, saw this, and he immediately dashed toward Su Xiaobei like a gust of wind and helped her up from the floor. "Daddy," sob, sob. The little girl's face was twisted in pain, and tears kept on rolling down her cheeks. Xuanhuan also saw Su Xiaobei fall on the floor and immediately turned around, abandoning his task of delivering the sweat towel. Feeling anxious for the little girl, he asked, "Little princess, are you hurt?" My knee hurts," the little girl said, sniveling. Xiao Luo quickly rolled up her trousers to check, and there was a little bruise and some abrasion on her delicate skin. There was a thick layer of serum and traces blood where her skin had been scraped off, and it wasn't a pretty sight. The pain inflicted by such a wound would give Su Xiaobei a burning sensation. Xiao Luo often suffered from such injuries when he was young, and so, he knew what she was going through. "Ice face, stay here and take care of her. I'll go get some antiseptic cream from the pharmacy." Xuanhuan's conduct was a revelation. He was extremely concerned about her injury and showed he cared very much about this niece of his. After checking on his niece, he hurriedly ran out of the gym. It was the first time Xiao Luo had seen him behave this way. Suddenly, the man who knocked Su Xiaobei down shouted, "Hey, little girl, don't you look where you're running? And you must be her father. Who allowed you to take her into the kendo gym? How can you allow her to run around? Do you think this is a children's playground?" Luckily, I pulled back in time, or else she'd be badly hurt. Don't you know how to raise a child? Not only did he reprimand Su Xiaobei, he even went on to rebuke Xiao Luo haughtily. Su Xiaobei was traumatized, and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She had been careful not to run into anyone as she skipped down the gym. After all, everyone was larger than her. Su Xiaobei knew for certain that she did not cross his path, so she couldn't figure out how she bumped into this man. Su Xiaobei was confused, and distress was written all over her tiny face as she teared up. Seeing the little girl in such a pitiful state was heart-wrenching. Xiao Luo felt provoked, and his anger was rising. He saw the entire incident from where he was disposing of the tissue. Su Xiaobei was a safe distance away from this man's path, and even if he did not notice Su Xiaobei, there was absolutely no way that they could have bumped into each other. He could only have done it deliberately. This wasn't a kendoka he was looking at, the man was behaving more like a thug. Venting your anger on a 3-year-old child after losing a sword duel? Is this what you understand by the kendo way? Xiao Luo sneered, intent on making an issue as he stood up and questioned the man harshly. When he heard that, the man became furious. The muscles on his face twitched as he scowled. "What did you say, kid? I dare you to say that again." He was already infuriated from the humiliating loss, and he wasn't about to let some youngster still wet behind the ears question his kendo way. How could he possibly tolerate this? "Daddy, let's go, please." Su Xiaobei whispered to Xiao Luo as she held back her tears and tugged at his shirt. The angry man looked intimidating, and she was frightened just by looking at him. She didn't wish to stay there even for a second longer. Xiao Luo turned around, giving her a kind, gentle smile, and said, "Wait, Daddy still has a few things to do." When the man saw Xiao Luo turning to Su Xiaobei and speaking in a soft tone, he thought that Xiao Luo was being meek and backing off in fear. He suddenly became more boisterous and yelled, "What, you wish to leave? You are not going anywhere until you apologize for that rude remark you made about me." He was deeply embarrassed by his loss, and saw this as a means to regain his dignity in the kendo gym. His haughty voice reverberated through the entire kendo gym. The crowd that was gathered around the victor, the kendoka identified as Crane, was attracted by the commotion and cast eyes in their direction. "Xiao Luo?" A startled voice came from someone among the crowd. The man, Crane, took off his head protector to reveal a decent-looking face with a gentle countenance. He was sweating, and his head was drenched from the vigorous sword fight, and he was, unmistakably, someone that Xiao Luo knew, Guo Qinghe. Xiao Luo was a little startled, but he quickly regained himself and nodded with a half-smile. "So, it's you, class head." Xiao Luo suddenly recalled that Guo Qinghe was a keen kendo practitioner even back during university days, and had the character Crane embroidered on his tacit. He should have expected to see Guo Qinghe in a place like this. "Class head? Senior brother Qinghe knows this guy?" The kendo students were surprised, and those who initially wanted to express their opinions immediately held back. They wanted to know senior brother Qinghe's stand before they decided for themselves which side they would take. "Yes, of course. You didn't tell me that you're coming to Shanghai. It seems like you have no intention to see me." Guo Qinghe patted Xiao Luo's arms as he made the snide remark. It seemed like he was chiding Xiao Luo for not contacting him, like it was ragging during university days. When he saw Xiao Luo, he had mixed emotions, and he was not happy about meeting him again. He turned to look coldly at the man, Fly, and asked, "Lu Fei, what happened just now? Why are you shouting?" Lu Fei had a nasty scowl on his face and was gritting his teeth, but from the look in his eyes, it was apparent that he was in awe of Guo Qinghe. He was feeling miserable after losing the duel 0-10, but, at the same time, he feared Guo Qinghe for the very same reason. He cautiously recounted the incident, albeit with some embellishments, to justify his innocence. According to his version, Su Xiaobei wasn't looking as she ran wildly about the gym, and she was the one who bumped into him. Taking the moral high ground, he even raised Xiao Luo's part in not exercising his responsibility as her guardian. It's a child's nature to be active. If she wasn't looking at where she was running, couldn't you avoid her? Lu Fei, you can't be shirking away from the blame now, have some sense and take more responsibility. Surprisingly, the girl whom Tsundere liked stepped forward and criticized Lu Fei. But of course, her reaction was an emotional one, as she was merely taking Guo Qinghe's side on the matter. She expected that Guo Qinghe would know how to defend Lu Fei. The others nodded in agreement. "Yeah. You're too petty, Lu Fei. How can you argue with a child? Thank goodness, she's fine. Had you hurt her, senior brother Qinghe should punish you. Just because you lost the duel, that doesn't mean you can vent your anger on a child." Lu Fei was red-faced as the crowd launched into a tirade condemning his actions. Even his ears were flushed a deep red, and his nostrils were steaming up. Guo Qinghe frowned, waved his hand, and said, "Perhaps, it's not Lu Fei's fault." When he said that, the students of the kendo gym, and especially Lu Fei, were taken aback. Wasn't senior brother Qinghe and the man before them ex-classmates? Why was he siding with Lu Fei instead? Xiao Luo was dumbfounded, and he snorted audibly. Guo Qinghe smiled and said aloud, "The kendo gym prohibits the entry of children under the age of 5. This rule aims to allow our kendokas to train with peace of mind and avoid accidental injuries. Since a child had been brought in here, her parent should be responsible for looking after her and not letting her run around. Therefore, from this perspective, Lu Fei wasn't at fault, it is the fault of this old classmate of mine." Guoqinghe spoke with a tone of righteousness that came across as frank and unbiased. He appeared to display no intention whatsoever of shielding his friend. The crowd was quiet for a few seconds, then the girl, whom Tsukene fancied, broke the silence. She laughed awkwardly and said, "Senior brother Qinghe is right, yes, the opinion I made earlier did not consider this important factor." Although the others didn't echo her thoughts, their silence was deafening. Guoqinghe smiled and patted Xiao Luo's shoulders. "Xiao Luo, don't blame me for not taking your side, but the kendo gym has its rules, and your daughter ran around in the training area. So, I express my most sincere apology that she was accidentally hurt, but, as you know, friends are friends, and business is business. The root cause of this incident is that you didn't look after your daughter well enough. Therefore, you have to take responsibility for that." Lu Fei didn't expect that Guoqinghe would take his side. But of course, he wasn't blind, and neither were the others. From the body language, they could sense that, despite being former classmates, Guoqinghe and this young man seemed to have some kind of a misunderstanding. Xiao Luo smiled as he stared chillingly at Guoqinghe, and mocked, "So, then what should I do, class head?" Business is business, friends are friends. With such phrases being bandied around, he finally saw through Guoqinghe's true nature. He was a hypocrite, posing as a person of high morals. What he said was in contradiction with his actions. As Guoqinghe had revealed the kind of person he was, Xiao Luo now felt that he did not have to give him any face, nor did he have to be mindful of their past relationship as ex-classmates. "Do what?" "It's nothing, actually, just an accident. There's no need to amplify the issue. Let's just forget about it," said Guoqinghe. "Forget about it? We can't just forget about it. He just insulted my dignity as a kendoka. He must apologize to me." Lu Fei shouted as he aggressively pointed his fingers at Xiao Luo. Now that he knew Guoqinghe's stand on the incident, he decided that the path was clear for him to take matters into his own hands, and insisted that Xiao Luo apologize to him. "Xiao Luo, did you humiliate him just now?" Guoqinghe feigned to be surprised. "Oh, yes, I think I did," Xiao Luo said wryly. He was restraining himself for the moment and was just waiting for Tsukene to return. Guoqinghe didn't notice the change in Xiao Luo's face at all. He shook his head and sighed, then, "I must say that you are the one who is responsible for all this. You shouldn't have insulted Lu Fei's dignity as a kendo practitioner, Sai. I think you should apologize to him." "Huh? Did you hear that, kid? Hurry up and apologize to me." Lu Fei had a smug expression on his face as he looked down his nose at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smirked derisively, raising one corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly shook his head as he eyed Lu Fei with a steady glare. Tsukene came running into the gym, looking short of breath as he waved the tube of medication above his head. Panting heavily, he called out to Xiao Luo, "Ice face, I got it. Hurry up, bring the little princess over, I'll apply the cream on her." Tsukene was already squatting down by the wooden bench next to the wall and was hurriedly unpacking the antiseptic medication. Xiao Luo immediately picked up Su Xiaobei and walked over, then carefully placed her on the bench. He stroked her head gently and said, "Daddy needs to seek justice. Sit here and let uncle treat your wound." "But..." The little girl was alarmed and looked at Lu Fei, then back at Xiao Luo. Her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. "Don't worry," said Xiao Luo. Tsukene was treating the abrasion on Su Xiaobei's knee and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Luo. He assumed that Xiao Luo was just saying something to comfort Su Xiaobei, but had he known that Xiao Luo was dead serious in what he said, he wouldn't have remained calm. After speaking to Su Xiaobei, Xiao Luo turned around and walked directly toward Lu Fei. Lu Fei heard what Xiao Luo had said to Su Xiaobei, and he sneered, "Kid, have you taken the wrong medicine? Seek justice for her? You better stop dreaming and quickly apologize to me, or else, things will get ugly here. If you are not on your knees to kowtow and apologize, before I reach you, be prepared to bear the consequences. Xiao Luo had a sinister smile on his face as he steadily stepped toward Lu Fei. He never considered himself a forgiving man, to begin with, and if anyone dared to bully him, they should be prepared to get down on their knees and repent. Suddenly, a strange aura emanated from Xiao Luo, and a chill spread across the entire kendo gym, making everyone shudder in trepidation. Even Lu Fei sensed it, giving him the illusion that the young man who was walking towards him wasn't human, but a terrifying demon. He shook the thought from his head and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, so, it does look like you've taken the wrong medicine. You want me to get on my knees? You better wake up, you must be talking in your sleep. Guoqinghe had no intention of stopping this spiraling conflict. When he learned that Xiao Luo was Luo's workshop's boss during their alma mater reunion in Jiangqing, inside him, he felt aggrieved that Xiao Luo had overshadowed his achievements. It was because of this that he had a deep-seated resentment toward Xiao Luo in his heart. Hiya! Having lost miserably in the sword duel, then to be now taunted by some kid who did not know his place, was too much for Lu Fei to bear. Infuriated, he finally lost his mind and charged at Xiao Luo with a deafening roar. He attacked with the wooden sword held high in both hands and intended to show Xiao Luo exactly how powerful a kendo exponent he was. Lu Fei's roar sounded like a clap of thunder and reverberated across the gym. He dashed forward like a leopard and used the roar to gain the element of surprise, giving him a momentary edge in momentum and speed of attack. His raised wooden sword immediately stuck downward viciously on Xiao Luo's shoulder. Even the strike of a wooden sword could still inflict damage and unbearable pain and was no different than by being hit by an iron rod. No, Daddy! Su Xiaobei was so frightened that she screamed and covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look. Thwack! A loud, sickening thud followed as the wooden sword found its mark on Xiao Luo's shoulder. Xiao Luo snorted as he channeled a powerful wave of inner power outward, sending it surging through the wooden sword like a raging current. Liu Fei couldn't understand what was going on, and his face suddenly paled as he felt an overwhelming force flowing through the wooden sword that blasted out, sending a shock of immense pain to his hands. He was thrown back even as the sword flew from his grip. What just happened? Lu Fei stared at his trembling arms in complete shock, and he was unable to grasp what had happened. He only knew that he hit the young man on his shoulder with the wooden sword, and the next thing, he was the one who was thrown back falling to the ground. How was this possible? The partisan crowd, including Guoqinghe, gasped at what they saw. What had just happened made no sense at all. Xiao Luo glanced at the wooden sword lying on the gym floor and extended his arm in its direction and spread his fingers wide. And, unbelievably, by employing the 18 subduing dragon palm's attraction force, the wooden sword flew into his hands through the air. Gasp! Everyone gasped again, this time in horror, and their jaws dropped as they stared at Xiao Luo in shocked silence. How was this even possible? Did he use telekinesis? They felt like they were hallucinating, but no matter how many times they blinked their eyes, the wooden sword that had been lying on the floor was truly in Xiao Luo's hands. What magic is this? Lu Fei had forsaken his demeanor of self-righteousness and arrogance, and his face looked sallow, with his entire body breaking out in a cold sweat. No, this is martial arts. Xiao Luo said with a wicked smile on his face, then, without any warning, he smashed the wooden sword across Lu Fei's right leg. Arg! Lu Fei held miserably as the crunching blow instantly broke his right leg. When Lu Fei's mournful wail reverberated across the vast kendo gym, the crowd was petrified, and their hair stood on end. It was a gut-wrenching sight as his broken right leg was bent at an unnatural, awkward angle. Everyone in the kendo gym was terrified as they looked at Xiao Luo with fear in their eyes. To break someone's leg just because of a misunderstanding was simply vicious. Just who was he, a gangster? Perhaps only gangsters would behave so cruelly in their conduct. Guoqinghe was astounded, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He always saw Zhang Dashan as the troublesome one who played the bad guy's role, endlessly engaging in fights and brawls, literally unafraid of anything. On the other hand, Xiao Luo was on the exact opposite. He had a restrained personality and wouldn't cause trouble unnecessarily, nor would he be willing to do so. But what was going on now? He broke Lu Fei's right leg without a second thought and seemed to have mastered some form of martial arts, to have gained such unfathomable powers. Had Zhang Dashan been there, he would definitely have told Guoqinghe that his understanding of Xiao Luo was all wrong. It was true that Xiao Luo would never cause trouble, nor would he be willing to do so, but the one critical factor that Guoqinghe had overlooked was that there was a limit to Xiao Luo's patience, and once that line was crossed, even if one was the Jade Emperor, Xiao Luo would not back down until he had that person groveling before him. You whacked me once, I whack you back once, so, it is fair and square. Then, Xiao Luo gave Lu Fei a chilling glare and said, but you intentionally knocked down my little girl, that's unacceptable. So, you're still going to have to get a kick for it, and after that, I shall call it even. When Lu Fei heard that, his soul almost jumped out of his body. Even a blow from him with a wooden sword had broken his leg. What would a kick do to him? Would his other leg be broken too? He shook his head in terror, raising his hands in supplication to plead with Xiao Luo, and said in a shaky voice, No. No. I apologize, I'm sorry, please. Xiao Luo's viciousness and strength completely broke Lu Fei's will to resist, and he broke down in tears. Too late for that, Xiao Luo snarled, shaking his head and giving Lu Fei a grimacing smile. Xiao Luo! Guoqinghe shouted, then quickly ran towards Xiao Luo to stop him. He stared sternly at Lu Fei on the floor and said, Enough is enough. Xiao Luo glanced at him impassively, and with the smile still on his face, he delivered a fierce kick right into Lu Fei's face. A stream of blood gushed from Lu Fei's mouth, and, along with it, a tooth flew out as well. Lu Fei passed out before he could even scream. You! Guoqinghe's eyes were bloodshot and bulging like they'd burst as he stared at Xiao Luo with unrestrained anger. Having been accustomed to the prestige that went along with the post of the class head, he prided himself on having a great reputation among his university classmates. Xiao Luo's actions, undoubtedly, told Guoqinghe that his words now meant nothing. This is between him and me, so stay out of it. Xiao Luo warned him with an air of indifference. Guoqinghe's response had been unreasonable and callous toward the incident, so Xiao Luo wasn't too concerned about how he felt. Besides, he was already certain that Guoqinghe was no more than a hypocrite who was hoping that he'd embarrass himself by getting beaten up. It was no longer necessary to be polite to such a devious serpent. He is a member of our kendo gym, and as the kendo gym senior, your actions are making it difficult for me. Guoqinghe spoke loudly and seemed somewhat flustered. He then appeared to lose control of his emotions and said, Besides, you are the one at fault. You should not have brought your daughter here in the first place, let alone allow her to run around inside the kendo gym. Luckily, she only hurt her knee, but even if she ended up being severely wounded, you are the one who asked for it, and no one else should be blamed. You also shouldn't be giving the excuse that she's still a little kid, and instead, that you should admit that you're wrong. Learn from this, and don't make the same mistake again. Admit my mistake? Was I wrong? Xiao Luo sneered. Most certainly. You shouldn't have brought your daughter into the kendo gym. Guoqinghe kept harping on that point, knowing he had little else to go on. Xiao Luo responded, You mentioned that the kendo gym prohibits the entry of children below the age of 5, but I've looked around the gym, so why haven't I seen a single sign that says that? Since it is prohibited, as you say, then it has to be put up somewhere. My guess is that this is just a rule you made up, am I right? Don't go judging others by your own low morals. Everyone knows that the kendo gym prohibits the entry of children. Senior brother Qinghe is a righteous man, so I don't understand how he can have such an unreasonable and delusional classmate like you. You are tarnishing his image. The girl, whom Tsukene fancied, came forward and ranted at Xiao Luo. After her tirade, the other students of the kendo gym followed suit and criticized Xiao Luo. I did sympathize with him at first, but I didn't expect him to be such a cruel person. I don't have any pity for his daughter anymore. Precisely. Senior brother Qinghe is always righteous, and his skill in kendo is also excellent. How can someone as brilliant as him have such a contemptible classmate with such a foul attitude? An adult is not necessarily at fault when a child is knocked down, and he looks like he's making a case for moral coercion. We reject it. All of a sudden, everyone was pointing their fingers at Xiao Luo. Wait a minute, I have been here for almost 2 months now. How is it that I never knew such a rule existed at all? Tsukene's unique shrilling voice pierced the hubbub of rants. Although he was frightened by Xiao Luo's act of assault, at the moment of truth, he stood by Xiao Luo's side without hesitation. The girl he fancied shouted, "Are 2 months really that long? There are still a lot of things that you don't know. Tsukene, you have no business here. Shut up." She somehow seemed to have an instant effect on Tsukene as he zipped his lips immediately. Tuyun, hurry up and dial 120 for an ambulance. Lu Fei can't wait too long, Qinghe said to her. Okay. Wang Tuyun quickly took out her phone and dialed 120. Xiao Luo glanced at Tsukene meaningfully and patted him on the shoulder. Time to wake up, buddy, he said. It was obvious that Wang Tuyun was into Qinghe. No matter how much Tsukene put in, he could not compare to even Qinghe's little finger. The point Xiao Luo was making was, why waste time and feelings on such a girl? Xiao Luo had seen enough. He tossed the wooden sword aside and walked back to Su Xiaobei, preparing to leave with her. Stand right where you are. Qinghe shouted. Is there anything else? Xiao Luo responded, turning around to face Qinghe. Feeling disgruntled, Qinghe snarled, What, you want to leave just like that after breaking someone's leg? Xiao Luo snorted. He wasn't in the mood to even offer a response and turned to walk back towards Su Xiaobei. Qinghe became infuriated, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Stop him, he shouted. Immediately, more than 20 students of the kendo gym descended on Xiao Luo, dashing to the exit and forming a fan-shaped barrier to block Xiao Luo's path. Don't think you can just leave after you've injured someone. You have to follow us to the police station, Wang Tuyun hissed. Xiao Luo ignored her but, instead, he turned around and looked at Qinghe with questioning eyes. Qinghe stepped forward pompously and said, Xiao Luo, although you and I were classmates, you have really gone overboard this time. I must hand this matter over to the police. I've already called the police, and they will be arriving soon, Wang Tuyun added, eyeing Xiao Luo indignantly. Xiao Luo glanced contemptuously at the rank of kendo students, blocking his way and said, And, what if I insist on leaving? Then we will all subdue you and hand you over to the police. Wang Tuyun said coldly, I don't know what demonic martial arts you have mastered, but although we are no match for you alone, collectively as a group, we can drown you just by spitting on you. We also have senior brother, Qinghe, here to back us up, so there's no way you can walk out of this kendo gym. She had her chest puffed up, and she was very confident. Sure, you can try, why not? Xiao smirked, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. When Xiao Luo stared at the kendo students, they unconsciously took a step back as their hearts shuddered for a moment in unease. The prowess of this stranger in front of them defied logic. He had the inner power that their master had once told them about and was even capable of using some kind of telekinesis-like force. With such powers, he could very well go against their master himself. With such thoughts in their minds, they couldn't decide what to do and glanced nervously at their master's favorite disciple, Guoqinghe, hoping for some guidance. Xiao Luo, are you really going to force me to attack you? Guoqinghe said. Xiao Luo chuckled and remarked, Guoqinghe, stop pretending to be a gentleman. I bet you had wanted to put me in my place even during our gathering in Jiangqing, only you couldn't find a chance to do so. Now that opportunity has presented itself to you, how could you possibly let go of it? I don't remember there being any bad blood between us, so if there are any issues, it could only be caused by your inflated ego. For our classmates that are doing worse than you treat them as friends. For those more successful, they would be your rivals. Am I correct? With his true character revealed by Xiao Luo so accurately, Guoqinghe felt like he was standing naked before everyone's watchful eyes and became self-conscious. He was suddenly overcome by a sense of indignation and humiliation, and he succumbed to his rage. Ominously, he gritted his teeth and called for his sword. Wang Tuyun responded and hastily ran to fetch the weapon. When she returned, she held a Western-style sword in her hands. It was not a wooden one, but a real sword that could cut through the human flesh. It was a rapier, a slender dueling sword with a straight blade about 100 centimeters in length. It had an elaborate hilt, and its single-edged blade was made of tempered steel, fullered and tapered to a sharp-pointed tip. The blade gleamed under the indoor lighting, revealing a well-honed edge that looked razor-sharp. It would easily pierce or slice through flesh, causing a terrible wound and great loss of blood. Guoqinghe looked fierce as he pointed his sword at Xiao Luo and said, I'm asking you one last time. Do you wish to leave or stay here and wait until the police arrive? So, you've decided to use a real sword, but why not a katana, I wonder? As far as Xiao Luo was concerned, this sword effectively wiped off the last vestiges of their friendship. Henceforth, Guoqinghe would be excluded from the list of the people that he considered friends. Suddenly, Su Xiaobei squeezed her way through the crowd and ran to Xiao Luo. He clung onto his thigh and holding back her tears, she pleaded, Uncles, aunties, please don't hurt my daddy. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have run around in this place. Her voice was that of a child, but her mind was much more matured than other children her age. Seeing so many angry people surrounding Xiao Luo and fearing for his well-being, she did the only she could to save her daddy. Little girl, you're not supposed to be here, go away. Wang Tuyun snapped. No, I won't, he's my daddy. Don't worry, I'll be fine. These people can't do anything to daddy. Xiao Luo ruffled her head affectionately and then gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Su Xiaobei's concern for his safety made his heart melt, and he couldn't help feeling that they were truly father and daughter. These words riled up the kendo students, and their expressions darkened. They were outraged that even with their senior brother armed with a sword, he dared to look down on them with impunity. Su Caney, come and take Xiaobei away. Su Caney was still in a daze, standing not far away, and Xiao Luo had to shout to get his attention. Huh? Oh, okay. Su Caney quickly made his way there by squeezing through the crowd, then promptly took Su Xiaobei away. As soon as Su Xiaobei left, the aura on Xiao Luo's body suddenly intensified. A demon had broken free from its shackles, and his cruel, brutal side was revealed to the people. He raised his head and flashed a devilish smile. Guoqinghe, you may begin. Xiao Luo's taunt riled up Guoqinghe, and he was provoked to action. Guoqinghe seethed with a burning hatred and dropped all pretenses. Calling on his students, he shouted, attack him, all together. Bring him down and hand him over to the police. But no one took a step forward, they were all waiting for someone else to make the first move. After Xiao Luo's merciless display of strength earlier, they were deterred for a good reason. In a show of loyalty and affection, Wang Tuyun hollered and led the charge to take down Xiao Luo. You, with the surname Xiao. Our kendo gym isn't a place for someone like you to run rampant. Charging in, she raised her wooden sword high and smashed it down to strike Xiao Luo's head with great force. Xiao Luo showed no concern and didn't appear to even take guard or evade action. Suddenly, he thrust his palm outward, and a wave of energy surged from within and blasted outward to send Wang Tuyun sailing back through the air for some 3 to 4 meters. Without even making any contact with her body, he had easily dispatched her. She spat out a mouthful of blood as she lay sprawled on the floor, and her wooden sword was broken in half, such was the force of Xiao Luo's inner power. Gasp! The crowd was stunned and appalled that Xiao Luo would go so hard on a delicate girl like Wang Tuyun. Wang Tuyun herself couldn't believe it either, and her eyes wide open with shock as she looked at Xiao Luo in horror. An overwhelming sense of anger and shame followed, as, while she was no match for him, she had thought that with her fair looks, Xiao Luo would at least show some mercy. This was far from the truth, for Xiao Luo did not think so. Don't just stand there and look, come at me, all of you. How are you going to subdue me and hand me over to the police if you don't make a move? Xiao Luo mocked. The kendo students looked at each other, found their courage, and roared in unison as they descended on Xiao Luo. With wooden swords in their hands, they applied what they had learned in the kendo gym and put it into an actual fight. They still had a firm belief that they could overcome Xiao Luo with the advantage of numbers. Xiao Luo met them with his bare fist. The scene looked like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there were, their only fate was a slaughter. The kendo students were knocked to the ground one after another, some were holding their stomach, while others were clutching their chests or legs, and they were all groaning in agony. Xiao Luo had only used 3/10 of his inner power to perform the 18 subduing dragon palms. There were now only 5 or 6 students remaining. He struck them all at once, and they were thrown back, shrieking in pain, before landing heavily on the floor and vomiting blood. Guoqinghe was the last to attack. He had sent his students into the skirmish first to observe Xiao Luo's movements, and he finally found an opening. Just when Xiao Luo dispatched the remaining 5 or 6 people, he unleashed his sword attack. It was the way of the sword that he had learned all his life, and as he became one with his sword, he swept across space like a ray of cold light. Shing! The rapier whizzed through the air in intricate patterns of lunges and slashes that were fast, accurate, and ruthless. With lightning speed, the sharp tip of the blade suddenly thrust toward Xiao Luo's chest in a display of consummate skill. Xiao Luo kept his eye on the blade and smiled contemptuously as he easily evaded the strikes. When the final thrust was executed, Xiao Luo raised his right hand and concentrating his inner power between his index finger and middle finger. Just before the blade pierced into his chest, Xiao Luo caught the tip of the rapier, clamping tightly between 2 upright fingers, and it was unable to move another centimeter forward or back. Guoqinghe's eyes bulged in horror, and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat, staring at his trapped sword in disbelief. Xiao Luo had just stopped a full-blooded sword thrust by clipping it between his 2 fingers. How was that even possible? The blade of the rapier was still lodged fast between Xiao Luo's 2 fingers. It was a shocking sight, and no one had expected a scene similar to a martial arts movie to play out right before their very eyes. The kendo students, sprawled on the floor after being beaten down by Xiao Luo, were all struck dumb. The sword thrust by senior brother Qinghe, a level 5 kendo exponent, was deadly and not to be trifled with. Even their master would not have dared to attempt to face such an attack head-on without his sword in hand. Oh, God, Ice Face is a grandmaster in martial arts. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded as he watched Xiao Luo confront his attackers. He knew about inner power and was aware that such people existed in the martial arts world, and one of them being the master of this very kendo gym. Their master had once performed a stunt of slicing apart a stack of wooden planks using the chi energy of the sword. Xuanhuan did not just join the gym to woo the girl he fancied, he was, in fact, willingly attending kendo training as he aspired to become a grandmaster himself one day. Su Xiaobei was seated on the bench behind Tsukane, and like him, her pair of big round eyes were gazing at Xiao Luo in astonishment. As Guoqinghe tried to dislodge his trapped blade, the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth once again lifted into a wry smile. With a quick twist of his wrist, the tip of Guoqinghe's sword snapped off, accompanied by the sound of a metallic clink. An immense force immediately surged along the blade to Guoqinghe's hands. Clink! Guoqinghe's arm immediately went numb, and the sword dropped from his hand. He stumbled off 4 or 5 steps before he regained his footing. As he looked up, he saw Xiao Luo glaring at him and tossing the broken tip of his sword aside. "So, do you still want to fight?" Xiao Luo's voice was cold and murderous. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine and left them shaking in fear. Guoqinghe was very afraid, and it was then that he suddenly realized that he had never understood Xiao Luo. However, as frightened as he was, he couldn't accept that Xiao Luo had become so powerful to the extent that he could snap his sword with his bare hands. There was only one thing that he was more concerned with, and it came down to his perceived dignity. With a grim expression on his troubled face, he lunged forward with a ferocious cry, intent on taking Xiao Luo down even without his sword. "Arrogant fool!" Xiao Luo's mouth formed into a scornful smirk as he moved in like a phantom, throwing Guoqinghe off momentum, and smashed his clenched right fist into his opponent's abdomen. Oof! Guoqinghe grunted in agony as blood spurted from his mouth. He was winded from the body blow, and this time, he flew backward and was left slumped on the floor, his body bent in spasms as he held his stomach in pain. His face became distorted from the excruciating pain, and he let out several guttural groans as he felt like every organ in his body had ruptured. In a way, Xiao Luo felt somewhat vexed that Guoqinghe had disregarded his warning, so he no longer felt the obligation to go easy on him. He stepped across to where Guoqinghe lay and looked at him with no emotions on his face. "You didn't expect our first meeting in Shanghai to be like this, did you?" "Well, me neither. You were our class head, and you've even helped me apply for bursaries when we were in university, and I really respected you. Ask yourself why things ended up this way. The problem isn't me, I never wanted to be your enemy. But, what you've done is disappointing, and as for who's right and who's wrong, that is something we already know." Guoqinghe struggled to get up, his body quivering and half-bowed as he endured the intense pain. He winced, but managed a grin and said, "Xiao Luo, stop pretending. If I knew that you were such a cruel person, I wouldn't have helped. You ingrate. Trash like you be belong to the bottom of society and deserve to be spurned forever. See curse you. Ungrateful? Trash?" Xiao Luo smiled devilishly and then laughed aloud, acting that he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "You said it so profoundly that I even believed in it. But, please realize, you are not qualified to comment on the kind of person I am." After he said those words, his expression turned icy cold, and he slammed his foot into Guoqinghe's chest. Arg! It was like being hit by a speeding car, and Guoqinghe was lifted off the ground and sailed back a distance. This time it was a heavier blow, and Guoqinghe's chest exploded in searing pain with blood trickling from his nose. Xiao Luo once again walked up to him like he was taking a stroll. He lowered his head and asked again, "Do you submit?" Guoqinghe's mouth twitched, and a look of terror filled his eyes, but his pride and anger prevailed. Being the former class head, he always felt that he was above any of his classmates in every aspect. But, in Xiao Luo's case, not only did he have a more successful career, he was even more capable in martial arts. Guoqinghe simply refused to accept it. I will never be afraid of you. I will never submit. Then I shall keep whacking you until you do." Without further warning, Xiao Luo immediately sent Guoqinghe flying in the air once again. The kendo students were in despair as they watched Guoqinghe being kicked back and forth like a football. Screams of anguish would follow every sickening blow, and everyone cringed in horror. He was badly bruised all over his body, and even his kendo gi was now torn and tattered. This is cruel. Isn't Ice Face afraid that the cops will invite him over for tea? Tsukene muttered to himself as he formed a fresh new perspective of Xiao Luo. The man may look gentle, but became terrifying when provoked. He vowed to himself that he would never make Xiao Luo angry again, as he didn't want to end up like Guo Qinghe. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, "Stop, or this little girl will have it from me." Tsukene turned to the direction of the voice, and he was stunned. The girl whom he fancied, Wang Tuyun, had sneaked around the crowd and now held Su Xiaobei captive. She had Su Xiaobei's neck in a chokehold with her right hand and appeared to be using some force as the little girl's face was flushed, and she was crying in pain. "Wang Tuyun, release her now!" Tsukene yelled in a panic. He would never allow anyone to hurt Su Xiaobei, regardless of whether Wang Tuyun was the girl of his dreams. "Shut up, you have no place to speak here," she hissed. Wang Tuyun wore a deranged and frightful expression as she glared Tsukene. Then, she turned to glare at Xiao Luo and said, "Do you hear me? Stop right now. D-daddy, sob, sob." Su Xiaobei's anguished voice was laced in pain as tears rolled down her face copiously. A raging fury welled up Xiao Luo, and he glared ominously at Wang Tuyun. "Release her now, and I will let you go. If you don't, I will kill you." A murderous aura emanated from his body, and a chill permeated through the entire kendo gym. Suddenly, there was a deathly lull. The crowd cowered as they could sense his overwhelming intent to kill. Despite standing a distance of 7 or 8 meters away, Xiao Luo could still see the marks made on Su Xiaobei's tender neck by Wang Tuyun's sharp fingernails. This made his heart boil and put him on the edge of insanity. Wang Tuyun was trembling, but for the sake of the man she loved, she was willing to do everything she could. She kept her grip firmly on Su Xiaobei's neck and shouted, "Hold senior brother Qinghe up, tie your own hands and feet with that rope over there, and then I'll release her. Otherwise, do not blame me if anything happens to this girl." As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted more pressure on her grip. Su Xiaobei's face swelled up and turned red in agony. She tried her best to struggle, wanting to free herself from Wang Tuyun's restraint, but she was only a 4-year-old child, and there was little she could do against an adult. "You bitch, let go of her!" Tsukene shouted. He was furious and was pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do. Wang Tuyun screamed back in response, "Shut up, you good-for-nothing. Don't you think I know that you're trying to pursue me? Get a mirror and look at yourself. You are nothing than a filthy mud loach, and you can't compare to senior brother Qinghe, not even to a strand of his hair. What makes you qualified to woo me?" Wang Tuyun was deranged and had lost her ability to reason. Her beautiful countenance was now distorted by anger, and she no longer looked that pretty. Tsukene's face darkened, alternating between shades of purplish and green. He finally understood what Xiao Luo meant by "wake up." This woman wasn't worthy of him at all, and no matter how much time and money he invested, he would still be inferior to the beckoning call of Guo Qinghe's index finger. "You with the surname Xiao, you'd better." Wang Tuyun was about to lash out a few more harsh words, but when she turned her head toward Xiao Luo again, she nearly jumped in fright, because Xiao Luo was suddenly standing right before her eyes like he had used teleportation, and he was staring at her with a terrifying look on his face. In a flash, Xiao Luo had his hand around her throat, pressing on her critical pressure points. His hand had grasped her neck as quickly as a striking viper. The chokehold was immensely strong, and Wang Tuyun was suffocating instantly. Wang Tuyun released Su Xiaobei instinctively, as she tried to force Xiao Luo's hand off her throat, thumping and scratching at his arm. But her efforts were futile, and she suddenly felt her feet being lifted off the ground, and even when she tried to go on tiptoes, her feet could no longer touch solid ground. She felt like her windpipe was being ripped out, and her lungs were about to burst at any time. The pain was excruciating, and she couldn't breathe or say a word. Sukaney quickly ran up and grabbed Su Xiaobei, then took her aside before he carefully inspected her neck. Xiao Luo saw the bruise marks on the little girl's neck. There were abrasions, and parts of her skin were punctured by the sharp nails with a bit of blood oozing out. Xiao Luo smiled at Su Xiaobei gently and said, "Bei, close your eyes, and don't look." "Okay, Daddy." The little girl nodded and whimpered sadly, but she still obeyed as she duly closed her eyes. "Take care of her. Do not let her be held captive again." Xiao Luo turned to Sukaney and spoke. Sukaney nodded resolutely as he knew that it was his own negligence that led to this. He would never let anyone hurt Su Xiaobei again. Xiao Luo then gave Wang Tuyun a sinister stare and broke into a terrifying laugh. Wang Tuyun was still struggling to escape his hold, as Xiao Luo extended his hand in the direction of a distant object, and once again, the broken tip of Guqinghe's sword flew into his hand incredibly. "Xiao Luo, what are you going to do?" A short distance away, Guqinghe, lying on the ground like a dying dog, was in a panic and shouted, "She is the kendo master's daughter. If you dare to hurt her, he will never let you off that easily. Don't do anything silly." Xiao Luo ignored his pleas, and before anyone realized what was happening, the broken tip of the sword was brought down in a flash, and there was blood everywhere. Xiao Luo had taken off one of Wang Tuyun's limbs, and blood spurted like a fountain from the stump that was once her arm. A thick scent of blood permeated throughout the entire kendo gym. "Aha!" Wang Tuyun wailed miserably as she struggled with the realization that she had lost her arm, and tears of fear and anguish poured out from her eyes uncontrollably. She stared at Xiao Luo in horror. He was a demon, a terrifying bloodthirsty demon. She could feel pain down to her core, and the scent of death added to her endless despair. The other kendo students were horrified, and their faces turned a ghostly pale as they trembled uncontrollably. This young man had brought mayhem to their gym. First, he broke Lu Fei's right leg, then he thrashed their senior Guqinghe, and now, he chopped off Wang Tuyun's arm without a second thought. Such a bloody scene left everyone shaking in fear, and Sukaney was no exception. Sukaney now knew why Xiao Luo had asked Su Xiaobei to close her eyes. But what he couldn't understand was that they were living in a society under the rule of law. Then, why wasn't he afraid of getting sentenced? "Why you?" Guqinghe spat out a gob of blood. He was inconsolable, for Wang Tuyun was his lover. They had had an adulterous relationship for some time now, and, despite having a wife, Wang Tuyun's place in his heart was something that even his wife couldn't substitute. Xiao Luo's cruel actions exasperated him, and Wang Tuyun's critical condition rendered him heartbroken. Despite being daunted by Xiao Luo, he wished he could dismember him right now. Swish. Suddenly, the same broken blade streaked like a flying sword across the hall and stabbed Guqinghe deep in his shoulder. The inner power that sent the broken blade flying through the air also carried him backward and impaled him firmly on the wall. Guqinghe howled dreadfully. As if that wasn't enough, Xiao Luo released his choke on Wang Tuyun, who was only half alive, and hurled her across to Guqinghe like a sandbag. Wang Tuyun simultaneously gasped from being able to breathe again and shrieked miserably from her horrific crash into his impaled body. The entire kendo gym turned into purgatory, and Guqinghe and Wang Tuyun were like two lost souls being tortured. "So, once again, what did I do?" Xiao Luo asked Guqinghe with a cruel smile on his face. For the crowd looking on, his smile was no different to a devil's sinister grin, leaving them horrified and trembling in fear. Guqinghe finally understood what fear really meant. Xiao Luo's cruelty had smashed his resilience and any resistance he had left in his heart. "Didn't you say that I was ungrateful? Didn't you accuse me of being cruel? Well, since you were convinced that I was, I had to show it to you. So, are you not planning to say anything else to me?" "I can accept anything, even if I'm not that kind of person. I can become like him immediately," Xiao Luo said. "You, monster. Guo was quivering with rage and fear, but he managed to utter those words. "I like that nickname," Xiao Luo remarked. Xiao Luo didn't give a hoot. It didn't matter who was right or wrong, whether he was being cruel or not, or whether his actions contravened the law. He only knew that he loved Su Xiaobei like his own daughter, and whoever harmed her would be seen as his enemy and would have to bear with his rage. At that moment, a bespectacled man in his 50s walked through the kendo gym entrance dressed in a Japanese kimono. His hair was almost white, and he stood at about 1.6 meters tall, but he had an imposing demeanor, the kind that was born of power, and was capable of instilling fear in people. The middle-aged man looked around, scanning the kendo gym's chaotic condition, and suddenly shouted, "What's going on? What happened here?" He spoke haltingly, precisely like how a Japanese person would speak in Chinese on TV dramas, and, as it turned out, he was Japanese. His eyes widened in shock, for he suddenly noticed Guo impaled on the wall and Wang Tuyun on the ground next to him with blood all over her body and her arm severed. He dropped the katana that was holding, and for a moment, he felt his soul leave his body. Father. Wang Tuyun reached out with her good arm to him and called out in a frail voice. She had lost a lot of blood, and her face was ghostly pale. "Daughter." The middle-aged man screamed in agony and ran towards Wang Tuyun. He knelt on the ground and immediately tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to make a tourniquet around her severed arm, bleeding profusely. The moment the ambulance arrived, paramedics frantically rushed out with the stretcher. When they got into the kendo gym and saw the scene inside, they looked at each other in shock. One of them said, "Didn't they say that there's only a person with a fractured right leg? There are 2 more grievously wounded casualties here, and the young lady even has her arm chopped off. What the heck is going on? Save my daughter now." The middle-aged man was distraught and roared anxiously at the paramedics. "Yes, we'll get to it immediately, sir." Wang Tuyun had been inflicted with the most severe injury, and she had lost a lot of blood. This was life-threatening, and she could lose her life if not treated right away. The paramedics were aware of priorities and immediately attended to Wang Tuyun first. The paramedics stabilized Wang Tuyun's condition as best they could and stretchered her to the ambulance as quickly as possible. The ambulance could only transport 2 stretcher cases, and Guo was to be moved next, but he refused and, instead, asked the paramedics to give the remaining spot on the ambulance to Lu Fei as he had passed out earlier. Before the paramedics left with the casualties, they urgently called for another ambulance to rush to Star Cloud Kendo Gym. Who did this? After Wang Tuyun had been taken away to the hospital, the middle-aged man pulled out the broken sword shard that had impaled his senior student to the wall. He questioned Guo with his halting Mandarin, his every word was burning with wrath. "It's him, he did this." Guo groaned, pointing at Xiao Luo, and despite his severe injuries, he was so furious that he wanted to see Xiao Luo torn to shreds. "Who, him? Very well, then." The middle-aged man growled as he stared murderously at Xiao Luo and said, "You heartlessly severed my daughter's arm, so now, I shall cut off all 4 of your limbs and make you into a human seal." He picked up Guo rapier with the broken tip and felt for its weight and balance. He got into the en garde position with the sword hand around the height of his chest, and the sword tip was pointed slightly upward above the height of his shoulders. His stance was thoroughly relaxed, but he emanated an overwhelming intent to kill. Xiao Luo glanced at him calmly and said, "You're no match for me." Bakairu. 1. The middle-aged man lost his composure and became extremely angry as bulging veins protruded on his forehead. "Don't you dare speak to me in that tone. I do not care who you are, and I will make you pay a hefty price today." When he was done speaking, he roared and lunged like a striking viper, lunging at Xiao Luo. The wooden floor tiles he had been standing on cracked as he used his inner energy to propel himself forward. The gym master switched from his classical fencing attack midway through, and suddenly leaped up high with the sword over his head and slashed down ferociously at Xiao Luo, wielding the blade like a saber. The rapier was both a thrusting and slashing weapon, and the gym master's unique attacking technique was dominating. Xiao Luo erred on the side of caution and carefully evaded the blows. He chose to make this a battle of attrition for now, for his opponent had incredible inner power, and the energy that flowed from the fencing sword was vastly different from when Guqinghe was wielding it. In his hand, the sword was cold and sharp, like a blazing divine weapon, while in Guqinghe's, it felt dim and lifeless, and far from life-threatening. The gym master slashed his sword downward at Xiao Luo, who managed to evade the blow at the very last second. The strike barely missed, and countless wooden tiles from the floor were sent flying every direction in a tremendous bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. The view was obscured, but when the dust settled, a 3-meter-long crack appeared on the floor, looking like a furrow had been gouged out in a field. The sword in the gym master's hand had everyone in the kendo gym gasping as the remaining aura blade glowed in the haze. Xuanhuan was stunned to silence and wondered if a man would be sliced in half had the sword landed on its mark. At that thought, he could barely swallow his saliva and broke into a cold sweat. Xuanhuan, the gym master, was indeed a very accomplished swordsman. Xuanhuan remembered the day when Xuanhuan introduced them to his school of fencing, and as he recalled, it was referred to as Shindo Anata style. It was a sword fighting style that had been passed down in the island country from a long time ago. The disciples in the kendo gym were also shocked, and everything they had witnessed today had completely unraveled their understanding of swordsmanship. Guqinghe was familiar with his master's prowess, and his reaction was markedly different. He was looking on with excitement and laughing hysterically. When he saw Xiao Luo on the back foot, he shouted, "Master, chop off his limbs and avenge little Yun." In his twisted mind, he could not wait to see Xiao Luo's arms and legs getting chopped off, and his limbless squirming on the floor, dying like a clubbed seal. Xiao Luo observed the damage on the floor carefully and concluded that it was the result of Xuanhuan's blade aura. Evidently, the gym master had already perfected the art of swordsmanship, and his immense inner power had been channeled through the sword. Whenever he exerted that force through his weapon, the aura would be formed. With his skill level, the blade aura could even reach out for an impressive 30 meters. "You fiend, now die!" Xuanhuan let out a fearsome yell and swiftly charged at Xiao Luo, taking less than 10 steps to reach him. Boom! The kendo gym reverberated as Xuanhuan stomped his left foot on the floor and suddenly swiveled around, sweeping his sword across in a horizontal slash to slice Xiao Luo's body in two. It was an unstoppable blow as the force of his inner energy gathered like a storm behind the blade's leading edge. Light and agile in his movements, Xiao Luo was able to react quickly, like a dragonfly skimming on the water's surface. He shifted back 2 steps, then tumbled in a reverse somersault, and at the point when he was upside down, he deftly picked up the samurai sword that Xuanhuan had dropped on the floor earlier. Shing! Xiao Luo unsheathed the katana in a flash and immediately assumed a guard position. As Xiao Luo held the sword in front of him, he saw the character Asu engraved on the sword's hilt, and he gave his opponent a wry smile. Speaking fluently in formal Japanese, he said, "The Asu family? It appears that you are a famous clan back in your homeland. We, the Asu family, are royalty." Xuanhuan declared proudly, but he did not allow himself to be distracted, as he charged forward with the sword trailing behind him, dragging it along the floor. The broken tip of the sword produced a piercing, screeching noise as it scraped against the floor surface, and when he was in striking range, he flashed the sword at Xiao Luo with incredible speed and power. Clank! Xiao Luo parried the blow, and as the rapier clashed with the blade of the katana, it produced a deafening clang. A tremendous force surged through Xuanhuan and Xiao Luo, and they stumbled back, taking a few steps to regain their balance. The wooden floor was once again shattered by the blast of inner energy. Xuanhuan was quite surprised by Xiao Luo's resilience, but he charged again after a short pause and bellowed even louder. He aimed attack at Xiao Luo's head, delivering 3 quick slashes. Dang! 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 Sparks flew from the exchange as Xuanhuan attacked relentlessly. His attack was getting increasingly faster and more powerful, for he had mastered every technique, and each one was now on full display. In the brief moment that they had fought, they had crossed for more than 60 times. Heart-piercing blow. Xuanhuan suddenly leaped in the air and let out a roar, striking at Xiao Luo with great force, and a menacing blade aura was clearly visible. Xiao Luo parried the strike in front of his chest, but Xuanhuan suddenly retreated, and in a split second, he spun and delivered a scathing high kick with his right leg. Bam! The force of the impact rumbled across the hall. The kick was aimed at Xiao Luo's neck, and he reacted instantly by raising his left arm, blocking the attack effectively. Xiao Luo was thrown back a few meters before he regained balance, and Xuanhuan, who had been attacking relentlessly like a storm, was panting heavily. He was showing signs of exhaustion and was taking his time to recover. There were looks of shock and awe all around, and everyone was shaken by the intense battle. The kendo gym looked like a war zone as blade auras were used with no inhibition, leaving a trail of devastation. Footnote: Frowny face 1, Bakairu, in Japanese, it can be written as. The word, Bakairu, is an insult. It means stupid in English. Amid the devastation in the kendo gym, a storm was brewing. Xiao Luo's fringe was tossing lightly as the 2 master swordsmen confronted each other, and the space that separated them was thick with a deathly chill. I do not wish to fight you, stop. Xiao Luo spoke to Xuanhuan in Japanese. Although he did not have a reasonable opinion of the man, he respected his courage and did not want to cause more bloodshed for any better good reason. Why didn't you think of stopping before you cut off my daughter's arm? Xuanhuan bellowed. Calmly, Xiao Luo replied, she's crossed the line. Bakairu, I don't care about your limit. I will take your life for what you've done to my daughter, and this kendo gym shall be your graveyard. Xuanhuan was still enraged, but he was panting heavily as he roared, First form, God Slayer. He raised his sword and chopped down ferociously, and the blade aura that he produced came down at Xiao Luo with a terrible force like it was a god-slaying attack. Xiao Luo was stunned, and he hurriedly used the samurai sword to parry the vicious stroke. With his inner power surging through the katana, its blade formed an invisible barrier in the air. Xuanhuan's blade aura swished through the air, slicing into the barrier. Bang! As soon as it connected with Xiao Luo's barrier, an overpowering force smashed through it, the floor gave way, and Xiao Luo's legs sunk into it. He now realized that this swordmaster was indeed very powerful, and if Xiao Luo was to categorize him by NSA's ranking of warriors, he would at least be at grade S+. Xiao Luo backed off a few steps as he felt the effects of the blow, like a storm ravaging within his body. The aftershock from the Godslayer's terrifying impact sent a raging wave of energy that swept through the kendo gym, blowing like a strong wind that made everyone's hair flutter. The crowd looked stunned, and everything that had played out before them was beyond their understanding. It was almost like witnessing 2 martial arts masters dueling in a kung fu movie. Blood welled up in Xiao Luo's throat and flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ice face! Xuanhuan called out in apprehension, and, for a brief moment, he feared that Xiao Luo had been killed on the spot. No, Daddy. Su Xiaobei had been very obedient and kept her eyes shut throughout the fight, but she too felt something amiss. She called Xiao Luo's name anxiously and held tightly to Xuanhuan's shirt with her tiny hands. I am fine. Xiao Luo shouted back as he raised his hand to them to ease their concerns. Fine? Haha, you're already vomiting blood, and you telling me you're fine? Despite his grievous injuries and being covered in blood, Guaqinghe was elated when he saw that Xiao Luo was injured. He laughed hysterically, and it made him look twisted and maniacal. There are 10 forms to my God Slayer technique. That was merely the first form, and it will only get progressively stronger. Boy, break all of your limbs yourself, and I will promise to keep your corpse intact. If you do not, you will perish and be turned into dust by my god-slayer forms. A Xuanhuan gloated. Ha ha. Xiao Luo laughed mirthlessly, and it was the laugh of the devil, for it was cold and malicious. He wiped the traces of bloodstain from his mouth and said, I am afraid that your god-slayer technique is nothing to me, and since you've delivered your blow, I shall return the favor right now. A strong surge of inner power started to build up within his body, and Xiao Luo directed the energy flow into the katana before he raised the sword and slashed it down forcefully. A raging storm suddenly swirled in the kendo gym, and a terrifying blade aura formed in front of Xiao Luo, resembling a lightsaber some 12 meters long. To the crowd of onlookers, they saw a long luminous arc of rainbow, cutting through the void and striking down a Xuanhuan like divine retribution. Xiao Luo's attack almost tore the place apart, and all the training equipment in the kendo gym was blown away. Even the kendo students who were trapped within the storm were stumbling and rolling around desperately. A Xuanhuan was totally surprised by it, but he held his nerve and parried with the fencing sword in his hand. Boom! The 12-meter-long lightsaber struck, and the entire kendo gym shook. Ceiling panels came crashing down, and broken pieces of stone fell off the walls, while debris was tossed around on the floor and dust swirled in the air. There was pandemonium as screams were heard even from the lower levels of the building as Xiao Luo's slash had cut through the entire upper level and caused chaos and panic for the residents down below. A Xuanhuan's fencing sword was broken, and his clothes were ripped entirely away, leaving him with only his briefs. He failed to defend himself against Xiao Luo's horrific attack and was thrown back by the immense force generated. He was in extreme pain as he vomited blood and felt as if his internal organs had all shifted. He remained on the floor and was unable to recover. The vast kendo gym was suddenly in dead silence, and one could almost hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in awe at the slim silhouette with the long sword standing in the center of the gym. They could not believe what they had just witnessed and wondered if they were dreaming. What was the possibility that such a monstrous being existed in the mortal world? How could he slash through an entire level of a building with just a sword? It was impossible to fathom, and they were terrified beyond words. Wow, what kind of dude is my sister married to? Xuanhuan muttered under his breath, and the newfound respect he had for Xiao Luo now came from his soul. In only half a day, his impression of Xiao Luo had changed from the disdain that he felt in the beginning, to awe and confusion. He now learned that he not only mysterious and powerful, but could be extremely cruel when provoked. Guoqinghe was totally stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared, leaving him frozen in fear. When the police finally arrived, they were shocked by the kendo gym's condition and could not imagine what had happened in this place, wondering if it was visited by the Hulk. Guoqinghe, who was still in shock and traumatized, explained the situation to the police immediately. Breaking a person's leg? Chopping a person's hand off? This meant that he was an extremely dangerous person. The police were afraid, and they instantly drew out their pistols and took aim at Xiao Luo. The policeman in charge shouted, "Drop the sword and keep your hands in the air." Xiao Luo dropped the sword nonchalantly, but he did not raise his hands. "You're a goner, you'll be spending at least 10 years in the jail, and when you're finally there, I would definitely pay you a visit, haha, haha." Guoqinghe laughed like a maniac, but when Xiao Luo glanced at him, he quickly hid behind a policeman quaking, for he was still very fearful of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not bother with Guoqinghe anymore and turned to Xuanhuan, completely ignoring the pistols pointed in his direction. "Take Xiaobei to the amusement park first, I'll be there soon." "Ice. I mean, brother-in-law, are you sure you know what you're saying?" Xuanhuan responded and frowned, for what Xiao Luo had committed was abominable, and it would be challenging to even get bail for such offenses. "Of course. What has happened here, stays here, unless you don't want your car anymore," Xiao Luo said. Zucchini nodded like chickens pecking grain. Xiao Luo looked at Su Xiaobei. She still had her eyes closed, and her long lashes were trembling slightly. She slowly opened her eyes when he gave her permission to do so. She looked as if she had just woken up from a good nap, as she had her eyes shut for a prolonged period. "Daddy." The little girl had tears welling in her eyes as she knew everything that had happened there was because of her, and she felt a little guilty about it. Xiao Luo smiled at her gently and said, "Bei, go to the amusement park with your uncle first. Daddy's going to settle some stuff then join you." "Daddy, you must come, okay?" "Bei wants to take the spinning plane ride with you," Su Xiaobei said, wiping the tears from her eyes. Xiao Luo assured her, "Okay, I promise." He wanted to pinch her cheeks, but realized that his hands were covered in blood, so he winked instead. "Name? Age? Birthplace? Why did you harm those people?" Xiao Luo was sitting with his hands in cuffs inside the interrogation room of the police station. Two policemen with very cold expressions on their faces were seated opposite him and questioning him thoroughly. They were very experienced, and the way they conducted the interrogation seemed routine to them and as natural as breathing. They quizzed him about his personal details and his version of what transpired in the kendo gym. Xiao Luo duly provided the answers to his background, but when they asked why he had assaulted the 3 victims, his response was simple: these people clearly deserved it. Bam! One of the policemen, a horse-faced officer, slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Xiao Luo, let me remind you that this is the police station, and I'd advise you to leave your arrogant attitude at the door. If you think you can come in here and clash head-on with us, you'll have something else coming your way. Tell us everything we need to know, the more detailed, the better. If you refuse to comply again, you will be found guilty. I promise you'll regret it." Xiao Luo smiled and said, "I have served as a cop for some time, so don't fool me with these tricks. It is the court which has the power to make the conviction, not you people." With that response, the policemen looked at each other, realizing that they might be dealing with a wily old fox. However, the information they retrieved from the database on this man showed that he was clean, and they found no previous criminal records. Even so, with his implication in the multiple assault case, how could he be dealing with them so calmly? "You guys can stop trying. In 10 minutes, at the most, you will receive orders from your superior to release me," Xiao Luo added. "Boy, are you completely nuts? You have broken a man's leg and chopped off a woman's arm. Your actions were abominable and cruel. And you think you can just walk out of here? Keep your dreams to yourself." The horse-faced officer snapped and then banged on the table again. He was getting impatient and snarled, "You better cut your crap and stop dragging your feet. I have seen a lot of your kind. If you cooperate with us, maybe you can get a more lenient sentence in court, but if you don't, you might just find yourself in jail for at least 3 years." Xiao Luo remained silent as he did not see the point in arguing with these police officers. Seeing him being so fearless, the horse-faced officer blinked and said to the other policeman, "Turn the video camera off." The other policeman was stunned as he quickly realized the intentions of the horse-faced officer. During interrogation, it was common to encounter criminals who were hard-nosed and uncooperative. To get the job done, sometimes extreme measures were called for. The officer got up and turned the video camera off, and so, anything that occurred next in the interrogation room would not be recorded. The horse-faced officer took out an aluminum bat from the drawer and twirled it in his hand in a threatening way. "Boy, this will be the last time that I am asking this question. Why did you harm them?" he said. Xiao Luo looked at this horse-faced officer cockily and chuckled, as such strong-arm tactics were precisely what he had employed during his tenure as a police officer in Jiangqing. Obviously, he was very aware of what the horse-faced officer's intentions were, so he said, "As I told you before, your superior will be asking you guys to release me in less than 10 minutes. It'll be best for both parties if we just wait it out for a little while more." "Ha, you're really asking for it?" The horse-faced officer lost his patience and held a thick book against Xiao Luo's chest, then slammed it hard with the bat. If an ordinary person were to take such a hit, it would shock his internal organs without leaving any traces, perhaps reducing his lifespan by half. Xiao Luo's hands were cuffed and body secured to the chair, but when the blow landed, he kicked out in reflex and popped the horse-faced officer on his knee. It was not a hard kick, but it was still hard enough to bring this man down, making it evident that he did not train regularly. How dare you? The horse-faced officer picked himself up, but when he lifted his head, he saw Xiao Luo delivering another kick again, and, terrified, he groaned even before it landed. Xiao Luo was not someone who could be easily threatened, and this time, the kick landed on his forehead. It hit so hard that he dropped back on the floor immediately and passed out momentarily. Ma Lu. The other policeman rushed up and kneeled down to check on the horse-faced officer, who began to stir back to consciousness. Why you, son of a b*tch, you dare to kick me? Ma Lu regained his composure and stood up with his colleague's help, clenching his teeth as he stared at Xiao Luo furiously. This guy's a bit scary, maybe we should seek advice from our superior, the other policeman said. For f***'s sake, what's there to worry? Just based on what he's done, he's going to be behind bars. Ma Lu had always dealt with the criminals this way, but for the very first time today, he had been embarrassed by this particular one, and it irked him. He laughed mirthlessly as he went behind Xiao Luo and put his head close to Xiao Luo's ear. I have said it before, when you are here, learn to abide by our rules. Since you don't know the rules, I will personally teach them to you now, he hissed. I suggest you not to do this, even though you are a policeman, you have no rights to mete out personal punishment. Xiao Luo was only reminding out of kindness as he would rather wait for the NSA to negotiate a peaceful settlement, but it seemed like the horse-faced officer had different ideas. Really, I don't? Haha, haha. Ma Lu laughed again. He was so enraged that he wanted his revenge and said, Your hair looks nice and healthy, but I am not sure if it's strong enough. Ma Lu suddenly grabbed Xiao Luo's tightly and pulled it back forcefully. When he did that to the other criminals, their heads would be forced back, putting severe pressure on their necks, and their scalps would feel like being ripped off. But, Xiao Luo appeared unaffected, still sitting up straight, and his head barely moved an inch. I'm telling you again, let go. Xiao Luo said. The temperature in the interrogation room suddenly dipped, and the two police officers began to shiver uncontrollably. Ma Lu was stunned, but with his dignity challenged so blatantly, he was still seething as he scowled, Son of a b*tch, looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your own coffin. He then pulled back Xiao Luo's hair back, even harder this time. I am warning you to let go. Xiao Luo was now provoked, and, in a rage, he broke the steel handcuff right in front of the police officers. The interrogation chair broke asunder as Xiao Luo released a wave of inner power and instantly stood up like a ferocious tiger. The other policeman standing right in front of him trembled and looked horrified. Bang! Ma Lu was thrown against the wall, and he felt like he was hit by a moving train. He groaned painfully as blood gushed out from his mouth and nose, then fainted where he fell. The other policeman broke into a cold sweat. When he saw Xiao Luo glancing at him, he unconsciously tried to grab the pistol on his waist belt out of fear. But he was off duty and did not have his gun with him. In a panic, he immediately picked up the bat from the floor and held it shakily in front of him, almost in tears as he faced Xiao Luo. Do you want to land up like him as well? Xiao Luo said, glaring disdainfully at the policeman as he reined in his inner power. Clang. The other policeman immediately dropped the bat, shaking his head in total fear, for in front of him, he saw a monster who had broken the steel handcuffs and the interrogation chair in no time at all, and without any visible strain. Pour me a cup of water. Xiao Luo reversed the positions of guest and host, taking the seat on the officer's side of the interrogation table. Why yes. The police went to a corner immediately to pour Xiao Luo a cup of water. I want warm water. As he planned to wait, he thought it would be better to drink warm water. The policeman fetched the cup of warm water, and respectfully presented it to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo sat in the interrogation room, sipping water from a disposable cup as he waited for someone from the NSA to arrive. The policeman was in a cold sweat as he felt like being trapped in a cage with a ferocious beast. He hardly dared to even breathe and did his best to remain inconspicuous, staying perfectly still and quiet in the corner until it almost gave him pins and needles. He knew that his life would literally be snuffed out if anything went wrong. He kept looking at his watch, seeing the seconds tick away, and the 10 minutes felt like a century to him. He prayed hard that his colleagues outside would realize that something was amiss inside the interrogation room and come in to check on him. Xiao Luo paid no heed to the cowering policeman and drummed his fingers on the table rhythmically to pass his time. It did not take too long before someone from the NSA walked into the interrogation room. It was Ji Xiying. Her slender figure and appealing looks instantly made the policeman forget about his fears for a brief moment. Your wounds have healed? Xiao Luo put down the cup and walked toward her. Ji Xiying nodded and replied, Yes, Mr. Xiao Luo, I am fine now. That's great, Xiao Luo said. Then, a middle-aged pot-bellied man walked in, and glancing at the unconscious horse-faced officer on the floor, he asked, What's wrong with Ma Lu? He was knocked out by this man. That police pointed shakily at Xiao Luo and stuttered, Director, he broke free of the handcuffs. This man is very dangerous. And no. He's a monster, he should be put behind bars. A very dangerous man? A monster? The director looked around the room and saw signs that a scuffle had broken out as the shattered remnants of the interrogation chair were strewn on the floor, and Ma Lu, out cold, was sprawling next to it. He glanced at Xiao Luo and observed that the chain that held his handcuffs together had broken in two. The shackles, meant to restrain him, still remained around his wrists and were now looking like a pair of bracelets. Director Li, thank you, we are very grateful for your cooperation. Can we go now? Ji Xiying said. The middle-aged man blinked and smiled as he turned to face her. Yes, of course, you can. Thank you. Ji Xiying bowed slightly to express her gratitude and then proceeded to leave with Xiao Luo. Director, who are those people? The policeman asked after the two left the interrogation room. He was dumbfounded, and his intelligence would be questioned if he did not already figure out that Xiao Luo was somebody connected. Who they are doesn't concern you. What is important now is that you must forget everything that you saw in this room today. Nothing gets out of these four walls, understood? The director stared blankly at the door, thinking to himself, how many of these monsters have the NSA groomed? Lady Poison's toxins are very potent, and you should have rested more. Xiao Luo took off the handcuffs and placed them under the front seat in Ji Xiying's car. Do you care about what happens to me, Mr. Xiao Luo? Ji Xiying asked, with a slight insinuation. Of course. Xiao Luo replied, then he quickly added, you are my point of contact. Oh. I see. Ji Xiying forced a smile, and she thought about the time she visited Luo village and how Xiao Luo's parents had taken care of her, and even raised the issue of their marriage. When she found out that Xiao Luo was married to the superstar, Suli, she was suddenly overcome by a sense of despair and loneliness. She couldn't explain it, and at times, she even wanted to cry, unsure of her feelings, for Xiao Luo were one-sided. How had this man become the possession of another in such a short time? She smiled, keeping her emotions in check, and said, by the way, Mr. Xiao Luo, I think this should be returned to its rightful owner. She took off the jade bracelet that Hua Hang had insisted on giving her and handed it back to Xiao Luo. Had this happened earlier, Xiao Luo would have taken it without any hesitation, but after spending some time with Ji Xiying, she had left an impression in his heart. While it was not as intense as love, but it was still quite deep and hard for him to let it go. He pressed the bracelet back into her hand and said, "No, it looks good on you, I think you should keep it. But it doesn't belong to me." Tears were welling up in Ji Xiying's eyes as she dreamed of all the good times she could have experienced with Xiao Luo. She truly had hoped to become the rightful owner of this bracelet, but when the news of his marriage to Su Li broke out, all those beautiful dreams she had were shattered to pieces. "I want you to wear it," Xiao Luo said. Ji Xiying was stunned, and she braked hard, stopping the car suddenly. She looked at Xiao Luo with deep affection, hoping for an answer, as she did not understand why he was saying this to her. As she gazed at Xiao Luo, she sensed that he was facing some difficulties that he could not divulge. Xiao Luo did not continue speaking on the matter and immediately changed the subject. "Have you settled the issue with Star Cloud Kendo Gym?" "Yes." The owner of Star Cloud Kendo Gym, Asu Yanagi, had actually been on NSA's blacklist for some time now. "We have long suspected that he is a spy, but we have no proof so far, as his movements are secretive," Ji Xiying said, then added, "His Kendo Gym is merely a cover for his mission, and he has attracted the likes of Guo Qinghe and his friends to start a chain of MLM-related activities in Shanghai City. His purpose is obvious, to disrupt our society by harming our citizens through economic means. If we do not do anything about it, this problem will continue to grow and impact our people's livelihood. So, I suppose this was why NSA ordered me to look into the MLM activities?" Xiao Luo cocked his brows. "Yes, Asu Yanagi is one of the main culprits, but he's a powerful adversary, and our ordinary agents are incapable of taking on this mission. So, it would have only been a matter of time before you confronted him, but it looks like you have already done so in advance," Ji Xiying replied. Xiao Luo held his chin in his hand and said, "Don't stir the grass and startle the snake, I would like to make use of Guo Qinghe. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, we will not interfere and have also informed the police that if anyone asks about you, they're to explain that you have been transferred to NSA headquarters for detention, and awaiting the trial." "That's good. Qiu Yuanjia, the captain of Headquarters 1st Division, will get in touch with you soon and assist you in your work. I will transfer his information to your handphone later. He has been on the watch for the MLM-related activities in Shanghai City and is very familiar with the situation here. You can get twice the results with half the workload with his assistance." Ji Xiying turned the ignition key and slipped the jade bracelet back on her wrist. She would wait for the day when Xiao Luo finally decided to tell her about his difficulties and clearly explain everything to her. As they started moving again, Xiao Luo asked, "What is his personality like? If he had to work with someone he couldn't get along with him, he'd rather not have that assistance." Ji Xiying shook her head and replied, "I am not too sure about that, so far, I've not had the opportunity to come into contact with him. But, based on his profile data, it appears that he is a very outstanding police officer and has many impressive achievements." "Right, got it." Xiao Luo remained silent for the rest of the journey and observed the street view outside the car. Ji Xiying dropped Xiao Luo off at Chongmangu Amusement Park before proceeding to her next destination. Su Caney was waiting anxiously with Su Xiaobei at the entrance. He was troubled and unsure if he should inform his sister about the incident at the Kendo Gym, but the conflict in his conscience did not last very long as he promptly took his phone out and called Su Li. "Sis, we're in big trouble, brother-in-law has been arrested by the police." Xiao Luo was standing behind Su Caney and heard everything. Earlier in the gym, Xiao Luo had said to him, "What has happened here, stays here." Su Caney was quick to agree then, yet had betrayed him in a blink of an eye, as he told Su Li everything that had happened. "I really can't see through brother-in-law, he's a weirdo, he can speak Japanese and English fluently, and he's also an excellent fighter. You should have seen him completely demolish the Kendo Gym. TSK. Su Caney, what's wrong with you?" Over on the other end of the line, Su Li frowned as she listened to Su Caney's far-fetched account of the incident, which sounded like a movie plot. She was well aware of Tsukeni's propensity for sensationalizing anything he saw or heard. "Sis, he's a weirdo, he can speak Japanese and English fluently, and he's also an excellent fighter. You should have seen him completely demolish the kendo gym. And he... Do. Tsukeni stopped talking as Suli abruptly hung up on him, and all he heard was the disconnected tone on his receiver. What the F***ck? Tsukeni swore and was tempted to throw his phone to the ground. Daddy, yay, you're here. Su Xiaobei suddenly cheered joyfully. Tsukeni froze. He slowly turned around and shivered as Xiao Luo was standing right behind him and coldly glaring at him. He somehow managed to squeeze out an innocent smile and asked, "Oh, Ice, Air, B brother-in-law, when did you reach?" "A long time ago." Xiao Luo replied sternly and added, "I caught every word you said to your sister." Crack. Tsukeni's phone slipped from his hand to the ground as he trembled in trepidation, and he suddenly felt the world collapsing around him. At that moment, Xiao Luo's handphone rang, and when he glanced at the screen, it was Suli. He swiped and answered the call. "Where are you, Xiao Luo?" Suli asked, curt and cold, as usual. "I'm with Bei Bei at the entrance of Chongmangu Amusement Park." "Okay, got it. And tell Tsukeni, on my behalf, that his allowance would be cut by half if he ever tells me that kind of nonsense again," Suli responded, letting out a sigh of relief, though she was sure that the police did not take Xiao Luo away at any point. "Okay." Xiao Luo acknowledged. The conversation ended there, and there were no exchanges of any pleasantries whatsoever. "Air, did my sis call you?" Tsukeni asked. Of course, that was her. Xiao Luo looked askance at Tsukeni, and he really felt like sending him flying with a kick for breaking his promise to remain silent on the incident. "So, what did she say?" "She said that if you were to spew such nonsense about me again, you wouldn't be getting any more allowance from her, and you will have to survive on your own," Xiao Luo replied, increasing the severity of her threat intentionally. "Oh, no, without Sis's allowance, I will starve to death within 3 days. Brother-in-law, I am sorry for reporting on you to my sister, I shouldn't have." Tsukeni kneeled on the ground and clung on to Xiao Luo's thigh, groveling unashamedly without even considering his image as a man. "Kani, let go, please." Xiao Luo frowned as everyone at the amusement park entrance was staring at them, and while Tsukeni had no qualms about his dignity, Xiao Luo couldn't help feeling ashamed for him. "I won't, not unless you forgive me and defend me in front of my sister, if not, I will not get up," Tsukeni pleaded, hugging Xiao Luo's thigh even more tightly and crying like a baby, even wiping his snot on Xiao Luo's pants. Unable to tolerate such behavior any longer, Xiao Luo pushed him away with his leg, but it still sent him flying like he was kicked. Tsukeni tumbled a short distance away, and weirdly, he let out a moan of pleasure. Xiao Luo cringed, and it sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly grabbed Su Xiaobei, and they made their way into the amusement park. Su Xiaobei was still a toddler, her age on the lunar calendar was 4, but in fact, she was a month shy of turning 3. Therefore, she could not get into most of the installations at the park. Xiao Luo brought her to the merry-go-round, the little choo-choo train ride, the bumper car rink, and even the giant horse ride. The little girl was thrilled and instantly forgot about everything that had happened in the Star Cloud Kendo Gym. Her laughter could be heard everywhere they went around the amusement park. When they got back to Star Cloud Bay Hotel after an eventful day, the little girl had fallen asleep in Xiao Luo's arms. Tsukeni went back to Silver Dragon Villa instead, and, of course, he went back obediently on condition that Xiao Luo would go to Mountain Wolf to win back his Bentley. Had Xiao Luo not promised him, he would definitely have continued to grovel before Xiao Luo, like a sticky piece of discarded bubble gum. Upon entering the house, he saw Suli reading on the sofa with the giant LED television turned on. She was in a brilliant white shirt with a patterned collar, complemented by a black mini skirt and white stockings, and they showed off her long legs clearly. When she realized that Su Xiaobei had fallen asleep in Xiao Luo's arms, she put down the book and took Su Xiaobei from Xiao Luo, giving her an affectionate hug. The little girl greeted her mother sweetly and went back to sleep in her arms. Xiao Luo did not utter a word and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, I have a task for you." Suli stopped him before she quickly brought Su Xiaobei to the bedroom located on the second floor, then placed her on the giant bed gently. "A task for me?" Xiao Luo felt very surprised as this request was very unusual. It did not take too long for Suli to come down, and she had $100 in hand that she duly passed to Xiao Luo. "What's this for?" Xiao Luo was quite confused, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind about an online meme he'd seen. "You won't even give me $100, one. Get me a pack of Yangzhou fried rice, downstairs." It was an awkward situation for Suli, who somehow felt embarrassed about asking Xiao Luo to buy her fried rice. "You haven't eaten?" Xiao Luo asked. As if answering the question on her behalf, her tummy suddenly growled. She blushed and tried to ignore the moment and explained, "Auntie Li is on leave today. I was too busy with work and forgot to have my meal earlier." "Oh, I see." Xiao Luo nodded and did not ask further, and all he knew was that had she any other options, Suli would not have asked him to help. Evidently, Suli did not know how to cook, or she would not have starved herself until this late. He asked, "Are there any ingredients left in the fridge?" "I don't know, Auntie Li is in charge of everything in the kitchen," Suli said. Xiao Luo was speechless and rolled his eyes. He went to the kitchen to check the fridge for himself. The chiller was filled with a variety of perishables such as tomatoes, pak choy, yam, and much more. Without delay, he took out some of them and started washing them in the sink. "What are you doing?" Suli asked. "I'm cooking you something." Suli was stunned, but still unconvinced. She asked, "Are you sure?" She doubted if Xiao Luo could actually cook well, that was for sure. "Just give me about half an hour," Xiao Luo replied. He got right to work and did not even look up, for Suli had bought him a cupboard full of clothes, and it was totally justified to make her a dish or two. Suli thought about it and concluded that anything freshly prepared would be better than a pack of fried rice, so she decided to let him cook in the kitchen. With her doubts out of the way, she promptly went back to the sofa and continued reading. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she started to check on Xiao Luo from time to time. He looked very comfortable in the kitchen, appearing rather skilled and experienced, which fascinated her somewhat. She stood there watching for some time, and at that moment, he was more attractive than reading a book. "It's pretty good to have a guy who can cook, at least he's useful for something," she thought with much relief. As she watched him, the final line of the last page in the book she was reading flashed in her mind: "Learn to appreciate your man, discover his other side." 1. "You won't even give me $100, a phrase in a 2014 meme that went viral over an incident of two people having a dispute over payment of the booking fee for a hotel room in China. Soon, Xiao Luo cooked up a dish made up of chopped mixed greens and diced yam, which resembled a very thick rice porridge in texture. He also prepared a Chinese-style fried tomato omelette, and both dishes would be served along with rice. "What's this?" Suli asked, pointing at the porridge-like dish. "It's a specialty from my hometown. It's what we call green taro paste." Suli scooped a small portion of the gruel with a spoon and wondered if it was palatable, or even edible. She had never seen such dishes before, but she saw that he prepared this dish by chopping up the greens, mixing it with boiled yam, and allowing it to simmer in a pot, before mashing them into a paste. "Why don't you try it?" "It goes pretty well with rice," Xiao Luo said. He did not say too much and went back to the kitchen to clean up. Growl. Suli's stomach seemed to be complaining again, and she was promptly reminded of how hungry she really was. She decided to dig in and worry about it after the meal. She scooped herself a bowl of rice and tried the tomato omelet first, which looked more familiar than the green taro paste. She was a little skeptical initially, expecting the food to taste terrible, but she was mistaken and immediately realized how wrong she was the moment she took the first bite. She had had plenty of Chinese-style tomato omelets before, but the one Xiao Luo had prepared was quite special. It had a unique flavor, and although it didn't look as appealing as those made by restaurant chefs, it had a silky smooth texture and its taste was heavenly. She couldn't stop after the first bite and soon gorged herself indulgently. Before she knew it, she had polished off the entire plate of fried tomato omelet. When Suli realized it, she was astounded as she had not expected to finish everything. She certainly felt somewhat embarrassed by it. She looked at the empty plate in disbelief, for, regardless of the circumstances and no matter how delicious the dishes were, she would usually leave a portion behind as etiquette, and for the sake of her image. She put it down to the hunger. Yes, that was it, she was famished. At least, that was what she kept telling herself. Then, her eyes shifted over to the green taro paste. Suli held her spoon ready to scoop a portion, then she hesitated, unsure if she should eat it. But, as the fried tomato omelet tasted delicious, she decided that this dish may not disappoint. She scooped some of the green taro paste tentatively and put it into her bowl of rice. But, as she was about to try the dish, she felt a wave of excitement from its aroma, and, in her anticipation, even her pinky was sticking upward. The moment Suli put the spoon in her mouth, it almost seemed like she was about to frown, but within moments, a look of pure ecstasy formed on her face. The green taro paste was divinely delicious, it was fresh and light, and a treat on the palate. She enjoyed the dish immensely and continued scooping more of the taro paste from the bowl. After Xiao Luo had cleaned up in the kitchen, he returned to the hall and saw that Suli had finished her late dinner. She was already gracefully wiping her mouth with a serviette. She looked contented, and the two empty dishes sat conspicuously in front of her. "You've finished everything?" Xiao Luo looked slightly surprised as the portions he had prepared were quite large, even for an adult male, therefore, he had not expected Suli to finish everything. Suli blushed, feeling a little embarrassed, and felt a tinge of regret that she'd been unable to resist her temptation to finish every bit of the delicacy. But, she suppressed the thought, and she was curious about how Xiao Luo had managed to cook so well. As she neatly placed the serviette on the table, she asked, "How did you make this green taro paste? Did you just mix chopped greens and yam together, put it to a simmer?" "Yes," Xiao Luo said and nodded slightly. "I must say, the fried tomato omelet was superb too. Did you attend any cooking lessons before?" Suli asked. "No, I am a self-taught cook." Xiao Luo answered in candor as he used to do much cooking during his stay in Jiangqing, and was quite experienced in preparing these everyday dishes. "It does seem like you know a thing or two about life," Suli said and broke into a rare smile. Xiao Luo returned her smile and said, "You can clean up the utensils, I'm going back." "Wait a minute." Suli stood up, paused for a moment, and said, "Let's chat." "Chat?" Xiao Luo was caught off guard as he had never expected that this ice queen would even want to chat with him. "About Su Xiaobei." Suli blinked, and she blushed again as she was reminded of that night. "I'm pretty sure that you know Su Xiaobei and I are not related by blood." Xiao Luo nodded as he vividly recalled Su Li's first time that fateful night, which was irrevocable proof that she was not Su Xiaobei's biological mother. "She is the daughter of my sister, Su Miling." When Su Li mentioned her sister's name, she suddenly looked dejected, and the light in her pretty face, the envy of countless women, seemed to dim. 2 months after giving birth to Su Xiaobei, my sister discovered that her husband had cheated on her, she explained, and they had a big row over it. Things got physical during their argument, and that man accidentally pushed her off from the top level of a 15-story high building. I'm so sorry to hear that. So, that's why you've taken the role of Su Xiaobei's mother? Xiao Luo asked. Su Li nodded and said, I only hope she can have a meaningful childhood and grow up to be a happy and healthy person. She looked at Xiao Luo and continued, I'm still not sure why she's so close to you and even consider you to be her father, but I have to believe that, sometimes, fate plays its hand in such arrangements. Xiao Luo smiled as he felt a warm, fuzzy feeling welling up inside him when he thought of Su Xiaobei, and it was indeed a wonderful feeling. Su Li was unsure if Xiao Luo understood what she actually meant, for the fate that she was referring to was not only confined to father and daughter but also to husband and wife. However, Xiao Luo did not seem to get it, which frustrated her slightly, and she chose a more direct approach by changing the topic. By the way, have you found a job? What? Why did she change the topic so suddenly? Xiao Luo was a little stumped, and he just shook his head and replied, no. You remember my friend, Shen Qingyan, don't you? Her company happens to be recruiting sales personnel, and you will be meeting her for an interview tomorrow, Su Li said, in no uncertain terms. Xiao Luo did not appreciate being ordered around, and he rejected the suggestion outright. I've said before that you should stay out of my work-related business, I can handle it. You have no choice, as I have already sent in your resume. Be at Huayao Corporation for the interview tomorrow at 9 p.m. sharp. If you really wish for what happened before our marriage to repeat itself, then you can choose to not go. Su Li was a very determined person. Since she had been dealt such a hand in life, then Xiao Luo should face the same fate as her. She needed to make Xiao Luo develop himself as fast as possible, and while she'd not be able to achieve everything in one day, getting him a proper job would be a good start. Xiao Luo was speechless, and he knew very well that this woman would always live up to her words. She jumped off the balcony without hesitation after their first time, which gave him a big scare. He was really tempted to tell her to suit herself, but, in truth, he did not have the heart to do so. He did not feel any particular connection between them, and she was undoubtedly different from all of the other women that he knew. He could not really make sense of it, but perhaps it was due to her being his first. Fine, but don't you hold hopes up too high, as I can't promise you how I'll do in this interview, Xiao Luo responded, and already had a trick up his sleeve, which was to intentionally fail in the Huayao Corporation interview. Just do the best you can, that's all I ask. Su Li said it casually, as she had already informed Shen Qingyan beforehand and was promised that, unless Xiao Luo performed terribly, he would definitely pass the interview. Their eyes met briefly. They were hiding something from each other, and who the final victor would be in this duel of minds was still uncertain. Xiao Luo then left, and Su Li remained at the table, staring at the empty dishes, feeling warm and fuzzy inside as she thought about him. Sadly, it was a dysfunctional relationship, with only a marriage certificate binding two people who had no feelings for each other. Xiao Luo had no idea how Su Li felt about the marriage. Still, it was a strange union to him, and he only hoped that Su Li would meet someone that she fancied and end this relationship with him as soon as possible. He had always believed that they would drift apart ultimately and become mere strangers with no strings attached, and therefore, he never took the trouble to tell Su Li more about himself. He called Zhang Dashan after he got back to his apartment. Zhang Dashan had not been very busy lately, so he frequently tried to get a date with Huang Ruoren. Unfortunately, Huang Ruoren showed no interest in him and even told him in his face that for them to date was simply out of the question. *CK, I've sent her flowers a dozen times and even asked her out frequently, but she just won't give me a chance. What should I do, bro? Zhang Dashan lamented. Xiao Luo shook his head and replied, what's the point of asking me? I thought you're more experienced in dating girls. *CK, should I really do as what the internet says? Rape her if you like her, and if that doesn't work, then just drug her. What's the worst scenario, end up in jail? Zhang Dashan cried, feeling dejected and gloomy. Xiao Luo raised his brows and joked, go to jail then, I'll visit. For f***'s sake, can we just chat in peace? I'm hurting here. Xiao Luo sighed, not sure what he could say to Zhang Dashan to lift him. Then, another call came in, and it was his cousin, Ding Jinyun. Just move on, okay? Anyway, I've got another call coming in. Fine. Zhang Dashan ended the call on his end. Xiao Luo swiped right on the calling button and picked up Ding Jinyun's call. Cousin, help me, please, help me. Ding Jinyun's anxious and frightened voice came through from the other end of the line. Xiao Luo stood up immediately and asked, "Where are you?" A forlorn figure dashed out from a dark alley into the quiet street at a corner of the Dongqing area. He wore a gray leather jacket with a pair of black pants, the shirt he was wearing was hanging out, and his buttons were misaligned, making him appear unkempt. His face was severely bruised, covered with blood, and his mouth was slightly swollen. It was evident that this man had taken a beating. He was none other than Ding Jinyun. Ding, you better come back with us obediently, if not you're going to get beaten up real bad. Behind him, there were 4 rascally-looking youths, and the one who had shouted at him was a well-built youngster with a knife scar across his face. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his firm and muscular arms, and there was a scorpion tattoo on the back of his left hand. Ding Jinyun was trembling and trying his best to get away from them, but, as often was the case, when a person panicked, they made mistakes. Unfortunately for Ding Jinyun, this applied to him as well, as he tripped over a hump on the street and fell hard on the ground. Before he knew it, the 4 youths were on him, and he found himself encircled with his adversaries looking down at him fiercely. Keep running then, why don't you keep running, huh? The leader, a muscular youth, thumped Ding Jinyun in the stomach with a powerful kick, and Ding Jinyun screamed in agony, his face twisted from the excruciating pain. The muscular youth squatted down and grabbed Ding Jinyun's hair, pulling his head up roughly, as the remaining 3 youths stepped on Ding Jinyun's hands and leg. There was no way Ding Jinyun could struggle free. The muscular youth grinned and sneered, "I've said before, I will make sure that you become rich as long as you work for me obediently and without any question. You will become somebody in life, why did you run away from me?" You guys are MLM, Ding Jinyun replied as he stared at the muscular youth in abject fear. The muscular youth took out a cigarette and lighted it up, then he said, "So, what if we are part of the MLM scheme? It doesn't matter as long as we get the money, what's the problem? Look at you, previously you were so diligent in your work, simply by introducing a few friends to join, and you already earned $5,000 without investing a single cent. How great was that? If you can pull in a few more guys and work on them, get them to find even more people to join us, you can earn money without doing anything. Where else could you find an opportunity like this? You guys are MLM, you guys are MLM." Ding Jinyun kept repeating this line, and his eyes were glazed. He had never been so frightened in his life, and the only conscious thought he had in his mind was how he was going to get out of this alive. MLM, my *SS. The muscular youth scowled and removing his cigarette from his mouth, he cruelly pushed the smoldering tip into the sensitive part of Ding Jinyun's inner arm. The cigarette singed Ding Jinyun's flesh, making him scream out horribly, and the pain caused him to bite through his tongue, staining his teeth red with blood. The muscular youth pressed the cigarette against Ding Jinyun's arm until it had been stubbed out completely. A patch of red appeared on Ding Jinyun's arm, around a blister that had formed quickly from the searing cigarette burn. "How's that, exciting?" The muscular youth laughed mirthlessly as he stared at Ding Jinyun's face, now distorted from the pain and in agony. "Rest assured, this is nothing but an appetizer. After we're back, then we'll have the main course. We haven't been beating the dog before the lion for a while, so it's great that you are sacrificing for the greater good." He stood up and ordered his men, "Take him." The other 3 men pulled Ding Jinyun up and started to drag him off. "Let go, I don't want to go back, let go, let me go." In Ding Jinyun's frightened eyes, there was nothing but unbridled fear, as he knew better than anyone what awaited him when they returned. It would be a nightmare of hell and horror, and he would be subjected to relentless torture, pain, and desperation. He would not survive it, and he struggled with every ounce of strength he had left. F***CKU. The muscular youth threw a punch right into Ding Jinyun's face. His head was thrown to the side, and he was concussed. His head lolled, and he spat out mouthful blood and several teeth. The muscular youth took out another cigarette, lit it up, took a deep puff, drew in the smoke into his lungs, and then exhaled. In my eyes, you're nothing but a big fat pig. It's not up to you to decide your fate, and you better remember that, he said to Ding Jinyun. As they moved out from the alley, a shadowy figure appeared at the far end, walking silently toward them like a ghost. The four youths felt a chill and shivered. The muscular youth had served in the army before and quickly sensed that, whoever this person was, he had some extraordinary abilities. Still, he did not think that this person was Ding Jinyun's rescuer and only felt that he was merely passing by. Let's go that way. He waved, and they moved in the opposite direction of the approaching figure. He did not wish to have any contact with this person, whoever he was. The other three youths nodded and dragged Ding Jinyun the other way. However, just when they turned, the muscular youth felt a weight on his shoulder and noticed a large palm resting on it. He turned around and was stunned. In front of him stood the shadowy figure, which only moments ago was more than a dozen meters away. He was met with a pair of cold, fearsome eyes. Huh? The muscular youth gasped and broke into a cold sweat. How could this man suddenly appear before him within seconds when he had been a dozen meters away? Had he just run into a ghost? It was uncanny how the shadowy figure suddenly appeared right behind them without making any sound, when hardly a second ago, he had been at least a dozen meters away. Had anyone else recounted such a tale to them, they would never have believed it themselves. The muscular youth and his three accomplices were frozen in fear, and their faces turned as white as a sheet. When the muscular youth swung around, the shadowy figure was revealed to him. He had a clean-cut, fair and handsome face, with a pair of piercing black eyes and thick angular brows. However, behind that fair countenance, he exuded a chilling aura that sent a shiver down his spine. "Who are you? What do you want?" the muscular youth asked, trembling slightly. Xiao Luo ignored him and set his gaze on Ding Jinyun, who looked severely bruised and bleeding, and barely able to speak. "See, cousin!" Ding Jinyun cried, overcome by a deep sense of remorse, as he regretted not taking Xiao Luo's advice before. Only now, after working with these despicable rogues, did he come to realize that this was all an MLM scheme. First, they had gained his trust and made him their downline agent, then they encouraged him to borrow money from friends and relatives to invest further into his scheme. It was all a blatant act of deception, for, as it turned out, he was merely finding money for these scammers, and the more he got, the more they wanted. "Cousin?" The youths were stunned, and the three who were dragging Ding Jinyun away immediately let go of him. Badly beaten up, Ding Jinyun was unable to support himself and fell to the ground the moment the youths released him. Ding Jinyun was elated when he saw Xiao Luo, and waves of relief washed over him, for finally, he knew he was saved. Tears formed in his eyes as he tried to speak, then he passed out. Xiao Luo squatted down and placed a finger under his nose to check for breathing, then assessed the other parts of his body, and saw bruises all over from beatings. The muscular youth gave his accomplices a signal to subdue the man Ding Jinyun had addressed as his cousin. Although they were filled with doubts about this mysterious man, what they were doing with Ding Jinyun had to be kept secret, especially from the police. They had no choice but to take down Ding Jinyun's cousin. The three youths were his underlings, and had to force themselves to calm down after receiving his order. They carefully began to approach Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, who was still squatting beside Ding Jinyun, suddenly moved at a tremendous speed, appearing like a shadow in the dark alley, and charged into the three youngsters before they knew what was happening. He struck each of them with only a single blow, one on the head, one in the throat, and the third youth was hit in his chest, and all three instantly collapsed in a heap. The muscular youth barely saw what happened, and all he knew was that his three men suddenly collapsed. The first had his skull crushed, the second, a broken neck, and the last youth was bleeding from his nose and mouth, as his internal organs were crushed. In just a fleeting moment, they had lost their lives before any of them could even scream. The muscular youth was shocked with fear, for standing right in front of him now was the incarnation of the devil himself. When Xiao Luo turned to face him, the muscular youth nervously took out a dagger and warned, Don't come over, if not, I'll stab you." Even with the dagger in his hand, he did not feel any sense of security, and his entire body was quivering uncontrollably. Xiao Luo stared at him, and his eyes glowered with murderous intent. He never sought trouble, but nor did he fear it. When he saw his cousin, Ding Zhenyun, getting beaten up so terribly, he was possessed with raging fury and bloodlust. In a flash, Xiao Luo moved against the muscular youth, now shakily holding a dagger in front of him. So swift was Xiao Luo's movements that the muscular youth lost sight of him for a brief second, and when Xiao Luo reappeared again, his open palm had already slammed down on the youth's forehead, and his stretched fingers were gripping it like a pair of steel pincers. Xiao Luo then snapped his head around. Crack! The muscular youth slipped to the ground slowly, his eyes were wide open, and he looked unconvinced that he had been killed even before he could react. When death befell him, there was only one thing on his mind: this thing is not human. Only a demon could possess such terrifying speed and strength. Xiao Luo did not have any sympathy for the four corpses on the ground. He casually took out his phone and explained briefly to Ji Xiying what had happened before sending her the location. Then, he carried Ding Zhenyun and left the place without uttering another word. As a chill breeze blew, four corpses now laid on the empty street, but, when seen from afar, passers-by would mistake them as drunken men sleeping off the bench. When Ding Zhenyun woke up, he realized he was lying on a large soft bed. The spacious room looked luxurious, with snow-white colored walls, and the place was furnished tastefully. "Good, you're awake." Xiao Luo walked in with a glass of warm water. Where are they?" Ding Zhenyun squeaked, still in fear of being pursued by that muscular youth and his minions. "They have been arrested by the police, and their hideout was raided. Your friends and other victims had been rescued and sent home," Xiao Luo replied. In fact, the hideout had not been handled by the police, but by the NSA, overnight. "That's great, that's so great!" Ding Zhenyun cried. He was relieved. "Cousin, He was ashamed of himself and disappointed that he berated Xiao Luo for his earlier intention to advise him on the MLM trap. The words he had uttered to Xiao Luo were inappropriate, and he just couldn't understand why he had been so abusive to Xiao Luo then. "It's all over, it's good that you have learned your lesson now," Xiao Luo said, passing him the water with a warm smile. Ding Zhenyun accepted it with both his hands, and suddenly, his eyes became watery, and he started to snivel slightly. Everything he had experienced in Shanghai City was a nightmare, and even now, he was still having frightening flashbacks. "Cousin, I'm so sorry for not listening to you. I don't know what was wrong with me. I was probably lost in my greed to make more money. Now that I think about it, I must have gone completely nuts." Overcome by guilt, he lost his composure and started to weep. "Cousin, do you know that these people are demons, not humans? When we realized that it was an MLM scheme, we all wanted to leave. But they wouldn't let us leave, and even forced us to attend classes every day by imprisoning us in a small rental flat like criminals. They caught a man trying to escape, and he was held on the floor, and, right in front of us, his finger was chopped off. That man was bleeding profusely and screaming. There was another woman, she couldn't take such a depressing life, so she hid in the toilet and bit herself to sever an artery and commit suicide. When we finally broke in, she was drenched in blood, but she had gone nuts. She grinned at us, and I even saw pieces of flesh in her mouth. The entire toilet was reeking of her blood. Ding Jinyun recalled the trauma he had encountered recently, and he was still in deep anguish. His eyes turned red, and he stared blankly as he knew that he would forever be haunted by these horrible experiences. Xiao Luo felt equally guilty as he thought that the MLM organizations were usually gentler with their employees. However, he realized how naive he was to think that these people would not turn to violence after their employees chose not to continue to contribute to the scheme. Had he known that it would turn out this way, he would have abducted Ding Jinyun back then. Fortunately, Ding Jinyun only suffered from some physical torture and did not sustain any psychological damage. If not, he would have a hard time explaining to his aunt, Xiao Jianying. I have booked a train ticket for you, and I'll send you to the train station tomorrow. You should go back home now, and spend some time with your folks. Once you're well rested, and if you're willing, go help out at the farmhouse. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ding Jinyun wiped off his tears and nodded obediently. His attitude towards Xiao Luo had now completely changed. This experience had made him grow up, and he now understood a lot more in life. Although having the ambition to succeed is good, one should be pragmatic and achieve it step by step. Trying to get rich overnight was nothing but a pipe dream. Early the next morning, Xiao Luo drove Ding Jinyun to the train station. He didn't just drop Ding Jinyun off, but personally escorted him all the way to the train, and it was only after he had seen the train depart that he felt reassured. His cousin's dreadful episode had finally come to an end, and he could finally face his great-aunt, Xiao Jianying. The trauma that was inflicted on Ding Jinyun and the pain that he had put his parents through was etched in Xiao Luo's mind, and he despised MLM organizations for that. When he walked out of the train station, Ji Xiying was already waiting there next to his parked car. Her grace and appeal were a welcome sight to Xiao Luo, and he couldn't help comparing how she looked to those smart and beautiful heroines who appeared weekly on the syndicated TV drama series. Ji Xiying reported, "Good morning, Mr. Xiao Luo. I've already disposed of the bodies and taken care of the other people from last night." She was a soft-spoken person, and her tone was gentle, even somewhat alluring. "Thanks for your hard work," Xiao Luo responded. "I still have things to do, and will be leaving now." He then looked at his watch and saw that it was already 8:30 a.m. He needed to get to Shenqingyan's Huayao Corporation before 9 o'clock. That woman, Su Li, was threatening him with another suicide attempt, and so, missing the interview wasn't an option. As Xiao Luo was about to get into the car, Ji Xiying called out. "Mr. Xiao Luo, please wait," she said. "Yes?" Xiao Luo stopped and turned to look at her. There was some doubt in Ji Xiying's eyes, and she appeared hesitant. It took her quite some time to settle her emotions, and she was evasive at first, but then she looked Xiao Luo in the eye and said, "Mr. Xiao Luo, in the future, can you please stop killing people indiscriminately?" Xiao Luo was taken aback, but he retained a calm expression, and he asked, "Orders from the higher-ups?" "No." Ji Xiying shook her head and biting her lips nervously, she said, It's from me." It was always wrong to kill. To Ji Xiying, killing was an occupational hazard, something that had to be done to meet a specific objective. She didn't want Xiao Luo to become a demon who would one day lose his moral compass and kill anyone at the slightest provocation. For, she had fallen for this man, and deep inside, she knew he was innately a decent person. Xiao Luo looked at her for a while, then his eyes softened, and he smiled. "Okay, I'll try my best," he said. As soon as he said that, he got into his black Trumpchi SUV and headed for his next appointment. At around 8:50, he arrived at the Huayao Corporation for the interview that Su Li had arranged for him. Xiao Luo was seated in the lounge along with another 7 or 8 others. They were all dressed decently in office attire, and their suits and ties gave them a relatively confident look. Xiao Luo was the only person who wore casual clothes, and in the company of the other candidates, he looked starkly out of place. Of course, it was intentional, as he did not want this job in the first place, and he had already made up his mind to give it his worst performance. As far as he was concerned, if he managed to rile up the interviewer so much and got thrown out of the room, then he would really have achieved his objective. Hence, the reason he was dressed casually. In the waiting area, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, and no one was saying a word. Perhaps, as the candidates knew that they would be competing against each other for the limited number of positions, they were all somewhat nervous and on their guard. The interview was scheduled for 9 o'clock, and as expected, everyone had come earlier with time to spare. There were already 7 or 8 prospects present when Xiao Luo stepped in, and they had arrived 30 minutes earlier. Absolutely no one would be so irresponsible as to arrive only minutes before an interview like Xiao Luo did, and he expected that he'd be the last person to show up. All of a sudden, the glass auto door slid open with a whoosh, and everyone suddenly perked up, looking sharp and sitting up bolt straight. A man with a chubby physique, round face, and a stern expression walked in. His hair was greased up and parted in the center, he had so much fat around his neck that his chin was barely visible, and he bore a close resemblance to Supreme Leader, Mr. Kim Jong-un, of DPRK. Holding a briefcase in his right hand and decked in a suit as straight as a ramrod, he walked with purpose toward the main seat. Xiao Luo was stunned because he knew this man. He was none other than his old classmate, Guan Tong. When Xiao Luo last met him, he was still goofing around in the Xixing Aeronautical University, in the 8th year of his studies. Was he here for the interview too? Guan Tong looked around the room, giving each candidate a critical once-over. When he saw Xiao Luo, he was startled, but he didn't greet him or even acknowledge his presence. Instead, he gave Xiao Luo a baffling look, and his eyes seemed to be indicating to Xiao Luo to act like they didn't know each other. Then he coughed lightly, and in a crisp and clear voice, he said, "Good morning, everyone. My name is Guan Tong, Guan as in person in charge and Tong as in phoenix tree. Many of you will hate me because I'm your interviewer today." Interviewer? Xiao Luo was at a loss as a deluge of doubts flooded his mind that very instant. Didn't Guan Tong tell him before that he wasn't working? How was he suddenly serving in Huayao Corporation as an interviewer? He naturally wanted to ask these questions, but Guan Tong's gestures had deterred him, and he decided to opt for the wait-and-see approach. When the others found out that he was the interviewer, they presented their most charming and friendly smiles and nodded their heads respectfully in greeting. This is the initial part of the selection process, and I have only one policy, that is, those who are qualified will stay, and for those who are not, my apologies, but I will ask you to leave right away. Guan Tong smiled wryly. He then took on a solemn expression as he sat down and pointed at the man sitting on the far left. "Let's begin with you. Please briefly introduce yourself," he said. The man stood up, smiled confidently, and said, "Hello, Mr. Guan Tong, my name is Xiao Kailiang. I graduated from Ningyi University with a master's degree." "Stop right there." Before Xiao Kailiang could even begin introducing himself, Guan Tong raised his hand and unceremoniously stopped him from going any further, then added, "Huayao Corporation does not only want people with high academic qualifications, but people who are truly capable of doing the work. For you to have flaunted your academic qualifications right off the bat, well, it tells me that this is the thing you are most proud of, and how you will perform in your work. The term, fastidious, but incompetent, refers precisely to pedantic people like you. You may leave now." "Mr. Guan Tong, Xiao Kailiang was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "What is the meaning of this? I've never had an interviewer like him before." Guan Tong waved his hand again and said, "I don't want you to tell people that I did not give you a chance, so I'm offering you the job for 3.5K per month. Are you up for it?" 3.5K per month? Xiao Kailiang didn't say a word and immediately turned around and left. Fresh graduates with a master's degree were usually paid $6,000 to $7,000 per month, and $3,500 was the rate for fresh college grads. He could not accept it. Next. Guantong leaned back on the chair, which creaked as it bore the extra load from Guantong's stocky frame. It looked like it would fall apart at any time from the strain of supporting his weight. "Good morning, Mr. Interviewer." The second candidate greeted Guantong with a charming smile on her face. She was a graceful young lady, with a slender figure and delicate facial figures. Learning from the failure of the first candidate, she did not emphasize her academic qualification. "My name is Xianxia. I have 4 years of working experience. Hence, I can quickly adapt and get into the job. I hope that you will give me this opportunity." "I'm sorry, I really can't give you this opportunity," Guantong responded, drooling like a pervert as his beady eyes wandered to the girl's thigh. "But why?" Xianxia was disheartened and in a daze. Most companies would have preferred to hire people with working experience, and as she had been in sales for 4 years, she could be considered a veteran in the field. She needed a reasonable explanation as to why she was unqualified for the job. Calmly, Guantong explained, "With 4 years of working experience, your mind has already been conditioned by your previous company. Companies, especially large ones like the Huayao Corporation, have a well-established corporate culture. Your working experience will only cause you to be in conflict with our corporate approach. So, I am sorry, please see yourself out. I hope you find a job elsewhere, good luck." Xianxia was speechless, but she didn't go quietly, as she felt she had the right to make her opinions heard. Therefore, before she left, she snorted and had this to say to Guantong: "You must be dumb." Guantong was unmoved, twirling his pen in his hand nonchalantly. The remaining candidates were now really nervous. This company did not want high-achieving students, nor did they choose people with working experience, so, exactly what sort of talent was the Huayao Corporation looking for? Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows as he stared at Guantong, seated pompously on the main seat, and wondered if he was really the job interviewer for Huayao Corporation. The third candidate, a bespectacled man, walked forward in a most servile manner. Guantong immediately gave his verdict and promptly announced, "You, with the glasses, you are not qualified." The bespectacled man's jaw dropped in dismay. "But, Mr. Interviewer, how can I be disqualified before I could even introduce myself?" he asked. "The spectacles you are wearing looks like they have thick lenses. I'd say your lenses are at least 500 degrees. It's not like I'm against short-sighted people, but I only wish to select the elites among elites for the Huayao Corporation," Guantong explained. The bespectacled man's face flushed, and he gritted his teeth, but didn't say a word in the end. He took his resume, turned around, and left. Another 2 interviewees who were also wearing glasses decided to leave together with him. They were clearly disappointed with how the interview was being conducted and did not see much hope in getting employed. Subsequently, one after another, the others were rejected outright for the most bizarre of reasons and left in a huff. Guantong looked at his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. 9 o'clock, just in time, he chirped. Guantong and Xiao Luo were the only ones left in the waiting lounge. When Xiao Luo was just about to say something, Guantong stood up smiling and triumphantly walked over to him. "Now that I've shooed away all our competitors, there's a lot less pressure. There's only the 2 of us now, and Huayao Corporation is only hiring 2 to 3 sales consultants this time. So, we'll definitely get the job, he said. Xiao Luo immediately realized that this interview was a fake one, and Guantong had deceitfully played the role interviewer to drive away their competition for the sales consultant position. Had Xiao Luo been asked about the time in his life when he had been the most flabbergasted, he would have answered without hesitation, "Right now." To describe this with a phrase often used by Zhang Dashan, it would be, "This is friggin' 666. 1. Xiao Luo, I really didn't expect to see you here. Why, we're even being interviewed for the same position, as if we'd planned for it in advance. It sure feels like it's fate, doesn't it? Guantong said, placing his hands on Xiao Luo's shoulders like they were the best friends. Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't you say that you wanted to accumulate knowledge and develop your talent in university? Why did you suddenly decide to come out here and find a job? Xiao Luo was genuinely curious, and there was not a trace of sarcasm in his question. Because of you, Guantong replied, patting Xiao Luo's shoulders. Me? Xiao Luo was baffled. What did this have to do with him? Yeah, because of you, you be ****. Guantong looked at Xiao Luo with admiration and said, I was impressed by your performance during the class meeting that day. I have to admit that you're a man of many talents. You can recite the 4 forms of poetry without preparation, you're well versed in the history of the 3 kingdoms, and you even have a brilliant grasp of the technical skills required in our major. You are a literal genius, you be ****. You clubbed me right in the head and woke me up. From that very day, I realized that staying in school is far from enough to be a talented person. I must jump into society and gain experience to toughen myself. Xiao Luo didn't know what to say. An impromptu recital of the 4 forms of poetry and his being well versed in the 3 kingdoms' history was only possible because he was integrated with the genius system. The system was now set to automatically procure new abilities, and when he required any kind of knowledge or skill, it could be redeemed instantly, provided that he had sufficient points. Presently, he still had a balance of 2.1 million points in his system, and it was more than enough to get by. Oh, by the way, aren't you Luo Workshop's boss? Why are you here for the interview? Guantong asked. Xiao Luo sighed. It's a long story, I had to do this. I don't plan to pass this interview, I'm just going through the process. It's so great to be rich and do whatever you wish, isn't it? Let me guess, you must have taken a liking to Huayao Corporation's beautiful chairman, Xianxia. As her name suggests, she can crush an entire nation solely with her beauty. Just look at that hourglass figure she's got, so your plan is to get close to her before making your move, am I right? Guantong asked excitedly, flashing a perverted smile on his face. Xiao Luo didn't really know how to explain. He couldn't just tell Guantong that he and Suli were married, and she was the one who forced him to attend this interview. It would take too much effort to explain it, and it'd be better if he just went along with Guantong's assumption that he had an intention to win Xianxia's heart. Looks like that's a bingo. When Xiao Luo hesitated, Guantong immediately assumed his guess was spot on and went further to say, I'm so frigging jealous of you. When you take down Xianxia, you must send me a red packet. Huh? Xiao Luo rolled his eyes heavenward. The lounge's glass door was once again slid open with a whoosh, and a tall lady walked in, dressed fashionably and wearing high heels. She had an oval-shaped face and was wearing black-rimmed spectacles. Her lenses were not at all thin, and it implied that she was also acutely short-sighted. Upon seeing that, Guantong quickly took out his glasses from his jacket's inner pocket and put them on. Why are there only 2 of you? The tall lady was visibly surprised and immediately flipped through the documents she carried with her. She confirmed that there were supposed to be 8 candidates today. But it was already 9 o'clock, and yet, there were only the 2 of them in the lounge. Naturally, she felt something was amiss. I don't know. There were only 2 of us when I arrived. I don't think the others turned up, Guantong got up and said. Guantong's response made Xiao Luo cough dryly. For all the years that he had known Guantong, he never once realized in the past that this man was so skilled in telling lies. Guantong put on a straight face, and he looked persuasive. He wasn't blushing, his heart didn't appear to be thumping any faster, and if Xiao Luo had not witnessed what had happened himself, he would have believed every word Guantong just said. They didn't come? How is that possible? The doubt on the tall lady's face became more pronounced as Huayao Corporation was one of the top large enterprises in the country, and it was even comparable to Jiangqing City's Chongshan House. Countless job seekers dreamed of joining them and would scramble at such an opportunity, so how would they not show up? Then, the tall lady's phone rang. She quickly took her phone out, and on seeing the caller's information, she immediately perked up with an expression of deference and was continually nodding her head. Okay, I got it. However, after the call ended, she looked at Xiao Luo and Guantong with a troubled expression. She didn't know what was going on today, but Miss Shen herself wanted to interview this batch of candidates. But here comes the problem, of the 8 job seekers, only 2 remained, so, should she be taking only the 2 of them to her boss? Pretty interviewer, may I inquire, what's happening? Guantong asked, as seeing the unusual look on her face, he wanted to probe further. Miss Shen wants to interview all of you herself, the tall woman answered. Guantong was shocked. Miss Shen? Chairman Shen Qingyan? The tall woman nodded in affirmation. Mother of heavens, Miss Shen wants to interview us herself? This. Guantong was overwhelmed. This was just like playing Do Diju, too, where the opponent had put down the strongest combination before anyone could even play a card. It really blew his mind, and his head was abuzz. Xiao Luo frowned. He was 100% sure that Su Li had already made prior arrangements with Shen Qingyan. Why else would she have personally engaged herself in such trivial matters as the recruitment of employees? A while later, the tall lady had led Xiao Luo and Guantong to an opulent office at the end of the floor and gently knocked on the door. Immediately, a clear and refined voice came from within. Come in. The tall lady pushed the door open, and there, seated on her plush chair in a gray business suit, was Shen Qingyan. She had a very full and appealing figure, and her natural beauty was accentuated by only light eyeshadow. Miss Shen. We have a total of 2 interviewees today. They are waiting right for you outside, the tall lady reported. Shen Qingyan raised her head, put down her pen, and furrowed her eyebrows. What? Why are there only 2? Go, find out what happened. I want an answer in 5 minutes, she said. Yes, Miss Shen. The tall woman answered nervously, then quickly stepped out. Footnotes, frowny face 1, 666, a Chinese internet slang, meaning, you're doing amazing, sweetie. 2, Do Diju, is a Chinese card game in the genre of shedding and gambling. Xiao Luo, we meet again. Xiao Luo had been invited into the office alone, and when he stepped in, Shen Qingyan stood up from her chair and welcomed him with a charming smile. Xiao Luo returned her smile and said, You have a good memory, Miss Shen. You can even remember a nobody like me. Well, I didn't at first, but now that you're my BFF's husband, don't you think I have to? Shen Qingyan stepped away from her desk. She looked alluring with her tall, slender figure, and the way she moved gave her a noble air. She looked at Xiao Luo from head to toe, then said, Well, to be honest, I had an excellent impression of you at first, and I even somewhat admired you. But now, I despise you for no other reason than the fact that you've slept my best friend. Xiao Luo wasn't sure if she had said it in jest, but he felt himself breaking a sweat all the same. This woman may have a beautiful face, but her speech was direct, uncluttered, and brutal. Your marriage with Li is an unfortunate accident, and although you can't really be blamed, a mistake is still a mistake. With your identity and social status, you are undeserving of Li. My words might hurt you, but this is the truth. The difference between Li and you are like the sky and the earth. If it wasn't because of how attached Xiaobei was to you, you both would never have known each other, Shen Qingyan said. Clap. 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 The silence in the office suddenly resounded with Xiao Luo's deliberate applause as he looked at Shen Qingyan with a faint smile on his face. Shen Qingyan gazed at him with questioning eyes. What do you mean by this? You couldn't have said it any better, and I think that was worthy of some applause, Xiao Luo replied. Aren't you upset? Shen Qingyan was surprised as what she had just said was nothing more than to address her best friend's miserable luck, losing her virtue in such dastardly circumstances. Were the perpetrator a man of fame and prestige, or even someone who had attained some form of achievements to boast of, she could have accepted it. However, he turned out to be just some poor fool from the countryside who came to Shanghai looking for a job, and she felt despondent for her friend. Xiao Luo shook his head. Every word you have said is reasonable, and I am truly undeserving of her. When you have the time, I hope that you can speak to her so that we can end this false relationship as soon as possible. If you do succeed in convincing her, I'll be very grateful. Shen Qingyan was stupefied as she didn't expect such an attitude from Xiao Luo. Shouldn't he feel thankful that he had such a beautiful woman as his wife? She asked, don't you think that you're a little conceited? Is that a bad thing? Xiao Luo hurled the question back to her and said, being conceited is better than groveling oneself before another person like an ant. Shen Qingyan fixed her gaze at him for a moment, then immediately smiled and responded, I hope that you'll always maintain such an attitude towards life. She was baffled and couldn't figure out this man before her. Outwardly, he was evidently not a successful person, nor did he appear to be someone with much experience either. Yet, his eyes showed a deep, profound understanding that only came to those who had experienced the ebbs and flows of life. Xiao Luo only smiled, and getting to the point, he said, I'm just here to go through the motions, and I've never considered working for Huayao. If Suli asks you about it, just say that I'm unqualified in all aspects and unsuitable for this job. Upon hearing that, Shen Qingyan felt a tightness in her chest. There were countless people out there who were smashing their heads just to get a job in Huayao, and even if it meant they had to start from the very bottom, people still flooded in. And, here he was, telling her that he was just there to go through the motions with no interest to land the job. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't help seeing it as an affront to Huayao Corporation. Suddenly, the office door opened, and the tall lady walked in flustered. Pointing at the open door, she said, Miss Shen, I've completed the investigation. The other candidates were all driven away by that man outside. His name is Guantong, and he pretended to be the interviewer. She was seething as she reported her findings. It was unbelievably audacious for someone to undermine their recruitment process under the guise of being an interviewer. This act was unacceptable, and it could be brought to court to seek compensation for bringing disrepute to its corporate image, not to mention the act of trying to deceive prospective employees within the company's premises. Call him in. Shen Qingyan returned her seat. There were no emotions on her face, and Xiao Luo couldn't tell how she felt. Xiao Luo was worried about Guantong, for, if something similar to this were to happen at Luo Workshop, he would surely not take it easy on that person. Guantong, come in. The tall woman shouted for Guantong through the open door, making no effort to conceal her displeasure toward him for daring to play such tricks with the Huayao Corporation. Guantong had been waiting anxiously outside the office. Hearing his name being called, he meekly stepped through the door with a sheepish smile. Good day, Miss Shen. My name is Guantong. Guan as in person in charge, and Wu as in phoenix tree. Oh, wait, it's Tong as in phoenix tree, hee hee. Guantong introduced himself pompously, as he had practiced many times before the interview, but this time, his nervousness was betrayed by a Freudian slip, and he ended his introduction with an awkward smile. My day isn't good at all. Shen Qingyan responded with a sardonic smile and said, You drove off all the other candidates by playing your petty tricks right here in my company's premises. I'm in a terrible mood right now. Gulp. Guantong froze. When he glanced at the tall lady, he found her glaring at him, too, in the most hostile way. Guantong began to feel an immense pressure building up inside and started breaking out in cold sweat. Miss Shen, he stuttered. Shen Qingyan waved her hand impatiently and asked him, "Tell me, how did you drive them away? The more detailed, the better." Then turning to her assistant, she said, "Miss He, get me a glass of water." "Yes, Miss Shen." The tall woman responded and immediately walked to the water dispenser at the corner of the office. Guantong wiped off the sweat running down his forehead and did not dare not utter a word until the tall lady had returned with the glass of water. By then he had organized his thoughts, and only after Shen Qingyan had taken the glass of water from her assistant and began sipping on it did Guantong recount everything that happened in the lounge. When Shen Qingyan heard about how Guantong had impersonated the interviewer and how he rejected the candidates with the most ridiculous reasons she had ever heard, she couldn't contain her laughter. Then, she stood up, looked at Guantong with a sparkle in her eyes, and said, "What a true talent you are. You've eliminated all your competitors with this little trick of yours, very suited for our sales consultant position." Upon hearing that, Guantong was elated and cried, "Huh, Miss Shen, do you mean that I've passed the interview and can now work for Huayao?" Shen Qingyan smiled and shook her head. "No," she replied, then turning to the tall lady, she said, "Miss He, notify the legal department at once. Sue him for interrupting the company's business activities and damaging our reputation for $5 million. Huh? Guantong's eyes nearly popped out, and in that very instant, he finally understood the quote, "Life is a roller coaster." Feeling like he was about to lose control of his bladder, he pleaded with Shen Qingyan, stammering, Miss Shen, you're mistaken. I'm. Bam. Shen Qingyan slammed her desk as she looked sternly at him and said, "A job seeker like you resorting to such shameless trickery, pretending to be an interviewer and driving off the other candidates, your actions are despicable and indefensible. This cannot be forgiven, you have treated my company with disrespect." The tall lady was delighted to hear that, as she couldn't stand the sight of Guantong, who she found revolting and felt he had to be punished. "Miss Shen, don't do this, please. It's only because I want to join Huayao so badly, please." Guantong knew he had gone overboard, and he now found himself in a quagmire of his own making. He never thought that he'd get slapped with a lawsuit, and even worse, sued by a company as large as the Huayao Corporation. He felt that the sky falling, and to him, it was the end of days. "Call the police, and don't let him leave the premises." Shen Qingyan seemed to be perpetually smiling, but her response was harsh and swift, and she acted decisively. Her inscrutable and unpredictable nature made her someone to reckon with, and it was never wise to take such a person lightly. "Yes, Miss Shen." The tall woman responded and promptly made the call to the police from her handphone. Guantong was ashen-faced, and he plopped on the floor, trembling. He had just dug a pit to start a fire and then jumped into it. "Hold on." Xiao Luo called out to the tall lady as he strode toward her. When she looked up at him, he suddenly seized her phone and cancelled the call before handing it back. Guantong and he had been university classmates, and he couldn't just watch as his friend wallowed neck-deep in trouble. Xiao Luo then turned around to Shen Qingyan and said, "Miss Shen, he didn't intend to trouble your organization. I think there's no need to make such a big fuss over it." Shen Qingyan raised her eyebrows and sat down once again. She began playing with her pen as she asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes," Xiao Luo answered. "What's your relationship?" "A classmate and a friend." "Ooh. I see." Shen Qingyan nodded, dragging her voice slyly as she raised a corner of her mouth to form a mocking smile. Xiao Luo had said certain things that she couldn't agree with, and he even dared to grab the phone from her assistant. Now was her opportunity to strike back, and she relished the chance. She smiled playfully and said, "So, you want me to let him go?" Xiao Luo didn't answer, but only gave her a slight nod. "Very well then, if you can impress me and land the sales consultant job, I will not hold him accountable," Shen Qingyan said. Xiao Luo frowned as things just got more complicated. His plan to merely go through the motions had now gone awry, and this sudden turn of events had caught him off guard. Guantong jumped off the floor and ran to Xiao Luo, holding his hands with a woeful look. Xiao Luo, please help me, you must help me, although my parents have some money, it's certainly much less than 5 million. If I'm required to pay the compensation, my family will lose everything we have, he pleaded in tears. This time, he had indeed gone overboard and gotten himself into quite a predicament. Shen Qingyan didn't look like the type to forgive, and she sounded dead serious. I'll try my best. Xiao Luo tried to console his friend, though he didn't quite know what he should do. It was only a while ago that he had thought how cool Guantong's little ruse was, but now, he was somewhat speechless with how things had turned out. Then, something else occurred to him. If Suli could set an interview for him at Huayao Corporation, she could very well arrange for more interviews with other companies. For every day he didn't have a job, he would know no peace. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea to land the sales consultant job here after all, and it did seem there wouldn't be much for him to do anyway. Shen Qingyan was enjoying every moment of watching Xiao Luo grapple with the situation and found it thoroughly amusing. She had decided to teach him a good lesson for daring to look down on her company, or her surname wasn't Shen, she told herself. She coughed dryly and said, "You don't need to try your best, Xiao Luo. As far as I'm concerned, you don't qualify. This job is not for you." "Well, I think it is," Xiao Luo said, shaking his head and giving her a wry smile. "Oh? Do you think you have some special qualities that could impress me and land you the job?" Shen Qingyan sneered as she took a sip of tea. Xiao Luo didn't respond to her, but nodded his head, looking smug. Shen Qingyan was amused. "You are pretty confident about yourself, aren't you?" "I want to know where your confidence came from," she said. "From her." "Her?" Xiao Luo said, "Yes, her. Before I came, she would have already spoken to you about it, and you probably promised her that no matter how bad my performance turned out to be, you'll make an exception and hire me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have personally conducted this interview, am I right?" He spoke matter-of-factly, neither humbly nor overbearingly. As soon as Xiao Luo uttered those words, both the tall woman and Guantong looked at him in total shock. They immediately realized that there was more to this man than met the eye, and his status suddenly took on a whole new level. As much as she tried to suppress it, Shen Qingyan's expression changed instantly. If she had a word to describe him, it would be despicable. How could he even imply that Suli had spoken to her? What kind of a man was he to even say such a thing? Xiao Luo continued, "You and she are the best of friends, and you will do whatever you can to help her. Undoubtedly, I am to be one of your company's sales consultants. Miss Shen, I don't think there's a need to continue this charade, what do you say? Marque a l'ombre. Walk in the shade." Shen Qingyan jumped to her feet, pounding the table, and rebuked Xiao Luo, in French, angrily pointing her finger at him. She had alluded to Xiao Luo not to get too cocky and to stay out of the limelight. She couldn't contain herself and had never known such a shameless man before. Playing on her phrase, Xiao Luo replied in French, "Je suis du Sol, Illinois n'y a pas d'arbres ici. I'm sorry, there are no trees here." "Huh?" Shen Qingyan was taken aback as she didn't expect that Xiao Luo could speak French. Not to be outdone, she continued speaking in French, "It is regrettable when a man lacks knowledge and knows not self-restraint, and you, sir, fit the description of such a miserable man. I know not if I can be considered to be such a miserable man, but I do know that I'm a person who loves to think. Honoré de Balzac once said that men of thought believe in a divine providence, therefore I'd surmise that a person who can think is a person with limitless strength," Xiao Luo responded. Shen Qingyan was stunned after hearing Xiao Luo's articulate riposte in French. She had studied for more than 2 years to have acquired such proficiency in the French language, yet, Xiao Luo, a country bumpkin as far as she knew, had just conversed with her like he was a native speaker. She wouldn't have been so surprised if he had just spoken English, but French? Was French the foreign language that he studied during university? Xianxia refused to accept defeat. She uttered in Russian. Xiao Luo's eyebrows furrowed deeply, because the sentence meant, F***ku, son of a wh**re. He thought that it was unbecoming of a woman of culture to utter such obscenities. Miss Shen, please respect yourself, Xiao Luo responded in fluent Russian. What, he knows Russian as well? Xianxia was speechless. She was already surprised that Xiao Luo could speak French, but now, she was aghast that he knew what she had said in Russian. Exactly who was this man? Xianxia blushed a bright crimson, and as strong-minded as she was, right now, all she wanted to do was find a hole and stick her head in it. Fortunately, only Xiao Luo understood what she had said, and that was a slight relief. The tall lady and Guantong were dumbfounded. Although they could not understand the banter between Xiao Luo and Xianxia, they knew enough to recognize that two foreign languages had been spoken, and the speakers both seemed very fluent in them, even their accents sounded like foreigners. Guantong gawked as he wondered how much more talents Xiao Luo still had hidden in the closet. Clap. 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 Xianxia stood up and applauded, looking at Xiao Luo with admiration. A talent, what a talent, I've wholly misjudged you. Oh no, that's the same thing she said to me. Guantong's heart thumped rapidly. As he had expected, Xianxia's tone changed, and she said, however, even though you're very talented in languages, you still did not impress me. At times, it pays to humble oneself, for bountiful is the inheritance of the meek. Hence, never trouble till trouble troubles you, Xiao Luo replied, this time he spoke in the Queen's English. Xianxia was startled as she immediately knew that Xiao Luo was referring to Suli. Xiao Luo was insinuating that if she went overboard, he would no longer play along, and she would be hard-pressed to answer to Suli. What a shameless guy. Xianxia was exasperated and once again felt a tightness to her chest. Xiao Luo had run circles around her, leaving her no room to articulate a suitable response. Bam! Suddenly, the office door swung open loudly, jolting everyone in the room, except Xiao Luo. A man in his 50s barged in. He had a haughty demeanor with a head of white hair with gray streaks underneath, and 3 deep frown lines stretched across his forehead, giving him the appearance of a fearsome tiger. He was casually dressed in a white t-shirt and was accompanied by a small entourage of snooty-looking men and women trailing behind him. Among this group of people, stood an olive-skinned woman who was dressed plainly. She had a straight nose, long wavy hair, healthy white teeth, perfectly arched eyebrows, and a lovely pair of eyes. She was obviously a foreigner, and although she was garbed in local streetwear, she looked natural and carried herself with a noble bearing that seemed to exude from within her. Xianxia glowered and looked the uninvited visitor square in the eyes. Somewhat unkindly, she said, "Third uncle, could you have the decency to knock before you enter?" Third uncle? Wouldn't this man be Huayao Corporation's number 2, Xinxingqing? Xiao Luo recognized the man immediately, and his interest was piqued. Despite his reluctance to be part of the Huayao Corporation, Xiao Luo was quite familiar with the history of one of the largest companies in the city of Shanghai. The corporation was wholly owned by the Shen family, and due to Xianxin's outstanding abilities, she took over the reins from her father to lead the organization. All the shareholders were members of the Shen family, and after Xianxin, her third uncle, Xinxingqing, was the largest shareholder and wielded immense power and influence. Xinxingqing ignored her brusque remark and said, "Qingyan, my niece, I came here to see you on an urgent matter." He smiled cockily at Xinxingyan and showed no regard for her position as the company's chairman. He had known Xinxingyan since she was a little girl and watched her grow, and for her to now be seated above him in rank was something he couldn't reconcile with readily. He didn't see the need to treat her any differently now, even after assuming the chairman's office. Regardless, it is only common courtesy to do so. Evidently, there were no holds barred when it came to Xianxia and her uncle. There had been a long history between the two, and it was no secret that Xianxia coveted her position. Had it not been for her father's support and her own capabilities, she would already have been forced to step down from her position a long time ago. Alright, since you're so adamant, I'll make up for it right now. Xianxia scowled, then promptly walked back through the open door and dramatically knocked on it once again, or rather he pounded heavily on the door. He came across like ruffian out to create a scene. Xianxia had to dig deep to suppress her annoyance, but got him back in a subtler way. In her most condescending tone, she said, "Yes, you may come in now." Xianxia stomped in like the class bully as one of his subordinates hurriedly brought a chair to him. He dispensed with any further courtesies, duly dropped himself into the chair, and crossed his legs, giving off an air of supreme authority. "Uncle, please get to the point," Xianxia said. She was curt and had no wish to prolong the conversation if she could help it. "Fine with me." Xianxia gestured at the foreign woman with his hand. "This lady over here came to us with a list of medical supplies, but she speaks in a weird language, sounds more like a chirping bird if you ask me." "She must need something," he said, disdainfully, "but none of our company's translator can understand a word she's saying. I wanted to tell her to F***K off, but then I thought that maybe my brilliant niece, who's such a talented linguist, might understand her, so I brought her here." "Uncle, I know you, so, let's cut through the chase, what are you trying to do here?" Xianxia was tired of his games, and she knew that his intention was to put her in a spot and see her embarrass herself. "What are you saying?" "I'm here to sincerely ask for your help. This woman might very well be a VIP, and should that be the case, ignoring her will be a big loss for the company." Xianxia said it with a cunning smile, shaking his legs impatiently. He couldn't wait to see Xianxia make a fool of herself. Didn't she proclaim that she was well-traveled and unafraid to fly anywhere around the world? Didn't she say that there was no client that she couldn't handle? He was now keen to see how she would handle this client, and if she failed, then, as her uncle, he had every right to put her in her place. That would be the perfect way to take the edge off her spirit, he thought. But Xianxia was on to his devious plan and decided to fire the first broadside. "Uncle, if you have the time to play these games, why not you use it more productively for the company instead? Qingyan, my niece, you measure the stature of great men by the yardstick of a midget." "I'm really not as bad as you think," Xianxia said, breaking into a chuckle and shaking his legs even more vigorously. Xianxia simply ignored him. She turned to look at the foreign woman and smiled warmly. Speaking in English, she said, "Hello, ma'am. I'm Xianxia, the person in charge. Welcome to Huayao Corporation. Is there anything I can help you with?" English, being the lingua franca of the business world, was naturally her first option. The foreign woman stared at Xianxia blankly, unable to understand what was said. She looked anxious and began to gesticulate with her hands as she replied, "Huh?" At no moment in her life did Xianxia feel more helpless than she was right then. Having mastered 3 foreign languages, she had often bragged about traveling around the world, but never was she aware that such a language existed. In a sense, her third uncle was quite right, for, when she first heard it, she wondered if it was really a language. The foreign woman continued to speak for some time, desperately using gestures to help explain herself. Xianxinyan's head was in a spin. In the end, she smiled apologetically and decided to throw in the towel. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry, but I don't understand what you mean. I'm afraid I can't help you," she said. Now, who would have thought, even my talented niece, Qingyan, would have helpless moments. "Uncle always thought that you were so knowledgeable and all-knowing, but it seems that I've overrated you, how sad. So, it looks like no matter how brilliant a person might be, one can't excel in everything, am I right? Xinxing stood up energetically, looking smug and feeling quite pleased with himself. He proceeded to dust off his pants in a deliberate manner, and when he thought he had everyone's attention, he looked at his niece and sneered, "Qingyan, you're too young, and still need much guidance from people much older and more experienced than you. So, be careful, don't turn our family business into an unachievable dream." Qingyan had no response, and her face reddened. She was seething inside, but as disdainful as Xinxing was, she had to admit that he got the better of her this time around. Suddenly, Xiao Luo spoke up. He stood casually by the far side and spoke to no one in particular. "This lady says that she's Princess Salama from Dubai, and she wishes to order a shipment of medical supplies worth 8 million dirhams. Huh? Then was a sudden lull in the room, and everyone there, be they Xinxing, Xinqingyan, Guantong, or the tall lady, turned to look at Xiao Luo all at once, with looks of disbelief. "You can understand what she's saying?" Xinqingyan asked. Xiao Luo nodded as he replied, "She's speaking Arabic, but in her tribal dialect, so it sounds a little strange." "Kid, where are you from? Please don't talk nonsense around here, or else I'll kick you out." Xinxing scowled, questioning the veracity of Xiao Luo's translation. "What dirhams? I haven't heard of it before. And a princess? Judging by the cheap street clothes she's wearing, it's not even worth a little bit over $100, could she possibly be Dubai's princess? If you are making things up, please come up with something better. Just because you have not heard of it, does not mean it doesn't exist. Dirham is the currency of the UAE. Please don't show everyone your ignorance," Xiao Luo responded. Only moments ago, Xinxing was feeling pleased with himself for putting Xinqingyan in her place. He had long felt outdone by Xinqingyan and had an axe to grind. But, much to his chagrin, Xiao Luo had come out from nowhere and stolen his moment, even daring to insult his intelligence. He pointed furiously at Xiao Luo and screamed, "Do you know who I am? Get the hell out here. You don't seem too keen to continue working in Huayao." He naturally assumed that anyone in Xinqingyan's office was an employee of the corporation. Xinqingyan walked from her desk toward Xiao Luo, pushing Xinxing aside. She stared hard at him and said, "Xiao Luo, can you really understand her? What benefit do I get by lying to you?" Xiao Luo responded. Xinqingyan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Nothing, I guess. I want you to ask her what a princess is doing all alone in a foreign country." "Not a problem, but I need to discuss the benefits first," Xiao Luo said. Xinqingyan raised an eyebrow and said, "All right, if you can facilitate this discussion, then your friend over there will not be charged, fair enough? On top of that, you both will be employed by Huayao Corporation. Just to add one more condition, I get to decide my working hours as well." Decide his own working hours? What? Didn't he realize that he was going to be a salaryman? And, since when did a salaryman enjoy such perks, wouldn't that give him more leisure time the animals in a zoo? Guantong and the tall lady were stunned that a job seeker could be so bold to make such a demand. "Hey, what do you think the Huayao Corporation is, a nightclub?" Xinxing roundly rebuked Xiao Luo for what he thought was an absurd demand. But when he looked around and saw everyone else's reaction in the room, he suddenly wasn't so sure of himself and decided not to pursue the matter. Xinqingyan did not even bother to respond to his outburst, but instead, she smiled at Xiao Luo and said, "Well, if she really turns out to be the Princess of Dubai, and she commits on that 8 million dirham deal with us, then, yes, I will agree to your terms." Xiao Luo snickered and quipped, "Miss Shen, it seems to me, you win either way." "That is for certain, I am a business person. I only do things that will benefit myself." Xinqingyan smirked, not feeling annoyed in the least. On the contrary, she took Xiao Luo's comment as a compliment. Xiao Luo now saw Xinqingyan in a different light. She was quite an interesting character. He turned around, walked up to the foreign woman, and said, Xiao Luo spoke in the Arabic dialect that the woman had used earlier, and she was startled at first, then responded immediately, looking relieved and grateful that she could finally speak to someone who understood her needs. She was so pleased that she even gave Xiao Luo a hug as if she had found a long-lost relative. What? Does this freak actually know how to speak that language? Xinqing's eyes almost popped out. He did not understand a word of what was being said, but he could tell it was the same tongue. The foreign woman was now in deep conversation with Xiao Luo. She was animated and spoke at length about many things, which, to the other listeners, sounded like an unending spell chant. Xiao Luo kept nodding and asking questions in between. Everyone was astounded as they watched the two communicating and making gestures between themselves. Who'd have imagined that Xiao Luo could even understand an Arabic tribal dialect of the UAE? That be ****, how many more such talents does he still have that's hidden away? Guan Tong was silently gazing at Xiao Luo with respect, and the admiration he had for his hero was beyond measure. He vowed to follow in Xiao Luo's footsteps, but Xiao Luo would reveal a new talent to set the bar higher whenever they met. It was undoubtedly challenging, but he was a man overflowing with talents, and he was still the perfect role model for him to emulate. It was some time before Xiao Luo was done conversing with the foreign woman. Why did she say? Shen Qingyan asked. Princess Salama said that she had traveled to our country to personally make a purchase for a batch of medical supplies. She arrived at Shanghai City yesterday with her guards and translator, but her translator was hit by a car when they went shopping and was hospitalized. As she was feeling bored being in the hotel, she decided to come herself with the list of medicines. Xiao Luo explained the circumstances of why she had come alone and added, she was actually planning to approach Renha Medicines, but as she wasn't familiar with the city, she decided to come to Huayao Corporation. Shen Qingyan's face darkened the moment she heard the name Renha Medicines. They were Huayao Corporation's #1 competitor. Even before both companies had expanded abroad, they were already fierce competitors. With both companies now vying for the international market, no effort was spared competing for international customers. Presently, Renha Medicines monopolized the market in the UAE. Shen Qingyan saw the opportunity immediately and said, "Tell her that I can fulfill all her order requirements." Xiao Luo turned around to Princess Salama and relayed Shen Qingyan's offer. When Princess Salama was informed of the offer, she looked elated and let out a garble of words in her own language. She immediately gave Shen Qingyan a traditional Arabic embrace, kissed on her cheeks, and repeatedly bowed to express her satisfaction. Xiao Luo translated, she said that if you could fulfill her order without delay, she will help Huayao establish a branch in the UAE. This will be a mutually beneficial arrangement for both parties. As Renha Medicines monopolizes the market in her country, they control the market price, causing her people to pay a premium for medicines. There are also many cases of the medicines being adulterated. Among the benefits of leveling the playing field in the UAE market would be ensuring that the quality of medicines is not compromised and market prices remain fair. It took a bit of effort for Shen Qingyan to maintain a calm demeanor, but she gave it away when she excitedly said to her assistant, "Miss He, hurry up and get Princess Salama a seat." "Yes, Miss Shen." The tall lady pulled up the chair Shen Xingqing had just sat on earlier for the princess and graciously invited her to sit. Xianxia. Salama bowed and thanked her politely. Many foreigners who came to the country made an effort to speak in Mandarin, and she was no exception. Shen Xingqing suddenly burst out, "Qingyan, my niece, you're really too young and naive. Do you really believe that a foreign woman dressed in such ordinary clothes could actually be a princess from Dubai?" When Shen Qingyan heard that, she felt slightly dampened. Although Shen Xingqing was a detestable man, what he had said did make sense. Dubai was a place where every inch of land was gilded in gold. As a princess from Dubai, why would she dress so shabbily? If you ask me, I'd say that this kid is just talking nonsense. Xinxing said as he pointed at Xiao Luo, totally unconvinced. Only God knows what he was uttering, and we are now supposed to believe it is some kind of tribal dialect? He's definitely playing you for a fool. If you chose to believe in him, I do not know where you've put your brains. This is a joke. By slandering the princess and Xiao Luo, he also took the opportunity to humiliate Xinxing and question her acumen. Xinxing glared at him nastily, then cast an inquiring glance at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo spread his hands, and with a shrug of his shoulders, he said, I'm just the translator. Whether or not Salama was truly the princess of Dubai, had nothing to do with him. He was merely conveying her words across. Translate your head. Are you telling me that a low-down bullshit like you can understand Arabic? I am inclined to suspect that you and this woman are accomplices, and you are both in collusion to scam the Huayao Corporation, Xinxing carped. He simply refused to accept that she was a princess from Dubai, or that Xiao Luo could understand and speak Arabic. If it turned out to be true, he would have personally handed over such a huge order to Xinxing for nothing. Xiao Luo translated his words to Princess Salama. Salama was so infuriated that she took out a black bank card and slammed it on the table, cursing at Xinxing in her own language. A Swiss bank centurion card? Xinxing and Xinxing's pupils dilated at the sight of the card. The card symbolized status and wealth, and ownership of such a card was by invitation only, which meant it was the card of choice for the rich and famous and people of nobility. Xiao Luo duly translated what the princess had said to Xinxing. Princess Salama would like you to know that she thinks you are an insignificant maggot crawling on a heap of stinking feces, and she'd also like to say that you are so disgusting that it makes her want to throw up. You. Xinxing's face immediately darkened to the hue of a pig's liver. He quivered with rage as he pointed at Xiao Luo, but he couldn't find the words, for the Swiss bank centurion card on the table felt like the weight of a mountain bearing down on him, rendering him breathless. Fickle is the common man's mind, for the moment Princess Salama revealed her Swiss bank centurion card, any doubt of her eminent status was instantly cast aside. Despite being dressed in everyday streetwear, her currency skyrocketed to exalted heights, and suddenly, no one thought of her as an ordinary person any longer. Princess Salama composed herself for a brief moment, then she stood up and garbled in her own tongue, to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo listened attentively and duly translated her words to Xinxing. The princess says that she's changed her mind. She no longer wishes to place her order with Huayao. Xinxing glared spitefully at Xinxing and hissed, Uncle, you better hurry up and apologize to her. If this deal goes down the drain, not only will I, but the entire board will have much to say about this. Do not force me to disown you. She did not mince her words, and there was no doubt that she would make good on her threat. She was now convinced that this lady was a princess from Dubai and that this was an opportunity for the company to enter the UAE market and compete with Renha medicines on a level playing field. Therefore, regardless of whom, she would not allow anyone to disrupt this deal. Are you out of your mind? Do you really believe that she's a princess from Dubai? It's just a centurion card, it could easily be forged. In the midst of Xinxing's uncontrolled burst of emotions, he abruptly stopped, as a realization dawned on him, and he carped, I understand now, you are all colluding against me. You've put together this brilliant show to entrap me and humiliate me. Well done, my niece, I have underestimated how far you'd be willing to go. Do you think I'm like you, with nothing better to do? Xinxing was indignant and rued the fact that she had such an uncle. She no longer cared about Xinxing felt and screamed, I demand that you apologize to Princess Salama now. Do it, or else. Xinxing was sullen-faced, and seeing that he had no choice, he said, Fine, I fell for it. He reluctantly walked over to Princess Salama, and showing no remorse on his face, he said, I'm sorry. Xiao Luo translated his words to the princess, in the tone that he said it. Salama nodded to Xiao Luo as a courtesy, then she spewed a lengthy diatribe in her own language at Xinxing, before finally spitting at his feet. She looked furious as she stood glaring at him with her arms on her hips. What? How dare you spit at me? Are you tired of living? A hideous expression formed on Xinxing's face as he rolled up his sleeves, intent on teaching Salama a lesson. Xiao Luo was ready for this, and without a second thought, he took a step forward and kicked Xinxing right in the gut. The blow was harder than he had anticipated, but he did not regret it, as he abhorred such an arrogant and self-serving man, and it was exactly such people that gave his countrymen a bad name. Xinxing sailed through the air, letting out a horrible shriek like a pig being slaughtered, before slamming heavily against the wall. And, as he slumped to the floor, he twitched uncontrollably and whimpered. His aides were startled for a moment, before one of them rushed over to help him. The others, including Xinxing, Guan Tong, and the tall lady, simply stared wide-eyed at Xiao Luo in total shock. They couldn't believe that Xiao Luo would dare kick Xinxing and marveled at how powerful the kick was that sent the man flying in the air like a cannonball. It wasn't long before a stately convoy of 3 black vehicles came to a halt at the towering Huayao Corporation building entrance. They were luxury cars and the one in the middle was a stretched Lincoln limousine. It was plush and impressive, certainly fit for royalty. These vehicles were escorted by a motorcade of police cars dispatched by the Shanghai Police Department. The top official from the UAE consulate in Shanghai had come to fetch Princess Salama in person. The atmosphere in Huayao Corporation boiled up with excitement as it wasn't every day that a foreign dignitary would visit them. What, she's really a princess? Xinxing was crestfallen, and his dejected expression could only be likened to someone who had inadvertently consumed a pile of dung. Salama had initially come to see him, and she should rightly have been his account, but he judged her by appearance and made light of her inquiries. He even used her as a tool in his scheme to make a laughingstock out of Xinxing. In the end, he had gifted away an unrivaled key client, and had he been the one to strike the deal, his status would have been elevated, and his suppression of Xinxing complete. After seeing off Princess Salama, Xinxing smiled as she passed him and said, "Uncle, I totally misjudged you. Little did I realize your benevolence and sincerity in bringing such a client to me. This really secures my position in the company, and I'm really thankful. I'm sorry, I gave you a hard time." Her sarcasm wasn't lost on Xinxing. Xinxing felt his chest tighten and almost vomited blood. He made every effort to salvage his pride as he glared at her coldly and said, "Qingyan, there's still a long road ahead, don't be too full of yourself." Xinxing cobbled together what dignity he had left, snorted, and left in a huff. "A long road is ahead for me, indeed." Xinxing stood at the same spot and pondered as she muttered to herself, for this sentence had a profound significance. She then looked around for Xiao Luo and saw him talking face to face with a police officer, one that belonged to the group escorting the 3 limousines. "We're conducting an operation tomorrow. Will you be coming, Mr. Xiao?" the officers inquired. The officer had handsome features, and his poise and bearing reflected an upright quality about him. This man was no other than Xuanhuan, whom Ji Xing had mentioned to Xiao Luo before. The police department had received a report that Princess Salama of Dubai had gone out alone and was now at Huayao Corporation. The last thing he had expected was to bump into the very agent that he was supposed to work with from the NSA, Xiao Luo. His superiors had long requested him to get acquainted with Xiao Luo, but Xuanhuan was reluctant as he felt that the NSA's assistance was redundant, as sooner or later, he was confident in his own team's ability to eliminate the scourge of Shanghai City, the MLM organizations. "Sure thing. The timing is perfect for me." Xiao Luo nodded. As he had accepted this mission, he would certainly do his best as that was his attitude in anything task that he undertook. "Very well, then. Come to the headquarters at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning," Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan turned around and joined his squad, but he wasn't enthusiastic about working with another agency. In his opinion, he and his team were on top of the problem, and the high-ups had made an unnecessary move to involve people from the NSA. Xiao Luo. Shen Qingyan made her way over to him and asked, "What were you talking about to that policeman?" "Nothing, really," Xiao Luo replied. Shen Qingyan didn't pursue the matter and got back to the issue about the Dubai deal instead. "It's all thanks to you that we secured the order from Princess Salama. You will get your commission for the sale, I'll see to that." "Does that mean that I've passed the interview?" Xiao Luo said. "Of course, Huayao Corporation is always in need of talents like you. You, and that friend of yours, will be assigned to the sales department." Shen Qingyan glanced at Guantong, who was nervously standing some distance away from them. He dared to impersonate an interviewer and drive off his competitors. "For that, I'll consider him an ordinary genius of sorts, but the additional condition you requested will only apply to you." Xiao Luo knew that she was referring to the flexible working hours he mentioned. Getting hired for the job wasn't such a bad deal after all, as not only was Suli appeased, but he would also receive a salary every month. Giving Shen Qingyan a big grin, he said, "You're not wishy-washy at all in your decisions, Miss Shen. I've always been so." Shen Qingyan smiled delightedly and said, "Although you will be determining your own working hours, I hope you clock in daily. At least, make sure that you show up at the company regularly." "No problem." After Miss he led Xiao Luo and Guantong to HR to process their employment formalities. Shen Qingyan immediately called Suli. "Li, I think you've underestimated this man you're married to." There was a long silence on the other end of the line before Suli finally spoke. "Huh, he got you into trouble?" No, I'm not sarcastic here. That guy, Xiao Luo, he seems to have a lot of hidden talents." Shen Qingyan proceeded to tell Suli everything that happened at her office. "What, can he really speak so many foreign languages?" Suli said. "Yeah, he spoke French, Russian, and Arabic. The Arabic he spoke was a tribal dialect, not everyone understands it. If I hadn't heard it for myself, I would never have believed it too. He even speaks them better than me." Shen Qingyan rarely complimented anyone, so for her to shower Xiao Luo with praise was highly unusual. She went on to ask, "Li, are you sure that this man was just a wage earner when he was in Jiangqing?" "Yes, absolutely. The first time I met Xiao Luo was in his dilapidated apartment, and he was just renting it." Suli felt a rush of blood to the head, and her heart jumped a beat. She began to ask herself exactly who this man actually was. After completing the administrative forms for new employees, Xiao Luo and Guantong were taken for a brief visit to the sales department by the tall lady, Wu He, as part of the onboarding process. When they got there, everyone in the department was raving about the order placed by the princess from Dubai valued at 8 million dirhams. The atmosphere was almost a festive one, and the sales staff were in high spirits. Miss Wu gently knocked on the office door of the head of the sales department. When she heard him respond, she pushed the door open and walked in with the 2 new hires in her charge. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man with a bald pate. He was dressed smartly in a suit and tie, wearing glasses, and polite in manner. "Hello, Mr. Mao, how are you?" Miss Wu greeted him. He raised his hand to her while still on the phone. "Mr. Zhao, I got something to go now, let's talk again next time." The middle-aged man then put down his phone, stood up smiling, and greeted her, "Miss Wu, what brings you here?" Come and have a seat." "Oh, it's all right, I still have a few other things to do, so I'll just be quick. I'm here to introduce these 2 people to you, they're the new hires for your department. This is Xiao Luo, and this is Guantong," Wu He said, giving him a courteous bow with her head, and added, "By the way, Xiao Luo has been given dispensation from regular working hours and will be arranging his schedule himself." Mao Jianni was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "What does it mean when you say that he will arrange his own working hours?" "That means he's not be bounded by the company's schedule and can come in or leave work whenever he wants to," Guantong pitched in, forgetting himself. Wu He glanced at him, then back to Mr. Zhou, nodding her head, and added, "Miss Shen approved it." "Miss Shen approved it?" Mao Jianni couldn't believe his ears. The Huayao Corporation had strict rules and regulations, and the rules applied to all sales personnel. Even heads of departments like him had to report to work on time, otherwise, they would be penalized. It was really bizarre that such a condition could be allowed. Seeing doubts plastered all over Mao Jianni's face, Wu He explained, "He was the one who secured the order with Dubai order earlier." "What?" Mao Jianni bolted upright in his seat with a look of absolute shock and just stared wide-eyed at Xiao Luo. He's the one who secured the order," he stuttered. Despite this deal being made no more than half an hour ago, news of the large order had spread across the organization like wildfire. Everyone in the sales department had been talking about the deal since then, speculating on the person who had closed it, and to find that person now standing there right before him was unbelievable. "Yes," she replied. Wu He's single-word response spoke volumes. Then, she promptly turned around and left without saying another word. Mao Jianni came from behind his desk and fervently shook Xiao Luo's hand. "Xiao Luo, what a pleasure, welcome to the sales department," he enthused, then introduced himself, "My name is Mao Jianni. Just call me Old Mao." "Old Mao?" Xiao Luo was somewhat amused by his moniker, which made him think immediately of the great man who founded the country. After he welcomed Xiao Luo heartily, Mao Jianni did the same with Guantong. He came across as a fair and trustworthy leader, showing his subordinates that he treated them equally. "Let's go to the office area, and I'll introduce you to everyone," Mao Jianni said. "Thank you, Mr. Mao," Guantong said. Guantong was very enthusiastic about the job. He knew he had a lot of catching up to do, as he'd inevitably be compared to Xiao Luo, who'd just closed a record deal, but this only served to motivate him to do his best. Mao Jianni duly led the two of them to a large office area. It was approximately 100 square meters and furnished with some 30 to 40 desks. When they stepped in, the sales personnel were still busy discussing the order from the Princess Salama. "Everyone, can I have your attention, please? Stop your work for a moment. I'd like to introduce you to your new colleagues joining the sales force today." Mao Jianni clapped his hands a couple of times to get their attention, before he continued, "Everyone, this is Guantong, Aeronautical University graduate, please welcome him." There wasn't much interest shown except for some unenthusiastic applause. This was especially so from the female sales executives, who judged Guantong by his appearance. Seeing that he had neither the looks nor the physique, they instantly lost their interest to find out more about him. As for their male counterparts, the Dubai order was now the current hot topic, and a new colleague wasn't enough to excite them. Guantong took a step forward and loudly introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Guantong, it's very nice to meet you." There was some sporadic applause, nothing too intense. "I'm assigning Lil Guan to your team. Bring him around and help him familiarize with our work environment," Mao Jianni said. "Okay." That man, going by the name of walked up to shake hands with Guantong and said, "Hello Lil Guan, feel free to ask me anything you need to know, I will help you as much as I can." Guantong graciously greeted him with both of his hands and replied, "Sorry for troubling you, brother Aller. You are a member of my team now, and it is my duty," Aller said, patting Guantong on his shoulder. Subsequently, Guantong followed Aller to his group section of the office. There was already an empty table reserved for him. Before introducing Xiao Luo, Mao Jianni coughed a few times to clear his throat, then with a little more enthusiasm, he said, "And now everyone, this is Xiao Luo, also a graduate from the Aeronautical University. He has worked in Huahai Corporation and Luo Workshop in Jiangqing City. He came to Shanghai at the beginning of this year to develop his career and is now joining us here in Huayao. Please welcome him. There was another sparse round of applause, though with a little more enthusiasm than previously, especially among the female sales executives. With Xiao Luo's good looks, he appeared to be getting a more receptive response as one of the girls asked, "Xiao Luo, may I ask, what was your position in Huahai Corporation and Luo Workshop?" "I was a product engineer," Xiao Luo replied, consistent with the description on his resume. "You're an engineer? That should be technical work, am I right? Why did you suddenly switch to sales?" "Sales is not as simple as entertaining and chatting with customers. A lot of knowledge is required in this line." "Yup, you will have to learn from scratch. Finding customers, getting customers, establishing your own customer base, there's a lot for you to learn at every stage." The girls in the sales department began talking excitedly, for, with a handsome male colleague, they somehow showed more interest in training him. The only reason Xiao Luo had taken up the job with Huayao Corporation was because of Suli, so it didn't matter to him what others had to say. Mao Jianni coughed several more times again and said, "Xiaoli, you girls may have misjudged him. Do you know who the person who secured the Dubai order is?" "Huh? Mr. Mao, are you saying that he is the one?" the girl who first spoke said in jest. The others all had a coy smile on their faces. Evidently, no one believed that Xiao Luo was capable of doing so. "Yes, you're right. Xiao Luo is the one. Whether you believe it or not, it is the truth. In fact, Miss Shen has approved special conditions for his working hours, and he is allowed to schedule his own time," Mao Jianni replied, specifically to the girl named Xiaoli. "Huh?" Everyone was shocked to silence, realizing what they had thought was a joke turned out to be true. Even then, a few were still unconvinced. "Mr. Mao, is this a joke?" Xiaoli said, giving old Mao a doubtful look. Mao Jianni didn't respond this time, but simply turned to Xiao Luo and said, "Xiao Luo, that seat over there will be yours." Looking in the direction he was pointing, everyone was even more stunned, because that position belonged to the former leader of Group 3 and he had just resigned not long ago. "You will be the team leader of Group 3. Do your best, I have high expectations of you, Xiao Luo," Mao Jianni said. "What? Promoted to team leader on his first day of work? Does this mean that it's true, after all?" With his post as the group leader and his special working conditions, it became apparent that this had to be the person who secured the Dubai deal. With that, their perception of Xiao Luo took on a whole new meaning, and nobody was slouching around anymore, but sat attentively and looked alert. "He's making me the team leader?" Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows. The script he had in his mind didn't go like that. Before he could turn down the position, two women with enchanting figures smeared in perfume came to greet him on their own initiative. "Hello, Brother Luo. My name is Lu Yao, a member of your team." A woman with shoulder-length hair and delicate facial features introduced herself. She tucked her hair behind her ears. Her right ear that she revealed looked very seductive. The other tall woman with neat short hair also introduced herself. "My name is Si Yuding. I am also a member of your team. From now on, you will have to cover us, Brother Luo." "Nice to meet you." Xiao Luo nodded courteously, then turned to look at Mao Jianni. "Mr. Mao, can I not be the team leader?" As soon as he came out with this remark, everyone in the entire office was shocked. The salary of team leaders was at least quadrupled, and the better the performance of their group members, the higher their salary would be. A newcomer being promoted to a team leader was an excellent thing that even the heavens would rejoice. Why would anyone refuse such a good thing? Xiao Luo, Group 3 originally had more than a dozen people. Due to poor performance and being unable to withstand the pressure, even their team leader resigned a few days ago. Only Yao and Yuding are left. If you can even secure an order with Dubai's princess, I believe you can make Group 3 rise. Work hard, I am waiting for the day when Group 3 regain its glory," Mao Jianni said with a smile. Upon finishing, he turned and left in the direction of his office, before Xiao Luo could say anything. Aside from the fact that Xiao Luo secured the order with Dubai's princess, it was also because of Shen Qingyan's favor that he made Xiao Luo a team leader. Xiao Luo was someone that Shen Qingyan made an exception to open the door of convenience to, so how would he dare to let Xiao Luo remain as a small salesperson? Xiao Luo was too lazy to say anything. Anyway, it was just a nominal position. If he wanted him to be a team leader he shall be. He walked to his seat and sat down. Like servants that were constantly at service, Lu Yao and Si Yuding helped him to sweep the dust off his desk and even poured him a cup of hot water. He asked curiously, "Since all the others have left, why didn't you two leave as well?" "We just graduated from university not long ago, and this is our first job. We haven't even worked for a year. We don't dare to leave," Lu Yao sighed. Si Yuding echoed, "Yeah, brother Luo. It's all about working experience nowadays. Without a 2 to 3 year working experience on your resume, the other companies will just pass on you. It's not that we don't want to leave, it's because we can't afford to do so." Two girls who have just came out to society indeed. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. He could be regarded as their superior, but they have unreservedly told him the genuine thoughts that resided deep within their hearts. How could they bring up this taboo of a topic as to leave the company in front of their superior? At this moment, other people came to greet Xiao Luo to get themselves acquainted with him. "Mr. Xiao, I'm Su Le, team leader of Group 2. The man whom Mao Jianni addressed as Ah Le just now generously introduced himself. He was bespectacled and gentle in behavior. Due to staying in office in the long term, his skin was very fair and tender. Although he was already 35 to 36 years in age, he still looked really young. "I welcome you on behalf of Group 2. "Thank you," Xiao Luo replied with a smile, but his heart was feeling a little blue. He came to buy soy sauce, but ended up becoming the focus of everyone's attention. It felt strange no matter how. A gust of fragrant wind streamed over. A tall woman, about 31 or 32 years in age, walked over. Without any superfluous words, she extended her hand to Xiao Luo and said, neither excited nor unenthused, "Ling Fei, team leader of Group 1. Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo reached out to shake her hand, releasing almost immediately after coming into contact, without lingering at the slightest. Subsequently, the tall woman turned around and walked away on her high heels without saying anything else. After everyone was gone, Lu Yao told Xiao Luo about Ling Fei. "Sister Ling is the top gun in our sales department. Group 1, which she's leading, is always in the first place in performance. There's a huge gap between her group and Brother Su's Group 2. Of course, Group 3 is way further behind, otherwise, our former team leader wouldn't have resigned under pressure," Lu Yao said. "Yeah, and Sister Ling is dead gorgeous as well. I'm so jealous of her." Si Yuding was very envious. Just how much she wished she could become a woman with outstanding abilities like Ling Fei. "Brother Luo, you have to withstand the pressure. We sisters are counting on you to cover us, please." Lu Yao turned the topic to Xiao Luo. "Yeah, as long as you cover us, Brother Luo, we're okay with everything, even if you want us to warm up your bed, hee. Si Yuding winked, unleashing her charm at Xiao Luo. She deliberately changed her leg crossed on the top. The light of spring within her miniskirt shimmered and vanished in an instant as if it was sending out a tempting invitation. "You girls should work harder yourselves." Xiao Luo smiled playfully. They didn't learn how to speak, but instead had learned how to use their bodies to seduce their superior. He was speechless. Upon finishing, he stood up and headed towards the outside. "Brother Luo, where are you going?" Lu Yao asked hurriedly. "Off work." Xiao Luo left without looking back. He would rather stroll around aimlessly outside than stay in this closed office. During his years in Huahai Corporation, he had enough of such a working environment. Everyone in the sales department looked at him incredulously, thinking, Xiao Luo can really go on and off work at will. After taking a glance, Ling Fei continued to work, sorting out her client's information. There were no ripples on her face. At this moment, Suler walked to her, leaned on her desk and asked jokingly, Ling Fei, what do you think is the relationship between this guy and Miss Shen? I have never heard of anyone in the company who can decide their working hours freely. I don't know, but it shouldn't matter. Miss Shen gave him the privilege, because he secured the order with Dubai's princess. Ling Fei raised her head and said. None of us saw if he really won the order with Dubai's princess. It is what Miss Shen said it is. Look at that cocky look he has, he definitely has an extraordinary relationship with Miss Shen. Perhaps he's her relative who is just gonna walk through the sales department and be promoted sooner or later, Suler said assertively. Ling Fei tapped on her computer keyboard, stop gossiping and do your work. Don't you feel bad at all? We became team leaders after working steadily and making solid progress. Only we know the bitterness that we have gone through. What is Xiao Luo capable of? He is merely a newcomer, and he's promoted to a team leader as soon as he came in. I thought this kind of nepotism will never take place in Huayao. Looks like I'm too naive, Suler said helplessly with a smile. Ling Fei's tapping on the keyboard halted, and then she repeated, Suler, do what you should do, these things are none of our concern. Fine, consider me blabbering too much. I'm just afraid that he will rob your first place. Being surpassed by someone in performance after working hard for a month, really is too much of a pity, Suler said with profound meaning. Ling Fei clouded up. At this time, Guantong walked over and asked politely, Brother Lur, who do you think I should do or learn now? Suler took a faint glance at Guantong and said indifferently, go and fumble around yourself for now, then ask me if there's anything you don't understand. His attitude was completely different from when Mao Jiani was around just now. He seemed very impatient. He hated training new people, especially those who came in by nepotism. Oh, okay. Guantong nodded and walked away. As soon as Xiao Luo walked out of the Huayao edifice, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was from an anonymous number. After some thought, he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Luo? A honeyed female voice sounded, pleasing to the ear like an oriole's song. Yes, I am. And you are? Xiao Luo asked faintly. Mr. Xiao, I am Ningfu, Tan Ningfu. She seemed a little excited. Tan Ningfu? Xiao Luo carefully went through his mind for the name and realized that he doesn't quite remember. As if she perceived it, Tan Ningfu said hurriedly, we've met before, on the plane you took to Shanghai. With this reminder, Xiao Luo remembered, are you the flight attendant? Yes, you finally remember, Mr. Xiao, Tan Ningfu said with joy. Is there anything I can help you with? It's about my grandma. Tan Ningfu said somewhat embarrassedly, my grandma often passes out without any signs. She had gone for checkups in Shanghai's hospitals, but they couldn't find any problem with her, so I hope you can give her a look. Hearing this, Xiao Luo recalled everything. Tan Ningfu did ask him for a favor back then, and he seemed to have agreed to check out her grandma if he had time. Are you free now, Mr. Xiao? Tan Ningfu asked cautiously. Xiao Luo smiled bitterly and thought, I'm really good at finding work for myself. Send me your location. I'll go over immediately. Since he had made a promise, he would fulfill it. This was his principle in doing things. Tan Ningfu was ecstatic, all right Mr. Xiao. After hanging up the call, Xiao Luo received the location information from Tan Ningfu after a short while. About half an hour later, Xiao Luo arrived at Tan Ningfu's house on his car. It was a middle-class area, a little remote in location, but compensated with its quietness. the area was also well polished with greenery. There was a Porsche parked downstairs, worth about $2 million. Xiao Luo didn't look much. He pushed his car door open and walked down with a set of acupuncture equipment. What he exchanged was the ability to practice Chinese and Western medicine, mainly Chinese medicine with Western medicine as the supplement. In addition to the 4 ways of diagnosis, what Chinese medicine does best was acupuncture. "You're here, Mr. Xiao. Come in." Tan Ningfu was already waiting downstairs. Her black hair was rolled up, revealing her neck with fair complexion. The few strands of hair lingering at her roots was making her exude a seductive ambience. A wisp of diagonal bangs was lightly touching her bright and plump forehead. Pointy nose, cherry little lips, upright waist which made the curves at her perfect chest even more attractive, orange t-shirt on top, slim-fit jeans underneath, and a pair of high-soled white sneakers on her feet. Paired with her held-up ponytail, she was a perfect representation of cuteness and pureness combined. Xiao Luo nodded to express his greetings, and then followed her into the house. Stopping on the 3rd floor and going into the living room, he saw a young man and a middle-aged man playing chess. There was also a middle-aged woman watching their game from a side, smiling as she was talking about something. "Dad, Mom, Mr. Xiao is here," Tan Ningfu spoke. Upon hearing her, the 3 swiftly stopped and came to greet him with a smile. The middle-aged woman greeted him, "Come here, Mr. Xiao, please have a sit. I will pour you a glass of water." "That isn't necessary." Xiao Luo refused directly, then turned to look at Tan Ningfu. "Where is your grandma?" He just wanted to quickly accomplish what he had promised and leave. He didn't want to be entangled with Tan Ningfu, let alone with his family. "Mr. Xiao, I think you should take a drink and rest for now," Tan Ningfu said. "It's okay, I still have other things to do," Xiao Luo said. "But, okay then, this way." Tan Ningfu was a little disappointed. She didn't expect Xiao Luo to keep her 1,000 miles away. She thought she and Xiao Luo could be considered friends. After all, the two flew the plane together and landed it safely. Xiao Luo followed her to the innermost room, opened the door, and saw an old lady lying on the bed, covered in a thick quilt. Her eyes were tightly shut, very peaceful in looking. "My grandma passed out again. Before this, she'll wake up in a while. But she's kinda different this time. She has been in a coma for 1 day and 1 night. I'm worried about her," Tan Ningfu said wistfully. "She has been in a coma for 1 day and 1 night?" Xiao Luo couldn't help but glance at Tan Ningfu's parents. Their elderly mother and the family had been in a coma for a day and a night straight, and they were still in the mood to play chess. How big their hearts must be. The middle-aged woman walked over at this moment and said nonchalantly, "Ningfu, don't worry about it, it is not once or twice that your grandma has fallen into a coma. She's the same every time, isn't it? It'll be fine. She'll wake up in no time, and even if she does not, she's already so advanced in age, it's just about time for her to go." "Mom, how could you say that? Grandma will wake up, she'll live 100, no, 1,000 years. Tan Ningfu responded while biting her scarlet lips. She was brought up by her grandma since she was a child. She loved her grandma more than her parents. When she thought that her grandma might be leaving her forever, tears immediately rolled in her eyes. "You're right, grandma can definitely live until 1,000. At this time, the young man who had just played chess with Tan Ningfu came over and echoed. Gray short sleeves, neatly combed hair, fair and clean face, 1.8 meters in height, he looked just like a model and a rich kid from a wealthy family. Tan Ningfu did not respond to him. She turned her head and looked at the old lady lying on the bed unconsciously with a heart burdened with disquietude. Xiao Luo entered the room, sat down on the edge of the bed, and extended his hand to read the pulse of the old lady. Sometimes, Chinese doctors could tell sicknesses that Western doctors couldn't. Ningfu, are you sure he's up to it? Does he know how to take pulses at such a young age? Isn't it that only old Chinese doctors excel in reading pulses? The middle-aged woman expressed her doubts towards Xiao Luo's ability. Tan Ningfu picked up the cudgels and said, Mom, how many times must I tell you? Mr. Xiao rescued an old man who fell unconscious on the plane. There is absolutely no problem with his ability. Ningfu, society is a complicated place. I'm afraid that you might be cheated. What if he did it on purpose, just to get a chance to approach you? You must always be vigilant towards the people around you, the middle-aged woman whispered. Tan Ningfu was too lazy to talk to her mother, who kept on twisting things up with her words. She curled her lips bitterly. Ahem. The middle-aged man coughed a few times to remind his wife to be mindful of the situation. After all, Xiao Luo was right here with them at this moment to treat his mother. Even if she were to gossip about him, she still had to pick the right time for it. The middle-aged woman turned aside from the topic of discussion. She glanced at the young man and smiled. Ningfu, your father and I are very satisfied with Xiao Li. What's more, you two were classmates in high school. This is something predestined by the heavens. Look at how well Xiao Li is doing. He even got himself a Porsche. Now, he is a store manager of a company in Jiangqing and has his own successful business. By the way, Xiao Li, which company are you working for as a store manager in Jiangqing City? The young man lifted his chest with pride. It's Luo's workshop in Jiangqing, Auntie. Yes, Luo's workshop. Look at this memory of mine, I forgot it immediately after you said it. The middle-aged woman clapped her own forehead, and then preached to Tan Ningfu, Luo's workshop is at the top among large companies in Jiangqing. Last year, a few pieces of news about the company made it to the headlines. The company has more than $50 billion in total assets. The salary of a store manager in Luo's workshop is something that others couldn't compare to. It just so happens that Xiao Li likes you so much. He has already come to our house a few times now. It would be great if you two could make a couple. A store manager at Luo workshop? When Xiao Luo heard his own company's name mentioned, he couldn't resist looking at the young man. He didn't have any opinion of him yet at that point as there were so many store managers in the organization, and it wouldn't have been possible to remember them all. But, for this person to not recognize his president, it would either mean he had just been recently promoted, or he was faking it. Tan Ningfu was extremely agitated when the matter was brought up. She frowned at her mother and said, whatever it is, can we talk about it after Grandma wakes up? Seeing that she was distraught, her mother sucked in her lips and did not say another word. The four of them stood by the door and watched Xiao Luo intently as he took a reading of the old woman's pulse. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Luo gently placed her hand on her side and stood up. Deeply concerned, Tan Ningfu hurriedly went forward and asked, Mr. Xiao, how is she? It's no big deal, it's just that she has accumulated a lot of pent-up negative qi throughout the years and it has not been vented properly. It affected her flow of qi and blood quality, causing her blood pressure to rise. This condition caused the pressure within her skull to build up sharply, and that's why she fainted. Xiao Luo made his assessment based on her pulse reading and said, I can only assume that your grandma must have been stressed in some way before she passed out. Tan Ningfu looked at her mother unconsciously, for it was true. Her mother would often scold her grandma for the most trivial things, and she wouldn't even allow the old woman to sit together at the dining table during meals. At mealtime, her grandma would carry a stool with her food and sit by the bathroom door, munching all by herself. And, despite being in her 80s, she was treated like a hired maid, having to mop the floor, do the laundry, cook, and wash the dishes. Forcing back her tears, she turned around and said, Mr. Xiao, do you have a way to treat my grandma? I can give her acupuncture, but it'll only serve as a temporary solution. If you want her to recover completely, treat her well, and don't let her get stressed up. The most effective prescription for her right now is to feel comfortable and happy, Xiao Luo said. Mr. Xiao, please hurry up and do it then. I will remember your words and do my best to keep her happy, so please, I'll be very grateful. The middle-aged man pleaded with genuine concern. Even though his wife had always ridiculed and spurned the old woman, complaining about her in his ear, blood was still thicker than water. The fact that the one lying on the bed was his own biological mother would never change. Xiao Luo nodded, opened his acupuncture kit, and performed acupuncture on the old woman. The practice of acupuncture involved inserting acupuncture needles of various lengths into specific acupoints. This would serve to help channel pent-up qi to travel along a particular route and discharge naturally from her body through the tip of her index finger, using the blood-dripping technique. Tan Ningfu and the others cringed as they saw the long, hair-thin needles inserted into the old woman's body. In a while, dark-colored blood dripped from the old woman's index finger, and everyone looked amazed. Get me a wash basin, Xiao Luo said to Tan Ningfu. Tan Ningfu ran out immediately and returned, holding a wash basin. Here, Mr. Xiao, she said. Xiao Luo placed the wash basin on the ground. Drop after drop, blood flowed out from the old woman's index finger and dripped into the wash basin. Still, the old woman did not regain consciousness. Mr. Xiao, when will she wake up? The young man asked, expressing his concern. Very soon. Xiao Luo only replied with those two words, then, he walked to the head of the bed, reached out gently, and held the old woman's head. Slowly, he inserted a long needle through the side of her skull. Tan Ningfu's whole family shuddered at the sight, for that was her skull he was plunging the needle into. Wouldn't it damage her brain? Swiftly, all their fears were allayed as the old woman started moving her fingers and slowly opened her eyes. The intracranial pressure within her skull was reduced, and her condition was gradually relieved. Although she looked a little tired, at least she had woken up and was aware of her surroundings. Grandma. Tan Ningfu ran toward the bed, relieved. She sat by the edge and held her grandmother's hand tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. The old lady opened her mouth with some effort, and in a dry, hoarse voice, she called out, Ning Fu. It will take some time to discharge all the pent-up qi. Xiao Luo took out his phone to check the time and said, remind me to remove the needles at 11:30. Okay, Tan Ningfu replied, nodding in acknowledgement, then stood up and gave Xiao Luo a deep bow. Thank you, she said. You're welcome. Xiao Luo felt very relieved now that he had at least fulfilled his promise to her. Later, in the living room, the middle-aged man brewed a pot of tiguanyin. After a brief conversation, Xiao Luo got to know their names. The middle-aged man's name was Tan Jianbai, and the young man was Li Yueza. Which hospital do you work in, my brother? Li Yueza questioned Xiao Luo in a rather high-handed and condescending manner. Xiao Luo was a good-looking man, and it did give Li Yueza a sense of insecurity, especially during the moment when Tan Ningfu was expressing her gratitude toward Xiao Luo after her grandmother awakened. He wasn't sure if Xiao Luo was a competitor, and so he felt that it had set him back slightly in his pursuit of Tan Ningfu. I'm not working in a hospital, Xiao Luo said. You're not working in a hospital? Li Yueza was surprised and said, do you have your own clinic? Xiao Luo shook his head and said, I'm not practicing medicine. So, you don't even have a medical license? Xiao Luo agreed with a silent nod. Li Yueza took on a more solemn expression and said, if the Ministry of Health learns that you're practicing medicine without a license, they'll certainly have a few things to say about that, and could even take you to court. Xiao Luo smiled, reluctant to continue this conversation. To be frank, he felt that this was a rather silly point to raise as he wasn't selling a service. Was this young man trying to tell him that saving a person was wrong? Little Xiao, you have to be more careful in the future, or you might get yourself into trouble, Li Yueza advised, presumptuously addressing him as little brother and elevating himself to a senior position. Ahem, ahem. Tan Jianbai coughed several times before saying, Li, let's not talk about this anymore. He turned to look at Xiao Luo. Mr. Xiao, you saved my mother, and I'm really grateful. Please accept this money. As he spoke, he held out a sheepskin-colored envelope bursting with red banknotes, easily $5,000, and handed it to Xiao Luo. Since when did Xiao Luo not accept money? Who in this world doesn't like the money? But this time, he was here to fulfill a promise he had made, and his principles demanded that he carried them out to the best of his ability. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't get rewarded at all. By treating the old lady, his system points had increased by 20 to 30 points, that was his payback. When he declined to accept the money, Li Yueze grabbed the envelope and pushed it back into Tan Jianbai's hands. He waved dismissively and said, Uncle, I will pay for it. Then, he told Xiao Luo, Little Xiao, turn on your Alipay. I will transfer $20,000 to you. Xiao Luo was well aware that this youngster only wanted to put on an impressive performance in front of the girl he fancied. If he really was Luo Workshop store manager, his monthly salary would be in the region of $30,000 to $40,000. Adding his performance reward that was disbursed quarterly, $20,000 was not really a big dent to the wallet. But Xiao Luo had no intention to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Luo shook his head and responded, It's okay, this is not a difficult task. No, please, Mr. Xiao, this is something that must be done, it's only proper, Tan Jianbai said. Li, you sit down, you can't do this on our behalf. Uncle, $20,000 is really nothing to me. I once met a beggar, and I gave him 5,000 without any question, so. Oh, little Xiao, I didn't mean it that way. It's just an analogy, don't be offended, Li Yueze said. The words from Li Yueze stung, and it made Xiao Luo frown. Tan Jianbai's expression changed immediately. Whether Li Yueze had said it on purpose or not, his words were too harsh and unkind. Mrs. Tan, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, overheard their conversation. She walked out and said, Mr. Xiao, you should accept Xiao Li's money. Oh, and we thank you for your help. What nonsense are you uttering? Go and wash your vegetables, and don't interrupt us when you don't know anything. Tan Jianbai admonished. He was a very principled person and would never allow Li Yueze to pay the money on his behalf. What do you mean that I don't understand anything? Xiao Li will become one of our own sooner or later. Spending his money is completely justifiable, Mrs. Tan retorted, isn't it, Xiao Li? You're right, Auntie. I have had a good relationship with Ningfu since high school. I am certain that with my sincerity, I will be able to win Ningfu's heart. Li Yueze did his best to respond as elegantly as he could in a scholarly manner. He was ecstatic that Mrs. Tan was already leaning toward his cause. Mr. Tan was still neutral, but sooner or later, he was convinced that, with Mrs. Tan's support, he'd get Ningfu's father to accept him with open arms. As things stood, he felt that he was already holding the winning ticket, and it would only be a matter of time before he would get to embrace the beauty herself. Tan Ningfu had just walked out of her grandmother's room when she heard it. Li Yueze, I already made it very clear that you and I can only be friends. Besides, I have no plans to get married for the time being, she said. Even if you don't want to get married, you both can still date for the time being. For such an excellent boy like Xiao Li, if you miss the chance, you may not find another one like him, Mrs. Tan chided, annoyed at her daughter's reluctance. Li Yueze tried to put Ningfu at ease, and said, It's okay, Auntie, she can take her time. I'm not in a hurry. I'm sorry, Li Yueze, I don't want to keep it from you anymore. The truth is, I already have a boyfriend. Tan Ningfu suddenly walked up to Xiao Luo, who was drinking tea, and leaned against him affectionately. He is my boyfriend, she said. What? Mrs. Tan and Li Yueze were stunned to silence, and even Tan Jianbai was a little taken aback. A deluge of questions starting popping up in their minds, Didn't she say that he was a doctor she met on the plane? Why did he suddenly become her boyfriend? Xiao Luo almost spurted out the tea from his mouth. Tan Ningfu was obviously using him as a shield. He had wanted to immediately clarify the matter, but when he saw Tan Ningfu's pleading eyes, he held back and remained seated in his place without saying a word. He decided that he'd do his part to act the role and see it through to the end with a sigh. Li Yueza stood up in utter disbelief and was unable to keep his composure. Ningfu, you must be lying to me, right? How could he be your boyfriend? Didn't you only meet each other on the plane not long ago? He asked, as he pointed at Xiao Luo. Equally anxious, Mrs. Tan also pitched in and said, what is this, girl? What nonsense are you talking about? In her heart, she had already accepted Li Yueza as her son-in-law, and she couldn't take her daughter having a serious relationship with any other man. Mum, I'm not lying, missed. Xiao Luo here is really my boyfriend, Tan Ningfu responded. To be more convincing to her family, she purposely sat down next to Xiao Luo and held his arm tightly. Li Yueza's eyelids twitched as he stared at Tan Ningfu and Xiao Luo sitting intimately together, and his eyes burned with anger. Whether Xiao Luo was Tan Ningfu's boyfriend did not matter, he had long regarded Tan Ningfu as his own. This was unforgivable in his eyes, as he couldn't stand the woman that he fancied being so close to another man. Ningfu, you've wasted my love for you. Li Yueza scowled. As soon as he said that, he glared fiercely at Xiao Luo and stomped away. Xiao Li. Mrs. Tan chased after him to dissuade him, but as Li Yueza felt thoroughly humiliated, there was no way that he was inclined to listen to her. He opened the door angrily and marched off without looking back. Seeing her favorite son-in-law leaving in a huff, Mrs. Tan walked back in, pointed her finger angrily at Xiao Luo, and shouted, "You, get out of here." Xiao Luo put down his teacup, raised his head, and looked at her. He couldn't help looking at her with a sense of bemusement. Having come here with the kind intention of helping to treat Tan Ningfu's grandmother without asking for any reward, it was ironic that he was being thrown out for it. Bam! Tan Jianbai was infuriated. Glaring at Mrs. Tan, he slammed the table, stood up, and lashed out, "What do you think you're doing? Mr. Xiao is our guest, and he came here to treat my mother. Did you just ask him to leave? Don't you know simple manners? And you dare call yourself a teacher, have all your morals gone to the dogs? Tan Jianbai, why are you yelling at me? We've just lost such an excellent son-in-law, just like that. Do you want our daughter to go out with this man with the surname Xiao instead? He can't even compare to a single strand of Xiao Li's hair. How can our daughter get to enjoy a blissful life with this type of man?" Mrs. Tan screamed, raising her voice by several decibels. You still dare to call yourself Ningfu's mother, when you can't even tell if Ningfu was telling the truth or not. She was only using Mr. Xiao to reject Li. She doesn't like him, can't you see that? You can take a horse to the water, but you cannot make it drink. Li is indeed an excellent person, but since Ningfu doesn't like him, that means the two are not meant to be, Tan Jianbai retorted. Do you think we are still in an ancient feudal society where you get to arrange your child's marriage? Besides, in what way is Mr. Xiao inferior to Li? He is a man of striking appearance, has superb medical skills, and has an extraordinary temperament. I'd say he is definitely a successful person. He is even willing to humble himself, come to our home, and treat my mother. That is the most truthful, kind, and beautiful act I've ever seen. Tan Jianbai's emotions were a little heightened, for he had been feeling very uncomfortable seeing his mother being cast aside by his wife for a long time. But for the sake of harmony in his household, he chose to remain silent at the expense of his mother's well-being. But, now the cause of his mother's ailment had been determined, and it was evident that it was due to his own inaction over his wife's mistreatment of her. It had finally come to a head, and he vented all his frustrations accumulated over the years. "You stubborn old fart, are you cracking a joke or what? If it wasn't for our daughter's beauty, do you think he'd come? Mrs. Tan sneered in reply and said, he's only pretending to act calm from the time he got here. Why do you think he showed up here in person? If this isn't him trying to catch his prey, what else could this possibly be? Feeling resentful toward Tan Ningfu for failing to meet her expectations, she glared at her daughter and said, but of all other tricks, this girl chooses to fall for this. You don't even know how to cherish a good man such as Xiao Li. I'll wait and see your intestines turn green from regret. Tan Ningfu bit her lips and did not speak. It was not that she didn't know how to refute her mother's allegations, but more because this woman was her mother. She didn't want to argue with her. A woman's opinion. Such stupidity. Tan Jianbai sighed heavily and turned to Xiao Luo to express his regret. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry, I apologize to you on her behalf. Don't mind me, I'm just here to treat a patient. We won't meet again after the treatment is over, Xiao Luo said. After his reply, he got up and walked toward the old woman's room. It was time to remove the needles, and he didn't want to stay in this place even for a second longer. Mr. Xiao. Tan Ningfu hurriedly scampered after him. She felt remorseful, especially after Xiao Luo had already been benevolent and kind enough to have come to treat her grandmother. Seeing her mother ridiculing Xiao Luo in such a way, she simply had no idea how to deal with the situation. Xiao Luo didn't pay her any attention. He walked into the room without saying a word and then removed the slender needles he had inserted into the old woman's body. As Xiao Luo was removing all the acupuncture needles, the doorbell rang. Tan Jianbai went to see who it was, and when he opened the door, he was somewhat surprised to see 4 people standing before him, 2 men in suits and 2 policemen in uniforms. Yes, how can I help you? We are from the Public Health Bureau. We have just received an anonymous report from the public that an unlicensed person is practicing medicine here illegally. We are here to investigate this, so please cooperate with us. The chubby man leading the party flashed his authority card and then barged in without an invitation. When the 4 officers stepped into the home, they immediately saw Xiao Luo, who appeared to be practicing acupuncture on an old woman in her room. The chubby man walked in, then gestured his hand toward Xiao Luo and asked, Sir, please show me your medical practitioner's qualification certificate. Xiao Luo was nonchalantly packing his acupuncture kit, and without looking up, he replied, I don't have such a document. Then, I'm sorry, you'll have to come with us, the chubby man responded. After the chubby man spoke, 2 uniformed policemen approached Xiao Luo in a brusque manner, and one of them was even pulling out his handcuffs. Only then did Xiao Luo look at the chubby man. He grinned in a way that looked more like a grimace and said, Is saving a life deemed illegal? Practicing medicine without a license is prohibited by law. So, you have to come with us. Please cooperate, we are only doing our jobs, the chubby man retorted. Yes, he mentioned to us before that he didn't have a medical license. So that means he's actually practicing medicine illegally. You should arrest him quickly, Mrs. Tan chimed. When Tan Jianbai heard this, he was enraged, and pointing at his wife, he reprimanded her, Are you crazy? Mr. Xiao just saved my mother. How can you wrong him like this? Who's wronging him? He said earlier that he doesn't work in the medical field, and it means that he is practicing medicine without a license, am I wrong? Mrs. Tan countered. Why am I married to such an ignorant, rotten person like you? Tan Jianbai cried. Mum, how could you do this? Tan Ningfu was grieved and indignant at her mother's actions. She had called Xiao Luo, and he had come all the way to treat her grandmother with kind intentions. It was bad enough that her mother didn't thank him, she was now even testifying against him to the Public Health Bureau people. How different were her actions to the phrase, returning kindness with ingratitude? So, it's Mr. Xiao, is it? Okay, come with us now. The chubby man raised his voice several decibels higher and put on an air of authority. Even a clay idol would have been driven to anger, let alone a living person. Xiao Luo always believed he had an even temperament, but regardless of how good it was, Tan Ningfu's mother had poked and goaded him to the extent that his temperance was now frayed. He had come to their home only to treat their elderly mother without expecting anything in return. The irony of it was that not only did he not receive any thanks, but he was even reported for practicing medicine without a license and was now being apprehended the Public Health Bureau for further investigation. Glaring at the chubby man with cold eyes, he said, "And, what if I refuse?" The 4 officers were stunned, and they suddenly felt a strange, disturbing sensation, just like a frog being in the gaze of a poisonous snake about to strike. It was an alarming sense of danger, as if they would die at any moment. "Tsk. Just look at how arrogant he is, behaving so cockily even without a medical practitioner's license," Mrs. Tan taunted. "You are from the Public Health Bureau, right? Please hurry up and take this awful man away. It'll best if you keep him locked up for a year or 2 to change his bad attitude." Hearing that, the chubby man became encouraged by her words and was convinced that such an arrogant man should be taught how to behave. He bellowed out the orders, "Seize H, huh?" His voice halted abruptly because Xiao Luo had suddenly appeared in front of him and stomped on the toes of his right foot. Despite wearing a pair of leather shoes, the force exerted was so immense that it came down like a guillotine. There was a gruesome sound of bones cracking as all 5 of the chubby man's toes were immediately crushed. The excruciating pain instantly rushed to his brain, and after a momentary silence from the shock, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and those who heard it had their hairs standing on ends. The other 3 officers from the Public Health Bureau and Police Department could not even react. Xiao Luo flashed past them like a phantom, and before they knew it, all the toes on their right feet were smashed. It was done with ferocious strength, flattening their toes into paper-thin tissues of flesh clinging inside the surface of their shoe uppers as blood seeped out from the torn seams of the soles. "Arg! My toes, my toes!" The 4 men fell to the ground grimacing in pain, rolling and screaming miserably. Tan Jianbai, Tan Ningfu, and her mother were all stunned and were overcome with a sense of trepidation. Who'd have expected Xiao Luo to have such terrifying moves? What's more, he even dared to attack people from the Public Health Bureau and Police Department. Xiao Luo stepped over the 4 men groaning on the floor as if he was taking a stroll in a garden and ominously stepped toward Mrs. Tan. His eyes were as cold as ice, sending a shiver down her spine. Wait, what are you trying to do, huh?" Mrs. Tan shuddered in fear as she stuttered in a trembling voice. Tan Jianbai returned to his senses, and rushed in front of his wife, extended his arms to shield her. After all, she was his spouse, and although Tan Jianbai meant every word he had said when he hurled those insults at her earlier, he still couldn't bear to watch her toes getting smashed. That would be too much for him to handle. Nervously, he pleaded, "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't discipline my wife well enough. If you feel angry, take it out on me. This has nothing to do with you." Xiao Luo jabbed his right index finger swiftly, tapping Tan Jianbai's chest, specifically on his center acupoint. Suddenly losing strength and control of his entire body, Tan Jianbai slumped to the floor. His limbs felt weak, and he was unable to move. An acupoint attack? Despite laying on the floor howling in pain, the 4 officers immediately recognized the technique and were taken aback. They had a profound understanding of the human body, and these acupoint strikes that were often described in martial arts novels and believed to be mere fiction existed. The acupoints of the human body were as complicated as a night sky full of stars. If adequate force was applied accurately on the acupoint, it was possible to immobilize someone for a specific time. So far, all their research was limited to theory and had not been practiced in reality. Now that these officers themselves had witnessed a genuine acupoint attack, how could they not be surprised? Tan Ningfu was in a stupor, despite knowing all along that Xiao Luo was an enigma. Why else would the higher-ups of the airport authorities have blacked out news of the Boeing 747 incident, if not to prevent the media from learning about this man? Know how to fly an airplane, being extremely skilled in medical practice, and seemingly a past master in martial arts like those from legend. To have all these characteristics packaged into one single person could only mean that this man was extraordinary. Don't come any closer, do not come any closer. Mrs. Tan screamed in panic, fearing for her life. Tan Ningfu watched in dread as Xiao Luo steadily approached her mother in slow, deliberate steps, as her mother retreated in fear. Suddenly, Mrs. Tan tripped over herself and fell to the floor, but she still continued using her hands to push herself backward. Mr. Xiao. Tan Ningfu ran toward Xiao Luo, but before she could say another word, Xiao Luo instantly tapped on her acupoint, and just like her father, she collapsed as her body lost all its strength. Now that he had compromised everyone else's ability, Xiao Luo stared at Mrs. Tan with a maniacal smile. Swirling his body on his left leg as its axis, he rotated his body, swung up his right leg, aiming a kick toward Mrs. Tan's head. The winds howled as he unleashed it, and Mrs. Tan's brain would soon be turned to mush. It would be a fatal blow. Right at that very moment, something flashed in Xiao Luo's mind. He was reminded of Ji Xing asking him not to kill again. Whoosh! His devastating right foot stopped inches from the left side of Mrs. Tan's head. A strong wind swept into her, causing the flesh on her face to ripple. Mrs. Tan went pale in horror, and suddenly a dark patch appeared on her crotch. She had wet herself in fear. Xiao Luo frowned, and with total control over his body, he withdrew his foot from her face and said, "You are now exempted from death, but not from the punishment that you justly deserve. Your husband dotes you, spoils you, and will turn a blind eye whenever you misbehave. You only receive a token reprimand for your vile deeds. But unfortunately, I'm not familiar with you and will not let you trample on my head." Tan Jianbai and the 4 officers from the Public Health Bureau and the police department could only stare at Xiao Luo in shocked silence. Compared to only a moment ago, Xiao Luo had completely transformed into another person, wrapped in wrath and possessed with an evil streak. Wasn't he a doctor who treated patients for free? Why did he suddenly turn into a merciless butcher? Tan Jianbai was aware that all of this had only happened because his wife had offended him, but still, to find 2 diametrically contrasting temperaments in one person left everyone in shock. One was of kindness, and the other of pure evil. Literally, it was an unholy union of an angel and a demon. Xiao Luo squatted down and glanced meaningfully at Mrs. Tan's hands. "Not bad, you've taken care of your hands well. You still applying nail polish even at this age. This means that these hands are the part of your body that you are most proud of," he said. Mrs. Tan saw Xiao Luo staring at her hands, and a cold sweat broke out. She had always been proud of her beautiful hands, and she loathed if anything were to happen to them. Overcome with anxiety, she said, What are you going to do? Don't do anything foolish, otherwise the police won't let you go." Her voice was trembling, and when she looked at Xiao Luo, he was every bit a devil in her eyes. She rued her decision to provoke such a ruthless person. Xiao Luo didn't bother to talk anymore. He opened his acupuncture kit, selected a range of the slender needles, and began sticking them into Mrs. Tan's hands. In a short while, Mrs. Tan's hands were covered in needles and appeared just like a porcupine. When applied in regular practice, acupuncture wasn't painful at all, but Xiao Luo used a different technique. Mrs. Tan could feel a heart-piercing and lung-tearing pain from her hands rushing up to her brain in every prick. It felt as if they were placed on top of a brazier and slow-broiled. The pain was unbearable, and she screamed right through the process, and after all the needles had been inserted, she was suddenly immobilized. "Wah! Old Tan, save me! Hurry up and save me, sob, sob!" She screamed for her husband, Tan Jianbai, but he couldn't move at all, and only watched his wife tortured with untold grief. The four incapacitated officers turned pale in terror and regretted their decision to come here and look into the matter. They had received a report that someone was practicing medicine without a license. Under normal circumstances, they would have just turned a blind eye to it. But, in this case, the $40,000 bribe from the informant was too tempting, and they succumbed, swiftly making their way to this location and using their authority for personal gain. Had they known that the target was such a cruel person, forget $40,000, even if it were $100,000 or $200,000, they still would not have been bold enough to do it. This man was not human at all, but a monster. Otherwise, how could he squash their toes with a single stomp, just like in the movie, Kung Fu? After Xiao Luo removed all the needles, the severe pain remained in Mrs. Tan's hands. But, at least she was able to move about now, and she began rolling around on the floor crying out in pain. Watch as your fingernails come off clean. Your hands will also age more quickly than the other parts of your body. Just imagine them drying up like a withered branch. I think it will be fascinating, Xiao Luo said as he looked at her and explained matter-of-factly. This woman had provoked him relentlessly, and, as far as he was concerned, he felt that he was already merciful by giving her such a light punishment. When he finished, he lifted his foot, stepped over her, and left the house. Downstairs, the Porsche was still parked and its engine running with Liueza sitting inside the car. He was looking forward to enjoying the sight of Xiao Luo being dragged out in cuffs. He was infuriated with Xiao Luo, and kept telling himself that this man must be tired of living to be so bold to get close to the girl he desired. Seeing Xiao Luo coming down alone, Liueza was surprised. He opened the car door, walked out, and called out, "Hey, how come you didn't get arrested by the Public Health Bureau?" Xiao Luo didn't respond to his words, only looked at him, and laughed. Gulp. Liueza unconsciously took a step back and felt the hair on his back stand on ends. He started to shiver slightly, for Xiao Luo's smile seemed ominous no matter how he looked at it. Suddenly, Xiao Luo lunged at him, spreading his 5 fingers wide, and grabbed him before he could even react. He felt himself being drawn into Xiao Luo, and he simply could not resist it, nor did he have any idea how he came to be standing so close to Xiao Luo. When he regained his senses, Xiao Luo's fingers were already around his neck, and he was being choked. It felt like he was gripped in a steel vise as he was lifted in the air, with his toes barely touching the ground. How did this guy do it? Liueza was shocked, unable to believe what he had just experienced, and the situation he was now in. Answer whatever I ask. If you dare to lie, I will kill you immediately, Xiao Luo said. Xiao Luo didn't need to make a guess or ponder, for he already knew that the person who reported him for illegally practicing medicine was, without a doubt, Liueza. He would feel no sympathy for killing off such a despicable person. Liueza was in no position to argue and indeed attempt to lie. He was so terrified that half his soul left his body. His mouth kept opening and closing like a fish out of water and his head nodding incessantly like a hen pecking at rice. Xiao Luo's ferocity made him feel that he was about to die at any moment. Are you really working as Luo Workshop store manager? Xiao Luo asked. Liueza nodded his head and squeaked, yes. I am. What are you doing here in Shanghai instead of being in Jiangqing? Are you here just to see Miss Tan? And no, Luo's workshop expanded to Shanghai. I am the first batch of people deployed to Shanghai, Liueza gasped. Due to the lack of oxygen, Liueza's complexion turned as red as a pig's liver, and agony was written all over his face, but he still managed to answer Xiao Luo's question, fearing for his life. I see. Xiao Luo threw a leg forward, then swept his heel inward to knock Liueza behind his knees and released his neck at the same time. Liueza fell heavily on the ground in a kneeling position. As his knee struck the floor, a cracking sound came from his kneecap. It was so painful that he shrieked horribly, and his entire body started trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Luo took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Miss Li, please make a trip to the Zhongshan district," he said. He hung up, looking confident and calm. Whether Li Yueza was really a store manager or a fake was still uncertain to Xiao Luo. He would need Li Ziming to come over and confirm it. If he was really the store manager of Luo Workshop, he would be terminated immediately and never be hired again. If he wasn't, it'd make things less complicated. He would just cripple him and walk away. Xiao Luo was still waiting for Li Ziming to arrive when the police pulled up with sirens blaring. There were 3 police cars. They received a call from someone from the Public Health Bureau alleging that someone was behaving violently in the Zhongshan district in broad daylight. This was totally unacceptable, and hence, they immediately rushed over in their vehicles. The 4 officers injured in the Tan residence had heard the sirens and helped each other down the stairs. Tan Jianbai, Tan Ningfu, and Mrs. Tan also came down as the effect of Xiao Luo's acupoint attack had worn off by then. "Who called the police? Who's committing violence here?" the chief police officer snarled. "I made the call." The chubby man from the Public Health Bureau showed his authority card and then pointed at Xiao Luo, who was nonchalantly sitting on the Porsche's bonnet. "It's him. He's the one who conducted violence. He practiced medicine illegally without a license, refused to cooperate with our investigation, and even crushed our toes. His behavior is too much, and people like him must be arrested and punished severely. Please give us justice," the chubby man cried. When the chief police officer looked down at the 4 men's right feet, he immediately shuddered. Their toe area was badly mutilated as if they were crushed by a hydraulic machine. Even their flesh and their leather shoe seemed glued together. He wasn't the only one who found it gruesome, as all the other policemen cringed as well. They could only imagine how cruel and wicked he must be to have done this. They quickly drew their guns and pointed them at Xiao Luo. "Hands in the air and squat down right now," the chief police officer shouted. Xiao Luo showed no signs of nervousness. He turned over and waved his hands at the chief police officer with his phone in his left hand, indicating that someone wanted to speak to him. The chief police officer was taken aback. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Could it be that this man was the child of a high-ranking official and therefore had the protection of his superiors? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take the phone. After all, with so many guns pointed at the perpetrator, he did not worry too much. "Who's on the phone?" he asked, walking over to Xiao Luo with a straight face. "Answer it, and you'll know," Xiao Luo replied. The chief police officer became nervous for no apparent reason. He gave Xiao Luo a fierce glare and roared, "If you dare to fool me, there will be some pleasant things waiting for you." The chief police officer took the phone and placed it next to his ear. "Lil Wang," a booming voice came from the phone. "See Chief Ma?" The chief police officer was shocked as he didn't expect it to be his immediate superior. He recognized his voice immediately, and the way he spoke was also familiar. It didn't take long for him to ascertain that the person on the line was Chief Ma. "Take your men and come back." "Do not interfere," Chief Ma said. "What?" When the chief police officer heard his superior's instructions, he was stunned for a moment. Doubts crept into his mind, and he wondered to himself if Xiao Luo was really the child of a high-ranking official. But still, is it permissible for him to commit violence in broad daylight and defy the law? Emboldened by a deep sense of righteousness and justice, he challenged his ranking officer and said, "Chief Ma, this man has assaulted several people here. His behavior is unacceptable. He broke the toes of 4 officers from the Public Health Bureau and local police station. If I do not arrest him, I..." "Stop being so hard-headed. Just leave the scene as instructed, this is an order." Chief Ma interjected before the office, to finish his sentence. The chief policeman stood stiffly at attention and responded, "Yes, Chief." "Give the phone back to Mr. Xiao. I still have things to say to him, Chief Ma said, and he seemed to have immediately calmed down. A higher rank meant absolute authority, so how could the chief police officer object? He handed the phone back to Xiao Luo. Within seconds, his eyes opened wide in shock as he clearly heard Chief Ma expressing his sincere apologies to Xiao Luo in a most ingratiating manner. It was hard for him to imagine Chief Ma being so servile to anyone. What the? Who exactly was this guy? The chief police officer looked at Xiao Luo as if he was an alien. He just couldn't picture Chief Ma, who had always carried himself with dignity and an air of authority, behaving so respectfully toward this man. It wasn't far from the deference that the ancient eunuchs gave when they were serving the emperor. Chief Ma had lowered himself so humbly when speaking to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo hung up the phone, then turned and said, "You have no business here anymore. You can leave before you become an eyesore." You. The chief police officer seethed, feeling indignant, but aware that this man in front of him was someone that even his superior had to treat with respect. He chose not to overstep the boundary. After his men helped move the 4 wounded officers, he left with an ashen face. They came snarling and growling but departed with tails between their legs. They did not even bother to sound their sirens this time. Tan Jianbai, Mrs. Tan, and Tan Ningfu watched in disbelief as the scene unraveled. In their eyes, the young man, Xiao Luo, sitting on the Porsche's bonnet, was as tall as a mountain. He was someone that even the cops had to give way to, so, just how powerful a background did he have? As for Li Yueze, his face was as white as a sheet. He was quivering, and it was evident he knew that he had just messed with the wrong person. Who are you? Li Yueze asked, raising his head and looking quizzically at Xiao Luo in fear. His voice was shaky, and he was trembling, for there was a deep sense of trepidation in his heart and the sharp pain in his knees was unbearable. Xiao Luo looked askance at him, choosing to ignore his question, and instead, threw him a random question. This Porsche costs 2.6 million, and with the other costs put together, it'd cost you 3 million, am I right? Xiao Luo's statement sent a shiver down Li Yueze's spine, and his pupils dilated. The first thought that came into his mind was that Xiao Luo would smash his beloved car. Full payment or installment? Xiao Luo asked again. In installment, Li Yueze replied, careful to stick to the truth and not daring to play any tricks. The down payment is about 1.6 million, and the monthly installment is about 24,000, correct? Yes. Li Yueze nodded and answered spontaneously, suddenly realizing that Xiao Luo was very knowledgeable about his car's cost. He could barely do anything else other than to respond truthfully. Did you borrow money to buy this car? Xiao Luo asked, sitting with his legs crossed, propping his chin up casually with his left hand. Why yes. How much did you borrow? 1 million. From your relatives or your friends? Xiao Luo pressed on. I borrowed $500,000 from a friend. The other 500,000 is a special bonus given by the company. The company paid me my salary plus 1.5 years commission in advance. Li Yueze felt very anxious now, as these questions seemed like an imaginary net that would soon be cast over him. Lil Xiao, oh, no, big brother. Big brother, Xiao, what are you planning to do to me? Please, be the bigger person. I beg you, just forgive me this time, he pleaded, then pointed at Tan Ningfu. There's nothing between Ningfu and me, I swear. It was her mother's one-sided wish for us to be together. I didn't know that she's your girlfriend, brother Xiao. If I knew, even with all the courage in this world, I wouldn't have dared to woo her. He had now learned to fear Xiao Luo, a person who looked harmless in appearance and restrained in character, but when enraged, ruthless as a beast. How could he not be afraid? His words caused Mrs. Tan's face to turn red in anger. Tan Jianbai instantly gave her a hard stare, a look of disgust that was clearly meant to remind her that this was the son-in-law that she had chosen. Xiao Luo shook his head at Li Yueze and said, "This is between you and me. It has nothing to do with Miss Tan." In the beginning, Xiao Luo did not intend to make things difficult for Li Yueze, but when he actually made the report with the Public Health Bureau about his unlicensed practice of medicine, Xiao Luo decided to teach him a lesson. Li Yueze's behavior was despicable, and it made him feel he had been wronged. It certainly wasn't a good thing for Luo Workshop to have such a store manager. He may appear to be outstanding when working in the company's store, but his actions only told Xiao Luo that he was a vindictive man. Li Yueze would have to be dismissed, for if he did not get what he wanted, he would harm the company's interest one day. About 5 minutes later, Li Ziming arrived in a Tango red Audi. Li Ziming, nearly 1.7 meters tall, looked impressive when she got out of the car. She was wearing a white sweater and a stylish, plush long coat. Her slender legs were clad in enticing black stockings, and her high heels made her look even taller. She had a delicate face with smooth and fair skin, and her hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail. She exuded the aura of a businesswoman from head to toe. Most men would admire her from afar, but none would dare approach, for they understood that such a lady wasn't someone they could conquer. "And Miss Li?" Li Yueze looked aghast as he couldn't believe that he would see Li Ziming standing there right in front of him. Looking at her, his eyes were filled with respect, and it was because of Li Ziming's support that he had been able to rise to the rank store manager. She was the one who had discovered him, and in that respect, he'd always consider her his superior. "Li Yueze?" Li Ziming was shocked when she saw Li Yueze kneeling on the ground. She knitted her eyebrows slightly as she walked over to Xiao Luo, nodded courteously, and greeted him, "Mr. Xiao." "Mr. Xiao." Li Yueze's eyes widened when he saw how respectfully Li Ziming addressed Xiao Luo. The legend of Luo Workshop's accomplishments last year suddenly popped up in his mind. Mr. Zhang was now in charge of Luo Workshop, but he knew that Mr. Zhang was merely a front and a good friend of the actual boss, the man behind the scene. Through his sources, he knew that Luo Workshop's real owner went by the surname Xiao, and it was precisely this person who led Luo Workshop from the brink of failure to rise again strongly. He was the man that engineered the defeat of their powerful competitor, Taste Buds, to become the #1 pastry giant in Jiangqing City. "Is he that Mr. Xiao?" Li Yueze looked at Xiao Luo nervously. When the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but gulp anxiously. Cold sweat suddenly broke out all over his body, for he never thought to associate this young man who was similar in age, with being Luo Workshop's real boss. It was simply unimaginable. "It's been a while," Xiao Luo said, giving Li Ziming a smile as he hopped off the Porsche. "Yeah, it's been half a year, I believe." "You look a lot smarter, Mr. Xiao," Li Ziming replied. "I'll consider that as apple polishing." Xiao Luo joked, then glanced at Li Yueze as he said, "By the way, is this guy the company's store manager?" Li Ziming nodded her head and replied, "Yes, his name is Li Yueze. I noticed his ability during an inspection, and since we share the same surname, I decided to give him a little push and made him the manager of our new store." "Oh, I see, fire him," Xiao Luo said. Li Ziming was briefly startled before she complied without hesitation. "Okay." Li Ziming took her phone out immediately to call Luo Workshop's head of human resources, Lin Chongdong. "Mr. Lin, can you please terminate Li Yueze?" "Huh, why? Didn't you just promote Li Yueze? He's also one of the pioneers in this Shanghai City venture, why are you firing him?" Lin Chongdong asked. "This is an instruction from President Xiao," Li Ziming replied. "Ah, roger that, his termination letter will be sent to Luo Workshop's managers group within 5 minutes. Upon learning that it was Xiao Luo's instructions, Lin Chongdong did not hesitate and immediately processed it. Li Ziming ended the call and repeated what Lin Chongdong had said to Xiao Luo. "Mr. Lin said that he'll settle it within 5 minutes, she said." It was barely 5 minutes when she received an incoming email on her phone, and as expected, the letter was issued within the time frame. A copy also reached Li Yueza's phone via email, and when he opened the mailbox to check, it was from Luo Workshop's Human Resource Department. It was shocking, but there was no doubt about it. The last line in the letter carried a hard-hitting message: "You are hereby terminated." What? Li Yueza's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt giddy like he had just fallen from heaven down into an abyssal hell. Everything suddenly appeared gray and blurry to him. He didn't come from a wealthy family. On the contrary, they were below average when it came to their finances. Everything he had was achieved through his relentless efforts and never-say-die attitude. The day he became Luo Workshop store manager was the proudest day in his life, giving him great confidence. And, just like that, he was no longer Luo Workshop store manager anymore, which meant that all his efforts had gone down the drain along with his financial independence. His recent purchase of a Porsche had put him millions in debt, and, in the blink of an eye, everything would be lost. Oh, no. No. He was desperately screaming on the inside, and suddenly, he went on his knees and clung on to Xiao Luo's thigh, pleading. Without any thought of his image, he cried, "President Xiao, please give me a chance, please give me one more chance, I am begging you, please." This job meant the world to him, and it was slowly crumbling right before his eyes. He felt nothing but fear, a cold, desperate fear. He had to protect it at all costs, even if it meant giving up his dignity as a man. "Give you a chance?" Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly. He was never a bad-tempered person, to begin with, but when he was provoked, someone would definitely have to pay the price. Unfortunately for Li Yueza, he made the mistake of doing so. Had it been someone else other than Xiao Luo treating the old woman, that person would have been taken away by the health bureau, which was ridiculous for saving another person's life. "I'm sorry, someone deserves this chance much more than you." He nudged Li Yueza away as he did not fancy a man clinging on to his thigh. The Tan family were still looking at him in shocked silence. "He's the boss of Luo Workshop?" For a moment, Mrs. Tan even forgot the pain in her hands. After knowing Xiao Luo's real identity, she felt suffocated by a great weight of shame for her earlier opinion of him. She had said that Xiao Luo did not even match up to a strand of Li Yueza's hair. Finding out that he was actually Li Yueza's boss, her cheeks were now blushing red, as if someone had just slapped her hard in the face. Tan Ningfu's eyes widened, and she could hardly cope with all the new discoveries about Xiao Luo's true identity. She had always known that Xiao Luo was quite extraordinary, but she did not expect him to be this special. She had heard about Luo Workshop from Jiangqing as it was in the headlines last year, and at least half the nation knew about it. That was the company that created a miracle, and the boss of that company was standing before her now. How was that possible? This was surreal. She could not believe that she had actually made the acquaintance of such a famous person. Li Yueza, who was sent sprawling earlier by Xiao Luo, began to crawl up to Xiao Luo and kowtowed relentlessly. As his forehead struck the ground, the sound it made was frighteningly loud, and his forehead started bleeding. After a while, his entire face was covered in blood. "Please give me one more chance, please give me one more chance, I am kowtowing to you, President Xiao, please." Li Yueza pleaded desperately, with his face was covered in blood, tears, and snot. He could not afford to lose this job as it meant everything to him. He knew that losing this job would be equivalent to permanently tearing away a part of him. He continued to kowtow and did so with great force each time. After a while, his forehead was a complete mess, stained with dust and blood, and he was a sorry sight. Li Ziming could not help frowning when she saw him in such a state. Tan Ningfu wanted to stop him, but she was held back by her father, Tan Jianba. He told her to not get involved with this matter as Xiao Luo would not appreciate a nosy woman. "You're pretty ruthless." Xiao Luo squatted down and stared at the blood-soaked figure of Li Yueze. Li Yueze looked at him pleadingly, a stark contrast to his confident poise before this. Beyond shame and not feeling any more pain, Li Yueze made a last attempt to seek Xiao Luo's forgiveness and croaked, "President Xiao, I cannot lose this job, my family sees me as their pride and joy, I cannot afford to let them down. I'm sorry, and I know my mistake, can you please forgive me? Now that we have such a history, how can I be assured that you'll always stay loyal to the company? How can I be convinced that you will not have any intentions of taking vengeance, should the opportunity present itself to you?" Xiao Luo posed the question as he got up. Anxiously, Li Yueze crawled forward on his knees and responded, "I will sign a 10-year contract with the company that if I ever cause any harm to the company, I will bear the full responsibility for it, and all of my assets will serve as collateral to compensate the company." Xiao Luo looked at him with interest, but remained silent. Li Yueze was very anxious, and started to kowtow again, leaving traces of blood on the ground with every bow. It was a gory scene and looked like a blood bag had spilled. "Enough." Xiao Luo stopped him with a firm word, then turned to Li Ziming and said, "Revoke that order. Li Yueze will remain employed in Shanghai." "Roger that." Li Ziming did not ask anything further, and it was quite apparent to everyone there that she would carry out Xiao Luo's order unconditionally. She wasn't the only one, every single senior member of Luo Workshop would do the same. Xiao Luo's order preceded everything else as far as they were concerned. She immediately contacted Lin Chongdong again and repeated Xiao Luo's words. Like her, Lin Chongdong did not ask any questions, and carried out the latest order accordingly. Thank you, President Xiao. I will never forget your mercy, thank you." Li Yueze cried like a child, relieved that he had gotten back the job that he had fought so hard for. "Remember what happened today, and I hope that you can put this ruthless energy into your work. Also, I am warning you that should you ever commit any act that harms the company, no one on earth can save you," Xiao Luo said, putting his hands in his pocket as he looked down his nose at Li Yueze. I will remember it." Li Yueze was eternally grateful and could not stop bowing to Xiao Luo for his mercy. After leaving Zhongshan district, Xiao Luo and Li Ziming caught up for a bit. Having a cuppa in a downtown cafe, Li Ziming reported to him that Luo Workshop's factories in Shanghai City were still under construction, and they had engaged dozens of engineering teams to expedite its completion. She expected that all the factory buildings would be completed within half a year should everything go as planned without any hitches. Li Ziming also added that the procurement of their bakery equipment and renovations for the outlets were also underway and that everything was progressing on schedule. Her only worry was that the bakery industry in Shanghai City was dominated by Sumer, a locally established business. When Luo Workshop started moving into the Shanghai City market, they would definitely come face to face with Sumer sooner or later. "I'm sure you've done your investigation, do you know who the boss of Sumer is?" Xiao Luo asked Li Ziming after listening to her updates. Li Ziming handed a document to Xiao Luo and said, "Yes, I have. The person behind Sumer is the A-list star, Su Li." Su Li. Xiao Luo almost spat his coffee out, and he quickly looked at the document to find out more about Su Li's involvement. The information sheet was quite comprehensive and even included her biodata, her age, height, weight, hobbies, and her professional work, which amused Xiao Luo somewhat, as it had never crossed his mind that Su Li, his titular wife, would land up being Sumer's boss. Xiao Luo could not make sense of it, a pop star getting involved in the baking industries? This isn't uncommon as many celebrities leverage their brand to start new businesses. I know a male celebrity who started a nationwide hot pot franchise, and with his celebrity status, the business is doing extremely well, Li Ziming said. However, Su Li is more low-key, preferring not to expose herself as the boss of Sumer. Barely anyone knows that she is the owner. Li Ziming passed another document to Xiao Luo and said, "President Xiao, have a look." This information is the footprint of all Sumer's branches across the country. They're a big name and very well established in the market. Xiao Luo took the document and immediately felt some pressure. His Luo workshop setup was, at most, the king of Jiangqing, but Sumer, on the other hand, had outlets in every major city in the country. The scale of their business was significantly larger than Luo workshops, which was like a child's play compared to Sumer. No wonder that woman was always strutting and acting like she was above everyone else. With such assets, she certainly earned the right to do so. Xiao Luo cocked his brow and reflected on how little of Su Li he actually knew. Li Ziming, thanks for the hard work you put in, getting things up and running. It's my job, but you should know that my male colleagues have it tougher. They are always with the engineering team and work like horses, haha, Li Ziming responded, giggling and evidently delighted to have received Xiao Luo's praise. Then let them work, they could use a little more physical exercise, for their health's sake. Xiao Luo took a sip of coffee and said, I want you to come with me to visit Sumer's outlets. I plan to check out their products and what advantages they have over us. Then, let's see what we can do with our products, to create a more level playing field for our operation here. Okay, will do. Li Ziming nodded as she added some sugar to her coffee, before stirring it and lifting the cup to her lips, gracefully. It was almost 8 p.m. when they were done visiting every Sumer outlet in Shanghai City. Xiao Luo and Li Ziming had dinner together and shared their thoughts and opinions on assessing Sumer's critical success factors. They now had a better idea of Sumer's products and operation, and how they'd positioned themselves in the market. If Luo Workshop wanted to remain competitive in Shanghai City's market, it had to outdo Sumer, competence, service standards, better product offerings, and in every aspect of marketing and promotions. Xiao Luo felt that the road to Luo Workshop success in Shanghai City was a long and challenging one. Firstly, Sumer is already well established with reliable operational capabilities and a large customer base, and, secondly, Su Li was the boss. With Luo Workshop's entry into the Shanghai City market, he would inevitably be forced to start a war with Su Li, and it made him feel rather uncomfortable. After parting with Li Ziming, he drove to the river to chill out. The night had veiled the sky, muting the gay colors of daylight in its darkness, but the twinkling stars and a full moon made fair compensation, illuminating the cityscape with its subdued light and adding charm to the scene by the riverside. Xiao Luo took in the sights and the fresh air as he ambled along the river walk. The reflection of lit-up buildings on the river's rippling surface gave the impression that there was another world beneath. Then, Xiao Luo caught a waft of a terrible putrid scent, resembling decomposing garbage, emanating from close by. Xiao Luo grimaced at the stench, and when he turned around, he saw an old man approaching him. He was wearing a pair of slippers and dressed in rags, with his shoulders and calves unclothed. He had a full head of disheveled white hair, even his brows and long beard were all white. But his eyes looked alert, very bright and piercing. The stench evidently emanated from this man, as he looked terribly filthy. Xiao Luo glanced at his feet, and they looked as if he had danced barefooted on a bed of charcoal. They appeared so dirty that were he to put them in a pot of clear water to wash, it would undoubtedly turn brackish. The old man walked toward Xiao Luo nonchalantly, then gave him a smile and said, "Little brother, may I sit next to you?" No. Xiao Luo reacted without any hesitation as the stench was simply overbearing, and he could hardly breathe. But the old man ignored Xiao Luo and proceeded to sit down beside him, and even flatulated loudly as he was about to sit. Xiao Luo was annoyed and really felt like telling him off, thinking to himself this old man deserved a good walloping. As the old man settled on the bench, he sighed in relief, as if he had just passed motion after suffering from severe constipation. His body even quivered a little, giving the impression that he had derived great pleasure and satisfaction from that fart. He reached out to Xiao Luo with his hand and said, "Nice to meet you, little brother. My name is Hong Ji, people just call me Brother Hong." Oh, please. Xiao Luo was getting agitated. It was already bad enough that a beggar he never met before suddenly approached him out of the blue and even broke wind. Most disgustingly, he was even now introducing himself as if that was the norm. Xiao Luo had a good mind to knock some sense into him. You, young people, shouldn't be so hot-tempered, I'm just making friends with you. Old man, before I really get annoyed, just take the money and get out of here, as far as possible. Xiao Luo took out $100 note and handed it to him angrily. The white-haired beggar was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and responded, Look at you, you're so young but have not learned anything good, all you do is insult a man with money. Ha, even though I am a beggar, I have my professional code of conduct too, and I don't take handouts, he said. His words sounded righteous, but it didn't stop him from taking the money. He then held it up against light from the lamp post and checked it for authenticity. With a stern look on his face, he returned the money to Xiao Luo and said, Give me another note, little brother, this doesn't feel right, and I suspect that it is forged. Xiao Luo was so infuriated that he actually started laughing out of sheer frustration. I think you're asking for it. As Xiao Luo spoke, he reached out to grab the old man by his collar, intending to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, the white-haired beggar was quick to react, leaning back before Xiao Luo's hand could reach and easily evading his attempted grab. Effortlessly, he moved in a balanced and controlled manner and kept out of Xiao Luo's range. So, he's a martial artist, it seems. Xiao Luo focused his eyes on the man, convinced that this man had come looking for trouble, and decided he would not hold back. Xiao Luo instantly pushed his right hand to the ground, and his body swirled into action, bringing his left leg swing across at the old man's chest with fearsome power. The white-haired beggar crossed his hands to protect his chest. Xiao Luo's powerful leg struck at the center of his crossing arms precisely. With a loud bang, a gush of ferocious power coursed through from Xiao Luo's leg like a raging river. The white-haired beggar backed off while trying to stand up and regain balance, which he finally was able to do so, after backing off for a few meters. He looked at Xiao Luo, who was half-kneeling with both of his hands on the ground and laughed, Little brother, are you practicing the secret art of Toad? Your stance is pretty similar to the people from the Ouyang house. Xiao Luo was looking tense with his eyes focused like a beast in its hunting mode. The old man combed his beard while making jokes about Xiao Luo, which made him look very at ease and nonchalant. Who are you? Xiao Luo stood up and stared at him with hostility. Didn't I just said, my name is Hong Ji, people address me as Brother Hong and I am also the current sect master of the beggar sect. The white-haired beggar kept the $100 note in his pocket and picked his nose. Considering the fact that you've insulted me with some good moolah, I can tell you one thing, you've offended somebody, so he had hired me to teach you a lesson. Who? Xiao Luo stared at him. There, he's right over there. The white-haired beggar pointed at the embankment and his face was full of smiles. Xiao Luo looked over to where he pointed at and saw a black car there. The door was opened and two bodyguards in black suits were standing by the door. Xiao Luo could recognize these people, they were Yang Hongji's bodyguards, San and Si. Obviously, the man sitting beside the driver's seat was Yang Hongji. Yang Hongji got off the car and waved at Xiao Luo and shouted loudly, King Catfish, aren't you pretty good at fighting? Come, start your show, if you can win him unharmed, I'll gulp on piles of shit. He was almost bellowing towards the last line as his precious woman was taken by Xiao Luo, which made him feel extremely angry and hateful. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely skin Xiao Luo alive. Xiao Luo snapped as this clown had come for trouble yet again. However, it was timely as he was quite moody now and needed some outlet for venting. He turned around and smiled, then told the white-haired beggar, How much did Yang Hongji pay you? Not a lot at all, merely 300,000. The white-haired beggar smiled even more, I took his money, to help him rid of the trouble. Little brother, I suggest that you to stand still and let me break an arm of yours, With this, we can avoid the awkward situation where I accidentally kill you from the beating. Rest assured, it won't be painful and I'll be careful. If you go to the hospital soon enough, there's a 90% chance that you can link it back without any sequela. What do you think? Xiao Luo was so pissed that he started laughing. Are you here to jest? He extended his arm and opened his palm, taunting the old man. Let me see what you've got. We will do as you suggested, one arm. Little brother, you're asking for it. The white-haired beggar sighed and kept his smile. Then, pardon my abruptness. His eyes became focused gradually and started radiating storms of aura blade, engulfing the entire area. He dashed at Xiao Luo like a gust and his traces sped through the night sky and his stance was powerful like a raging tsunami. Humph! Xiao Luo snapped and started gliding, striking swiftly with a hysteric and ruthless stance. He had perfected combining the styles of ferocious and wily together. Bang! His spinning legs clashed with the white-haired beggar's palm head-on. Xiao Luo rolled with his punches and pounced on him like a jaguar, using his powerful kick to attack the white-haired beggar. The white-haired beggar looked very serious after seeing Xiao Luo's movements. He dashed forward like a spectral, his hand claws had turned into deadly scythes under the veil of darkness, slicing through the space and approaching Xiao Luo instantly. Xiao Luo bursted away and flipped his body midair without any support. With an exaggerating spin, his kicks turned into countless shadows and struck relentlessly at the beggar. They looked slow, but were actually swift, blocking the white-haired beggar's palms with precision and accuracy. What the F***ck, are they filming an action movie? Yang Hongji, who was spectating, widened his eyes and dropped his jaws upon seeing Xiao Luo and the white-haired beggar sparring. Even he was physically present from 30 meters away, he could still felt the frightening crossing of punches and kicks. San and Si were in awe and they thought, are these people monsters? Even martial arts film with special effects cannot achieve this level of intensity. They originally thought that the white-haired beggar was playing a buff, but did not expect that he was actually a formidable man, and this made the 300,000 well spent. At this point in time, Xiao Luo and the white-haired beggar had exchanged hundreds of moves and the grass patch they stood upon had become an utter mess. Large amounts of grasses and soil were sent flying by their inner power. Had their battle occurred in the daytime, people would definitely notice that their battle had caused a whirlwind and all the dead leaves were flying. Those leaves that were closer to them were shattered into powder directly by their inner power. Bang! Both Xiao Luo and the white-haired beggar struck out their palms with each other. The ferocious power resembled a mighty roar of a beast, which raged through towards both of them. Both of them backed off for a few steps and regained balance, feeling the internal upwelling of qi and blood, as if a gigantic dragon was churning within their chest. They both used their inner power to quell this upwelling. What a lad, you're somebody. Seems like Brother Hong has to use some real techniques. The white-haired beggar became serious as he could tell from the crossfire just now that Xiao Luo was extremely wild and spontaneous. His fighting style was totally random yet beast-like. If he continued to withhold his true strength, he would definitely end up losing. He spat at his palm and grabbed the air. A stick that was used to support a small tree flew towards him like how Thor grabs Mjolnir. He had infused the stick with his inner power and it became hard like cold steel. I shall let you have a taste of our dog-beating staff technique. The white-haired beggar swung his wooden stick and pounced at Xiao Luo. Under his swinging, the stick multiplied and it looked as if he had thousands of sticks in his hand. At the same time, the stick also stirred a whirlwind that was sharp and penetrating. Yang Hongji and his gang were completely stunned by that, and it was unbelievable that a swinging stick had actually created the illusion of 1,000 sticks swinging. Xiao Luo was forced to back off, but the white-haired beggar was approaching very quickly, so he had to face him head-on. However, he had yet to figure out this technique's pattern and he sustained 5 lashes at the moment he moved up. The lashing of the inner power-infused stick was burning painful. It felt like his skin and flesh were torn, but it was soft tissue injury in fact, and the pain was unbearable. Stick on the head, watch it. With that, the white-haired beggar lashed at Xiao Luo's head mercilessly. Dip the hip. The stick struck at Xiao Luo's hip. Quash the shoulder, hee. The stick stuck out suddenly with the head pointing downwards, pressing down at Xiao Luo's shoulder elegantly but with a weight of 1,000 pounds, making Xiao Luo kneeled on the spot. The dog beating staff technique is created for all the bad guys and the evil's guys. Little brother, how does it feel like? The white-haired beggar pressed Xiao Luo's shoulders with his stick and laughed. Xiao Luo lifted his head and his eyes were fuming with fire. This felt like an insult and a complete joke to him instead of getting a taste of the dog beating staff technique. The white-haired beggar laughed like a naughty kid and then kicked at Xiao Luo's chest. The kick was empowered with his inner power, so even Xiao Luo could not resist but was sent flying out like a broken kite. He landed heavily on the grass patch a few meters away. Nice, very nice, beat the hell out of this King catfish. Yang Hongji, who was watching from afar, could not help but clapped his hands with excitement. San also felt that justice was served and extremely satisfied. He then frowned again. It was indeed well done, but not enough. Not enough? Yang Hongji asked jokingly. Not enough. Si nodded and agreed. Then let the old G's beat him up more. Yang Hongji was in a pretty good mood. He approached the white-haired beggar and shouted, Brother Hong, beat that King catfish up more and I'll pay you double. A double pay? Upon hearing that, the white-haired beggar's eyes shined and said, Rest assured, young Master Yang, your request will be satisfied. He lifted his right leg to pick the dirt off in between his feet, then put on his slippers again. He walked towards Xiao Luo joyfully while humming to some tunes and told him, Little brother, I have no choice as I need a really huge sum of money, so the only way out is to sacrifice you. Rest assured, after this, I will repay you. Repay my ass. An extremely suppressed voice came from Xiao Luo, as if the roar came from his soul. Xiao Luo's palms slapped on the ground and the power was so strong that trembled the earth. With the force of recoil, he sprung up from the ground and spun full circle mid-air, then landed on one knee powerfully. His then made circles with his arms before his chest and then push out forcefully at the white-haired beggar. Roar. With a deafening dragon roar, an overwhelming palm force raged through the entire space and the tremendous power was relentless like a raging tsunami. 18 subduing dragon palms? The white-haired beggar was dumbfounded and there was nothing but shock in his eyes. At this moment, he too pushed out his palms with all his might, which also resulted in a dragon roar, crashing on Xiao Luo's palms with fierce power. Bang! An earth-shaking sound exploded and the gigantic force had sunk in the ground between them and created a 3 meters deep hole. Countless grass was sent flying and then shattered into powder. The pine and cypress trees behind them were also broken as they could not withstand the raging power. Yang Hongji was shocked and the smile he had on his face vanished completely as he felt nothing but absolutely terrified. The white-haired beggar was utterly stunned and he stared at Xiao Luo like he was an alien, then burst out uncontrollably, Brat, where did you learn the 18 subduing dragon palms? He could not help but lose his composure as although every martial art originated from Shaolin, the 18 subduing dragon palms has always been passed down only in the family of Hong. It was equivalent to seeing a ghost under a bright sunny day after seeing a complete stranger who knew how to use the 18 subduing dragon palms. Xiao Luo had a trace of blood near his mouth and his face was cold like steel. After fully running his inner power, he dashed like a phantom and turned into a tornado, striking a palm at the white-haired beggar. Die, you old G's. A terrible force was exploding and the roar was so loud it could be heard everywhere. This was Dragon Ascent? The white-haired beggar was shocked thoroughly, but he reacted quickly with the same technique as it was impossible to evade by that time. Bang! 2 palms crashed at each other and terrible energy exploded in the entire area. Intangible pressure was coursing outwards like stormy waves. Yang Hongji and his gang from afar were thrown off to the ground. Bang bang bang. The calm lake was bombarded like there were numerous bombs being detonated underneath. Tons of water were blown off to a height of 10 meters, then poured down like heavy rain. Oh my God, what happened there? Why is there an explosive sound? Is someone blowing up fishes there? That's so weird. Passers-by from afar all stopped to spectate, but they did not discover anything under the veil of the night sky, so they all thought that someone was blowing up the fishes and then left shortly after. Some of the people were still looking back curiously while they were leaving. The white-haired beggar shook his body and landed on the ground, backing off for a few steps before he regained balance. He felt that qi and blood were raging in his body, then vomited a mouthful of thick blood shortly after. Xiao Luo landed on the ground smoothly and still looked cold. Who are you? The white-haired beggar was terribly scared and shocked, as neither did he expect that Xiao Luo could actually defeat him nor master the 18 subduing dragon palms. On top of that, the power of Xiao Luo's technique was way stronger than his, as he was completely crushed in the showdown of the same technique. Xiao Luo dashed before him like a phantom. He looked like a fiend as he was emitting an evil vibe. He remained silent as grabbed the white-haired beggar's left arm with his right hand. His fingers were sharp like daggers and torn the white-haired beggar's clothes easily, sinking into his flesh and causing blood to stream out. Ah! The white-haired beggar let out a loud scream that could cause goosebumps to anyone who had to hear it. He then tried to slam on Xiao Luo's forehead with his right hand to force him to let go of his hand. Xiao Luo reacted by kicking him. Bang! The white-haired beggar flew back like a bombshell, as if he had sustained a hit from a locomotive, breaking 3 pine trees before coming to a stop, which lay a dozen meters away. His left arm, however, was still grabbed tightly in Xiao Luo's hand, as it was torn out forcefully at the moment he flew out and remained on Xiao Luo's hand. The pain intensified and the white-haired beggar's scream became more terrifying, rolling on the ground out of pain as an enormous amount of blood was gushing out from the open wound on his left arm. Ah! Yang Hongji was so scared that he sat on the ground. Both San and Si also turned pale, shivering as if they had witnessed the arrival of a devil. Xiao Luo threw away the white-haired beggar's arm and turned to them. His eyes were dim but filled with coldness, making anyone who he stared at feeling chill from their souls. Yang Hongji and the gang then hurried back to their black car. Fire the engine, leave here at once. After taking the seat beside the driver, Yang Hongji roared with a frightened voice and broke into a cold sweat. Si fired the engine and sped off. After leaving the embankment for 100 meters, they then dared to look back and sighed in relief after realizing that Xiao Luo did not come after them. Young master, that guy is a demon, don't bother with him anymore. Ah-san, who was in the back seat, had never been this frightened before. No words could describe his fear, and he was still shaking as he spoke, having lost all composure. Yang Hongji did not answer him as he stared blankly ahead, still in awe as he recalled what he had just witnessed, and even his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. When Yang Hongji hired the master of the beggar sect, he was convinced that he could finally teach Xiao Luo a lesson he'd not forget, but nobody expected that things would turn out this way. No, I can't let him go like that. He stole my woman, and I want him dead, chopped into tiny pieces. In a while, Yang Hongji regained his composure, and he clenched his teeth again, using his hatred of Xiao Luo to suppress his fear of him. I'll call the police and inform them that King Catfish assaulted an old beggar. We can leverage the police against him. That's right, I'll call the police, he cried. With his mind made up, he frantically took out the phone from his pocket to make the call. Suddenly, right in front of them, a man miraculously descended from the sky, just like Iron Man from the Marvel comics, landing heavily on their car's bonnet in a half-kneeling position. Boom! His fingers pierced into the sheet metal like it was butter, and the bonnet crumpled like it was tinfoil. It was none other than Xiao Luo. Yang Hongji and his bodyguards literally jumped off their seats in fright and screamed hysterically like little girls watching a horror movie. Xiao Luo glared mirthlessly at Yang Hongji, and scorn was written all over his face. The terrified driver, Si, tried to keep the car on the road, but Xiao Luo had blocked his vision, and as he lost control, the car skidded into a lamp post. Si tried to step on the emergency brakes, but it was just too late. Bang! The car smashed into the lamp post and wrapped itself around it as car parts and debris flew in every direction. Black fumes billowed from the engine compartment, and the lamp post was deformed in the impact, leaning over the vehicle, forming an angle some 30 degrees with the ground. Before the car plowed into the lamp post, Xiao Luo had leaped off like a phantom. But Yang Hongji and his bodyguards were not so fortunate. In the back seat, San was thrown forward by the impact, flying like a projectile right through the windscreen, and his life was hanging precariously by a thread. Yang Hongji and Si were saved when their airbags activated, and they only sustained some minor wounds, none of which were life-threatening. They both crawled out of the car in a frightful state, bleeding and covered in tiny pieces of glass and debris. Bits of glass shards were embedded in their flesh like parasites, giving them a ghastly look that was terrifying to look upon. After they got out of the car, they collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Luo approached them and lifted them up like they were roadkill. Despite their injuries, Yang Hongji and Si remained conscious when Xiao Luo walked up to them and lifted them up. They then realized that Xiao Luo was carrying them over to a public toilet nearby. What do you want? Let go. Terrified, Yang Hongji screamed desperately, but he could not break loose of Xiao Luo's powerful grip. Si did not even attempt to struggle as he was frozen in fear and had lost all strength. A couple of minutes later, Yang Hongji and Si were dumped onto the toilet floor by Xiao Luo. Although the toilet's flushing system had malfunctioned, many people still used it right through the day, and the place stank to high heaven. The putrid stench of urine and feces was unbearable and repulsive. Why did you bring us here? What do you want? Yang Hongji was trembling in fear as he asked Xiao Luo the question. Coming from a wealthy and dignified family, he had never visited such a filthy place in his life, and undoubtedly, he would have puked had he eaten more for dinner. What do you think? Xiao Luo smiled cruelly, and without waiting for an answer, he grabbed Yang Hongji by the scruff and forced his head into the filthy toilet bowl. Yang Hongji gagged as his head was being forced in, and when he saw the flotsam of human feces swirling in a pool of putrid, murky liquid, he retched. It was a punishment worse than death itself, even breaking his limb would not have been so bad. As his head plunged into the foul-smelling wastewater, it filled his orifices, and he felt like he was drowning. Not only was it disgusting and agonizing for Yang Hongji, but he was also thoroughly humiliated. In a panic, Yang Hongji screamed and struggled with all his might, but Xiao Luo held him firmly by the scruff of the neck, and as he gasped of air, he inadvertently swallowed some feces into his mouth. Enough, no more, please. Yang Hongji was crying desperately as his head was stuck in a toilet bowl, and he was being force-fed with human feces by Xiao Luo. Whenever he got the chance to gasp for air, he cried out in a hysterical voice like a tortured spirit in hell. Si, watching from the side, was in a state of shock and had goosebumps all over him. When Xiao Luo looked over at him, Si shook in fear, and before Xiao Luo could take a step toward him, he ran to the next toilet and cried, "I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself." His fear of Xiao Luo had surpassed everything else, and he started scooping the feces up into his mouth, but he vomited immediately after having a mouthful. At that moment, he envied San for being unconscious. "You're disgusting," Xiao Luo said nonchalantly and finally released Yang Hongji, who was given a hearty feast of the stuff. Before leaving the public toilet, he cleaned his hands thoroughly. The experience had proven too traumatic for Yang Hongji to handle, something just snapped in his brain. He had gone mad, and he sat on the floor with feces all over his face and hands, and began laughing strangely. Xi rushed over to the sink to rinse his mouth, then dragged Yang Hongji over to thoroughly wash him. Xiao Luo drove his car and rushed back to Crescent Bay. As he had sustained some internal injuries, he went back to his own apartment and immediately sat on his sofa in a lotus position. Were his actions toward Yang Hongji and the white-haired beggar excessive and cruel? Of course, they were, but he always kept to his words, and he never allowed himself to be bullied easily, to begin with. An eye for an eye, I will repay anyone twice what I receive. That was Xiao Luo. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xiao Luo got up from his recovery position and went to answer the door. To Xiao Luo's surprise, it was none other than Suli. She looked comely, wearing a pair of crystal heels and clad in a black-laced skirt that generously revealed her slender legs. She wore a smart beige-colored form-fitting top that complemented her fine figure, and her long hair was tied back neatly, exposing the fair and unblemished skin of her graceful neck. She simply looked exquisite. "What's with your clothes?" Suli looked at Xiao Luo's shirt and asked. A little moody, Xiao Luo did not answer her, but instead, he asked, "Do you have anything for me?" He sounded cold and distant as if he was talking a complete stranger. Suli was slightly offended and began to feel like she was losing her leverage with this man. Was there anything of value to him that she could offer? Suli could sense that there was a lack of concern in his eyes. She hesitated for a moment but decided to ask him, "I wanted to ask you how to cook the green yam paste." Xiao Luo was slightly taken aback and said, "You like it?" Suli nodded. "Not today, but I can teach you tomorrow." Xiao Luo replied. "Why?" "I'm sleepy." Xiao Luo replied and then shut the door up. To have a door shut in her face was not something that Suli was used to, and she felt a little slighted. She had come over to see him and have a chat, and to be turned down in such a brusque manner was unthinkable. She could imagine a long line of men just dreaming of getting an opportunity such as this, even getting a glance or a smile from her would make their day. Yet, for this man, none of that mattered. How could he be so cold? There were many things that she had wanted to ask him, and his interview at Huayao Corporation was undoubtedly one of the items on the agenda. After hearing about Xiao Luo's proficiency with several foreign languages, she was curious to learn more about it. She reached for the doorbell again, but something stopped her. Her finger was still on the doorbell when she decided to abort the idea of barging in on him and turned around to return to her apartment. After Xiao Luo returned to his unit, he immediately settled into a lotus position and regulated his breathing. The prowess of the white-haired beggar in using his techniques could not be underestimated, and he was already suffering a severe internal injury from the kick that his adversary had delivered. Xiao Luo chose not to expend any more points on the system's healing function, knowing that he could resort to his breath regulation technique to heal the injury. And this was precisely why Xiao Luo declined to teach Suli how to prepare the vegetable taro paste. Besides, it wasn't too long ago that Xiao Luo had been in a public toilet to make sure that Yang Hongji kept his word about eating a pile of excrement, and when he beat the white-haired beggar, he made sure that Yang Hongji and his bodyguards had a feast. Although he didn't get anything filth on his body, he seemed to detect a lingering stench, therefore, it just really wasn't a suitable time for him to teach someone how to cook. Suddenly, he caught a waft of a peculiar fragrance. Xiao Luo took a whiff, trying to recall memories of the scent. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes and ceased his breath regulation exercise, for the fragrance was etched deeply in his mind. Before he could move a muscle, a dark figure streaked from the bedroom and came up behind him like a black flash of lightning. A slender hand clad in black silk gloves was pressed against his back, and Xiao Luo suddenly felt his whole body go numb, as he was struck accurately on the acupoint with the index and middle finger. "Nya, you're now mine." A husky and seductive voice whispered in his ear. The woman in black strut from behind Xiao Luo with feline grace, swaying her slender hips provocatively. Standing right in his front of Xiao Luo, she exuded charm and charisma. Her beautiful, delicate visage was framed by silky black hair, worn in a loose chignon, and adorned with a jasper hairpin with a dragon phoenix design. Her eyes were alluring, almost flirting, and it would have been difficult for any man to resist her gaze. Standing before him like a Greek goddess, she looked like she had just stepped out of a classical painting of the old masters. "Lady Poison, what are you doing?" Xiao Luo gasped. "I've said it before, we are made for each other." Fu Yiren suddenly bent down and gently placed her quivering lips on Xiao Luo's, the lightest of touch, like a dragonfly skimming the pond's surface. Her cheeks blushed, and in the dim light of the nearby lamp, she looked remarkably captivating and enchanting. In a very suggestive way, she purred in a longing voice, nibbling on her scarlet lips invitingly. Xiao Luo's mind went blank for a moment, but he found his voice in typical fashion and said, "Find someone else, I have no interest in you. Other men mean nothing to me, in my eyes, I only want you." Fu Yiren held Xiao Luo's face with both hands. In her passion, she exerted more strength than she had intended, squishing Xiao Luo's face and making it look pressed against a glass window. Xiao Luo's eyes were cold. A male chauvinist like him could never allow a woman to hold his face like a child. "Take your hands away," he fumed. "Mia, I hope you understand the position you're now in, you are my prey, and I can do whatever I want with you. I can't fault you for not having any feelings for me now, but such things can be cultivated over time. And, as I do not have any assignments now, it's the perfect time to start. I can stay with you here every day to nurture our relationship." Fu Yiren's voice was enticing, and it possessed the quality that could bring a man to his knees. After saying that, she kissed Xiao Luo forcibly. Xiao Luo's eyes widened in shock, not expecting Fu Yiren to be so bold. Despite being resistant to Fu Yiren's poison, Xiao Luo couldn't help feeling like he was being molested. As he was totally unable to move, he used what strength he had left to clench his teeth together. "Ah!" Fu Yiren, who was lost in her passion, suddenly pulled away and jumped to her feet, bolt upright, clasping her mouth. Xiao Luo's bite hurt, and she immediately revealed her brutal nature. "I'll kill you!" she shouted angrily, raising her right palm, intending to slam it on Xiao Luo's skull. But when she gazed into Xiao Luo's eyes, her murderous thought immediately dissipated. Dejectedly, she dropped her right hand and just stared emotionally at Xiao Luo. "Lady Poison, you and I both work for the NSA. I do not want to have any unpleasantness between us. I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill your wish, but I'll recommend a few to you if you really want to have a man. I can assure you that you'll be satisfied," Xiao Luo said. "I said, I only want you. I will not even look at another man." Then, Fu Yiren's expression suddenly softened, and she said, "That was my first kiss. Whether you accept it or not, it was given to you, so you must be responsible for me." "What the?" At $%. Xiao Luo felt his chest tighten as he immediately wondered why he was once again being held responsible for a relationship he did not ask for. Were all girls this way? He knew he had to take a firm stand and said, "I'll advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible." "You." Fu Yiren was an impetuous person by nature. Although she had said earlier that she wanted to slowly nurture her relationship with Xiao Luo, Fu Yiren lost it when she got that response from Xiao Luo. Resentfully, like a jealous little girl, she said, "Your wife, Su Li, is a popular star, and she lives just next door, am I right? She's so beautiful, and even I'm jealous of her beauty whenever I see her. But she has married the man I want, and now she must die. I dare you." Xiao Luo's eyes turned red with rage as a murderous aura instantly emanated from his body. Seeing his reaction, Fu Yiren became even more jealous, and her chest heaved noticeably in resentment. "Sleep with me, and I'll leave her alone," she cried. Xiao Luo was really getting riled up. There were so many men in the world, but she had to choose him. Ignoring the fact that he was now Su Li's nominal husband, even if he were single, he would still not casually go to bed with any woman, let alone one whose whole body was filled with poison. Fu Yiren saw the determination on Xiao Luo's face, but she couldn't care less. She needed this man, and she was going to get him. I do not believe that I can't change your mind. Rip, rip. Riot. Aroused, Fu Yiren wantonly tore the shirt off Xiao Luo, lewdly ogling his body as she did so. Xiao Luo didn't have a well-built frame, but his body was lean and well-conditioned with a beautifully defined muscle tone. Lady Poison, please, you don't want to continue doing this. We are a match made in heaven. If you are the atom of God's creation, then I'll be the Eve that he created from one of your ribs. Mia, our fate is destined by the heavens, do not resist it. Huh? Xiao Luo cringed at her words, unsure exactly what kind of drivel was she prattling about. Xiao Luo calmed his mind as he kept his focus on his acupoint and made an effort to release them from Fu Yiren's pressure point technique. Fu Yiren intertwined herself with Xiao Luo's body, slithering intimately like a copulating serpent, then gently pushed him down on the sofa, and her lustful hands began to unfasten his belt. Incredibly, she was reversing rapist and victim roles, as the situation here was that it was the girl who was attempting to rape the overlord. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao Luo managed to unlock the acupoints that were sealed by Fu Yiren. A burst of internal force surged out from Xiao Luo like a raging storm. Fu Yiren, who was entirely unprepared for this, was knocked back, painfully crashing onto the living room floor. She tried to pick herself up, but she coughed a mouthful of blood. As she focused her vision, she could see that Xiao Luo had already freed himself and stood up, looking at her with his hands casually behind his back. You released your acupoint yourself. Fu Yiren stared at Xiao Luo in disbelief, for she had great confidence in her abilities, and she knew that her acupressure skills were formidable. She had once experimented with her technique, where she attacked the acupoints of her opponent, a martial artist, and raised his body temperature to an extreme. His body literally lit up, and the martial artist, succumbed without even moving. This was enough to show the level of her prowess in carrying out acupoint attacks, which was even more effective than binding someone up using a rope. But here, Xiao Luo managed to release his acupoint himself, and Fu Yiren was just unable to understand how he could have achieved the feat this quickly. Before Fu Yiren could react, Xiao Luo appeared before her like a phantom and kicked her in the abdomen. In his mocking eyes, she could see that he recognized her confusion. Boom! A muffled grunt followed the sickening sound of a heavy thud as Fu Yiren was blown back some 2 to 3 meters along the floor, and only stopped after colliding with the living room wall. The pain she felt in her abdomen was unimaginable, feeling like an electric drill was wreaking havoc within it. The striking beauty left her face, distorted and replaced by the agony of pain. Xiao Luo stalked up to her once again, and as he stared at her with no sympathy, he said, "This is just a little punishment for sneaking up at me. If this happens again, I will kill you." A murderous aura emanated from Xiao Luo as he spoke, and it caused Fu Yiren to shudder uncontrollably in fear. Fu Yiren struggled as she picked herself up from the floor. Despite the traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, Fu Yiren's beauty was still undiminished, though she looked somewhat pitiful. "Mia, if I sneak up on you again, could you really bear to kill me?" she said. "Try it, and you'll find out," Xiao Luo retorted. A great sadness filled Fu Yiren's broken heart, for when she saw Xiao Luo at the NSA's headquarters, she fell in love with him at first sight. But Xiao Luo did not respond and showed no sympathy to her plight. Even if she was the fearsome Lady Poison of the NSA, she had feelings. Her heart was like any woman's, and she was deeply hurt. "I'm not going to try," Fu Yiren responded, as she dejectedly put on her clothes and made to leave. "I'm warning you, do not do anything to harm Su Li, otherwise, I won't let you go." Xiao Luo's threat came just when Fu Yiren reached the door, and she paused for a moment as her heart was once again mauled callously. Her situation was no different from a young girl trying to show her love to the boy she liked, but instead, what she got was the boy's rejection and warning. Bitterly, she turned around and said, "Yeah, we are both members of the NSA. Do you think I will actually kill the innocent?" Xiao Luo was taken aback as he met her gaze. Suddenly, he felt inexplicably guilty, his eyes softened, and his gaze dropped to the floor. When he looked up at the door again, he only saw it slightly ajar, and Fu Yuan had disappeared, leaving a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. This is just crazy. Looking at the mess on the ground, Xiao Luo shook his head and sighed. He walked over and closed the door. The episode cast a pall of gloom over Xiao Luo, and he chose not to regulate his breath anymore. He decided to just allow the internal injury to recover gradually. He walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and rinsed his whole body. He frowned when he saw a few hickeys on his neck and lipstick marks on his face through the mirror. He felt very dispirited, and having almost been raped by a girl just made him feel tainted. Suddenly, the phone he had placed on the sink rang. He took a glance and saw that it was from Zhang Dashan. He turned off the faucet and answered the call. "Oi, what happened today? You fired a store manager by the name of Li Yueze and then hired him again. What the hell were you doing?" Zhang Dashan's booming voice came through the phone speaker. Xiao Luo was not in the mood for banter just then, and when he heard that, his immediate riposte was to say, "With your IQ, it's kinda difficult for me to explain it to you. What the P********K? We haven't chatted for so long, and you have to flame me on such a rare occasion. What happened? Got raped by a woman?" Zhang Dashan shot back. Zhang Dashan had inadvertently struck on a raw nerve, for he had no idea what had just happened to Xiao Luo, but the latter, having almost been such a victim, was not in the best of moods and did not take kindly to the jest. K off. Reacting poorly, Xiao Luo hung up the call without a further word. Had Zhang Dashan been at the front door that moment, there was no doubt that he would have greeted him with a kick. When the line was cut, Zhang Dashan, calling from Jiangqing, looked at his phone and was dumbfounded. He scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "What the heck, has Lao Xiao eaten a bomb or something?" The next morning, Su Xiaobei called Xiao Luo for breakfast, and he cheerfully carried her as they left for Su Li's apartment. Su Li didn't have a bite and waited for Xiao Luo to arrive before digging in. Xiao Luo placed Su Xiaobei in her high chair, then walked over to Su Li's side. He coughed drily before saying, "Didn't you say that you wanted to learn how to make vegetable taro paste?" Su Li raised her head, and there was a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. "It's morning now," she said. Su Li had assumed that the dish was something eaten at noon or in the evening, and it was now the time for breakfast. Xiao Luo shook his head and replied, "Vegetable taro paste is usually eaten in the morning and goes perfectly with steamed eggs and chili with soy sauce." "Then eaten with milk and bread?" Su Li asked, giving Xiao Luo a dubious look. "No, with rice, it's a side dish," Xiao Luo said. Su Li looked at him incredulously and said, "Can rice be eaten at breakfast?" This was the first time in her life that she had heard someone suggesting having rice for breakfast. "In my hometown, it's common to have rice for breakfast." Xiao Luo replied with a nod as the breakfast he had back home regularly consisted of rice and some side dishes. It was rarely bread, noodles, or anything else. This was especially so during his childhood when there weren't many shops offering breakfast in rural areas. Every morning, his grandfather and grandmother would get up early to cook, and the dish they ate the most were vegetable taro paste and steamed eggs. Su Li did not continue to eat what Aunt Li had prepared for breakfast. Instead, she followed Xiao Luo to the kitchen area. This time, she intended to carefully observe the way Xiao Luo prepared vegetable taro paste. Aunt Li was also watching from the side, keen to learn more about Xiao Luo's recipe and how he cooked it. "Daddy, what are you making?" Su Xiaobei ran over and went on tiptoes. Her tiny hands were just high enough to grab the edge of the marble kitchen top as she looked at Xiao Luo excitedly with her enormous jewel-like eyes. Xiao Luo smiled and patted her on the head, and he said, "You'll know later. Be a good girl, go and stay over there with your mum." "Okay." Su Xiaobei was very obedient. She turned around and ran behind Suli. First, Xiao Luo placed some taro in a pot of water and left it to boil. Then, he started preparing the steamed eggs. He chopped a generous helping of cabbage, beat 2 eggs in a large bowl, added a little water and salt to taste, whisked them together with chopsticks, poured the lot into a casserole, and placed the dish in a steamer. After the taro was cooked, he turned off the heat, drained out the boiling water, refilled the pot with cold water, and peeled the boiled taros with his hands. These taros are of fine quality. See, they soften up immediately after cooking, and their skin is easy to peel off as well. If you buy taros that are as hard as a stone, they will never become soft no matter how long you cook them, and it'll affect the taste of this dish considerably, Xiao Luo explained as he continued peeling away. "Do you mean that we must use this kind of easy-to-boil taro to make vegetable taro paste?" Suli asked, her desire to learn evident in her body language. Xiao Luo nodded, "Yeah. Only this kind of easy-to-boil taro can be mashed into a paste and cooked with vegetables." "Got it." Suli took a mental note of it. Aunt Li was the person responsible for purchasing ingredients, and she said, "Mr. Xiao, easy-to-boil taros, and the not easy-to-boil taros are all mixed together when they are sold in the market. We have to pick them ourselves. Sometimes, it is challenging to pick taro that is easy to boil. Those that are flatter in shape and the smaller ones are generally easier to cook, while the larger and full ones are usually harder to cook. They'll remain hard no matter how you cook them. If you peel off the skin and eat it, you'll feel as if something is stuck in your throat, which gives the dish a bad texture," Xiao Luo said, pointing at his throat to stress his point. "I see, so there's even such knowledge as this. You're really amazing, Mr. Xiao." Aunt Li responded, giving Xiao Luo a thumbs up and not at all stingy with her praise. Xiao Luo was humble and said, "It's just the experience I gathered through years of making this dish." "Way to go, Daddy." Su Xiaobei didn't understand a word of it, but when she heard Aunt Li complimenting Xiao Luo, she followed suit and cheered for him. Xiao Luo smiled back at her and then continued preparing the vegetable taro paste. "This guy looks more and more pleasing." Inwardly, Suli was beginning to appreciate Xiao Luo. While she was paying full attention to how he was making a vegetable taro paste, at the same time, she was also having a good look at him. And, the more she looked, the more positive things she saw in him. She started noticing how handsome he actually was, neatly dressed and giving off a good impression of himself. For the first time, she didn't feel disgusted about giving her body to such a man. Out of the blue, she asked, "So, I heard that you did very well in your interview yesterday?" "I guess." Xiao Luo glossed over it. Suli made a dry cough and said, "Qing Yan said that you know several foreign languages. Is that true?" Xiao Luo was taken aback. He nodded and replied, "Yup." Although she was mentally prepared for it, when Xiao Luo confirmed that he did, Suli still felt astonished. It took her a lot of money, time, and effort to be proficient in 2 foreign languages, English and French. But Xiao Luo actually mastered 3, and as he most probably spoke English as well, making it a total of 4 languages. A single person being able to master 4 foreign languages all at the same time was simply unimaginable, or at least, she had never encountered such a talent, aside from the man in front of her. "How did you master so many foreign languages?" Suli was very curious, as learning a language was not something that could be achieved overnight. It was true that diligence makes up for one's dullness, but the talent was still a prerequisite. Otherwise, one would already be in his 50s or 60s by the time he mastered 4 foreign languages. Xiao Luo was only 2 years older than her. She really wanted to know how Xiao Luo had learned his languages this quickly. It's simple. Listen more, speak more, read more, and write more, Xiao Luo replied. Suli knitted her highlighted eyebrows, thinking it'd be great if learning a foreign language was as simple as that. Xiao Luo raised his head to look at Suli and asked, "Since you've asked me so many questions, I'll also ask you a question. Are you Summer's boss?" Suli was stumped for a moment. How did the conversation topic suddenly jump to her pastry shop chain? Besides, she felt that she had hidden it really well, and no one knew that, behind the scenes, she was Summer's boss. So, where did Xiao Luo get his information from? She answered truthfully, "Yes, so what about it?" "Nothing, just asking." Xiao Luo smiled gently but couldn't help thinking that with Luo Workshop's entry into Shanghai, the first opponent they'd encounter would actually be his nominal wife. If that was the case, he couldn't possibly deal with Summer like how he did with Taste Buds in Jiangqing. Suli was skilled in observing facial expressions and detected the signs. She said, "Your eyes tell me that you seem to be hiding something." Surprised, Xiao Luo decided to play along. "Wow, you got me there," he responded. "Yeah, I don't understand. Since you are Summer's boss, why didn't you let me go to Summer, instead of asking me to go to Huayao? Do you enjoy being a kept man?" Suli retorted. "Huh?" A little sweat broke on Xiao Luo's forehead as he didn't expect Suli to react to his jest in such a snide way. Finally, breakfast was ready and laid on the table were a large bowl of steaming vegetable taro paste, a bowl of orange-colored steamed eggs, and a small dish of chili with soy sauce. Suli couldn't resist digging in, and she asked Aunt Li to taste it as well with the intention that she'd prepare them in the future. As for Su Xiaobei, she had been eagerly waiting since a long time ago. She put on her neckerchief and spooned dollops into her mouth. This was the first time they had white rice for breakfast, complemented by the 2 dishes of vegetable taro paste and steamed egg. Su Xiaobei's appetite was surprisingly good, and she quickly finished a large bowl of rice. "This is so delicious, really, really delicious. I never thought that vegetable and taro could be made into such a fresh-tasting and delicious soup." Aunt Li was giving her utmost praise, and from her body language and excited expression, one could tell that she wasn't trying to please Xiao Luo, but that the food was genuinely delicious. It was a praise that came from the bottom of her heart. Su Li's, as usual, ate elegantly, and whenever the corner of her mouth was stained a little, she would immediately wipe it clean with a napkin, then continue to eat in small bites. But she seemed to have also eaten a bowl of rice. It's pretty good for people in the city to occasionally taste food from the countryside. Xiao Luo offered his opinion as he sat there, quietly nibbling on his toast. "Are you not going to eat these?" Suli asked. "Don't mind me, I can eat anything," Xiao Luo replied. With that, Suli ignored him and continued to eat her fill. Xiao Luo looked at Suli, who was eating non-stop, and he couldn't help but smile. What a foodie. In the VIP ward of City Hospital, a middle-aged man in a suit was seated by the hospital bed, with a bowl of bird's nest soup in his left hand and a spoon in his right. He was holding the posture of reaching out to feed someone, but the hospital bed in front of him was empty. Yang Hongji, who was supposed to be lying in bed, was like a 6-year-old child. He was drooling at the corner of his mouth, hopping around in the ward in a patient's gown and shouting, "I want to eat buns, I want to eat buns." There were another 3 people in the room, 2 solemn-looking bodyguards in black and Yang Hongji's personal bodyguard, Ah-Si. Ah-Si was on his feet, trembling in fear and drenched in a cold sweat. The person in front of him was one of the shareholders of a top 10 management company in the country, Royal Shore, and what's more, its largest shareholder, Yang Yuanzhong. He was none other than the father of his young master, Yang Hongji. He was rich, powerful, and highly influential in both legal business and the underground mafia. Now that Yang Hongji had gone insane and turned into a fool, he was utterly devastated. He felt a suffocating depression like the heavy air before a raging storm. Yang Yuanzhong put the spoon back into the bowl, and then gently placed the bowl on the bedside table next to the hospital bed. His cold pair of eyes glared at Ah Si with a chilling threat as he said, "You failed to protect your young master, how should you be punished?" There was an unmistakable threat that Ah Si read between the lines, forceful and clear like the toll of a large bell, and rung with a deathly note. Thud. Ah Si lost the strength in his legs, dropping to the floor on his knees, as a look of abject fear emerged on his face. "Old master, you and Ah San were just two stinking beggars when you were young. When I first saw you two, you were fighting for food with dogs. It was I who brought you back, provided for you, and taught you martial arts. My request was simple, and your job was only to protect my son. But look at Hongji, he has been scared into a fool. Even toddlers know about basic living skills, but he is now even worse than a 3-year-old. He pees on himself and doesn't even know how to find what he needs when hungry or thirsty. Is this you and Ah San's requite for my goodwill?" Yang Yuanzhong's voice was chilling. His body exuded an imposing aura, striking fear into everyone's hearts in the room like a giant mountain, especially Ah Si, who couldn't even move. Bathed in a clammy cold sweat, Ah Si couldn't stop shivering as he raised his head and stuttered, "Old master, he is powerful. He is not a human, he is a monster." His voice was desperate, and he looked frightened. Swoosh. In a howling gust of wind, Yang Yuanzhong appeared before Ah Si in an instant, then he bent over and stared right into his eyes. Yang Yuanzhong's face was wrinkled, a sign of his experience and the countless challenges he had faced in life, but his eyes were cold. His presence was formidable, and he had the martial bearing of a monster. Ah Si gasped, and his eyes widened in absolute terror. "Is this your only excuse?" Yang Yuanzhong said as a chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body. I. Ah Si's face turned pale, and his body shook uncontrollably, almost like a cow that was beaten by an electric baton on its journey to the slaughterhouse. Knowing that he was about to be killed, he was terrified and in utter despair. "Death will be your apology." Yang Yuanzhong snorted and slammed his palm on the top of Ah Si's skull. Bam! The immense power of the blow was channeled from Yang Yuanzhong's palm into Ah Si's skull, causing his brain to mash up like fruit inside a mixer. Death was instant as before he could even wail in pain, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and upper body stiff as a plank. A short while later, blood bled out from his nose, ears, and mouth, and he was, undoubtedly, deader than dead. Ah! Yang Hongji, who had been ambling about aimlessly, screamed in shock when he saw Ah Si collapse in a heap. He ran to a corner and curled up, trembling in fear, all the while gazing at Ah Si's lifeless body. Yang Yuanzhong looked impassively at the two black-clad bodyguards at the door and said, "Bury his body with Ah San's. Clean this place up properly, and don't let anyone discover any trails leading back here." "Yes, sir." The two black-clad bodyguards heeded his orders promptly. One of them took out a black plastic bag from his pocket, while the other broke Ah Si's limbs, rolled him up like a ball, and stuffed him into the bag. They were efficient in how quickly they carried out the work, and it was evident that they had done these many times before. Yang Yuanzhong turned and walked over to Yang Hongji, who was still shivering in the corner. Yang Yuanzhong's weathered face relaxed as he looked at his son with a loving father's eyes. "Don't be afraid, Hongji. I will find the best doctor in the world to treat you, and as for that person who hurt you, I will never let him go. He will pay a painful price," he said. Yang Hongji seemed to recognize his father and calmed down somewhat, feeling a little safer. Then, he suddenly grabbed Yang Yuanzhong's arm and held it firmly. He laughed strangely and cried, "Ha ha ha, I want to eat buns, give me buns. He was laughing and pleaded like a child. Yang Yuanzhong was heartbroken. He clenched his fist in rage, then raised his head and bellowed, "You, who goes by the surname Xiao, I will definitely break you into pieces." When Xiao Luo was at the Public Security Bureau's gate, he stopped to have a look. He stared at the 10-story building before him, and just above the entrance, large characters were installed on the exterior of the building with the words, "Serving the People." The gigantic characters shone like gold characters in the sunlight, and just below these characters, the blood-red, 5-starred flag of the nation fluttered proudly. Dignity, prestige, justice. Xiao Luo stepped into the bureau's compound, where a row of police cars was parked in an orderly fashion. It just so happened that the police officer named Xianxia was about to take his team members out for an operation. There were about 20 people, all of whom were armed with guns, and they were making preparations at the moment. "So, you've come." Seeing that Xiao Luo had come, Xianxia greeted him out of courtesy, though he was not enthusiastic about it. Xiao Luo nodded in response to his greetings. "Yup," he said, as he looked at his watch, 9 o'clock, right on time. "Captain, he's just someone from the NSA, and he looks more or less like any of us. I don't think his participation will enhance our operation in any way at all. Why did the higher-ups send him over? Is he someone with special connections who wants to leech onto us for some merit so that he can get promoted?" The woman standing at the front of the ranks looked at Xiao Luo from head to toe and expressed her thoughts without any reservations or regard for Xiao Luo's feelings. She was in plain clothes and had bright eyes, graceful eyebrows, and well-maintained skin. One could immediately tell that she took pains to take care of herself well. Xianxia coughed dry and felt compelled to reprimand her. "Luo Shuang, this is the superior's arrangement. Do not comment on it." Luo Shuang stuck her tongue out playfully and kept silent from that point on. Then, a booming voice came from behind Xiao Luo. "You must be Mr. Xiao Luo." "Hello, my name is Tianjinxing, and long have I heard about you. I hear that you are an ace with the NSA. Sending you over to battle the MLM menace is truly like using a steam engine to crack a nut." He was a chubby middle-aged man with an affable disposition. He enthusiastically held Xiao Luo's hand. Luo Shuang was stunned for a moment before she complained, "See, even the chief has come out to greet him personally. If this guy isn't here because of his connections, then cut my head off and kick it around like a ball." The other team members shared her thoughts. Even if he was a member of the NSA, what was the big deal? Their chief also served as the deputy mayor, and for him to even come out and greet him personally was a little too much to bear. There was no way that Xiao Luo could not have heard what Luo Shuang said. It had been a while since his hearing ability had been enhanced to such a heightened level, way beyond ordinary people's abilities. He could even hear mosquitoes beating their wings 3 meters away. With calm confidence, he amicably greeted Tianjinxing. "Nice to meet you, Chief Tian. Not bad, neither obsequious nor arrogant. People from the NSA are indeed different. Your temperament is extraordinary." Tianjinxing's eyes were filled with admiration. He turned to smile at Xianxia and said, "Yuanjia, this is a joint operation between the police force and the NSA. As this is cooperation, there will be no difference in rank. You and Mr. Xiao are of the same position, but if the team encounters a critical situation, Mr. Zhao's orders must be given priority, do you understand?" "What?" All the team members thought they had misheard the chief. Already, they didn't raise any issues about someone from the NSA being included in their operation for no discernible reason and disrupting their usual rhythm, but now, when encountering critical situations, they even have to obey his command? Had the chief gone nuts or something? Xianxia, likewise, couldn't hide his pique on hearing the chief's order. It was a known fact that he had been watching over Shanghai for some 2 to 3 years by deploying watchers all over the city and had a deeper understanding of the MLM organizations in Shanghai than anyone else. The bureau should have stood unswervingly in making him commander, but why was the power to command suddenly shared with the NSA? Chief Tian, I think your decision is biased. Luo Shuang took a step forward boldly, saluted Tianjinxing, and voiced her dissatisfaction without fear of consequences. Shocked by her unguarded candor, Xiao Yuanjia hurriedly reprimanded her. Chief Tian has his own intentions and reasons for such an arrangement. Luo Shuang, do not talk any nonsense. Xiao Yuanjia was somewhat dissatisfied, but, as it was Tianjinxing's instruction, he accepted it unconditionally. Even if he had objections, he would keep it to himself. Then, Luo Shuang revealed her stubborn nature. Chief Tian's decision is inherently biased, she said, pointing at Xiao Luo. Allowing him to join us is already causing us trouble, and now he's even allowed to give us orders? If we really bump into a critical situation, I am afraid that all of us will die because of his wrong decisions. Luo Shuang. Xiao Yuanjia was about to rebuke her, but Tianjinxing interjected with a wave of his hand. Tianjinxing smiled as he looked at the other team members and asked, do the rest of you think the same thing? Out of respect for his position as their chief, none of the others dared to admit it. They shook their heads. What I want now is what you truly have in your mind, Tianjinxing said. Everyone looked at each other, then nodded, acknowledging that their thoughts were the same as Luo Shuang's. Luo Shuang became even more emboldened. She puffed her chest confidently and said, Chief Tian, we all know that he is from the NSA, but none of us knows what he is capable of. In other words, his capability is still questionable, so how can you allow him to command us? In her eyes, Xiao Luo was merely someone who had good connections and had no unique ability whatsoever. He was just here as a freeloader. She could accept it if all he wanted was to gain some merit at their expense, but giving him the authority to command simply wasn't right. Tianjinxing nodded calmly and responded, makes sense. Okay, so here is what I'll do. I'll give you all a problem to test your inferential comprehension. If you can answer it, then I will put Mr. Xiao under your command for the mission. How about that? These words aroused the fighting spirit of the team as they were all veterans in crime investigation. For them, logical reasoning was as easy as ABC, and there was nothing complicated about this test. Luo Shuang answered with conviction, fine, we agree. With hands behind his back and unhurried in his speech, Tianjinxing said, a precious diamond was stolen from a jewelry store. After investigation, it was found that the perpetrator must be among A, B, C, and D. Hence, the four main suspects were interrogated. Their statements are as follows. A said, I did not do it, B said, D is the perpetrator, C said, B is the perpetrator who stole the diamond, and D said, it wasn't I who did it. It was verified that only one of the four confessions were false, so A is the perpetrator. Luo Shuang replied as if she was racing to be the first to answer, and presented her own rationale, assuming that A is telling the truth, then the other three will be telling lies. From those few sentences, we can presume that A is false, B is false, C is false, and D is true. The second sentence contradicts the fourth sentence. Thus, the hypothesis does not hold. If B is telling the truth, it can be presumed that. Tianjinxing waved his hand to stop her and said, no, I am not asking who committed the crime. What I want to ask is, in the narrative, what are the 21st and 35th word that I said? As soon as the intended question was asked, all the team members were stunned, including Xiao Yuanjia. They never expected that Tianjinxing would ask such a problem. Luo Shuang was even more dumbfounded, and her brain went completely blank. She had been focusing on the critical points of Tianjinxing's description just now, and there was no way that she could possibly remember his entire statement. What was the 21st and the 35th word? She carefully recalled in her mind several times, but she couldn't be sure. Answer in 5, Tianjinxing said. Subsequently, he began the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Chief Tian, you are deliberately making things difficult for us. This problem is not right, Luo Shuang complained. Do you think no one can answer? Tian Jinqing said, looking at her with irony. Luo Shuang was a little unsure of herself, but after some thought, she said, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to answer that question. As soon she said that a faint voice responded, the 21st word and the 35th word are and are respectively. Eh? The crowd looked at Xiao Luo all at once. A precious diamond was stolen from a jewelry store. After investigation, it was found that the perpetrator must be among A, B, C, and D. Hence, the 4 major suspects were interrogated. Their statements are as follows. These are the exact words that Chief Tian said just now, Xiao Luo said. Everyone widened their eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. What a freak, how could this NSA agent even remember all the wordings? Luo Shuang felt her face burning like she had been slapped in the face. She couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Luo had immediately proved her wrong and sneered, who can prove that this is the chief's original statement? It merely has the same meaning, so he is free to say whatever he wishes to say. Luo Shuang, Mr. Xiao really remembered my question without missing a word. Tian Jinqing took out the recording device in his pocket and played it for everyone to listen to, which was the content of the inferential problem he earlier gave. He then compared it with Xiao Luo's sentence and noted down the 21st and 35th word separately. It was indeed the words a and are, that was to say, Xiao Luo had memorized his narrative without missing a single word. What the, is this guy, the brain, one? The team members suddenly looked at Xiao Luo through a different lens, and even Xuanhuan dared not look down at Xiao Luo anymore. He no longer felt offended about Xiao Luo being given the authority to take command. If the question was told in advance, everyone would be able to answer it. But the psychological hint everyone got in advance was to determine the criminal, and so everyone's focus was not on the original words. That made it even more incredible that anyone was able to answer that question. Having been figuratively slapped in the face, Luo Shuang dared not utter another word. Indignantly, she returned to her position. Mr. Xiao Luo, I'll be leaving them in your hands, Tian Jinqing said, patting Xiao Luo's shoulder. With Captain Qiu here, I should have nothing to worry about. Xiao Luo wisely handed back the responsibility of the personnel to Xuanhuan. His task was to eradicate MLM organizations, and there was no need for him to be responsible for these people. For him, such responsibility was a constraint. Footnote Frowny Face 1, The Brain is a Chinese scientific reality and talent show originating in Germany. The show's aim is to find people with exceptional brainpower. At precisely 10 o'clock, the task force set off from the police station. Due to this operation's covert nature, they drove in ordinary sedans, not police cars, so as not to alert the target. According to Xuanhuan, the MLM operation that they would be striking this time was in U District, a subsidiary of their primary group in Shanghai City. The information was provided by an undercover agent, and their malefactor was Zhao Baishan, a business controller at the top of the MLM hierarchy. In an MLM organization, the ranks from top to bottom are general manager, regional manager, business controller, team leader, and in turn salesman. Tribute is channeled up through these layers. Yao Baishan is a business controller, a big one that earns about $100,000 in tribute every month. Of course, our goal is not only the business controller, but we also have to arrest the regional manager, general manager, and the speakers involved in these brainwashing seminars, bringing each of them to justice, and finally uproot the entire MLM group. In the car, Xuanhuan briefed Xiao Luo on the operation and expressed his determination to bring down the organization. In fact, the reason he did this was essentially to introduce Xiao Luo to the overall situation of MLMs. After all, everyone in his team was a veteran in the war against MLM and needn't be told. Are there a lot of MLM organizations in Shanghai? Xiao Luo asked. No. There are many MLM groups, but there's only one MLM organization. It goes by the name of Fog, Xuanhuan replied. Fog is also the head of this MLM organization, plans all MLM activities, and is the mastermind above the general managers. Our ultimate goal is to catch Fog, because no matter how many general managers or regional managers we arrest, it will not change the situation at all. As long as Fog is still there, new general managers will be developed, and the operation will take root again, and in a short time, the MLM groups will return, Xuanhuan further elaborated, but Fog is very cautious and secretive. He never participates in MLM activities directly, and despite planting our undercover agents in this organization for the many years, the highest they can come in contact with were the regional managers. Even the general managers are as secretive as Fog, and ordinary members don't have the chance to meet any of them. Listening to Xuanhuan's explanation, Xiao Luo gradually realized that the MLM organization and its subsidiaries were a well-disciplined and well-structured criminal group. It was not surprising that so many people were deceived. It was relatively easy to attract victims who desired to get rich overnight, but the most compelling factor for MLMs to thrive was that they had a well-honed system for converting and retaining members, for once a person fell into their hands and had gone through a series of brainwashing seminars, they readily fell into the trap. If he wanted to complete the task that the NSA had assigned to him, he had to arrest Fog as well. Regarding Fog, do you have any clues on him? Xiao Luo inquired. Xuanhuan chuckled wryly, then shook his head. So far, there has been no progress in the investigation of the mastermind. He is too cunning and only works behind the scenes, he never shows up. I also suspect that he ever keeps a one-way communication with the general managers, he said. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement and said, cunning indeed. In a cynical tone, Luo Shuang said, I heard that all of you in the NSA are powerful people. Since the arduous task of uncovering the true identity of Fog depends entirely on you, make sure you don't smash the NSA's signboard. Her words were heavily laced with sarcasm and sounded offensive to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not respond to her, but instead closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat comfortably to rest. This bastard, Luo Shuang muttered to herself. Luo Shuang didn't take it too well being ignored by Xiao Luo and felt slighted. The highways were multi-leveled, and they were like a dense network covering the motherland. The journey from Shanghai to Yu District was only 1.5 hours by car. After a further bumpy 10-minute ride, they arrived at the destination, Yefeng Hotel. Usually, Yefeng Hotel only catered to banquets and other such events. As a 3-star hotel, it had a grand appearance and was luxuriously decorated. The MLM organization rented one of the banquet halls for their so-called lectures, which was, in reality, a brainwashing seminar. The grandeur of Yefeng Hotel and the presence of MLM personnel in smart suits were part of the image that was designed to make an excellent first impression. It then became more conducive to convince people that these were motivational lectures that would lead them to success without even suspecting that they had already set foot in the trap. According to our agent, there are more than 200 people in the class. All of them are young people working at the lowest level and are motivated to improve their current situation. They have no hesitation whatsoever in joining Yao Baishan, who has turned up in this place. They feel that he is saving them and guiding them along to get rich. Xuanhuan ordered the inspection of weapons and equipment as the operation was about to get underway. Exchanging some opinions with Xiao Luo, he said, the 200 people in there are all victims. Before arresting Yao Baishan's gang, I would like to reverse brainwash them to make them realize this is illegal and not a regular business. Just proceed with your plan. Xiao Luo smiled and had no objections. Xuanhuan nodded and then gave orders to Luo Shuang and others. Tu Lei, Wu Di, take some men and guard every hotel's exit to prevent MLM personnel from escaping. Bai Ying, Long Yi, get every room checked, he said, Yao Baishan should be in one of them. We must bring the big fish in custody first. The rest of you follow me into the hall. If you encounter a checker, tell them Wang Ruilin invited you here. Yes, Captain. With the order issued, everyone went off to perform their own tasks. Xiao Luo went into the hall that was right on the first floor with Qiu Yuanjie. The hall was massive, and presently, it was crowded with people. More than 200 seats were occupied, and people were even standing in the aisle, listening to the class carefully with notebooks in their hands. At a glance, they all had young faces, most looking around the age of 20 years. There was a banner on the rostrum that read, "Unleash your dreams, and let them become a reality." And, surprisingly, the speaker who was giving the speech was an old acquaintance. Guo Qinghe. Fair and neat in appearance, dressed impeccably in a tuxedo and a pair of matching leather shoes, along with his eloquent speech and natural style of delivery, made him look every bit a winner, and his image conformed to the public's perception of successful people. As Guo Qinghe was passionately instilling the idea that everyone could be a shareholder after paying $10,000 and gain the right to recruit members, Qiu Yuanjie stepped up to the rostrum, handcuffed Guo Qinghe, then took over the microphone and addressed a startled crowd. If one day, when the lowest downlines can't find any downlines for themselves, how can those people make money? After all, there are only 1 billion people in the country. Even if they all participate in this project, there will always be an end to it. What would happen to the last group of people who paid but didn't have any money to earn when that day arrives? They'll go to their uplines and surround your homes, and if they can't find you, they'll go for your families, your friends, and that'll be when the pyramid scheme collapses. If you have only 3 downlines, you'll have to pay $30,000. When your 3 downlines multiply into 9, it will become $90,000. And 9 will multiply into 27, and when this goes on, by the time you have more than 200 downlines, you'll have to pay $2 million. What will you be using to pay them? Your life? These words came from the bottom of his heart, highlighting the MLM system's inherent weak points. It caused a stir among the roomful of pathetically brainwashed listeners, and it was an obvious sign that they were waking up from their pipe dream of instant riches. That was really something. Xiao Luo expressed his agreement with Qiu Yuanjie. Being able to reverse brainwash the crowd with a few choice statements, it was evident that he was a cop who had been focusing on cracking down MLM organizations for many years. This worked out really well for Xiao Luo, and he could just go ahead and arrest the perpetrators straight up. As Qiu Yuanjie was in the hall reverse brainwashing the 200 to 300 MLM victims present, Bai Ying, responsible for arresting Yao Baishan, urgently ran up to him and told him that something serious had happened. Never did they expect that Yao Baishan would have a gun, and when they barged into the room, there was a woman with him, a sex worker. Yao Baishan took the woman hostage, and the situation was now desperate as he was acting like a cornered wild beast in the hotel room. Damn it, guns too? This MLM organization is getting more and more audacious. Qiu Yuanjie was furious when he heard this. Hurry up and contact the local police. Tell them to dispatch their special task force to assist us. We must ensure the safety of the hostage, he barked. Yes, Captain. Bai Ying nodded in response and promptly left to execute Qiu Yuanjie's orders. Captain, nothing can go wrong this time, right? We can't let this big fish, Yao Baishan, slip away, Luo Shuang said. Unless he can fly through the air or crawl into the ground, he can never escape. Qiu Yuanjie snorted in response as his hatred for MLM organizations was deep. He suddenly looked around the vicinity and asked, "Where is Xiao Luo?" Luo Shuang immediately scanned the premises thoroughly, but when she could not spot Xiao Luo either, she said, "Who cares if he's from the NSA? That bastard is not reliable at all, maybe he went to slack off somewhere. He obviously just wants the credit. Don't talk nonsense. All of you weren't able to answer the chief's question, but Xiao Luo could. That is enough to explain everything. That's because Chief didn't play his card in the normal way, Luo Shuang retorted. A lot of things don't happen in a normal way. If you bump into such a thing, would you blame your failure on your superiors too? Xiao Yuanjia reprimanded her. Luo Shuang was suddenly lost for words. Don't overthink, just do your job, Xiao Yuanjia said as he patted her shoulder. He then hurriedly headed off to the floor where Yao Baishan was located. It was on the 8th floor. One of Xiao Yuanjia's subordinates was armed with a gun and stood guard in the corridor, keeping eyes on room 808. There was a bullet hole in the wooden door, and evidently, Yao Baishan had already fired a shot to deny the policeman entry. Captain, Yao Baishan's emotions are high, and he's a little out of control. We must act quickly. If this drags on for too long, I fear that he will harm the hostage, Long Yi said. In fact, Xiao Yuanjia was already aware of what was happening even without Long Ye's report, as he could hear Yao Baishan yelling inside from where he stood in the corridor. Yao Baishan was threatening to shoot the woman he held if the police refused to withdraw. He even said that he would jump off the balcony to commit suicide if they attempted to break in. He did not intend to divulge any information to the police. How long until the task force arrives? Xiao Yuanjia asked, turning to look at Bai Ying, who had just hurried back from liaising with her associate unit. 10 minutes at the earliest, Bai Ying answered. Long Yi, try your best to calm his emotions and comply with his demands within the allowable limits. Without my order, you are not allowed to act, nor should you forcibly barge in to arrest him, Xiao Yuanjia said. Roger that. Long Yi nodded respectfully in acknowledgement. After giving the order, Xiao Yuanjia hurried to the first floor with Luo Shuang and a few others. Standing at the hotel's rear entrance and looking up, they could clearly see the balconies protruding by more than 1 meter from each room. There lies the breach, Xiao Yuanjia said, pointing at the balcony of room 808. The balcony? Luo Shuang said. Xiao Yuanjia nodded and replied, yes, Yao Baishan's full attention will be on the room's door. When the special task force arrives, get a team to quietly rappel down with a rope to 808's balcony and sneak in. In this way, we can take him by surprise and bring him under control. Great idea, the special task force is equipped for this job. They do rock climbing and abseiling as part of their training, this will be a piece of cake for them. Besides, as long as they get close to him, they can easily knock down even 2 Yao Baishans armed with guns. Luo Shuang opined. Xiao Yuanjia did not respond as he rubbed his chin and pondered the various issues that might arise. Captain, look, there's someone on the rooftop, Bai Ying cried, pointing at the hotel's roof in shock. Xiao Yuanjia immediately gazed up and was stunned by what he saw. There was indeed a figure on the building's rooftop, which was more and a dozen floors high. And even more surprising was the fact that the person standing on the parapet with his back facing outward. It's that bastard from the NSA. What is he going to do, jump off the building? Luo Shuang hissed. She was the first to identify him. Bai Ying and the other team members were equally shocked. Xiao Luo stood at the edge of a building's rooftop, more than a dozen floors high, with his back facing outwards. What was he trying to accomplish? Was he really going to commit suicide? Was the pressure in the NSA so great? Xiao Yuanjia took out his communicator and dialed a number. At the same time, Xiao Luo, standing on the hotel's roof, heard his phone ringing. He took it out and took the call. Xiao Luo, why are you standing on the top of the building? It's dangerous, come down. Xiao Yuanjie growled. He just couldn't understand the purpose of Xiao Luo's action and the risks he was taking. Helping you to arrest your criminal. Xiao Luo responded indifferently and ended the call, then put the phone back in his pocket. In the next second, Xiao Luo jumped down from the top of the building to the gasps and startled gazes of Xiao Yuanjia and his team. He jumped down. For a moment, every one of them had their hearts in their throats, but their shock quickly turned to amazement because Xiao Luo did not fall straight from the top of the building to the ground. He dropped from one floor to the one below, almost at the rappelling speed, except that he was using his hands to hold each balcony's outer edge to slow his descent. Gulp. Xuanhuan, Luo Shuang, Baiying, and the other team members were stunned silent as they never imagined that such a thing could be done. Was he even human? How can the joints of his arms and hands take the stress and load? Oh my gosh, what am I looking at? Is he shooting a movie? Why don't I see the safety rope in cameras? Jesus, this is a live Hollywood action blockbuster. People passing in the street below stopped to watch, one after another, and many took out their mobile phones to video Xiao Luo swiftly making his way down the building with his bare hands. Without exception, everyone was bewildered and in disbelief. This guy is too reckless. Xuanhuan worried about Xiao Luo and broke out in cold sweat. There was no safety rope, and he was relying only on his hands to slow his descent. In the event of a slip, he would fall all the way and be smashed into a pulp. He's a madman. Baiying and the others were equally appalled as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Only a madman would dare to descend quickly from such a high building without any safety devices in place. Luo Shuang remained silent as she felt equally shocked and apprehensive, but at the same time, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The person she thought was here to take credit was as fearless as the cops in Hong Kong movies, and was now taking the most unusual path to arrest the criminal. This was as good as a slap in her face. Why would that bastard dare to jump? What was he thinking? This is a building more than a dozen stories high. But, in the same instant, the NSA's image, of which she initially had a low opinion, suddenly rose in her eyes. Such skills were absolutely beyond the capabilities of regular police officers like them. Xiao Luo's hands and arms were like mechanical devices, operating with phenomenal gripping power and endurance. With hardly any effort, he withstood the load generated by the force of impact created by his body weight each time he dropped down, a floor at a time. His movements were light, and his swift descent did not cause too much noise. Soon, he was about to reach the 8th floor. It was a stirring display of sheer courage. Xuanhuan and his party on the street below could only stare in trepidation, unblinking, and hearts in their throats. Every time Xiao Luo dropped a floor down, their hearts thumped anxiously, fearing that Xiao Luo would slip and fall. To plummet from such a height, the human body would immediately turn into a heap of flesh and slush. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle with numbness. Xiao Luo paused when he reached the balcony on the 9th floor, and from there, he swung into the balcony on the 8th floor like he was playing on a swing. He landed on one knee in absolute silence, like a weightless wraith. Listen up, you out there, clear a path, and prepare an off-road vehicle for me, otherwise, I will shoot this woman. Do not doubt me, I will do as I say. As soon as he landed on the balcony of room 808, he heard a booming voice yelling at the door, urgent and desperate, and the person seemed that he would lose himself and his ability to reason at any time. Xiao Luo stood up and reached out to gently push the curtains aside, giving himself a clear view of the room's situation. A man in shorts was sitting facing the door, holding a pistol in his hand. His right arm was tightly locked around a woman's neck, and the gun muzzle was pressed against her temple. He was staring at the door. If the police officer dared to break in, he would indeed shoot the woman. Needless to say, this man was Yao Baishan, and that woman was the sex worker. Sensing something behind him, Yao Baishan suddenly turned his head and looked back. And that was when Xiao Luo took advantage of his momentary lapse and moved in at lightning speed. Before Yao Baishan could even react, Xiao Luo landed a hefty punch directly in his face. The force of the blow was tremendous, and it sent him sprawling to his side, taking out two of his front teeth that sailed alongside him as he crashed to the floor. Bam! As the beer-belly Zhao Baishan crashed to the floor with a sickening thud, the pistol flew out of his hand and slid to the corner of the room. Disoriented, Yao Baishan tried to focus his eyes, but all he could make out was a black-clad young man standing not too far away from where he was, staring at him impassively. He had dashing features and fair complexion, dark, enigmatic eyes, and an elegant and calm carriage from head to toe. Who are you? How did you get in here? Yao Baishan cried. He was shocked and confused, seeing that someone had entered his room without his knowledge. He looked like he had just seen a ghost. Xiao Luo appeared indifferent and did not respond to his question. You are under arrest, he snarled. A cop? Yao Baishan's pupils dilated as a panic set in, and as he immediately deduced Xiao Luo's identity, he knew his time had come. He couldn't care less anymore about the taste of blood in his mouth. Hurriedly, he picked himself up from the floor and scrambled towards his pistol at the corner of the room on all fours. He knew that only by holding this pistol in his hand could he be in a better position to negotiate with the police. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. He was getting close, the gun was right there before his eyes. There was nothing else in Yao Baishan's mind except to go for his weapon. The pistol was well within reach, but just at the moment he stretched out his hand, a foot came down from above and stepped on the gun. He raised his head, only to be greeted by that dashing young face. Xiao Luo smiled contemptuously at Yao Baishan before kicking him hard around his waist. Yao Baishan's body was blasted across the floor like a hockey puck and only stopped after colliding violently against the wall. It appeared like all the bones in his body had broken as he wailed and whimpered in excruciating pain. Xiao Luo sighed as he bent down to pick up Yao Baishan's pistol. Such an opponent was too weak for him, and he lost interest in abusing him any further. Luo, is that you? It was just when he was about to open the door to let Xianxia's subordinate in that he heard the woman's voice. It was a familiar voice. Xiao Luo turned around instantly. And, now that he was looking at her from the front, he could recognize her. The woman in this room turned out to be an old acquaintance, Zhao Mingqi. Under Xiao Luo's gaze, Zhao Mingqi suddenly felt self-conscious and very embarrassed. She curled her legs and folded her arms around her chest, covering her exposed parts. Xiao Luo was in a slight daze, and when he found his voice, he said, "So, it's you. Why are you in this field now?" His tone was distant and detached as if he was greeting a stranger. Zhao Mingqi lowered her head in shame, not daring to look directly into Xiao Luo's eyes. I know that society can be ruthless, but it doesn't prevent hardworking people from succeeding. I don't know where your moral code is, but from the looks of it now, perhaps you have lost it. Xiao Luo couldn't help saying how he felt about it, especially when this woman was his first love and former classmate. Seeing her fall to such a degrading level, it was impossible for him not to feel the way he did. Had he been a family member, she would definitely have been slapped in the face, without hesitation. Unsure what to think and having mixed emotions about her, Xiao Luo went on to say, "Zhao Mingqi, tell me, why did I like you in the past?" His bitter words were like daggers, and they pierced deep into Zhao Mingqi's hearts. She was no longer able to hold back her tears, and looking away, she broke down sobbing. In her mind, Xiao Luo was like a deity perched on a pedestal, while she was nothing but filthy sewage in a stinking ditch. Zhao Mingqi desperately wanted to leave Jiangqing, which was for her, a city of sorrow. It was the reason she had returned to Shanghai. By coincidence, she met her class monitor, Guo Qinghe, who threw her a lifeline. She thought she could accomplish something in Shanghai, but little did she expect to find herself in an MLM organization. She landed up being made into a sacrifice, a tribute offered by inferiors to their superiors. Had her virtues been intact, she would have resisted to the end, but the truth was that it wasn't. She was just a dirty woman who had been ruthlessly abandoned by a second-generation rich kid. Therefore, she sold herself short and succumbed to such a life. In her spare time, her only joy was to walk in the streets and alleys of Shanghai, reminiscing the little things that she used to do with Xiao Luo in the past. In reality, Zhao Mingqi knew that she could never return to Xiao Luo again, and all she wanted was to recall those beautiful memories that she still cherished. For Zhao Mingqi, nothing could prepare her for this moment, seen for what she was, before the man she had cherished with all her heart. The shame and degradation of the moment were too much to bear, and she suddenly felt that she had no right to even recollect the memories of the times they shared together. Zhao Mingqi mumbled, not knowing what to say. Police officers are everywhere, and they'll be coming in soon. Put on your clothes, then go with them. Xiao Luo found it hard to look at her for even another second. He turned around, walked towards Yao Baishan, glared at him contemptuously, and asked, Yao Baishan, can you tell me anything about fog? Yao Baishan shook his head. I don't know. Okay, then you don't have much value to me. Xiao Luo replied without a hint of emotion before he stomped on Yao Baishan's crotch. Yao Baishan held miserably. His face was twisted into an ugly grimace as the surging pain shot through his entire body. The whole lower part of his body below the waist was crushed beyond recognition, and a moment later, he passed out from the shock to his body. Xiao Luo opened the door of room 808 and walked out nonchalantly. Xuanhuan and his team, who had been waiting outside, were too shocked to even utter a word. They only looked at him in a stupor. He had descended so quickly from the hotel's rooftop to the 8th floor using only his bare hands. Such a man was nothing less than a god, and no one dared to belittle him anymore. Xiao Luo spoke to Xuanhuan briefly, describing what had taken place in a relatively relaxed tone. Yao Baishan resisted with a gun, so I stunned him. I've spoken to the woman inside. She's not a prostitute, but a victim of the MLM organization, he said. Are you hurt? Xuanhuan asked. No. Xiao Luo nodded to Xuanhuan before left and didn't look back. Xuanhuan quickly led his people into room 808, and when they found Yao Baishan with his lower body crushed and his crotch area soaked with blood and body fluids, they cringed, and their hair stood on end. That guy from the NSA must have done it on purpose. Luo Shuang immediately thought the worst, believing that there were many ways to stun a person, but Xiao Luo chose this method instead, which was hard to explain other than it was intentional. Bai Ying, Long Yi, and the other team members shuddered at the thought. If Xiao Luo had intentionally disabled Yao Baishan and prevented him from having any offspring, that would certainly be cruel. With a lot on his mind, Xuanhuan took a glance at Zhao Mingqi, now fully dressed, and said, take her away. In this operation, a total of 11 MLM personnel had been arrested. When he saw Xiao Luo, Guo simply couldn't believe his eyes. Had nothing been done to him after the heinous crime he committed at the Star Cloud Kendo Gym? Xiao Luo had beaten everyone up, broke someone's leg, and even chopped off Wang Tuyun's arm. He felt a great sense of injustice and seethed with wrath. When Xuanhuan arrived at the hall, Guo pointed at Xiao Luo and yelled, Officer, hurry up and arrest him. He's a criminal who had committed atrocious acts of violence at the Star Cloud Kendo Gym. He's a demon and a menace to society. Arrest him quickly. Put him into jail. Guo was yelling his lungs out, and it was a testament to just how much he wished for Xiao Luo to be arrested and put behind bars. Guo, as a great speaker for an MLM group, you'd stop calling someone else a thief when you're the biggest one, Xuanhuan sneered. Officer, please believe in me, he really is a criminal, maybe he escaped from a detention center, hurry up and keep quiet, he's one of us. Do you wish to add more crimes to your list of charges by slandering a police officer? Before Guo could finish, Bai Ying interjected and shut him up immediately. The MLM organization's ability to brainwash the masses was primarily due to the skills of these great speakers. She felt a deep hatred for these despicable great speakers who controlled their victims using a mental approach. If these great speakers did not exist, MLM organizations could never have entrenched themselves so deeply in society. A police officer? For a moment, Guoqinghe's brain went utterly blank, and his jaw dropped in bewilderment as he stared at Xiao Luo like he was from another planet. Xiao Luo walked over to him and asked, "You tricked your own classmate into MLM. Don't you feel bad at all?" Guoqinghe was taken aback, then immediately let out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha, you must be talking about Zhao Mingqi. I heard that she was the one who abandoned you and went into the arms of a second-generation rich kid. That kind of girl is no more than AB*TCH, he ranted, since she came to Shanghai looking for me. I thought that I would help you take your revenge and grant her the reputation as a whore who is F***ed by tens of thousands. What is it now? Do you feel bad for her? Shouldn't you be thanking me instead? This is a well-deserved ending for a slut like her, ha ha ha." Since reconnecting with Xiao Luo during the alma mater reunion in Jiangqing, Guoqinghe felt that he was always being bested by Xiao Luo at every turn, losing to him in every possible way. Now, finally, he found something that he could beat Xiao Luo with: Zhao Mingqi. To him, degrading and humiliating Zhao Mingqi was equivalent to doing the same to Xiao Luo, and at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Zhao Mingqi just happened to be escorted out by the police when she heard what Guoqinghe had said. Her face instantly turned pale, and her body quivered as she felt all eyes on her. It was a heavy blow to what little self-esteem she had left, and if a police officer had not been supporting her, she would have slumped on the ground as her legs turned wobbly. Is this all retribution for my sins? Just when she thought that she had chosen a new path in Shanghai and was about to welcome herself a brand new life, reality slapped her harshly in the face. It proved to be a path to hell. From the moment she abandoned Xiao Luo, she had been plummeting into an inescapable abyss of her own making. There was no reaction on Xiao Luo's face, and he glanced at Guoqinghe as if he was looking at a clown, and said, "Wearing a suit doesn't change the fact that you are a scumbag. In fact, it doesn't matter to me no matter how big of a scumbag you are, but there's one thing, you shouldn't have humiliated Zhao Mingqi. She is my past, which makes her a part of me. Insulting her is equivalent to insulting me." Ha ha ha, of course, I know that I am insulting you. I want to insult you. Do you know that that bitch has been ridden by more than a dozen men? I have had my share of her too. And, since she is your past, I can't wait to turn her into a real bitch and let all men in this world fondle her as they desire, Guoqinghe raved. What a pervert. Luo Shuang and the other team members felt disgusted when they heard Guoqinghe's incoherent rant. It was confirmed that the longer one lived, the more one saw. This gold speaker has lost it, he's a certified lunatic. Qiu Yuanjie frowned as he made his remark. Based on his understanding of MLM organizations, speakers who brainwashed others were, in principle, suffering from a mild form of a mental disorder themselves. By brainwashing others, Guoqinghe ultimately destroyed his own brain as well. As Guoqinghe cackled insanely, Xiao Luo laughed along as well. What are you laughing at? Guoqinghe stopped laughing, but Xiao Luo continued. It was a sinister laugher that sent a chill down Guoqinghe's spine. Laughing at your silly plan to provoke me. Without any warning, Xiao Luo swung his foot into Guoqinghe's abdomen. Guoqinghe was knocked back some 3 to 4 meters before slamming heavily onto the floor. Before he could react, Xiao Luo rushed up like a gust of wind, raised his right foot, and slammed it down hard on Guoqinghe's left calf. Crack! The gruesome sound of bone snapping filled the air as Guoqinghe's entire left shin snapped into two. It was a ghastly sight, shards of shin bone pierced through flesh, and the compound fracture was splattered with thick, oozing blood. Guoqinghe was in a daze as he looked down at his left leg. For the briefest moment, his mind was a blank as a surge of adrenaline rushed through his body, and he felt no pain. Was it broken? Was that his leg? How was that possible? Who could ever accept their own leg being broken? Suddenly, reality returned, and Guoqinghe went into a state of shock as an excruciating and agonizing pain overwhelmed his senses. Arg! Guoqinghe howled miserably like a pig being slaughtered as he fixed his eyes on his broken shin that was gushing blood like an open faucet. His eyes were filled with terror, as his body twitched and trembled violently where he lay. Xuanhuan and his team did not expect such a thing to happen, and although they shared a common contempt toward Guoqinghe, they still rushed over to render assistance. Xuanhuan shouted, "Xiao Luo, stop! This has nothing to do with you, back off!" Xiao Luo roared. Xuanhuan stopped in his track, for, all of a sudden, the look in Xiao Luo's eyes turned nasty and evil. Xiao Luo took a step toward Guoqinghe, and once more, he raised his right foot ominously. As Guoqinghe raised his hands to plead for mercy, Xiao Luo stomped his foot right into his chest. The blow broke Guoqinghe's sternum and several ribs along with it, leaving him gasping for air as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. It left Guoqinghe badly mutilated and barely alive. With barely any effort, Xiao Luo had Guoqinghe sprawled on the ground wailing in pain, bleeding profusely from his nose and mouth, and clinging on for his life. Xuanhuan and his subordinates were shocked as they stared at Xiao Luo in horror. This NSA-trained man was literally a killing machine. Was he even human? Before they met Xiao Luo, they had never thought that crippling a person would be this quick and simple. Was he getting justice for me? Zhao Mingqi was startled, and Xiao Luo's actions left her pondering. Suddenly, she couldn't contain herself any longer and burst into tearful sobs as she became weighed down by an unspeakable sadness and grief. Xiao Luo glanced at her impassively, then turned and walked away without lingering any longer. "Luo, thank you," Zhao Mingqi whispered softly as she gazed at Xiao Luo, striding away in the distance. In her heart, she made up her mind to start afresh, meet better people, and live her life with dignity. It was time to move on. It was as Xiao Luo had said, she was his past, a part of his forgotten days. Whether it was for herself or Xiao Luo, she had to live out her life with integrity. Back at the Crescent Bay apartment, Xiao Luo was a little tired, and he fell asleep right after he got back home. That night, a phone call from Zhang Dashan woke him up. "Zhang Dashan, you better have something important for me. Or else, the next time I see you, I'll greet you with my foot," Xiao Luo growled. "Wada, hey, bro, don't be like this. We're good pals, what's wrong with me giving you a few calls? Are you afraid that people will suspect that we're a pair? But they shouldn't have any doubt about it either, there is surely something special between us." "Hee, you have to admit that," Zhang Dashan teased, chuckling away in his usual style. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes and said, "Hanging up now." "Oi, don't hang up, I've got something for you," Zhang Dashan said. "Then say it quickly. Hurry up and just fart it out." Xiao Luo was still a little drowsy, and the business of Zhao Mingqi's misfortune had made him feel somewhat depressed. He wasn't in the mood to banter with Zhang Dashan. Fine, I'll get right down to business then. Turn on your computer, get on YouTube, and search for "Crazy Man Quickly Descends from Building with Bare Hands." Have a look at that video, although it was taken from afar and didn't capture your face up front. I'm sure that's you, right? Zhang Dashan said. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows, dashed to the living room, and turned on the computer to search for the video that Zhang Dashan mentioned. What he saw instantly woke him up. That was footage of him descending from the hotel's rooftop in the morning when he was stealing into Yao Baishan's room. Not only was it had been recorded by someone, but it was also even posted online and had gone viral. In just one afternoon, the video already amassed more than 800,000 views. Quickly, he mentally opened the system's mall and looked at his accumulated points. His account balance, initially a little over 2 million, was now at 3 million, and what's more, it was still on the rise. Without a doubt, these gains could be attributed to the same video he was now watching. How do you know it was me? Xiao Luo was very curious. This distance was really far, and his figure in the video little more than a smudge. No one would be able to recognize him. Tisk, just take a look at that unsightly figure of yours. Not to mention your back, I'll know it's you just by the sight of any part of your body, Zhang Dashan bragged. Xiao Luo was left speechless. He scrolled to the bottom to look at the netizens' comments. Many people were surprised, but one of them expressed disbelief with a logical argument, saying that there was a suspension wire, and as the video was shot from a long distance away, it was likely edited. That was his rationale as to why they couldn't see the suspension wire hanging on that person. This netizen had expressed his careful analysis and made it as the top comment. Everyone said that he was a professional. Xiao Luo couldn't help chuckling, then decided to give him a like. Anything else other than this? If not, I'm hanging up. B** starred. You only want to hang up on me all day long. Since when did chatting with me irritate you so much? Zhang Dashan scowled and decided to throw Xiao Luo a teaser. A fine chick is looking for you, so I guess you don't want to hear any more, he mocked. Xiao Luo helplessly let out a long breath before asking, who? A police officer by the name of Gu Qianxue. She's a cute one. She came to our company premises, barged into my office, and inquired about your location. She was ferocious, and I was afraid that she might be seeking you out for revenge, so I didn't tell her. But who would have guessed that she'd actually pull out a sword and put it against my neck? F***ck, she really scared the sh**t out of your old daddy here. Then, you told her? Xiao Luo pressed his palm on his forehead in resignation. Before he came to Shanghai, he specifically told Gu Xuanhuan not to reveal his whereabouts to Gu Qianxue. Xiao Luo would not hear of it, for she was as pure as white snow, while he was stained red with blood on his hands, reeking with the scent of death. He was quite reluctant to get himself entangled with Gu Qianxue for her sake. What else could I do? That sword was imposing. If you knew how dangerous the situation was, you wouldn't blame me for telling her your whereabouts. Besides, how can you blame me for that? It was you who left the debt of love in Jiangqing, but I was the one who had to face the burden on your behalf. Where is your sense of ethics? Zhang Dashan cried. Tell me the truth. Did you bang her? Otherwise, why would she take out a sword right away when I refused to tell her? Zhang Dashan mused. Having to listen to Zhang Dashan and his innuendos, Xiao Luo felt his head throb, and he was lost for words. Was he saying that he slept with Gu Qianxue? All Xiao Luo knew was that his virtues were very much intact until that episode not too long ago, with the woman living opposite his apartment. Of course, this was something personal that he'd only keep it to himself, and it wasn't for anyone else to know about. I'm hanging up. Enough of your bullshit. Xiao Luo was exasperated and ended the call without ceremony, then flung the phone aside. It troubled him that Gu Qianxue had been trying to trace him, and he expected her to be there soon. Why was she looking for me? F***ck it. So be it, be my honored guest. Having reconciled with the inevitable, Xiao Luo began to gradually feel at ease. Then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Luo got up and opened the door. A young man with his hair dyed an eye-catching electric yellow, wearing ear studs and with black eyeliner smeared under his eyes stood at the door. His clothes were very trendy and gave a telling impression of his personality. His pants had holes in them, and for anyone from the older generation unfamiliar with the trend, they'd immediately think that he was penniless and unable to afford a new pair. Brother-in-law, you're at home. I was just going to call you, Tsundere said, flashing his trademark smile. Anything I can help you with? Xiao Luo had some reservations about Sucani, and with the mood that he was in, Xiao Luo wasn't at all enthusiastic, and it showed in his tone of voice. "Brother-in-law, you're so forgetful. It's only been a few days, and you've forgotten what you promised me." "What did I promise you?" "You promised to go to Wild Wolf Mountain and help me win back my Bentley." "Did I agree to that?" "Yeah." "You mustn't go back on your promise, brother-in-law." "A real man never goes back on his word," Sucani said, thumping his chest. Xiao Luo tried to recall the incident. It happened in the car, and Su Xiaobei also pitched in to convince him to help Sucani win his Bentley back. For the sake of getting some peace of mind, he relented, but he never meant to fulfill the promise. So, Xiao Luo decided to play hardball. "I won't admit to anything that I did not promise." Hey, don't force me to unleash my ultimate weapon, brother-in-law," Sucani retorted, puffing up his chest with the unmistakable hint of a threat. Xiao Luo glanced at Sucani contemptuously, making him question his ability to make good his threat. Xiao Luo then brushed past him and headed directly for Su Li's apartment. "Brother-in-law, I know that you are no ordinary man, otherwise, why would you own a desert eagle, am I right?" Sucani taunted as he leaned against the doorframe with his hands across his chest. He appeared extremely confident, like a detective who had discovered something of the truth. Sucani eyed Xiao Luo steadily, keeping his voice calm and collected, and giving the impression that he had seen through Xiao Luo's charade. Xiao Luo stopped in his track, turned around, then cocked his head, and gave Sucani an intimidating glare. "Brother-in-law, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I can tell the difference between a real gun and a fake one. When I was younger, my sis forced me to train with the army for 3 months to build up my physique. Needless to say, during training, I learned to handle guns. And I've done a little research on that pistol of yours, the Desert Eagle. It was first introduced as a hunting pistol and released in 1980 by the MRI. It has a shooting range of more than 100 meter, and its formidable stopping power is renowned worldwide. A gun tester once suggested that only people weighing more than 80 kilograms could handle such a handgun due to its tremendous recoil." Sucani slowly walked toward Xiao Luo with a knowing smile on his face and said, "The Desert Eagle is hailed the king of pistols, and people who own such a piece are undoubtedly not ordinary folk. Tell me if I'm not wrong." Xiao Luo smiled coldly and snarled, "You know too much already." Xiao Luo had always thought that Sucani was a just babbling airhead who could be misled by mere guile and duplicity. But evidently, this matter was not going to go away that easily, and Xiao Luo was even now considering whether he should use hypnosis to contain Sucani. Under Xiao Luo's intense gaze, Sucani shuddered and hurriedly assumed a more submissive posture. "Brother-in-law, why do you look like you want to murder me?" he said. "Look, I'm sincerely asking you for your help. As long as you help me, this secret of yours will never be divulged. I will never tell my sister, I swear. Upon my word, should I ever tell her, with God as my witness, I will be struck down by lightning and never find a suitable girl in my lifetime. The problem here is, your creditworthiness with me is a big, fat zero." Xiao Luo didn't mince his words, as memories of Sucani spilling the beans to Su Li after the Star Cloud Kendo Gym incident was still fresh in his mind. Had Sucani been able to keep his word then, perhaps Xiao Luo would have been willing to help the kid get his car back. But now, coupled with the fact that he was now even threatening to tell Su Li about the gun, Xiao Luo just didn't feel like doing it. "Brother-in-law, you've hurt my feelings." Sucani clutched at his chest dramatically and put on a look of distress on his face. Xiao Luo wasn't amused and refused to speak to Sucani any further, considering him nothing more than a goofball. Ignoring him would be the best way to deal with it. At that moment, the door to Su Li's apartment opened, and there she was, looking splendid with her hourglass figure, and staring at the two of them strangely. "What are you two doing out here?" she asked. Irked with Xiao Luo's reaction, Xuanhuan smirked as he approached Suli and said, "Sis, I made an important discovery today, you see, it's about brother-in-law, ouch, my foot." Xuanhuan stopped abruptly and held in pain as Xiao Luo discreetly stepped on his foot, making him hop around on one leg, trying to relieve the soreness in his foot. Xiao Luo coughed and said in a hushed tone, "It's a deal." When Xuanhuan heard this, he instantly forgot about the pain, laughed in joy, rushing over to Xiao Luo to give him a bear hug. "Brother-in-law, I knew that you still dote on me. Mwack. I love you so much, ha ha ha, okay, let's go and eat now," he cried. He was over the moon and so overwhelmed with emotion that he actually gave Xiao Luo a peck on the cheek. He was getting his car back. And, with that thought in mind, he pranced jauntily into the apartment. A dark cloud hung over Xiao Luo, and if it wasn't for Suli being there, he undoubtedly would have taught Xuanhuan a good lesson. Suli looked at Xiao Luo quizzically for a while, wondering when these two had suddenly become such pals. "Time to eat," she said. Suli went back into the apartment, but Xiao Luo stayed a minute, quickly wiping off traces of saliva Xuanhuan had disgustingly left on his face. He strangely felt a little dismayed about the whole episode, wondering why he even felt nervous that Xuanhuan would tell Suli about the gun. But precisely what was he afraid of? That Suli would find out about his true nature, a butcher with blood on his hands? After dinner, Xuanhuan didn't allow Xiao Luo to leave his sight, and he patiently waited in his apartment until 12 o'clock midnight. Finally, it was time to head off with Xiao Luo, and they got into his Trumpchi SUV and made their way to the Wild Wolf Mountain. Of course, there were no wolves on the Wild Wolf Mountain. It was just a large hill with an altitude of more than 800 meters located on the outskirts of Shanghai City. It had 5 to 6 peaks and a long, winding road that ran through them. The terrain provided a challenging drive as the road was made up of stretches of serpentine bends, complete with countless sharp corners and hairpin turns. It wasn't surprising that the mountain had become a mecca for racing enthusiasts all over. Road racing was a trendy sport in Shanghai, but the fact was, it was an underground activity, and none of it was legal. There was no way that the traffic police would allow such scenes in movies like Speed to happen on public roads, so these events were always held in the middle of the night. And, besides, many stringent conditions had to be met for such races. For one thing, the race could not be impeded by oncoming traffic, so the entire stretch of road had to be sealed off. When they arrived, there were already many racing enthusiasts gathered at the foot of the Wild Wolf Mountain. The place burst with excitement, illuminated by 2 large petrol drums burning, with flames leaping some 3 to 4 meters high. There were also multiple arrays of modified racing lights that added to the highly charged atmosphere, lighting up the area and making it look almost like daytime. Xiao Luo scanned the surrounding, and it wasn't hard to notice that all the racing vehicles were sports cars with price tags in the millions. Even the least exotic vehicle was worth at least $700,000. Of course, were his Trumpchi to be included, it would undoubtedly hold the dubious honor of being the least expensive vehicle there. When Xiao Luo found an available space, he parked the car there, then turned to look at Xuanhuan and asked, "Who's the one that's got your Bentley?" "There, he's the one." Xuanhuan pointed his finger at someone. Following the direction Xuanhuan was pointing at, Xiao Luo saw a burly bald-headed man who was about 1.8 meters tall and well-stacked with muscles. He was wearing a tight short-sleeved shirt and wide jeans, and had his beefy arms around a sexy girl, a lovely foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. His name is Lei Shijian, and he's known as the Wolf King. He is the captain of the Wild Wolf Mountain racing team. He's why the Wild Wolf Mountain race has become so popular. He single-handedly built its reputation and a whole gambling industry around it. Besides taking regular bets, they also entertain special bets with amounts ranging from $500,000 to $5 million, so for drivers with remarkable racing skills, it is not impossible to become rich overnight in the Wild Wolf Mountain. Many of the wealthy in Shanghai was simply hooked on its thrills and excitement. The moment they learned that there was a racing event in the Wild Wolf that very night, they joined one after another. There was even a dedicated forum about the Wild Wolf Mountain on the internet, and its members were all racing fanatics. As soon as Lei Shijian released news that a race was to be held, everyone would turn up in droves. But, many racing enthusiasts couldn't make it to the Wild Wolf Mountain to watch the race. To meet the demand, a team was set up to record the races, and was equipped with a fleet of high-end camera drones covering the entire stretch of road. The videos were edited and post-edited into complete segments and posted online, ensuring that fans did not miss a thing and shared in the event's excitement. Xuanhuan gave Xiao Luo a quick rundown on the brawny bald-headed man and points of interest about the Wild Wolf Mountain race. Xiao Luo gazed sternly at Xuanhuan and did not utter a word. Xuanhuan began to feel a little uncomfortable with Xiao Luo was staring at him, so he smiled sheepishly and asked, brother-in-law, what are you staring at me like that? You're not thinking of raping me? Xuanhuan had a genuinely frightened expression on his face, and he even crossed his hands to protect his chest, believing that Xiao Luo was going to do it. What? Such a damn fool. The expression on Xiao Luo's face said it all. He was that close to actually cursing Xuanhuan. Taking a deep breath, he said, Xuanhuan, do you still want your Bentley back, or not? Yeah, even in my dreams. That's my magic weapon to pick girls up, Xuanhuan replied, nodding like a chick pecking grain. Then get down from the car and start negotiating for that race with Lei Shijian. I don't have the luxury of wasting my time with you here at Wild Wolf Mountain. We've got to end this early and head home, Xiao Luo growled. Hey, calm down, alright? Hold your horses, racing requires a special car and also gambling money. Let me give my friend a call. The car and gambling money is with him. Otherwise, what do I have to qualify us to compete with Lei Shijian? Xuanhuan responded, and couldn't help adding a snide remark. Brother-in-law, it's not that I want to talk bad about you, but it's not good to be impatient. They say that impatient people will not last long in sex. Listen to my advice and change for the better, okay, he said. What the? At $%. Xiao Luo felt the urge to dress him down with a deluge of expletives. Had they not been sitting in the car at that moment, he would have gladly shown Xuanhuan how it felt like getting his bum wrecked. Hurry up then and call your friend. Ask him to come quickly. Alright. Xuanhuan casually took his phone out and dialed a number. Hey, short life, where are you now? I'm already at the foot of the Wild Wolf Mountain. Hurry up and get your *SS over here, he said. In the next second, Xuanhuan's expression changed abruptly. What, you can't come? God, you got caught by your father for doing drugs. What, and now you're grounded? What the heck, what kind of coincidence is this? If you can't spare your car, then hit me with the money, or else, what can I use to compete with Lei Shijian if I have no money? What the freak, short life, you're so unreliable. How can you choke up at such a crucial time like this? He then ended the call after a few snarls. After hanging up, Xuanhuan's expression was awful, and he looked like he had eaten a dozen kilos of dung. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and looked at him ironically. So, everything alright, I suppose, he mocked. Xiao Luo intentionally raised his tone to see how Xuanhuan would react and expected him to make a fool of himself. I got stood up by that SSH, Lu. Xuanhuan dropped the phone in despair, and he was seething. He's grounded by his dad. He can't drive his car out, and his pocket money is frozen. The $2 million he promised to lend me has just gone up in smoke, he cried. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Xiao Luo rubbed it in and enjoyed every second it. It just went to prove that Xuanhuan was unreliable, so his friends would naturally be the same. It was true that birds of a feather flocked together. Brother-in-law, why don't we do it next time? I'll call you when I get the money and the car, Xuanhuan said. What choice did they have? Without a souped-up car and enough funds for the bet, he wasn't qualified to compete with Lei Shijian and get a chance to win his Bentley back. I'm not coming back to this place. Since I'm already here, let's settle this right now, just so you won't bother me again. But I'm warning you, you better remember our agreement, otherwise, I will make this gear shift grow out of your butt, Xiao Luo said, meaning every word of it. Xuanhuan glanced at the gear lever in the car, and his eyes nearly popped out. He even had difficulty gulping down his saliva. This thing growing out from his butt, didn't it mean that he'd shove the gear stick up his B***hole? Thinking about this, his rectum unconsciously tightened, and the hair over his entire body stood on ends. With a hurried and nervous smile, he said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, alright, I will never tell my sister that you have a gun." Xiao Luo ignored him, released the seat belt, and got off the car. "Brother-in-law, where are you going?" Xuanhuan felt his heart thumping as he wondered how Xiao Luo would negotiate the bet without the gambling money or a race car. Xiao Luo disregarded the din around him and walked directly toward Lei Shijian. Lei Shijian had his arm placed around the blonde girl's waist, rubbing her up and down. He was sitting on the bonnet of a Porsche sports car, chatting and laughing with his companions, surrounded by an admiring crowd of avid fans who kept a respectful distance. Evidently, Wild Wolf Mountain was their home ground. As Xiao Luo walked into the circle, his entry caught everyone's attention. Before he could reach Lei Shijian, two grim-looking burly fellows stepped in front of him and extended their hands to block his way. "This area is exclusive to the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsports," one of them said sternly, implying that the area was out of bounds to the likes of Xiao Luo, and he was not allowed to go any further. Xiao Luo took a bank card from his pocket and said, "I want to race with your captain, Lei Shijian." Hearing this, a look of sheer mockery appeared on their faces. The burly man who had spoken earlier said, "Well, to compete with our captain, the bet is at least 1 million. Do you have 1 million in this card? Do you think I'm here to make fun out of you?" Xiao Luo snorted and raised his chin. "Tell Lei Shijian to talk to me. Let alone 1 million, even 10 million won't be a problem," he retorted. $10 million? The two burly men took a deep breath and suddenly took Xiao Luo more seriously. Xiao Luo was not a familiar face in the Wild Wolf Mountain, and they presumed that he could be some rich guy from elsewhere that decided to have fun after hearing about their famed road race. "A moment, please." The contemptuous expressions of the two burly men changed, and the person who had spoken turned and walked towards Lei Shijian. He could be seen whispering into Lei Shijian's ear. Xuanhuan came rushing over to Xiao Luo's side and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you out of your mind? We have no car and no gambling money. Lei Shijian will never agree to compete with us unless his brain has short-circuited." "Isn't my car a car?" Xiao Luo hurled a question back at him. Xuanhuan looked incredulously at Xiao Luo with his eyes wide open like he had just seen an alien, and his mind was a total blank, wanting to cry, but he had no tears. "Brother-in-law, don't tell me that you're gonna use this trumpchi to compete with him. I will beat you to death if that's the case." "Xiao Yi here can be really cruel, just so you know," Xuanhuan cried, thumping himself on the chest, referring himself as the little young master. Could a trumpchi be used to compete with him? Wasn't that just pure tripe? It would only take 3 seconds for Lei Shijian's sports car to accelerate from a standstill to 100 miles per hour. It was a modified supercar. That local-made trumpchi, on the other hand, would need at least 10 seconds to do that, so the difference was significant. Even with Xiao Luo's superb racing skills, just being able to see his opponent's taillights would possibly be the best-case scenario. As Xuanhuan stood there pondering all the things that could go wrong in their face-off against Lei Shijian, Xiao Luo gave him a kick in the butt and didn't hesitate this time. It was so painful that Xuanhuan almost bawled in tears, as it felt like getting spanked hard, and it hurt more than a penicillin shot. The message to Xuanhuan was clear: stop addressing himself as little Xiaoyi to him again. "Oh, isn't that young Master Su? So, you're young Master Su's friend. And I thought who'd be so lavish to not even care about millions of dollars. What brings you here today? Plan to win back your Bentley?" It was Lei Shijian, who'd just walked over with the blonde girl in his arm and a cigar in his mouth. It wasn't the position Tsukini wanted to find himself in, but when Lei Shijian approached and spoke to him, he put up a brave front, despite a sore bum and not having a suitable racing car, nor any cash to speak of. "I had indeed intended to win back my Bentley today, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, I'll ask you, Wolf King, to continue to take good care of it for me a little longer," he said. Tsukini did his best to come off with a lofty bearing and acted like he was expecting to win back his Bentley at any time. Lei Shijian's companions couldn't help laughing as they all knew about Tsukini, a frequent visitor at the Wild Wolf Mountain. Initially, he only participated in races in the $100,000 to $500,000 range. Later, when he got obsessed with racing, it led him to even wager his Bentley, worth more than $2 million. He was seen as a spendthrift, a typical good-for-nothing from a wealthy family. Most of them despised such people from their hearts, but they still liked to engage with this lot for obvious reasons. For, without their participation, the Wild Wolf Mountain wouldn't have become so lively. After all, many people came not only to enjoy the highly charged, death-defying races, but they were also attracted by the variety of bets they could make. The wagers could be money, cars, gold, jewelry, or even women. These bets created a certain madness among their large following of fans, much like those who liked violent sports such as a boxing match, enthralled by the thrill and excitement of fists pummeling the human body. "Your Bentley is right over there. I've been maintaining it regularly. I've never treated something as gently and carefully as that car, not even my women." With a look of total satisfaction on his face, Lei Shijian pointed to a row of luxury cars some distance away, and there, parked conspicuous, was the silver-white Bentley. Then, as if to express the pleasure he felt in having custody of the Bentley, he squeezed the blonde girl's derriere next to him. Tsukini could see that his Bentley was being taken care of very well, which was enough for him. Feeling elated seeing his car again, he thumped Lei Shijian on his chest. "Wolf King, that's really kind of you. You have my admiration," he declared. "Ha ha ha." Lei Shijian laughed as he pulled the cigar from his mouth and exhaled an impressive column of smoke. "For this racing industry to last, we have to uphold our promises. But I still have to remind you, young Master Su, there's a half-month period for you to win it back, after which I can do whatever I want with your Bentley. You still have 6 days before the deadline. Relax. I know the rules. Later." Tsukini chuckled along, but as he had no car and no gambling money, the chance to win it back would have to wait. Just when Tsukini turned around and was about to leave, Xiao Luo put his hand on his shoulder with a firm grip, latching onto it like steel pliers, and stopped him from walking away. "Who allowed you to leave?" Xiao Luo said. "Brother-in-law, don't be like this. We can't get it back this time. If we force the issue, then any hope we have will turn to dust." Tsukini turned his head and smiled bitterly, then whispered in Xiao Luo's ear, "Even if you're gonna use your trump chi, we don't have enough money. My Bentley is worth $2.5 million. We'll need at least $2.5 million to be eligible to compete with Lei Shijian, huh? Why is it $2.5 million? Tsukini started getting somewhat confused and couldn't help scratching the back of his head. "That's because you're a 205-1. Xiao Luo turned on him unceremoniously before he glanced at Lei Shijian and said, "Let's do this. The wager will be his Bentley. If I win, I'll take it away. If I lose, you keep the $2.5 million. Interesting, okay, I'm up to it." Lei Shijian agreed enthusiastically and beckoned someone over. A man immediately walked over to Xiao Luo with a POS machine and said, "Swipe the card, the money goes into the Wild Wolf Mountain's public account first." When he noticed Xiao Luo's strange expression, he explained, "This may be the first time you're here, so you unaware of the rules at the Wild Wolf Mountain. This is how it works here. We do this first to avoid unnecessary conflict. Don't worry, we won't risk tarnishing our reputation as we intend to run the show for a very long time. Our credibility is guaranteed. As long as you win the game, the money you have swiped into our account will be fully refunded, and you get to drive away young Master Su's Bentley." Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows, handed his bank card to the man, and then entered the password. When the $2.5 million receipt was printed out, Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. He stared at Xiao Luo and said, "Brother-in-law, you are actually a tycoon in hiding, how blind I must be." Xuanhuan was suddenly full of admiration for Xiao Luo, whose image was now etched in his heart, as mighty and unattainable as a mountain. "Shut up if you don't wish to get kicked in the *SS again." Xiao Luo scowled, getting tired of his incessant gibberish. Xuanhuan instantly shut his mouth. He didn't want to risk getting kicked again by Xiao Luo. It hurt too much the first time, and his B*Thol was still feeling the pain. Lei Shijian smiled and asked, "What is your name, my brother?" Anyone who could swipe $2.5 million from his bank card at one go was definitely worth getting to know. "You don't need to know my name. We will not meet again after this," Xiao Luo said. "Wah, you're quite a character, my friend." Lei Shijian didn't pursue the matter. He waved his hand, and a member of his team immediately handed over 2 sets of documents. "This is the agreement. The details of our wager are clearly stated in it. There are 2 copies. Stamp on it with your thumbprint, and it will take legal effect," he explained. As he spoke, he had already stained his thumb in the red ink pad and stamped it at the section designated for the second party on both documents. Xiao Luo glanced through the 2 agreements' contents, and after confirming that they were correct, he duly applied his thumbprint. That's it. $2.5 million going down the drain, right into the wolf's den, just like that. Xuanhuan was cursing in his heart, and instead of giving so much money to Lei Shijian for no good reason, wouldn't it be better to just buy him another Bentley? He stared at Xiao Luo like he was a muttonhead and a circus clown. Lei Shijian retained one of the agreements for safekeeping, then laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, young Master Su, inviting 2 helpers at once to challenge me is certainly a great honor." The other Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsports team members snickered and looked at Xuanhuan and Xiao Luo as if they were looking at fools. "What do you mean?" Xuanhuan looked clueless, and he asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I only called my brother-in-law, when did I call someone else?" Lei Shijian smiled enigmatically and said, "Don't you know, young Master Su? That can't be, she's here, the woman who helped you win back your car the last 2 times. All the pomp you see tonight has been specially prepared for her." "The woman who helped me win back my car for the last 2 times?" Xuanhuan was at a complete loss, but his eyes lit up, suddenly. Could it be his sister's BFF, Xianxia? What the heck, what's going on? Didn't Sis say that she wouldn't help me out this time? Why did she ask Xianxia to come? As Xuanhuan was still recovering from his stupor, the roaring sound of a high-performance engine rumbled by. He looked up and saw a red sports car with its 2 headlights on, driving by like the silhouette of a phantom flashing through the night sky, before stopping at the foot of the Wild Wolf Mountain. "Maserati Grand Cabrio, it's the Queen. She has finally come. The Wolf King has already lost to her twice. I wonder if he can redeem his reputation this time." He definitely can. In their previous 2 encounters, the Wolf King was driving a sports car with lower performance than this Grand Cabrio, but even then, he only lost by a whisker. This time, the Wolf King is driving a supercar hailed as the Hell Devil, powered by a 12-cylinder engine and turbocharger. Its top speed can easily hit 200 miles per hour, so he can absolutely defeat the queen. The crowd was getting excited now. The drivers they came to watch were present now, which meant that the race was about to begin. Speed and fury were about to rouse their senses to their limits. Footnote: Frowny face 1, 205, in Chinese slang, meaning stupid. A voluptuous, hot woman stepped out of the Maserati sports car, clad in a white strapless t-shirt that she paired with black slim-fit pants. If the word sexy needed a poster girl, she was undoubtedly it. She had glittering wavy golden hair, comely features accentuated by her lovely arched eyebrows, and liveliness in the way she moved. Xianxia? Xuanhuan recognized her at once. That was his sister, Su Li's good friend, and chairman of the Huayao group, Xianxia. Although the boss of a large company, Xianxia was not as well known as Su Li, and few knew who she was, even among racing hobbyists. As such, she had no qualms about being her natural self and felt totally uninhibited being in such a crowd. Su Li also came along this time. She was sitting in the front passenger's seat, but she stayed in the car. She was wearing a black blouse, paired with skinny black pants, and an orange jacket on top. To avoid being recognized, Su Li put on a pair of sunglasses. Although it was night time, her shades were a variety that still allowed for perfect vision in the dark. Although her sunglasses covered a large portion of her face, her skin still showed, and it was fair and radiant. Her sensuous lips were mesmerizing, and slightly parted, showing glimpses of pearly white teeth that sparkled like the white snow on the peaks of Tingri Taf. She was the embodiment of a sacred lotus flower that had just blossomed, only to be admired from a distance, not to be touched. The last thing that Su Li had expected was to meet her younger brother and Xiao Luo there. She knitted her brows, asking herself what the two were doing at Wild Wolf Mountain. Xianxia hadn't expected it either. She glanced at Xiao Luo, then turned to Xuanhuan and said, "What are both of you doing here?" "Qingyan, I should be asking you this question. You and my sis. Ahem, didn't you both tell me to settle this by myself? Why are you here?" Xuanhuan deliberately raised his voice to make sure that Su Li heard him in the car. "Do you think that your sister prints money for a living? Should she be doing nothing while you throw away a Bentley, worth more than $2 million, all on a silly bet?" Xianxia scowled at Xuanhuan as she gave him a noogie on the head on Su Li's behalf. "I will help you one last time. If you do it again, we shall see how your sister deals with you," she said. When she finished speaking, Xuanhuan noticed Su Li glaring at him from the car. Although she had her sunglasses on, Xuanhuan could still feel the intense stare she was giving him, and it sent chills down his spine, making him shudder involuntarily. "Queen, it's good to have confidence, but being conceited is unbecoming." Lei Shijian had just walked up to them, and upon hearing Xianxinyan's statement, he felt compelled to say a few words. He raised his eyebrows and chuckled, and at the same time, pushed the blonde girl aside, suddenly losing interest in her. "You'll know if I'm conceited after the race," Xianxinyan quipped as she pushed her hair behind her ears and offered him an enchanting smile that he found hard to resist. "Very well, then. But let's change our wager this time. If you win, you may take young Master Su's Bentley. But, if by some good fortune, I win, you spend a night with me. How's that?" Lei Shijian responded. His shifty eyes pored lewdly over every inch of Xianxinyan's body, and he looked especially wretched. After hearing Lei Shijian's shocking proposal, a cacophony of cheers and wolf whistles immediately erupted among the spectators gathered around, as it aroused their darker, wild sides. The smile on Xianxinyan's face vanished as she stared at Lei Shijian coldly. But, Lei Shijian, oozing with self-confidence, didn't flinch at all. $2.5 million for one night of euphoria. While it's at a great expense to me, it's the deal of a lifetime for you. Let me ask you, is there any other woman in this world who is worth more than $2 million for a night? I can assure you, there are none, he argued. Qingyan, go for it. Show him what it's like to make something from nothing, Xuanhuan said. He had absolute confidence in Xianxia's ability to win again, as her racing skills were phenomenal. In the last 2 races, she showed she could handle the pressure, and he believed that this time would be no exception. Shut up! Xianxia yelled at Xuanhuan, making him jolt back a couple of steps in fright. Then, smiling coyly at Lei Shijian, she said, "Yes, it's worth it, indeed." "Fine, then. We will do as you say. If I win, I'll walk away with Xuanhuan's Bentley, and if I lose, I'll sleep with you. I like your straightforwardness, Queen." Hee. Lei Shijian felt his spirits lift, and he promptly gestured for someone from his team to prepare the agreements. Soon, 2 copies were brought over. The terms were per the agreement that had been reached between him and Xianxia, and they duly endorsed it. The Wild Wolf Mountain race fans cheered rambunctiously, and just thinking about what was being wagered fired them up more than usual. "Ha, Wolf King, you can stop drooling, 'cause something like that ain't never gonna happen." Xuanhuan waved his hand in a somewhat overbearing manner and said, "By the way, since my helper is here, my earlier agreement with you is rescinded." Lei Shijian and his team members cracked up as if they had just heard the world's funniest joke. "Young Master Su, you're talking nonsense. That agreement took effect the moment our thumbprints were stamped on it. The show must go on, otherwise, it will be considered as a forfeit, so if you withdraw from the race, the $2.5 million will not be refunded," Lei Shijian said, spreading his hands to imply that there was nothing that could be done, since rules were rules. "What? How can you do that? Return the money to my brother-in-law. We're not competing anymore." Xuanhuan suddenly became very anxious. Now that Xianxia was here, he could win his Bentley back for certain. But if she won the car back, then wouldn't Xiao Luo lose his $2.5 million? For he didn't think that Xiao Luo could beat Lei Shijian driving a Trumpchi. In fact, Xiao Luo was guaranteed to lose. Now, everything suddenly made sense. No wonder Lei Shijian so readily agreed to compete against them, for he had evidently regarded Xiao Luo as a juicy pig that was ripe for the slaughter. Lei Shijian flashed a confident smile and wagged his index finger. "There is no such rule on Wild Wolf Mountain," he said. Xuanhuan was exasperated and protested, "I don't care about whatever rules you have. Hurry up, Anne." "Xuanhuan, you mean you both agreed to have a race with him?" Xianxia cut him off and grabbed him aggressively by the collar, appearing like she was about to clobber him. Xuanhuan was stunned and stiffly nodded in fear of getting a good beating. Yeah," he explained. "I didn't expect you to come, and it was actually my brother-in-law who insisted on competing with him. It was not my decision." "You're such a useless jerk, unable to achieve anything but spoiling things." Xianxia shoved him away. Had Xuanhuan been her younger brother, she would definitely have whipped him in the face until it swelled like a pig's head. He hadn't even won the Bentley back yet, but he'd already risked another $2.5 million, which would be lost by the looks of it. She felt really bad for Suli for having a brother like Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan lowered his head, unable to say another word. "It's okay. We'll compete in our race, and you compete in yours. This doesn't affect anything." Xiao Luo finally spoke up. He had been staring at Suli, who was still in the car. It wasn't that he chose to look at Suli, but rather, she was staring at him. Even with her sunglasses, he knew it was her, and as a man, how could he avoid her eyes? He pointed at the Bentley and said to Lei Shijian, "But both my target and her target is the same car. So, if we both win, how would you compensate us?" When she heard Xiao Luo, the blonde girl beside Lei Shijian burst out laughing. The other members of the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsports team chuckled and smirked mockingly. Lei Shijian slapped Xiao Luo on his shoulder as he laughed derisively. "Don't worry, my brother. If you can really win against me, I will pay you twice the money, he said, stretching out 5 fingers. $5 million. You mean it? Xiao Luo cocked an eyebrow and was intrigued by Lei Shijian's terms. Lei Shijian looked down his nose and confidently pointed his thumb to his chest. Of course, I mean what I say, he said. And, if I win, what if you can't honor your promise, then what? Xiao Luo asked. Lei Shijian laughed and shook his head. He had a good look at Xiao Luo, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You're thinking too much, my brother. Reputation is the most important thing in this business, and it doesn't make sense to ruin our reputation for a mere $2.5 million. If the word spreads, who would want to come and race at the Wild Wolf Mountain in the future? I'll be smashing my own rice bowl that way, won't I? I'm saying what if, that's all," Xiao Luo asserted. The members of the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsports team and the spectators had mocking smiles on their faces. It was obvious to them that Xiao Luo did not know who he was up against, and even dared to dream of winning the race. Many of them were wondering where he got his courage and confidence. "My brother, if I fail to honor my promise, cripple my hands so that I can't drive anymore. Is that good enough for you?" Lei Shijian said. "Good enough," Xiao Luo replied. "By the way, after so much talking, where's your car?" Lei Shijian looked around, keen to see what supercar Xiao Luo would be driving. When the question popped up, Tsundere cringed and face-bombed. Not only did he feel stressed, but he was also thoroughly embarrassed by it. Everyone else was driving highly modified supercars, while their vehicle was a sub-$200,000 locally made Trump-G. It was like the difference between a fully equipped player in pay-to-win gear against a bare-handed newbie wearing only a pair of shorts. Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Luo gestured with his head toward his car and said, "That's my car." Everyone turned in the direction where Xiao Luo gestured, but all they saw was a black Trump-G and wondered if this was the car he meant. Its appearance and curvy design looked very high-end and wouldn't look out of place driven on the road. But in a racing venue like the Wild Wolf Mountain, it looked miserably shabby alongside the supercars used here. "You're using this Trump-G to compete against him?" The question came from none other than Xianxia. Looking at her incredulous expression, no one would blame Xiao Luo for not daring to nod and say yes, for Xianxia looked like she would brutally beat Xiao Luo to death. But, of course, Xiao Luo responded, "Yes." The air was thick with anxiety, and the moment he confirmed it, the entire crowd fell into a sudden silence, but, the next second, peals of raucous laughter broke out across the ground. "What the heck, he actually came with a domestic car. Is he trying to defy the heavens, or what? Ha ha ha, he's not trying to defy the heavens, he's trying to burrow into the ground. What a mule, coming here to race without knowing anything. This is hilarious, ha ha ha." Some people even burst into tears, while Lei Shijian laughed so hard he could be seen slapping his thighs and jabbing his co-driver's shoulder, so much so that his laughter alone drowned out those around him. "Are you stupid or what?" Xianxia hissed as she glared at him, and she actually looked mad. She pointed her finger at Xiao Luo's Trump-G and said, "How can this toy car of yours compare with his supercar? Are you living in a dream?" Suli looked out toward Xiao Luo from the red Maserati, and even behind her sunglasses, her anxiety showed. Xiao Luo ignored Xianxia and turned to Lei Shijian. "When will the race begin?" he asked. "Soon, soon." Lei Shijian's shoulders were still shaking from laughter, and he could hardly speak normally. It was like someone had tapped his acupoint that controlled the urge to laugh. In a short while, the 3 cars were lined up at the foot of the mountain, with the 2 burning gasoline drums marking the start/finish line. Positioned from left to right were the Porsche supercar, followed by the Maserati Gran Cabrio, and, finally, the Trump-G. All the drones assigned to the various road sections had lifted off into the air. A huge screen was mounted on the sidewall of the cargo compartment of a truck, and as video signals were received from the drones, they were played on the screen, keeping the spectators aware of the race situation at each road section. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the huge silver screen, hardly blinking. The matchup between Wolf King and Queen, which had been long awaited, was finally here, and the race was about to start. The spectators were thrilled and extremely excited, especially about the wager. If Queen lost, she would have to sleep with Wolf King, and, being the stunning beauty that she was, just the thought of it made their imaginations run wild and their blood vessels dilated. On the internet, the Wild Wolf Mountains forum was also boiling over as millions of its members were waiting for this thrilling race to start online. Likes for the Queen. How many of you support Queen? Likes for Wolf King. Let's see how many of us brothers here support Wolf King. Who's that guy in the Trumpchi? Why is he even getting into the race between Wolf King and Queen? Doesn't he feel ashamed? All sorts of posts would incessantly pop up on the Wild Wolf Mountain forum, but most followers would check the top posts dedicated to the live streaming footage, which they considered as good as a live broadcast. The rules were simple. The drivers were to race for 3 laps around the Wild Wolf Mountain circuit, and the first person who crossed the start/finish line between the gasoline drums would be declared the winner. When Xianxia got into the Maserati, she turned to Suli and said, "Li, if I tell you that your husband's an idiot, I suppose you won't feel too upset, right?" Suli had already taken off her sunglasses and was glancing over at the Trumpchi next to them. "Compared to his IQ, I am more concerned about where they got the money from," she said. "That brother of yours has a whole network of evil associates, so he can easily gather 2.5 million just by asking around. Ha, it looks like they're both 205s. I help him win back 250, and they're going to toss 250 right back out again. No one can be dumber than these two," Xianxia ranted, glaring angrily at the Trumpchi. "You better keep your mind on the race. Let's not discuss this now. I will settle the accounts with them after the game," Suli responded. Xianxia retracted her gaze from the Trumpchi and started focusing on getting into the mental zone. "How confident you are in winning against Lei Shijian?" Suli asked. Xianxia thought for a while and answered, 7 to 8 out of 10. His skills aren't bad. It was his overconfidence that lost him the previous 2 races. This time, he has even replaced his car with a really good one, so I think he'll be going all out this time. 7 or 8 may even be an overestimate. Suli frowned at the odds. "Then why did you agree to that disgusting condition he proposed just now?" she asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "This is nothing. I had agreed to conditions worse than this when I was abroad. It just happened that the person wasn't so honored to let me serve him." When she heard that, Suli's frown intensified as she couldn't imagine anything more disgusting than the conditions proposed by Lei Shijian. In the Trumpchi, Xuanhuan was sitting in the front next to Xiao Luo, and he looked depressed and was in abject misery. He was even considering suicide and looked as distressed as a person who had lost a $5 million lottery ticket. "Calm down, it will turn out fine. Everything in the present turns into the past," Xiao Luo said, trying to comfort him. "How can I, when you're F***kin racing against supercars with a Trumpchi? This is absolutely the most ridiculous thing anyone could ever do in this world. After the race, my sister will definitely kill me." "Why are you laughing? Do you think she'll let you go too? She can even kill me, her own brother. Do you think she'll not be bold enough to kill you, her cheap husband? You underestimate my sister." "Oh, God, why is this happening to me now? Which ghost did I have the misfortune to bump into?" Xuanhuan was already having visions of what was to come and anticipated being hung up and beaten by Suli. The scene in his mind was absolutely terrifying. When Xiao Luo stole a glance at Xuanhuan, his face was covered in tears. "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited contest between Wolf King and Queen is about to begin. And I am very honored to be your commentator tonight. Now, allow me to fill you in on this race. Oh, wait, actually 2 races are running concurrently, but let's just forget about the other one, since that race is already over before it has even begun, so there's no suspense in it at all. But, still, let's applaud the driver and show our appreciation of his courage. Come on everyone, let's give him some encouragement. Standing in front of the huge screen, a tall, skinny young man held on to a microphone and provided commentary with a rather impassionate tone. He knew his crowd and exactly how to entertain them. He already had the crowd in stitches in his opening commentary, just with his wit and dry humor. His comments prompted a rousing response from both the live crowd and the online forum, and many fans applauded the Trump chief for participating. But, in truth, the belittling nature of his comments made it all seem rather disrespectful. Lil Young Master here thinks that this is the biggest humiliation he's ever felt in his entire life. Nothing compares to this. Lil Young Master has lost all face. This is like being dumped into the Pacific Ocean. Xuanhuan moaned. The shame was unbearable, and if he could find himself a hole somewhere, he'd immediately just jump in. Or, even better, if there was a pit that he could fit into, he'd just bury himself alive. To him, dying from suffocation could not be worse than having people mock him to death. Xiao Luo looked calm as he readied himself in the driver's seat. Don't be affected by such things, it's not like you've not seen my skills before, he said. It is particularly because I have seen the skills that I dared to call you here. If it was my friend's supercar, we'd have a 50 to 60% chance of beating Lei Shijian, but instead, we're driving this Trumpchi to compete with them. If it wasn't for the fact you put up the money, then Lil Young Master here wouldn't have let you off that easily, Xuanhuan responded. Xiao Luo turned and looked sternly at Xuanhuan. You need to correct that statement. I lent you that money, if we lose, you have to return it to me, he said. What? Horrified, Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and his jaw dropped. You be **starred, he cried. At that moment, the blonde girl, who had been with Lei Shijian earlier, strutted provocatively to the front of the 3 vehicles with 2 small flags in her hands. She looked great clad in a miniskirt and corset, and her long legs were further augmented with a pair of 10-centimeter high high-heeled shoes. Her voluptuous figure and seductive face left little to the imagination and would have prompted unspeakable fantasies to form in the spectators' minds. She counted down in English. 5. 4. The 3 cars at the starting line suddenly rumbled to life as their drivers revved their engines. Their body shells shook as the power beneath their hoods roared, waiting to be unleashed, like a snorting bull ready to charge at any given moment. Baby, wait for me, I'll be visiting you tonight, hee. Lei Shijian, in his souped-up Porsche, snickered lewdly, as if victory was already within his grasp and that Xianxia was nothing more than a delicious meal just waiting to be savored at his pleasure. 3. 2. 1. Go. As soon as the blonde girl dropped the flags, the drivers, with their engines on high torque, released their clutches and their machines took off like thunder. Like the wind, the 3 cars whizzed past the blonde girl, and her hair fluttered and danced wildly as streams of fast-flowing air swirled in their wake. The drones started to do their work as the precision cameras mounted on them started tracking the 3 cars and relaying images back to the giant screen, instantly giving the spectators the race status. Alright, let's see. The 3 cars got off to a furious start, and, oh, wow, the Trumpchi is definitely living up to its reputation and is falling behind, right in the last place. Wolf King, who is in second place, has pulled away a good 50 meters, that's the difference between a supercar and a tractor. No matter how fancy a tractor is made to look, there's no way it can outrun a supercar, the commentator said. Oh, sorry, we're getting off topic, let's get back to the competition at hand. Queen is leading right now. Oh, yes, she is indeed the track's queen. She took the lead right from the start of the race. Now let's see if she can keep her lead all the way till the end. The tall and skinny young commentator kept the audience engaged with the use of exciting and interesting points. Whenever he mentioned the Trumpchi, the commentator always put on an exaggerated expression on his face. Without fail, it got some laughs from the audience, who all agreed that this commentator was funny and interesting to listen to. He did not deviate from the truth of the situation but merely embellished it with his brand of dry humor. The vehicles that Shen Qingyan and Lei Shijian drove were undoubtedly much better than Xiao Luo's Trumpchi in terms of performance. When the cars were on the straights, the Trumpchi didn't stand a chance, as very quickly, even its headlights disappeared from the screen. For the spectators watching the race on the screen, it quickly evolved into a two-driver competition between Shen Qingyan and Lei Shijian. Shen Qingyan's Maserati took the lead, with Lei Shijian's Porsche was tailing right behind her, and the distance between them was barely 3 meters apart. The speed she was driving, Shen Qingyan's eyes looked fierce and determined. She seemed like a different person, appearing as if her body was possessed by another soul who had dominated her entirely. She charged into the first corner with nerves of steel, turning the steering wheel one way then the other, while pulling up the handbrake, and controlling the throttle and brake pedals with her heel toe, holding its drift line. As the Maserati began to drift into the sharp bend, the front of the car faced the mountain wall, as if it would crash into it. But, of course, the Maserati was actually sliding past the wall and into the bend. In the co-driver's seat, Suli shut her eyes and grabbed on tightly to the upper handrail for dear life. Lei Shijian's Porsche was just behind Shen Qingyan, and he initiated the drift at almost the same time as her, as if they were drifting in tandem, and their movements were precisely the same. Oh, wow, a beautiful drift. Wolf King's car got very close to the Queen, and he matched her every movement in the chase. What skill! It's simply stunning, and these are all inside drifts with the front fenders almost scraping the inner guardrail. They're really pushing the limits here. It's way too thrilling and exciting. If you're sitting in the car right now, you'd be so scared that you'd be peeing in your pants, the commentator said, giving an in-depth explanation as he kept his eyes peeled on the action unfolding on the screen. Haha, haha. Everyone in the crowd laughed, but their eyes were glued to the huge screen and followed the race without blinking, mesmerized as the two front-runners fought for the lead. Okay, now let's look at the Trumpchi, in third place. Oops, let's forget it, we can't even spot its headlights anymore. We might as well conserve the resources of the drones, so let us just focus on Queen and Wolf King's competition. Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter broke out among the crowd once again. Several of them couldn't stop and said, "This commentator is too bloody funny." The Maserati was still in the front and the Porsche right behind it, tailing it closely like a shadow, constantly pushing for an opportunity to overtake. The competition was fierce and the driving wild, but there was an order to the chaos, underscored by the driver's sublime skills and cool heads. Shen Qingyan was concerned when she caught a glimpse of Suli, who had turned pale. "Li, have you not gotten used to this yet?" she asked. Huh? Suli shook her head. Although she had ridden shotgun in Shen Qingyan's car many times before, even during competitions, she had yet to adapt to this kind of race, which required the car to be almost out of control when taking bends at extremely high speeds. "It's alright, it's just motion sickness. If you ride a few more times, you'll get used to it." "Okay, here it comes, another corner, hold on tight." Shen Qingyan prompted Suli to get her ready for the next drift as she changed down a gear mid-bend and threw the Maserati into oversteer. The rear end swung into the drift, the tires screeched, momentarily losing traction with the road, and white smoke billowed as the rear wheels continued spinning under high torque. Lei Shijian's Porsche followed closely, locking his rear wheels and sustaining his drift around the bend, right behind the Maserati. Lei Shijian's co-driver, the medium-sized young man, was anxious as they continued to trail behind Shen Qingyan. "Boss, you can't keep inhaling her exhaust, you have to overtake her and let her have a taste of your fumes," he said. "What's the hurry? I know what I'm doing, I'll only use my secret weapon when we get to the 10th corner." Lei Shijian scowled. As he had already lost to Shen Qingyan twice, He studied the clips of their past 2 races, and had worked out his move when they made the 10th corner. He knew Xuanhuan would drift on the outside, so he would be taking the inside drift, and he was 90% confident that this was enough to beat her. Oh, wow, the competition between Queen and Wolf King is way too intense. Look at those 2 supercars. Well, the Maserati is still leading right now, but the Porsche is following closely behind it, trying to put it under pressure. Look at them go, they are streaking through the track at high speed, just like 2 phantoms in the middle of the night. These 2 drivers are showcasing the best of Wild Wolf Mountain racing. What a race. And, don't forget that on one side is the cliff, and the other side is a mountain wall. This is incredibly thrilling, and every minute, every second of it keeps you on edge. The commentator, a tall and skinny young man, spoke with passion, and he had an intimate knowledge of the circuit. His high-pitched voice was amplified through the speakers, and it echoed across the Wild Wolf Mountain Valley. And on a silent night, such as this, the sound traveled far and wide. Do your best, Queen, keep this lead till the very end. Do your best, Wolf King, defeat Queen tonight and conquer the Queen, haha, haha. At the foot of the mountain and in the online forum, fans of Xuanhuan and Lei Shijian were cheering them on. Everyone had already forgotten about the Trumpchi, the 3rd competitor in this race, for it was nowhere to be seen. Even the video team did not take the trouble to get a single shot of the Trumpchi from the start. As far as they were concerned, a car that was trailing behind by several hundreds of meters was not worth recording. Giving it screen time would not change its fate in any way, so they focused all their attention on the exciting head-to-head between Queen and Wolf King. Vroom. The red Maserati streaked along the Wild Wolf Mountain's winding roads like a red flash. Its low chassis meant that it had extremely strong traction and hugged onto the road as it surged forward at top speed. Lei Shijian's Porsche refused to give up, and he stayed close, keeping the pressure on and waiting for the moment to snatch her lead. Barely a meter apart, the 2 supercars resembled 2 parts of the same serpent, as they snaked through the winding circuit at full speed. Just as they were about to approach a sharp bend, the commentator got on the mic again. We're about to approach the Devil's Corner of the Wild Wolf Mountain in just a bit. This is the nightmare of countless racers, and has already claimed the lives of 3 of our racers. It really is the Devil's Corner, he screamed. If Wolf King intends to overtake Queen, the Devil's Corner will be the perfect opportunity to do so. But it will be extremely dangerous. Can Wolf King overcome his fear and overtake Queen? Let us wait and see. Lei Shijian smirked as they came into the Devil's Corner. This was the 10th corner he had been waiting for. Queen, my baby, I'm coming for you, he said, with a sly leer. Then, he immediately turned his steering wheel sharply, and the Porsche swung from the outer into the inner lane. The usual approach going into such a tight turn would be to keep to the outer lane working with the oversteer, and this line provided for better drift control due to the centripetal force. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to take the inner lane and overtake me from there? He is courting death. Xuanhuan checked on the Porsche behind her from the rearview mirror, and she was perturbed by the risk he was taking. As a veteran racer, she understood that when taking the turn in this particular corner, one had to take the outer lane, otherwise, the car would lose traction, roll out of control, and fly off the cliff. A driver could avoid losing control only by slowing down, but that effectively negated the reason for taking the inside lane, to begin with, as precious seconds would then be added to make the corner. It was precisely for that reason that she had chosen to take the outer lane. Taking unnecessary risks just wasn't her style at all. Perhaps he has other ways to prevent from rolling out of control, Suli said, looking paler than ever. Frankly, I couldn't care less. Lei Shijian can't solely rely on this corner if he wants to defeat me. Xuanhuan put aside her thoughts, and her mind went back to winning the race. As the Maserati came screaming into Devil's Corner, she threw the car into a power slide, controlling the steering wheel in a sustained drift, and positioning its nose into the bend. The Maserati was a joy to watch and looked in total control as if it were sliding on ice. At that point, Lei Shijian's Porsche was trying to overtake from the inner lane, but due to the lack of centripetal force, the left wheels lifted off the ground, and the car was about to roll over. Suddenly, the Porsche's tailpipe emitted a blue-colored flame that looked just like a blast from a rocket, creating a strong torque on the Porsche that provided sufficient traction to keep the car stable through its inside drift. Xianxia was shocked, and she couldn't believe that she had underestimated Lei Shijian and allowed him to pass her. That B***** actually installed a nitrous oxide injection system for his car. No wonder he had the nerve to overtake me from the inner lane, she cried. The commentator saw the pass from the screen and shouted excitedly, "He's done it. Wolf King has overtaken Queen with a hair-raising maneuver at the Devil's Corner. Oh, my, this is way too awesome, simply crazy. Do your best, Wolf King, you're the best Wolf King." Overtaking Queen from the inner lane and stabilizing the car using the NOx injection, it seems like Wolf King had been planning to overtake Queen at the Devil's Corner right from the start. Wolf King is well prepared this time. It looks like the winner of this match is going to be no one else but him, ha ha ha. The audience at the foot of the mountain and online forum became excited and fired up as if they had just been injected with adrenaline. As the Porsche was overtaking the Maserati, Lei Shijian turned to Xianxia and smiled lewdly at her through the window. No matter how anyone looked at it, the smile was nothing less than creepy, like telling Xianxia to be obedient and wait to be conquered tonight. All of a sudden, a fierce din of screeching tires and tortured suspensions came from behind the two supercars. When Lei Shijian and Xianxia looked through their rear mirrors, they were both shocked beyond words. What the hell? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What is the Trumpchi doing here? Lei Shijian screamed. Xianxia was in absolute bewilderment because, in her mind, Xiao Luo's Trumpchi had long been out of the race. How was it possible for him to still catch up? What was happening here? Could it just have materialized out of thin air? Xianxia was bamboozled, and she simply couldn't think of any other possibility. Back at the foot of the mountain, the commentator was equally shocked and looked as if he had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. Quivering as he held on to his microphone, he screamed, oh, my God. What did I just witness? Is that the Trumpchi? How did it catch up? It's doing precisely what the Wolf King did, it's drifting in the inner lane at the Devil's Corner. But Wolf King had a NOx injection system, so did he install it as well? If not, how could he have the nerve to drift in the inner lane without decreasing his speed? That is equivalent to committing suicide. It wasn't just the tall and skinny young commentator who was stunned, the entire crowd at the foot of the mountain and the fans following closely through the forum were all in a stupor. The Trumpchi that they all had given up on was now catching up like a ghost. It was plain eerie, and this almost seemed supernatural. How in the world did he manage to catch up? No, it's more like, how is it even possible for him to catch up? Don't tell me that Trumpchi is also a modified supercar? Perhaps it's only the shell of the Trumpchi on the outside, but underneath, it's a souped-up race engine. That's not possible. Just from the sound of the engine, you can tell that it's a production car. And, besides, it had a very slow start, so there's no way that it's a modified car. Then explain to me how in the hell it can catch up with Wolf King and Queen. Absurd, this is absolutely absurd. It was explosive. Everyone at the foot of the mountain and the fans who had been following through the forum was amazed. They were all trying to figure out what happened. How was it possible for the Trumpchi to catch up? Could it have received help from the spirits, and did the Devil's Corner finally live up to its name? The sudden appearance of the Trumpchi surprised everyone and left many puzzled about how it actually caught up, but that wasn't the only reason it caught everyone's attention. Everyone had their eyes glued to the screen without blinking, for just like the Wolf King in his Porsche, Xiao Luo chose to use the inner lane at the Devil's Corner, and on top of that, he had gone into the drift at a significantly higher speed than the Porsche. If the Trumpchi wasn't equipped with the NOx injection system, as many had speculated, it would undoubtedly lose control due to the absence of centripetal force. Losing control at this speed meant that the car would roll over the side and crash, and if that happened, then there was a 100% guarantee that people were going to die. He's a lunatic. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to commit suicide? Lei Shijian, behind the Porsche's wheels, was absolutely shocked and horrified with Xiao Luo's reckless actions. Shen Qingyan took a fleeting glance at the Trumpchi from her rear mirror as she steered her Maserati through the drift. "Xiao Luo, you fool, hurry up and reduce your speed already," she cursed. "Xiao Luo!" Suli screamed and went completely pale as she lost all control of her emotions. There was no way she could remain calm, knowing that her younger brother was also in that Trumpchi. However, none of their screams would matter. The Trumpchi charged into the inner lane at a speed of more than 200 km per hour. After initiating the drift, the rear end of the SUV swung forward and skidded laterally, precisely as Lei Shijian's Porsche had done earlier, but compared to him, Xiao Luo was driving a lot closer to the inner lane's edge. The distance between the front of the car and the inner lane guardrail was less than 50 centimeters apart. They were pushing the inner lane drift to the limits, and just like that, it was back to a three-car race. Would you believe it, the Trumpchi has also made the drift from the inner lane, and, he drifted through the Devil's Corner at a speed of more than 210 kilometers an hour. The distance between the car bumper and the guardrail was no more than the width of a palm. Oh, my God, this is way too extreme, and it didn't roll over. That's right, you are not dreaming, that's exactly what I said, and it's not even equipped with a nitrous oxide injection system. Wow. How did he drift across the Devil's Corner at speeds much faster than the Wolf King, and still keep his car under control? Is something funny going on here? Is he cheating, somehow? The commentator's voice trembled as he described the scene. He was overwhelmed by the Trumpchi's performance, and so deeply shocked was he by Xiao Luo's audacious maneuver that it stirred his soul. Entering the Devil's Corner at that speed was undoubtedly going to cause the car to flip over from loss of traction and excessive centrifugal force, but how was it that the Trumpchi sustained a controlled drift? This was simply going against the laws of physics. All the racing fans viewing from the foot of the mountain and forums had their hearts in their throats. Suddenly, there was dead silence as all eyes were on the black Trumpchi. The proverbial dark horse had turned up, fighting its way through, getting everyone's support, and drawing all the attention to itself. The Devil's Corner stretched for more than 200 meters, but it didn't take too long for a car to drift that distance. Although the exhilaration of the Trumpchi's drift was only short-lived, it was good enough to send shockwaves and leave a lasting impression on everyone. When the drivers came out of Devil's Corner, the positions had changed drastically, and Queen, who was initially in front, had dropped back to the last place, while the Trumpchi, which was last, was currently in second place, and leading the pack was the Wolf King. The current positions in the race were unbelievable, no less a miracle. The silent crowd slowly began stirring at first, and soon loud cheers broke out as the people got fired up once again. Their reactions this time were even more intense than the first two laps, inspired by the romping exploits of the two unknown underdogs riding in the lowly rated Trumpchi SUV. In fact, many of the fans now were squarely behind them, supporting and cheering them on. Unbelievable, this domestic car is simply unbelievable. It looks like it's going to do God's work. Hey, it's already doing God's work. This Trumpchi is like a ghost, and I'm rooting for it from now on. Do your best, Trumpchi. Rousing cheers for Xiao Luo's Trumpchi were beginning to be heard among the crowd, one after another, and it didn't seem like it was about to stop any time soon. While, in the forum, a deluge of posts regarding the Trumpchi had already exploded, with countless messages flowing in rapidly like bamboo shoots sprouting after a spring rain. It was a compelling David versus Goliath matchup, and being able to catch up with the two modified supercars instantly cemented the Trumpchi's status as a godly car. Compared to the driver of the Trumpchi, Lei Shijian and Shen Qingyan both appeared dull and lifeless in the fans' eyes. The fact that a domestic car could catch up to their supercars was every bit a sharp slap across their faces. This was as good as admitting that, had Xiao Luo been driving a supercar, he would already have been streets ahead of them. Where did this B** starred come out from? This is way too ridiculous. Lei Shijian had a bad feeling about this, and his earlier self-confidence had all but disappeared. His opponent had caught up with him just by driving a Trumpchi. If he had not witnessed something like this with his own eyes, he would have refused to believe such a thing was possible, even with a gun pointed at his head. Boss, you can't have a breakdown now. If you lose, you'll have to compensate $5 million to that man, his co-driver said. SCR*W your mum. If you say something that unlucky again, I'm going to throw you out of this vehicle while going at full speed. Lei Shijian fumed when he heard those comments, for he was rather superstitious, and there were many things that you couldn't say to him before or during a race. To mention something as bad as this was basically a jinx as far as he was concerned. The man shut his mouth immediately. Trailing in the Maserati, Shen Qingyan looked at the tail lights of the Trumpchi, still in shock. I've underestimated this jerk, once again. Li, your man, is not a simple guy. If you have a chance, you should properly investigate him, she said. The first time I saw him, I knew he was different, and I even heard that Yang Hongji is now mentally unstable and going crazy. I don't know what the reason might be, but you never know, it could be related to him. Suli didn't say anything, and she stared right in front without blinking, deep in thought. He possessed unbelievable basketball skills, had mastery over 4 foreign languages, and now he had just displayed godlike driving skills. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way Xiao Luo was an ordinary person. Suli suddenly felt that she hardly knew anything about Xiao Luo and realized that whatever she knew about him was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the Trumpchi, Sukeini's face was as white as a sheet. He looked terrible, and he felt even worse. Being a competitive racer himself, he should already have gotten used to drifting at high speeds, but in the little time that he had spent riding in this Trumpchi with Xiao Luo, he finally had to admit that he couldn't handle it at all. To be more precise, it wasn't that he wasn't used to drifting, but rather, it was the death-defying way that his brother-in-law, Xiao Luo, drove that he couldn't get used to, and his head was in a perpetual spin. There was no way Xiao Luo could catch up to Lei Shijian and Shen Qingyan on the straight course, but on the winding roads of Wild Wolf Mountain, the Trumpchi was like a dragon entering its domain. There was no let-up in speed, whether Xiao Luo was driving on a straight course or driving on the winding road sections, and he seemed to completely ignore the principles of centripetal force and traction. Terrified, Sukeini endured the harrowing ride and kept himself from vomiting. Brother-in-law, you're practically a monster, he said as he stole a glance at Xiao Luo. Shut up. Xiao Luo scowled and looked straight ahead, not wanting to be distracted. Alright, folks, we're heading towards the Serpentine Bend now, a tricky, continuous S-shaped section of the course, so let's see what kind of performance this dark horse can put up, the commentator said. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not blink, because, at the upcoming S-shaped course, we can see for ourselves how the Trumpchi was able to catch up earlier. Okay, let us all stay alert and have a good look. The commentator, a tall and skinny young man, was now suddenly giving more attention to the Trumpchi. For, like everyone else, he was extremely curious how this Trumpchi had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and how it was able to catch up despite falling so far behind in the early part of the race. Everyone had their eyes on the large screen, paying full attention to the race and hardly daring to breathe or blink an eye. They had a strong hunch that this Trumpchi would reveal its true potential soon and would charge all the way to the finish line. Keep dreaming, as long as I drift towards the inner lane every single time, he can forget about overtaking me. Lei Shijian was getting updates through his co-driver's phone and was aware of everyone's sentiments. The posts were coming in fast and furious, and he wasn't pleased with what he heard. As a right turn came up, Lei Shijian immediately took the right lane to initiate his drift, thereby negating any chance Xiao Luo had of overtaking him. As Lei Shijian entered the turn, his primary intention was to prevent the Trump Chi from taking the inside lane. He moved his Porsche to the right lane and changed down, locking his rear wheels momentarily to initiate the drift. But, before Lei Shijian could even get back on the gas to power through the drift, Xiao Luo instantly made use of the split-second opportunity to pass the Porsche on its left. Oh my God! What do we see here? The Trump Chi has overtaken the Wolf King from the outside. The driver deliberately took the left lane and shot past Wolf King, but he's pretty close to the exit point, so I'm not sure if he's in a good position to initiate the drift safely. Can he still make it in time now, or will the rear end of his car bump into the outer guardrail? The commentator, a tall and skinny young man, raised his voice in excitement as he described the action. But anxiety was written all over his face, knowing the precarious position the Trump Chi was in coming into the right turn. The crowd viewing the race from the giant screen broke into a cold sweat as they watched the Trump Chi passing the Porsche without initiating drift. The point that Wolf King had chosen to slide into the drift was undoubtedly the optimum spot, as he sustained the drift through the corner, making sure that he wouldn't lose control of the car. Had he done it any time earlier or even later, there was a good chance that he would not be in full control of the car, resulting in a possible crash. The Trump Chi had passed the optimum point to initiate the drift, and with that, exposed itself to a very high risk of not making a proper entry at the exit point. I'll change my last name to his if he doesn't roll over this time. Shen Qingyan was incredulous and, at the same time, furious at Xiao Luo's reckless actions, for it went against everything that she knew about racing here in Wild Wolf Mountain. Forget the Devil's Corner earlier on, for what he was doing now was next to impossible to pull off, and it completely ignored the principle of centripetal force. How could he expect to get away with it every time? Right after Shen Qingyan said that she saw the Trump Chi power slide into a drift. It did so without reducing its speed at all, and in a low gear, the rear wheels were loaded up, spinning hard, and momentarily losing traction to power the car through sideways. Xiao Luo modulated the throttle and counter-steered the wheel to keep the drift going. It was like a beautiful skating performance on the ice, and the Trump Chi strained to hold its drift position on the outer lane as the oversteer pushed it wide, and the back bumper kept getting closer to the guardrail. 1 meter, 0.5 meters, 0.3 meters. 20 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters. There was tension and dread in the commentator's nervous voice as he gripped his microphone tightly with his eyes peeled onto the huge screen. He was paying close attention to the distance between the back of the Trump Chi and the guardrail, for, the moment they bumped, it wasn't hard to imagine what would happen considering the speed the vehicle was going at right. It was very likely that the Trump Chi would spin out of control and crash, breaking up into hundreds of pieces. From the crowd at the Wild Wolf Mountain to the online forum's followers, everyone watched the action without blinking an eye, reluctant to miss such an epic moment. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety and a lingering sense of foreboding. As Lei Shijian was midway through the drift, countersteering and keeping the nose of the Porsche toward the exit point, he glimpsed at his rear mirror to check on the Trump Chi, which had only now initiated its drift. As a racer himself, Lei Shijian was fully aware of the Trump Chi's predicament and knew this was a matter of life and death. Oh my God, I'm never ever racing again. In the Trump Chi, Xuanhuan shut his eyes in fear and screamed wildly as his mind went blank. While people raced for thrills and excitement, his brother-in-law, Xiao Luo, pushed the envelope and seemed to be living life on the edge, putting the lives of people at stake. Each time the Trump Chi powered into the drift, Xuanhuan felt like the car was about to flip over, and every single time it almost did. Xuanhuan could take no more, the psychological toll it was taking on him was wearing him down, and he was losing it. Xiao Luo kept his cool and his eyes on the bend. He had powered in and went into shift lock mode to initiate the drift, quickly countersteering to keep the nose in line as the high torque helped to sustain the slide into the exit point. Xiao Luo's hands and feet working instinctively to prevent the car from fishtailing into the guardrail. Oh, no, the Trumpchi has scraped the rail. The back of the Trumpchi had knocked into the guardrail. The commentator screamed into the mic, and as his voice carried across the foot of the mountain, everyone's heart thumped with trepidation. Some looked away from the large screen or had their hands over their eyes, unable to bear watching the Trumpchi crash to its fate. Their minds were already playing out the crash and the casualties as a result of it. Everyone cringed in dread as they waited for the imminent crash, but, lo and behold, the Trumpchi did not smash into the guardrail. Instead, Xiao Luo had powered the SUV into the drift, causing massive oversteer, but he counter-steered and balanced the throttle smoothly to keep it under control. And, as the rear wheels gained traction once more, he gasped the pedal to correct the slide into the exit point and steadily completed the drift out of the bend. The Trumpchi was now in the first place. The PA system boomed across the ground, and the commentator was ecstatic. "Oh, my God, it didn't crash, this is absolutely exhilarating." The Trumpchi made the drift and did not bump into the guardrail, missing it with barely a few centimeters to spare. "Unbelievable, is this the god of the mountain himself driving the Trumpchi? What a driver," he screamed. All the fans were so immersed in the race that they cheered heartily. Whether at the Wild Wolf Mountain or in the Forum, everyone was filled with an indescribable sense of euphoria. On the huge screen, the Trumpchi maneuvered itself like a ghost in the middle of the night, drifting, skidding as it fought to align itself, and powering through the exit point of the right bend. It entered the bend like a tiger and exited like a dragon, flying down the road with no hesitation or any signs of slowing down. As a result, the Trumpchi had widened its distance with the Porsche and Maserati. When everyone suddenly realized that the Trumpchi was now leading the race out of Devil's Corner, another rousing cheer went up. They watched in awe as it managed to catch up by making use of the multiple sharp turns in the Wild Wolf Mountain, and, what a supreme effort it was, making small gains after exiting each bend. Eventually, the Trumpchi caught up by the time they had reached Devil's Corner. As there were many more bends up ahead, everyone backed the Trumpchi to widen its lead. "He's the god of racing, this guy is a god. What they say is true, you can't judge a person by their appearance, just as you can't measure the sea with a pint pot. Who would have thought this guy would be this formidable?" He caught up with Wolf King and Queen, and he was just driving the Trumpchi. "This kind of driving ability is super cool. Is there anyone who can tell me what that guy's name is? I want to be his apprentice." The image of the Trumpchi's superb drifting technique passing through countless bends had been firmly imprinted into the minds of the fans, and everyone was interested and curious to know more about Xiao Luo, and some even worshipped him. Lei Shijian and Shen Qingyan were completely stunned as their supercars suddenly seemed insignificant compared to the Trumpchi. "It's over, we'll have to compensate the $5 million. The co-driver of the Porsche cried out, looking dejected and even appeared to be losing his voice. "That guy pretended to be weak just to take advantage of us, to think that he could overtake us when he's just driving a Trumpchi. We're bound to have to compensate this time around," he croaked. "You don't know sh*t, it's not like all the roads of Wild Wolf Mountain are filled with corners like this. There's a straight road up ahead that is 2 kilometers long, and that's more than enough for me to overtake him." Lei Shijian snarled, but inwardly, even he was very worried. It was undeniable that Xiao Luo's driving skills were above both his and Shen Qingyan. If Xiao Luo had been driving a supercar, he would have already won the race by now. Even driving a Trumpchi, it was still hard to determine who was going to win it. Desperately, Lei Shijian glared at the taillights of the Trumpchi right in front of him, and as it started weaving through the bends and was about to leave his sight, he scowled, "Bloody, who the hell is this kid? That is way too odd. In the Maserati, Xuanhuan was equally baffled and regretted her earlier words. F*ck, looks like I've to change my surname to is now, she said. Suli looked pale as she sat quietly in her seat in a state of shock, though her eyes glinted when she saw how capable Xiao Luo was at competitive racing. It was simply unbelievable, but wasn't he previously just a worker at Jiangqing? Lots of questions started to pop up in her head. Forget it, I'm going to ignore that jerk for now. I can't afford to lose to Lei Shijian, no matter what. Xuanhuan stopped thinking about Xiao Luo and put her mind back into winning the race. She had to find an opportunity to overtake Lei Shijian. Oh, wow, the Trumpchi's performance at Devil's Corner was incredible. He has increased the distance between himself and Wolf King, but this is a 3-lap race, so there's still a way to go to the flag. The question is, can the Trumpchi maintain its lead right through to the end? Up ahead, there's a straight road that is 2 kilometers long. Can he withstand the pressure from the supercar with that engine of his? The commentator said. God of racing! God of racing! God of racing! Loud cheers broke out at the Wild Wolf Mountain, as everyone raised their fists and cheered for the Trumpchi. The underdog had completely won over the crowd, and many of them mentioned that they were going to go back, get a Trumpchi and try driving in the Wild Wolf Mountain race with it. Xiao Luo's Trumpchi continued to maintain its lead through the winding sections of Wild Wolf Mountain until finally, they had come to the stretch just up ahead. It was a 2-kilometer straight section of the course. This was where it'd start getting a little challenging for the Trumpchi as it had its limitations, both in the power output its engine and the drag coefficient of the car. The large SUV had a top speed of 200 km per hour on the straight and could go no faster than that. This was where the supercars of Lei Shijian and Xuanhuan would have the advantage, and they immediately floored their gas pedals the moment they got into that portion of the course. They were both going at roughly 300 km per hour, almost as fast as the high-speed rail. The 2 supercars streaked along the straight like a couple of phantoms, one in the front of the other, and quickly chipped away at the Trumpchi's hard-earned lead. The supercars are showing us what they're made of at this moment. We can see that Wolf King and Queen are chasing down the Trumpchi like 2 wild beasts. The lead that the Trumpchi fought so hard to get is quickly diminishing, and they're now getting closer, barely 20 meters away. Oh, alright, forget I even said that. When they got to the gasoline drums, Wolf King and Queen had overtaken the Trumpchi, one after the other, and once again, they're back to the same situation they were in during the previous laps. Oh, the Trumpchi is lagging far behind now, that didn't take too long. There's no way that it can compete with a supercar. But, we never know, there is still a possibility that it might snatch the lead position again as the race progresses. After all, wouldn't you all agree that a god is driving the Trumpchi? The tall and skinny young man provided a running commentary on the mic, keeping the crowd well informed. His entire face was dripping with sweat from all the hard work of shouting, and blue veins were bulging visibly from his neck and forehead. He had been screaming excitedly into the mic since the race began, and his voice was slowly getting hoarse. Nobody in the crowd cheered along with him any longer. The Trumpchi was now more than 50 meters behind the supercars, and this distance would only keep increasing from here on. Although the Trumpchi had managed to catch up in the last lap, nobody was sure that it would be able to catch up again this time around. Oi, you got to give the Trumpchi some screen time this lap. I'll break your damn car if you don't give it some. Right, you have to give it some screen time. I want to watch the Trumpchi drift, I really admire its technique. We don't care if you skip Wolf King and Queen's screen time, but you have to give the Trumpchi some coverage. Otherwise, I don't care what kind of support or backing your video team has, I'll go get myself a machete and chop all of you to death. Suddenly, a sizable group of fans became aggressive. Clenching their fists, they ran up to the tall and skinny young man, shouting at him. They were diehard fans of the Trumpchi now, and there were also countless posts appearing in the forum, many of them threatening to do something drastic if the Trumpchi was not given more airtime. Under pressure from the crowd, the video team had no choice but to track the Trumpchi using the drone. When the huge screen displayed the Trumpchi's daring maneuvers to enter and exit corners at unbelievable speeds, drifting while ignoring the laws of the centripetal force, even members of the video team were stunned. They immediately used the drone to shoot a 360-degree coverage of the Trumpchi. To cheers from the crowd, the huge screen was now showing multiple perspectives of the Trumpchi. There were shots from above, both the side views and even from the front. The live feed provided detailed views of every stage of the Trumpchi, at the point of initiating the drift, sustaining the slide, and powering through the exit points of each corner. Not only was the Trumpchi speeding through the Wild Wolf Mountain course, but it was also capturing everyone's hearts and imagination, bringing to the event a unique and aesthetically pleasing performance that stirred the soul. Wow, this is way too beautiful, his drifting skills are just way too beautiful. There's no wavering or hesitation at all. After completing the drift, he powers through at full throttle. The transition between the drift and the straight-ahead position is superb. Everyone is saying that the Trumpchi has overcome gravity and the centripetal force. No, it's more accurate to say that, when it comes to the Trumpchi, these factors don't apply to it. Everyone found the Trumpchi amazing and admired the beauty of its elegant drifts and speedy, high-risk maneuvers. The Trumpchi was now a legend. It was like it was possessed by the spirit of Wild Wolf Mountain. As Lei Shijian and Shen Qingyan were racing against one another, they were also constantly checking their rearview mirrors, fully aware that the Trumpchi was capable of catching up at any given moment. As soon as they arrived at the Devil's Corner, a glaring light came up from behind them once again. Damn it, I knew he was going to be able to catch up. A tone of agitation could be detected in Lei Shijian's hoarse voice, for the Trumpchi was like a nightmare that refused to leave him. And, no matter what he did, he just couldn't seem to get rid of it. "Boss, what should we do?" the medium-built man in the passenger seat asked. With a $5 million wager hanging over their heads, Lei Shijian's co-driver was frantic as it was a large sum of money to compensate. "What do you mean by that?" "There's still a long way left to go, and as long as I don't make any mistakes, it's going to be really hard for him to overtake me. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, and, on the off chance, he does overtake me, I can easily reclaim the lead on the straight course right up ahead. There's no need to panic at all," Lei Shijian said with great confidence, and he was convinced that he had everything under control. He wasn't very concerned about the Trumpchi, but he knew he had to pay close attention to Shen Qingyan. Now that he was in the lead, he only needed to ensure that Shen Qingyan could not overtake him, and he was going to make it impossible for her to do so. Considering the disparity in the skill levels between Shen Qingyan and him wasn't significant, the NOx injection system that he had installed before this competition would have a crucial part to play. It was put in there precisely for him to use against Shen Qingyan at the Devil's Corner. Without installing an injector of her own, there was virtually nothing Shen Qingyan could do to overtake him. Alright, we've once again arrived at the thrilling Devil's Corner. We can see that Wolf King and Queen will be entering the corner soon. And, right now, the Trumpchi is roughly 60 to 70 meters behind them, so it is almost impossible for it to be able to do anything at the Devil's Corner this time. But, let's pay close attention to Queen's car. She seems to be trying a maneuver. Is it possible that she might come up with something incredible here? Here it is. Without engaging his nitrogen injector, Wolf King has chosen the outer lane to negotiate Devil's Corner. We can see that he's drifting into this bend now. Yes, very swift and good control there. Wolf King is definitely not bragging about his skills. He's worthy of being hailed the king of the Wild Wolf Mountain. Oh, no. No, 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 oh, my God, what do I see here? Queen has actually taken the inner lane, and she's initiated her drift. What is she? She can't possibly be having thoughts about trying to overtake Wolf King from the inside, can she? The commentator's words immediately stirred the crowd up, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. The fans following the race were not amateurs and were very knowledgeable about the course. They knew how terrifying the Devil's Corner was, and many were convinced that drifting at this speed, and without the NOx injection system to compensate for the centripetal force, Xuanhuan was going to lose control of the car. Of course, the Trumpchi was an exception since a god was driving that car. Did Queen have godlike skills as well? Well, they'd soon find out. Everyone had their eyes glued to the huge screen, watching in trepidation as the Maserati negotiate Devil's Corner. They were really curious to know if Queen could do what the Trumpchi did and manage an inside drift at this notorious bend. If she succeeded, she would beat the Wolf King at the turn and come out on top. She's entering the corner now. Queen chose to take the corner using the inner lane, and she has initiated the drift now. That's the power of a supercar, just look at that, there's a lot of torque spinning those wheels. She's powering in on a shift lock, and she's caught up to Wolf King now, but she's oversteered, one side of her car is already off the ground. Oh, no. Don't tell me a tragedy is about to occur. Is Queen done for here? Don't tell me we are about to witness something terrible to this pretty lady. The commentator was yelling into the microphone with his voice gone hoarse, and everyone was feeling the rising tension. Is this woman crazy as well? Lei Shijian muttered, glancing at the Maserati in horror. There was only one driver who had successfully made the inner lane drift at the Devil's Corner without using a nitrogen injection system, and that guy was now behind the wheels of the Trumpchi, catching up on them from astern. Out of all the myriad possibilities, he never imagined that Xuanhuan would be tried to overtake him from the inside. Was she losing her ability to think clearly because she refused to lose? At that precise moment, Xuanhuan shouted, "Stabilize now." She released the handbrakes and countersteered the wheel vigorously. The Maserati was about to flip when it suddenly regained stability, and Xuanhuan managed to keep the car on the track. Incredible! Queen has kept her car under control, she has managed to stabilize her Maserati at the very last second, she has not lost control of her car, folks. The car did not flip over, it did not flip over, it did not flip over. I'm even repeating this 3 times, it's just unbelievable. Okay, the car is still on the track, and Queen has taken the same approach as the Trumpchi, mimicking it to every detail. Did Queen closely observe the Trumpchi taking the Devil's Corner in the previous laps? She must have figured out from there the best way to power slide into the inner lane drift. If that is the case, then our Queen is a true master racer in her own right. The commentator, a tall and skinny man, was ecstatic as he enthusiastically screamed in the mic, keeping the crowd abreast with the ongoing action and sharing his insights on matters of interest. Look, the Queen has overtaken Wolf King and regained the first place. Well, what can we say here? If there's one phrase to describe Queen right now, it would undoubtedly be, pick yourself up from where you've fallen, he waxed. Mastering the Devil's Corner is the key to winning in this circuit, and as long as the Queen makes no major mistake from here on, and just maintain her lead, then she will win this race hands down. Nice one, Queen. She is absolutely fantastic. Although many people were behind the Trumpchi as a result of its amazing performance, many of them were still happy to see Xuanhuan do well, so they all started cheering loudly for her. You picked it up from observing him? Suli asked. Yup, that B***starred is quite a freak. To be honest, nobody ever tries to go on the inside at the Devil's Corner, and I wouldn't have tried until I saw him do it. After watching him closely, I figured out how. Xuanhuan openly admitted how she managed to pull it off. At such a sharp and narrow bend, most drivers would have preferred to shift down to initiated the drift, but Xiao Luo chose to power over instead and induce the oversteer right at the turn. This required a sudden and quick increase in power, and it had to be just the right level, or his car would have gone into a spin. That was what she had observed in Xiao Luo's perfect drift through the inner lane, and she applied it precisely as he had done. Suli listened but remained quiet. She looked back, hoping that Xiao Luo would come roaring behind them in his trump chi. Her expectation of Xiao Luo was naturally higher now, with the recent revelation of his many talents. Lei Shijian was seething in his Porsche as he couldn't believe that Shen Qingyan had passed him, and refused to accept that she had. That B*TCH actually pulled off such an advanced technique. I thought I had this race in the bag with the Nox injection system, but she still managed to pass me at Devil's Corner. What the F*CK, he snapped. Boss, it's okay. Even if Queen wins, so what? It's the trump chi that we can't allow to win, or else it will cost us $5 million to settle the bet we made, his co-driver moaned. Damn, didn't you see that even when he caught up at Devil's Corner in the last lap, I still managed to overtake him before the end of it. In this lap, we've already passed Devil's Corner, and I don't even see him yet. He's still far behind, and he can't catch up, fat chance he's going to pass me. Lei Shijian scowled. I know, but please just be careful, boss, that dude's freaky as F*CK. Stop being so noisy, you're F*King annoying me. Lei Shijian glared hard at his co-driver, and that was enough to shut him up immediately. In the trump chi, Tsundere was pouting and throwing up a tantrum like a crybaby. We can't win at all, the difference between those sportskas and this domestic trump chi is like heaven and hell. You can't possibly make up the large difference even with your skills, he cried. Can you keep that useless mouth of yours shut for once? Xiao Luo snarled at Tsundere as he kept his eyes on the road, feeling vexed and finding the incessant whining from Tsundere unbearable. The trump chi was now heading towards Devil's Corner, and Xiao Luo was once again taking the inner lane at breakneck speed as he prepared to make the turn. Tsundere didn't stop whining as he found something else to carp about. Brother-in-law, you're going too fast, it wasn't this fast the last time, slow down, slow down. If we take the curve at this speed, we're done for. Please, slow down, I don't want to die at such a young age. It didn't stop Xiao Luo at all, and as trump chi continued to accelerate, the engine started to roar like a beast as it homed in on the inner lane. Please, God, and gods of all faiths, please bestow upon me your divine protection and save this poor soul. Tsundere shut his eyes and gritted his teeth in terror. He held on tightly to the handrail, and just like most men in the face of extreme danger, he started to pray to the gods he so often neglected. Back at the foot of the Wild Wolf Mountain, the large screen showed the trump chi speeding into Devil's Corner. The commentator could immediately guess what it was trying to do. Here's our dark horse, the trump chi, once again. It's literally flying into Devil's Corner, look at that speed, and it looks like it wants to repeat that beautiful maneuver again, drifting through the inner lane, but it seems to me this time, the speed is a tad too quick. Can he make it? Just as he finished speaking, the trump chi's rear swung forward as it initiated the drift. The commentator got back on the mic, his voice louder this time as he spoke with more urgency. Okay, the trump chi has started to drift into the curve now. He powers over and uses his clutch to induce drift, that's how he does it. Look at that control, it's sliding perfectly, and he needs quick hands to control the steering wheel, very little room for error there, the commentator explained. What a bow. Oh, wait, there's a situation here. Oh, no, the left wheels are off the ground. Oh my God, how could this happen? Did he steer into the turn too early? Didn't the last time go pretty smoothly? Suddenly, everyone's attention was on the screen, and they all held their breaths in trepidation. The left wheels of trump chi started to lift higher off the ground, then without any warning, the entire car flipped over the outer guardrail and flew off the cliff. Oh, my God. It's bad, the trump chi has flipped over the cliff, and it's at least a 400 meters fall, even an immortal would not survive if he fell from there. Oh my God, let's pray for the best, may our legend be safe tonight. The commentator grieved, for when he saw the trump chi flying off the cliff, he could hardly control the emotion in his voice. Even as a commentator, he somehow had a strong personal attachment to the Trumpchi. The Trumpchi is done for. Falling off the cliff meant instant death, and nobody could save them, not even a legion of immortals. But, things took a shocking turn, for the Trumpchi did not plummet to the bottom as everyone thought, but started spinning like a tornado towards the other side of the road. It seemed like it had spun off by leveraging on the rotational force of the flip. Oh my gosh, what did I just witness here? The Trumpchi is flying in the air. It's like something out of an anime flick, like Bakuso Kyodai Let's and Go. It's like Victory Magnum's Magnum Tornado, the commentator raved. He was hysterical, screaming excitedly into the mic with his voice trembling from shock and disbelief. The crowd was in a stupor and was completely dumbfounded. Whether at Wild Wolf Mountain of following through the online forum, no one could believe what they saw, and they all just started cheering hysterically. They had all just witnessed a miracle. What did I just see? The Trumpchi, it was leaping over the cliff. A divine being must have taken control of the steering wheel of this Trumpchi, it must be. Is this actually an acrobatic car show? When they all witnessed, could only happen in the movies, or so they thought, until tonight. This was unprecedented and simply unbelievable. The commentator quickly regained his senses and got on the mic again. There's a U-shaped curve right after the Devil's Corner, and the road after the bend is only 20 meters away from where the Trumpchi went over. If the Trumpchi can somehow land on that road, it would find itself at least 200 meters ahead of Queen and Wolf King, from last to first place. Oh, my gosh, this is insane. To see the Trumpchi lose control and fly off a cliff was a horrifying sight, but who would have imagined that the race would take such a strange twist? To the fans who were following the race, the Trumpchi's miraculous escape from the brink of disaster was simply unbelievable, and many were still asking themselves what had actually happened and how on earth the Trumpchi had pulled it off. What the heck is that? Lei Shijian had just brought his Porsche around the U-bend, and when he looked up ahead in the distance, he saw the flashing headlights of a vehicle crashing over the cliff at Devil's Corner. Incredibly, it was spinning across the ravine toward the stretch of road that Lei Shijian was now driving on. His jaws dropped, and he was shocked beyond words. B-boss. Trumpchi, it's that Trumpchi. It's flying across from the cliff. Lei Shijian's co-driver was equally shocked and stuttered as he pointed the Trumpchi spinning across the ravine, like a tornado in the air. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed it. In the red Maserati, both Xianxia and Suli were astounded, and their eyes bulged as they stared incredulously at the Trumpchi, which was flying across the ravine. Its trajectory seemed like it would be landing in the road up ahead. And, true enough, a moment later, the Trumpchi landed on the same road that Lei Shijian and Shen Qingyan had just turned into after going through Devil's Corner. Clearing the 20-meter gap over the ravine, the Trumpchi landed perfectly at a low angle and immediately started skidding out of control from the spin. Xiao Luo countersteered, controlling the drift, and soon, the Trumpchi found its traction and zoomed toward the finish line. Incredible, it soared some 20 meters across the ravine. Shen Qingyan gasped and muttered, "Is that bastard some kind of a god?" She had always regarded herself as an excellent race car driver and tended to look down on everyone else. However, when she saw Xiao Luo's Trumpchi flipping over the guardrail at Devil's Corner, and then soaring over the ravine to land safely in front of her, she had to admit to herself that the gap between Xiao Luo and her was as wide as the distance of that jump. She may have been able to learn his inside drift technique. To replicate the tornado stunt at Devil's Corner would be simply beyond her. The tornado technique went beyond technical skills. It needed extraordinary mental fortitude and raw courage to successfully pull off this move, and she possessed neither of those. He's recklessly gambling with his life. Suli had just recovered from the shock, and she disapproved of Xiao Luo's risky maneuver completely. It was pure luck that he had landed safely, and had anything gone wrong in the process, both her husband and brother would have died right there and then. She could not bear to lose either of them. A raucous cheer broke out at the foot of Wild Wolf Mountain, and thousands of ecstatic fans following the feat in the forum were posting raves. All the people cheered wildly for Xiao Luo's incredible heroics. Screams and shouts resounded across the ground as everyone paid homage to that special and unique maneuver from the trump chi. The commentator came on the mic once again and said, "He made it, the trump chi made it. This is absolutely the most breathtaking moment at the Wild Wolf Mountain Challenge since we started racing here. It was simply majestic, an incredible performance, I'm sure you all agree." With the trump chi's maneuver, the race was approaching the final stretch, before the finish line. At the point of the jump, Trump Chi had a lead of over 200 meters, and he pushed through several more bends after Devil's Corner to extend the lead to 500 meters. Xuanhuan was right behind Trump Chi, while Lei Shijian was training behind the Maserati. However, the two supercars were now going at breakneck speed and beginning to catch up with the Trump Chi after they cleared the last of the winding sections of Wild Wolf Mountain. Back at the foot of Wild Wolf Mountain, a chorus of cheers and incessant shouts of encouragement for the Trump Chi reverberated across the ground. It was the same on the forum as everyone was rooting for the Trump Chi to win this race. The commentator came back on the air, and his voice was amplified by the sound system and echoed across the valleys of Wild Wolf Mountain. "It's the final lap, we're here at the final lap, let's see if the Trump Chi can keep its lead right to the finish line. Keep going, Trump Chi, keep going, my god of racing," he enthused. He even clenched his fist as he cheered for the Trump Chi. The three vehicles were speeding like demons toward the two flaming oil barrels right at the foot of Wild Wolf Mountain. The black Trump Chi was still in the lead, with the red Maserati following closely behind, while the silver Porsche was last and desperately trying to catch up. "First place is mine, nobody can take it away." Filled with anxiety, Lei Shijian clenched his teeth and floored the gas pedal. This was equivalent to the last lap in a marathon race where the runners would push themselves and expend every ounce of their remaining strength to sprint to the endpoint, and undoubtedly, the three cars were also at their limit. "We're very close, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, they're too fast, it's a photo finish. We can't tell, all we saw was that three of them had crossed the finish line at the same time. Come, let us view from the slow-mo video playback." The commentator requested the video team for playback, and it was soon the footage was projected on the large screen. And only after reducing the speed of the video by 20 times did they finally confirm the winner. The Trump Chi prevailed. It held its lead right to the tape and was followed by the red Maserati in second place. Lei Shijian, in his silver Porsche, unfortunately, came in last. The first place goes to the Trump Chi. Ladies and gentlemen, the Trump Chi had won this race, and I'm sure that was what everyone had hoped for. Come on, let's give our Trump Chi, the dark horse, an enthusiastic round of applause. He has won our utmost respect. The commentator, a tall and slender man, was elated as he roared and waxed lyrically for the Trump Chi. God of racing! God of racing! God of racing! A cadence had started at the foot of Wild Wolf Mountain, and all eyes were on the Trump Chi as it approached them. There was nothing but respect and worships in their eyes. It was ironic that one race was all it took to totally change their opinion about a guy they had totally ignored initially. Right now, this guy had transcended into a godlike being and worthy of their worship. Bang! Bang! The Trump Chi's front doors were kicked open, and both Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan had come out. The former stepped out, as calm as ever, while the latter stumbled out and immediately started to vomit vigorously. Useless. Xiao Luo turned around and said in a hushed voice. At $%. Xuanhuan lifted his head intending to react to Xiao Luo's sneer, but instead, he continued to vomit away. He had traveled to hell and came back to this race. The worst part was flipping off the cliff and spinning like a tornado. During that amazing leap, he felt like he was inside a washing machine and saw the world spinning around weirdly. while, for the spectators, their view was that of the majestic aerial maneuver. Even after leaving the car, he was still dizzy and seeing stars, the same sensation one got from spinning around for a few hundred rounds, then trying to remain standing up. Like a reporter, the commentator came over to Xiao Luo with a mic and interviewed him, and there was another team recording them with a video camera. God of racing, you're my idol. Can you share with us your feeling of winning this race? Guess off, don't shoot me. Xiao Luo replied coldly and covered the video camera with its lens cap. He turned around and walked over to the silver Porsche that had just tottered back. The commentator felt very awkward, and all he could was to say, "Our god of racing is very unique." With everyone staring at Xiao Luo, he approached Lei Shijian and the rest of the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsports racing team, who had gathered around them. After looking at Xianxia's red Maserati, Xiao Luo walked up to Lei Shijian and eyed him. He then gestured with his hand and said, "Return my deposit, and don't forget, you now owe me 5 million. Lei Shijian looked at Xiao Luo in terror and asked, Who are you?" This man had beaten him with a locally manufactured trumpchi. And on top of that, he intimidated Lei Shijian and gave him an unforgettable and terrifying impression in his heart. "That's none of your business, and send me the money now, I don't have much time to waste with you," Xiao Luo responded. $5 million was not a small sum, and it was more than enough to cover the racing team's expenses for half a year. Should he play dirty? Lei Shijian had some dark ideas in his head, but he could not afford to do so at present. This race was being streamed live and under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes. He would have to pick a suitable time to not ruin their entire underground racing industry at the Wild Wolf Mountain. In the end, Xiao Luo not only got back his money, but he also earned an extra $5 million for himself. Xuanhuan also had his Bentley returned to him, and he was thrilled beyond words. He rediscovered his mojo and immediately started giving catcalls to the ladies at the ground, unable to refrain from showing off. As a mega celebrity, Suli had a reputation to protect, so she stayed in the red Maserati throughout to avoid being seen. Her eyes, however, were always on Xiao Luo, and she began to notice that this man had a mysterious yet magnetic charm about him. Xiao Luo was only garbed in nondescript, all-black clothing, but his neat appearance, fair complexion, and smoldering dark eyes gave him a self-assured and extraordinary persona. Suli had never taken the time to actually observe Xiao Luo before this, but now that she had, she realized that there was no way she'd be able to see through the complexities hidden within this man. Not too long ago, she believed that Xiao Luo was simply a shallow, unambitious person, but from what she saw now, he was, in fact, a man that possessed many hidden talents, and one had to peel off a layer at a time to find them. She only recently found out that he could speak 4 different foreign languages, and today, she saw for herself what a talented racer he was, possessing even better racing skills than her best friend, Xianxia. How could such a person be a mere salaryman? Xianxia got out of her car and approached Xiao Luo. She shook her head in disbelief and giving him a wry smile, she asked, "Tell me, where did you learn how to drive a car like that?" Xiao Luo looked at her with a straight face. "I'm self-taught," he replied. Xiao Luo then opened his car door, and before he got in, he glanced at Suli but did not greet her, knowing that she did not wish to be exposed. With that, the trumpchi roared to life, then surged forward a short distance, before Xiao Luo did a 360-degree spin and drove away. "That was so cool, is this the charm of a god?" "That's not charm, but the attitude of a god. What confidence and courage to go off a cliff and jump over a ravine, he is the rightful god of racing of our Wild Wolf Mountain." As Xiao Luo made his stylish exit from the Wild Wolf Mountain, he left the crowd there and those following in the online feed, in a state of awe and worship. Nobody could forget his impressive driving skills and the near-death maneuver he performed at Devil's Corner, now known to the fans as the Leap of Faith, and, overnight, Xiao Luo had become a legend in Wild Wolf Mountain. "Brother-in-law, wait for me." Sucani shouted and hurriedly jumped into his Bentley car and took off after Xiao Luo. Although the whole affair was harrowing and even painful for Sucani, the result was gratifying, and everything worked out for him in the end. He got his Bentley back. Xiao Luo had earned his most profound respect for his skills and physical capabilities, which he thought were extraordinarily superhuman, and he had now made up his mind to follow Xiao Luo from here on. Sucani, that be *starred. I am the one who won his car back for him, and he didn't even bother to thank me. Xianxia complained, feeling very unhappy about it. Alright, just forget about them, drinks are on me tonight. Suli responded, feeling compelled to speak up for Sucani. Li, I'm only sparing him, because he's your younger brother. If it wasn't for that, I would definitely have slapped him until his face swelled up like a pig's head. Xianxia was still piqued when she got into her car. With typical flamboyance, she then left the ground with a flashy drift, leaving a trail of dust clouds behind as her red Maserati sped off like a crimson phantom. Xiao Luo stopped by a small stall by the road along the way home and ordered a bowl of souped rice noodles. It was just like what he used to have when he was in Jiangqing. He liked the smooth texture of the noodles and the fragrance and lightness of this slurpy soup dish. Sucani, who was right behind him, pulled over before making his way to Xiao Luo's table and plunked himself on the stool beside him. However, before he sat down, he first took a napkin to wipe the table and the chair 3 times. He had a disgusted look on his face as he said, "Brother-in-law, why do you come to such a place to eat? I mean, look at the stall, it's so dirty and located just by the roadside where there's dust everywhere. I'm quite sure that you'll suffer from food poisoning if you keep eating in places like this." Xiao Luo rolled his eyes and replied, "Did I ask you along?" "Ahem, you're right, I am the shameless one who decided to follow you here." Sucani coughed awkwardly, and to fit into the scene, he promptly placed an order with the stall owner, for the sake of having something in common with Xiao Luo. "Waiter, serve me the same thing as my brother-in-law ordered," he called out. "Waiter?" The stall owner was quite amused when he heard that, but he smiled politely and responded, "All right, please wait for a moment." It was fortunate that it was in the middle of a late night, and nobody else was around. Otherwise, people would definitely have laughed at Sucani. The stall owner was a hard-working man, and he was not offended at all by Sucani. Xiao Luo broke into laughter and said, "Haha, you're funny, the way you addressed him is inappropriate. But I've been watching a lot of ancient TV programs, and that's where I picked it up. Anyway, brother-in-law, let's not come to such roadside stalls to eat again for the sake of hygiene. If not for you, I will definitely not." "Oh wait, your humble younger brother-in-law isn't trying to be patronizing here, but it's not like we are too poor to afford to go to restaurants, right? Any random restaurant in the city is better than this, isn't it?" Sucani said. Xiao Luo shook his head and offered his own take on the culinary world as he saw it. "The delicacies of our country can be found in the common street food. And you won't find them by going to the fancy restaurants that you alluded to," he said. Sucani was evidently not convinced. "Really?" Xiao Luo did not respond to Sucani and sat in silence, waiting for the food. It did not take too long before the stall owner walked over with a tray to serve them the 2 bowls of steaming hot souped rice noodles. It looked and smelled delicious with condiments and portions of bok choy on top of the noodles. Xiao Luo started to dig in with his chopsticks. "Are you sure you won't get food poisoning from eating this?" Sucani muttered aloud, frowning deeply as he hesitated on whether to eat it or not. But his stomach was growling, and after getting a whiff of the fresh fragrance of the souped rice noodles, he decided it was worth the risk and started to dig in. He needed to have something in common with his brother-in-law, for what it was worth, and if he actually got food poisoning later, that was a small price to pay. He psyched himself up and started to dig in. Little did he expect that once he started eating, he could not resist finishing the entire bowl. man, it's friggin' yums, it's so friggin' yums. Xuanhuan ate heartily and was generously complimenting the food in between bites, for the texture of the rice noodles was excellent, it was chewy and fresh, and something he had never had before, which instantly gave him an appetite. Sitting next to him, Xiao Luo smiled and shook his head. He was familiar with the Shanghai slang used by Xuanhuan, by which he meant that the food was yummy. As they were enjoying their bowl of noodles, a black car was fast approaching from afar, and without warning, it screeched to a halt right in front of the stall. A group of muscular men in black tees alighted from the car armed with baseball bats and iron pipes. They appeared to be following the orders of someone, and that person was none other than Lei Shijian from the Wild Wolf Mountain. "What's the team from Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsports doing here?" Xuanhuan asked, scratching the back of his head. Xiao Luo smiled and replied, "They have a menacing aura, definitely up to no good, by the looks of it. Could it be that they want the money back?" Just as Xuanhuan spoke, Lei Shijian pointed aggressively at Xiao Luo with the baseball bat in his hand. "Boy, if you don't want to live the rest of your life as a handicap, then you better hand over the money right now. Otherwise, I'll beat the hell out of you," he said. One of his minions stepped up to Xiao Luo and threw the POS machine on the table. Wanting to appear fierce and threatening, he threw it down really hard. Lei Shijian immediately turned to him and lashed out, "F***CKU, what are we gonna do if you broke it?" SHHHH. Suddenly, Xiao Luo raised a hand, indicating for Lei Shijian to keep silent. Instantly, a cold and dark chill crept across the ground, and everyone felt it. Not only did Xiao Luo and Lei Shijian sense it, but even Xuanhuan could also feel the strange sensation of impending danger, the feeling one got when being targeted by a prowling beast. "Over there." Xiao Luo turned around suddenly and looked over to the east side of the street. Lei Shijian and Xuanhuan and everyone else followed the direction Xiao Luo was looking at, and what they saw made their hair stand on ends. Two men, dressed in black and armed with gleaming machetes, were approaching them under the veil of the dark night. They did not make the slightest noise, and nobody would have noticed the assailants if Xiao Luo did not alert them to it. Shocked, Xuanhuan blurted out, "F***CK, are they playing assassins like in those ancient dramas?" It was a dark, quiet night, and two men, clad in all black garments, were stealthily approaching with evil intent. The unsheathed machetes in their hands glimmered chillingly in the light from the road lamp, and their intentions were evident. "Boss, this doesn't feel right. Should we get out of here?" A member of the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsport race team whispered to Lei Shijian. "Retreat your *SS. Lei Shijian screamed as he gathered himself from the initial shock and smacked the back of the guy's head. Then, he stared at Xiao Luo and roared, "Boy, do you think you could actually intimidate us by hiring some two-bit actors pretending to be assassins? You're taking us too lightly. Jining, Ku, I want you to go beat the hell out of those two holes, and don't stop until they kneel before me and beg for my mercy." "Okay, boss." The two of them, burly men from the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsport team, nodded and made their way to confront the two men in black, armed with their steel pipes. Confidently, they approached the black-clad men with a cocky swagger, twirling their pipes, and looking down their noses at their adversaries as if they had already beaten them. At that moment, Lei Shijian was more concerned about dealing with the men in black than collecting the money from Xiao Luo, so he prioritized dealing with them first. Let's see what kind of dirty tricks you're pulling. This is F***King interesting. I've heard of police imposters, but never of assassin imposters," he blustered. "Bid farewell to your brothers, you might have just sent them off to a journey of no return," Xiao Luo quipped. These men in black garb were evidently professional assassins. They were armed, and the way they moved were portents of their evil intentions. Therefore, the order Lei Shijian gave to his brothers was as good as a death sentence. But Xiao Luo did not feel obligated to save these ignorant men who were destined to perish, for their lives had nothing to do with him. Lei Shijian did not buy it, and he had already made up his mind that this was one of Xiao Luo's tricks. Yo, you're a pretty good actor yourself. Keep playing, and let's see how much time you can buy. Were the circumstances different, I would totally nominate you for the Oscars. What a waste, he sneered. Xiao Luo smiled and did not respond to his taunts. The men in black garb started to increase their pace like a gust of wind, and strangely, they hardly made a sound even when they appeared to be quickening their steps. They moved impurposefully with murderous intent, machetes held firmly in their hands, and they seemed to be ready to strike at the two members of Lei Shijian's team, Jining and Ku. The two Wild Wolf Mountain team members suddenly turned pale and trembled with fear. Before they could even react, they already felt that the machetes against their throats, and in the next instant, death had already befallen on them as the men in black raised their machetes sliced through the bodies of Jining and Ku. With their synchronized and precise movements, the men in black appeared like a single assassin and his shadow. Slash! Slash! The bodies of Jining and Ku members literally disintegrated in an eruption of blood and gore. Their torsos were split open and almost cut in two, and as the light left their eyes, their internal organs spilled out to the ground. It was a morbid scene as blood spurted copiously from open cuts and soaked the ground red. Gasp! At the sight of the gruesome carnage, Lei Shijian, the Wild Wolf Mountain gang, and Tsukene all choked, wide-eyed in fear, and their bodies started trembling uncontrollably. The two men were alive and kicking not moments ago, and just like that, they were now a heap of bloody flesh and body parts. It was a cruel way to die as the ground where their bodies lay was soaked and reeking with the thick scent of blood. Ah, murder, someone's been killed. The stall owner fell to the ground in a panic, screaming in horror, then he scrambled up and bolted off, without even bothering to close his stall. Staring at the bodies, Tsukene also screamed aloud, but before he could even utter a word, he felt his body go cold and sensed a sourness at the back of his throat. Then, without warning, a slurry of undigested rice noodles and soup surged upward from his stomach, and he vomited the gruel right back into the bowl. "B-boss, Jining, Ku, they're dead, cut in half." A member of the Wild Wolf Mountain motorsport team whimpered in a tearful voice. What they had just witnessed was too much to bear, and they had mentally broken them from inside. Lei Shijian was in a daze, and all he could do was to stare blankly at the bodies of his dead companions. He still couldn't come to grips with the fact that they had perished right before his very eyes. They were still talking to him seconds before, how could they just die all of a sudden? He could not accept the fact that they were dead. He stared at the men in black and trembled. "You were right when you said something about a pig on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered," Xiao Luo mocked. Xiao Luo then glanced at the two black-clad men who were staring at him with murderous intentions. Grabbing the side of the table with his right hand, Xiao Luo suddenly flung the square-shaped table at them. Even without using all his strength, the table flew, spinning at its intended target at great speed. The two assailants in black stared but did not evade. Calmly, they stood their ground and slashed at the table. The table instantly broke into several pieces, and even the metal legs of the table were sliced cleanly in half. "Try this." Xiao Luo jumped up and dashed to the stall, which was mounted on a trishaw, including a set of gas stoves, chopping boards, and other cooking items. Swiveling around, Xiao Luo kicked one side of the trishaw forcefully. Bang! The entire stall, weighing some 100 kilograms, was sent sailing toward the assassins. "Oh, my gosh, is that even possible for a human do?" Every member of the Wild Wolf Mountain boys had their jaws dropped open and eyes wide, and they all stared at Xiao Luo in shock. In their eyes, he was now as terrifying as the assassins, for how can a human kick produce the force to send a stall flying like a car at a high speed smashing into it? Tsukene was equally stunned, and even though he had seen the monstrous side of Xiao Luo at the Star Cloud Kendo Gym, he still could not get used to it no matter how many times he saw it. Xiao Luo was simply terrifying. As the stall flew at them like a meteor, the men in black again slashed in a synchronized pattern. Their swordsmanship was of the highest degree, and the stall was cut into pieces just like the table earlier. When the assassins turned to attack Xiao Luo, they were taken by surprise, as he had dashed up like a streak of lightning, his palms raised for a strike. Even as the two assassins were slashing downward with their machetes, Xiao Luo had already timed his attack, sending his palms were already thrust into their undefended chests, sending a flow of inner power surging through his opponents like waves of a raging tsunami. Boom! Boom! The men in black were thrown backward, sailing uncontrollably like broken kites, and landed hard on the ground a few meters away. They instantly vomited blood, which soaked their black face masks. "Who are you guys?" Xiao Luo took a step forward, and, standing over their fallen bodies, he questioned them harshly. The two of them looked terrified and nodded at each other, exchanging nervous glances. Suddenly, they took out two black balls that had a wrinkled surface. "Planning to escape?" Xiao Luo squinted his eyes and immediately moved in, but it was too late, for the men in black had already smashed the black balls into the ground. Boom! There were two loud bangs, and instantly, two thick clouds of thick smoke filled the area and obscured its visibility. It was tear gas, and Xiao Luo was forced to leave the immediate area swiftly. When the smoke cleared, the men in black were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Luo grimaced. It was negligence on his part that they managed to escape from right under his nose. He should have seen it coming. The two black-clad assassins were evidently highly skilled and trained regularly, but they didn't present too much of a problem for him. Xiao Luo reckoned that they were on par with NSA's level A agents at least, for they were quick, and despite being injured, they used the tools of their trade well. They were so close to being captured, yet managed to create a diversion with the smoke bomb and escape. Xiao Luo wondered where they came from. The MLM organization? If there really were such superbly trained and fierce fighters in the MLM organization, then it made sense that the NSA had assigned him to the MLM mission in Shanghai. With such skilled assassins around, the regular police would find it hard to deal with them. The boys from the Wild Wolf Mountain Motorsport team were still reeling from the traumatic experience of seeing two of their colleagues killed most viciously. And, just when they thought they'd be killed by the two assassins, Xiao Luo came and defeated the killers in mere seconds. It was unbelievable, for, if the black-clad assassins were demons, then what would that make Xiao Luo, the king of demons? Gulp. Trembling in fear, Lei Shijian suddenly felt thirsty, and he could barely swallow his saliva. He broke into a cold sweat when he realized that Xiao Luo was approaching him, and even his breathing was labored. He unconsciously hid the baseball bat behind his back, while several of his boys even dropped their bats and pipes on the ground in a sign of surrender. The Wolf Mountain boys shook as they looked at Xiao Luo, expecting the worst. As they recalled just a moment ago, they had boasted about teaching Xiao Luo a lesson and beat up if he didn't hand them the money. Xiao Luo stood with his hands on his hips, staring at them. He then eyed Lei Shijian and said, "Aren't you going to? Be brother, please spare us, pardon our foolishness, we are ignorant fools, please spare our lives." Almost in tears, Lei Shijian dropped the bat and went down on his knees before Xiao Luo, pleading for mercy. Pale with fear, the Wild Wolf Mountain boys immediately dropped to their knees behind their leader. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they'd never have believed that such terrifying human beings actually existed in this world. These men were total monsters, demons that could cut a man in half with a single slash, or send a massive trishaw stall flying with one kick. What they had seen tonight had frightened them and changed the way they understood the world. Frowning, Xiao Luo shook his head and said, "You have mistaken my intention, I did not. Brother, I beg you, there's 100,000 in this bank card. Please accept it as compensation for the trouble we caused, the password is 888888. Lei Shijian implored, respectfully handing over a card with both hands. Hmm? Xiao Luo's expression changed a little, for he had only intended to ask Lei Shijian to call the police, but seeing how things had panned out, he didn't mind at all. You're pretty street smart, I like that. He gave Lei Shijian a pat on his shoulder and kept the bank card, for it was his policy not to reject money offered. Xiao Luo then walked over to Xuanhuan, who was still stunned, and brought him back to his senses, with a kick up his rear end. What are you doing here? Let's go, he said. Brother-in-law, it's a murder, they've killed people. Trembling Xuanhuan choked as he pointed at the ghastly bodies that had been hewn in half, his face pale with shock and fear. Take it as you just watched a free kung fu performance. Xiao Luo comforted him as they walked toward their cars. Xuanhuan hurried to walk alongside Xiao Luo, but still feeling weak at the knees, he almost stumbled. When he got back into the Bentley, he leaned back in the plush leather seat and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He had hardly recovered when he was startled by a knock on his window. He nearly jumped off his seat, but it turned out to be Xiao Luo, who was gesturing for him to wind down his window. Relieved, Xuanhuan brought the window down, but before he could even speak, he felt himself going into a trance and everything around him become hazy. Xiao Luo had hypnotized to him. A little while later, things seemed to have become clear once again. Looking at Xiao Luo in surprise, he asked, Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Oh, my God, where are we? How long have we been here? You blacked out, I asked you out for supper, remember? Xiao Luo replied, coughing dryly. Really? Why do I feel so dizzy? Xuanhuan scratched the back of his head, glanced at the stall by the road with a disgusted look on his face, and said, Brother-in-law, you can't seriously be thinking of having supper here, right? Look at this place, it's so unhygienic, you'll surely suffer from food poisoning if you eat here. Oi? Why does it feel like I had said this not too long ago? Alright, since you said so, let's go back then. Xiao Luo said, raising his brows with a shrug. Wait, isn't that Lei Shijian? What are they doing here? Xuanhuan asked. They are here for supper, of course. Hypnotized, Xuanhuan had no recollection of the gruesome killings by the black-clad assassins. Xiao Luo felt a little guilty, but he thought it was for the best. What? I didn't know that the Wild Wolf Mountain boys had such poor taste. I despise them already. Xuanhuan responded. Xiao Luo pursed his lips as he found it hard to continue making up stories. He decided that enough was enough and promptly walked back to his car and drove off. Xuanhuan had become Xiao Luo's shadow, and anywhere that Xiao Luo went, he was sure to follow. As Xiao Luo drove off, he saw the Wild Wolf Mountain boys still sitting on the ground like their souls had been ripped away, looking at each other helplessly with no idea what to do next. Along the way, Xiao Luo wondered why he decided to erase those terrible memories from Xuanhuan's head. He wasn't too fond of him initially, but as Xuanhuan started to follow him around like a puppy, it grew on him. Seeing how traumatized Xuanhuan was, Xiao Luo felt compelled to act. Hypnosis was a skill he had acquired from the system during the Sun Yu saga. It was useful for people without a strong will or catching people off guard, but its effect was not permanent unless the subject chose not to consciously recall such traumatic events. Xiao Luo was unsure if Xuanhuan would ever remember those memories, but he had to at least try something. When he had returned to Crescent Bay Hotel, he found Suli sitting on the sofa in his living room. She looked trendy in an aqua blue suspender skirt, which contrasted nicely with her snow-white skin and complemented her long slender legs. Lush, wavy back hair framed her delicate features, which looked like they had been painted carefully with ink, endowing her with exquisite yet classical grace. A pair of shiny silver earrings completed the look, giving her the vibes of a Western supermodel. She oozed confidence, and her beauty was striking and breathtaking. When Xiao Luo stepped through the door, Suli closed the book she was reading, King Lear, the tragic Shakespearean play. She turned, looked at him with her sparkling eyes, and said, "You're finally back. I stopped for supper on the way back." Xiao Luo took off his jacket and hung it on the clothes rack next to the door. He then poured some tea for himself and Suli and said, "Miss Su, although this apartment belongs to you, I am its occupant now. So, would you mind asking me first, before you barge in every time?" "You can't blame me for that, you didn't change the passcode on the smart lock," Suli responded. "And, that's the reason you have for barging into my room?" "Yes," Suli replied matter-of-factly. Xiao Luo smiled and shrugged. He did not want to further pursue the argument and changed to a pair of slippers, before proceeding to his bathroom for a shower. "Where are you going?" Suli asked, suddenly getting to her feet. "Can't you tell?" "I'm off to shower," Xiao Luo replied, pointing at the bathroom. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" Suli said. Xiao Luo cocked his brows. "Tell you what?" he asked. "Tell me about your history at Jiangqing and what you really do for a living," Suli responded, staring at Xiao Luo with a knowing look as if she could see through him, and she looked determined to get the answers. Xiao Luo smiled, a little surprised with Suli's question. "Didn't you investigate what I did for a living at Jiangqing?" he replied. "Of course, but I don't believe that you are as simple as what the information I got suggests." Suli came closer, and Xiao Luo caught a whiff of her sweet scent. "You are extremely talented in language studies as you can speak French, Arab, and Russian. On top of that, you are a pro racer with amazing skills," she said. "However, the report also shows that you are just an ordinary employee of Luo Workshop. Judging from the range of abilities you have displayed, you are definitely someone more than that. It can't be that simple. Then, what does Ms. Su think about me? Or should I say, what kind of identity suits me?" Xiao Luo said, throwing the question back to her in jest. Well, Suli had no answer to that question. Yet, she was still convinced that Xiao Luo was not an ordinary person, nor was he just employed in a mundane job at Luo Workshop. At that moment, she simply could not think of any plausible careers that he could likely be involved in that required such proficiency in languages and extreme driving skills. Suli bit her lips, and after a brief silence, she said, "I don't know." "Then it must be you overthinking. I'm just an ordinary guy." Xiao Luo certainly did not want Suli to find out about everything that happened in Jiangqing. He only wished that what had happened in Jiangqing. After a moment's pause, Xiao Luo added, "I learned those skills in my free time." "Learned in your free time?" Suli scoffed. "How else can I develop these skills? Dream about it and make it happen?" Xiao Luo retorted. Well, that made some sense. Suli reluctantly bought his explanation, but Xiao Luo's talents truly impressed her. To be thoroughly proficient in 3 foreign languages, and likely with English as the 4th, was not something one could self-learn through books. Then, there were the incredible racing skills that were simply out of this world. How did one explain that? In the end, Suli decided that the simplest explanation was to accept that Xiao Luo was a genius, plain and simple. "You should go back if you have no other questions. Remember to lock the door and try to rest early, it's quite late," Xiao Luo said. "He's chasing me off." Suli felt deeply offended, as Xiao Luo had taken no notice of her charm. Was she that unappealing? Suli was also a little hurt as she intended to work on their relationship, which was never really much, to begin with, even from the first day of their marriage. She had been trying very hard to get closer to him, but he kept her at arm's length. She would be busy with work soon, and it could well be a few months long of work. She feared this would only worsen their relationship, and she had been worrying about this for some time now. "Spend some time with Su Xiaobei and me tomorrow night," she said. "You're going to start work soon?" Xiao Luo asked. "Yes." Suli nodded and looked at Xiao Luo, anticipating more questions about her work scope and location. "Sure." Suli was a little disappointed with his response. "That's it then, get some rest," she said. As she finished speaking, she turned around and left his apartment. Suli wasn't quite sure what to make of it, to think that she was actually vying for a man's attention. Since Suli debuted as a celebrity, she had always put up a strong front as there was no one she could trust emotionally, no shoulder to lean on during the hard times, and therefore, she never saw any point in showing anyone her tender side. If she was sick, she would visit the hospital herself. If she was depressed, she would hide in solitude. If she was in pain, she would clench her teeth and get through it herself. She had already taken the knocks and learned the hard way in the world of showbiz. She had become way too independent to simply rely on any man, so how could she yearn for one to lean on now? She felt herself suddenly wallowing in self-pity, and as she thought about her marriage to Xiao Luo, she couldn't help reminding herself that, in a sense, something fake will never turn out to be true. A look of perplexity washed over Xiao Luo's face as he watched Suli walking away. This was a woman who jumped off her balcony without any hesitation when he refused to marry her, then bought him an impressive wedding ring and filled his closet with new clothes and shoes. He was touched by her gesture, but he felt she was simply too aggressive, prideful, and also image-conscious. Her overbearing attitude was undoubtedly a result of her overwhelming success in the entertainment world. Xiao Luo could appreciate her need to be tough, but he could never get used to the idea of being the passive partner in a relationship. It always seemed that they were rarely ever on the same page for one reason or another. Perhaps it was because both of them had, by nature, aggressive personalities. Xiao Luo decided not to think any further about the matter and grabbed his pajamas before getting into the bathroom. The next day, Xiao had a quick breakfast at Su Li's apartment and then rushed off for work. When he got to the lobby, there was already an Audi parked by the road outside. Ji Xiying alighted from the car when she saw Xiao Luo heading out of the hotel. "Mr. Xiao Luo." Her voice was pleasant and sweet, even affectionate, and perhaps this was how a female subordinate with a crush on her superior would sound like. Her dark hair flowed over her shoulders alluringly, framing her pretty face with fair unblemished skin accentuated by her bright eyes and perfectly arched eyebrows. She looked smart and trendy in a casual pink jacket paired with slim white pants. "Seeing, have you found anything about what I had told you to investigate?" Xiao Luo asked. "Not yet." Ji Xiying replied, shaking her head, and elaborated, "I'm guessing those assassins from last night were possibly the MLM organization. One of the main reasons you were assigned to the MLM case was that it's closely connected with Japan's anti-Chinese underground movement. The Isu family is very much a part of this group, and they constantly find ways to cause turmoil in our country." "I see." Xiao Luo nodded in acknowledgement, and it makes sense that the NSA had tasked him to deal with it. These were no ordinary crimes involving the MLM, but something more sinister. "One more thing, regarding the old beggar, Mr. Hongji. I found out his real identity. He is the president of Heaven's Blessing Welfare Home." "The president of a welfare home?" Xiao Luo was quite surprised as he was under the impression that Hongji was the master of the beggar sect, so just how did he become a president of a welfare home out of a sudden? Ji Xiying could see the confusion in Xiao Luo's face. Hongji is indeed the current master of the beggar sect, but as the average standard of living here has improved significantly, there aren't many traditional sect beggars anymore. Most of the ones we see on the street are either con men or handicapped people. Genuine beggars do not possess any income-earning skills, she explained. So, they're forced to beg for a living. Gone are the days when the beggar sect had abundant resources. Unfortunately, today they've lost most of their talents, and Hongji is the de facto one-man commander of the entire sect. He takes care of orphans, the elderly, and the handicapped in his welfare home. He was trying to find some money to sustain the home and took on the job as a hitman, but he did not expect to run into you and ended up getting badly injured. Xiao Luo felt terrible when he heard this. "Bring me to this welfare home," he said. Okay. Ji Xing nodded in reply, and she knew that Xiao Luo was not going to find trouble with Hong Ji. She understood this man more than anyone, and while he was indeed bloodthirsty, but inwardly, he had a deep sense of justice and kindness. There are a plethora of talents in our country, and although the NSA has taken in many talented people, there are still a bunch of them living in seclusion within our bustling cities, and Hong Ji is one of them. As they drove along, Ji Xing spoke in a serious tone, intending to impress upon Xiao Luo the need to be on his guard at all times. The Hua nation was not as peaceful as it appeared to be on the surface. The assassins in black last night were extraordinarily well-trained and skillful and could be rated as level S or perhaps even higher. There was always a possibility that Xiao Luo would one day face such adversaries, and Ji Xing was concerned. Xiao Luo missed the underlying intention as he was staring blankly out the window, feeling slightly remorseful about the cruel punishment he dealt on Hong Ji. About half an hour later, Xiao Luo and Ji Xing arrived at Tianxi Children's Home in Shanghai City. It appeared to be a children's home only in name, as, in reality, it was just a fenced-up yard about the size of 2 basketball courts, with a 3-story building inside the perimeter. The home was dilapidated and looked like a relic of an earlier period of the city. Time had taken its toll on the premises, and there were many cracks on its walls, and a section was even totally overgrown with thick vines. A group of children was sitting on the stone benches in the courtyard under the sun, having a meal of the porridge. On closer inspection, they were all girls, and they seemed to have some disabilities. Some of them had deformed hands or feet, and several others appeared to have mental disabilities. Their clothes were ragged, but overall, they looked neat and adequately cared for. These little girls are orphans abandoned by their families. They were all born with cerebral atrophy, some of them were born with cataracts, and some required blood transfusions to survive. Their parents couldn't afford to bear the heavy financial burden, so they decided to send them here. Besides these children, the home also caters to several dozen adults afflicted with many forms of physical illnesses or cannot survive independently. Many of them are basically disabled and unable to walk, and they only stay in bed all day long, Ji Xing said, giving Xiao Luo a brief description of the home's activities. Furrows began to form between Xiao Luo's eyebrows. Looking at Xiao Luo's reaction, it was hard to imagine the cold-blooded killer that he was. Of course, when he was going against his enemies, he could kill without batting an eyelid, but when it came to certain situations such as this one, he showed deep compassion. As they stood in the courtyard, an old man with a head of white hair suddenly came out from one of the rooms. His hair, brows, and beard were all white, his tunic was unbuttoned and sewn up with many patches, his shorts reached to his knees, and he was wearing a pair of flip-flops. Most of his upper body and calves were exposed. The old man turned out to be the white-haired beggar, Hong Ji, that Xiao Luo had confronted at the riverside that day. When Hong Ji saw Xiao Luo, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared at Xiao Luo with hostility, and said, "How did you find me? You, what do you want?" This was in contrast to the calm and confident demeanor that Hong Ji had displayed the other day. He could never forget the night when Xiao Luo ripped off his left arm. "Don't be nervous. I did not come with malicious intent." Xiao Luo walked up to him and glanced at his left shoulder where his arm should have been, and in its place was just an empty sleeve. Xiao Luo dropped his gaze with a heavy heart and said, "About your left arm." "I'm sorry." After speaking, Xiao Luo bowed deeply to Hong Ji. If Xiao Luo had not visited this home himself, he would not have seen what Hong Ji was striving to achieve at the children's home. Xiao Luo was overcome with remorse and began to regret his actions and even blamed himself for causing such grievous injury to Hong Ji. Xiao Luo had no qualms about harming wicked people, but he refused to hurt people who were kind and loving. There was a saying that went, "You can choose not to do good, but do not do evil, to a righteous person." Hong Ji was taken aback by Xiao Luo's actions. He stared at Xiao Luo for a long time, then smiled and said, "There's nothing to be sorry about. I provoked you first, so the fact that you did not kill me was already a form of kindness. The person that has to apologize should be me because I sought material possession and was willing to attack someone. Losing an arm was the wake-up call that I needed, and it has prevented me from straying down the wrong path. I think it was worth it." "Old man, your realization only makes me feel more guilty," Xiao Luo responded. Hong Ji smiled at Xiao Luo, for he was genuinely willing to forgive and forget. Young people should not allow themselves to be entangled in the past. Instead, they must look to the future, he said. "Some things that happened have already happened, entangling yourself won't change it. If you're always thinking about the past, how will you look toward the future? How will you make your career? Had we first met under different circumstances, I think we would become good friends," Xiao Luo said, and he meant every word of it as he felt he could see eye to eye with this old fellow. "For you to come here already makes us friends," Hong Ji said. "Really?" "Of course." Hong Ji smiled, and his whole face brightened up. He gestured toward the door and said, "Come in, even though this is a humble place, but there is still tea that I can offer to our guests." "Don't you hate me?" Xiao Luo asked. Hong Ji shook his head, and with a sigh, he said, "What's the use of hating? Can hate give me back my arm? Can hate help all these people here in this home, provide them with food and clothing? Old man, you are certainly an interesting person. Regardless of whether you are telling the truth or lying, this card is for you. The password is 6/8, take it as a form of compensation," Xiao Luo said, as he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over to Hong Ji. "Young man, you have to think of your own career path, you don't have to do this." "Take it back," Hong Ji said, waving his hands. "Don't you need it?" "The $1 million in here could help this home out for a long time," Xiao Luo responded. "Huh? There is 1 million? Hearing this, Hong Ji gasped, and he instantly grabbed it with speed so fast that the card disappeared in a flash, like a conjurer's sleight of hand. Before anyone knew it, he had already hidden it in his pocket. "Why didn't you say so earlier that there was so much money here? I almost made a mistake and lost $1 million, he cried. "Huh?" Xiao Luo and Ji Xing looked at each other, speechless and barely able to suppress a laugh. Hong Ji was quite a character. Only a moment ago, he expressed the lofty ideals of a virtuous man, but they were cast aside for an offer of money in the next instant. Xiao Luo cracked up, for it seemed that his mouth said one thing while his hand did another. "Old man, you could at least uphold your honor and maintain that image as a virtuous person," he said. "Having the image of a virtuous person image doesn't bring in the money. I thought you were some working-class guy and didn't have much money on your hands. But if you can offer $1 million, then surely, it'd seem you are the big boss. Did you mention about compensation earlier? Give me another few million. When it comes to money, the more you give, the better, and I will never refuse. If possible, you could invest in the reconstruction of the entire home," Hong Ji said, rubbing his index finger and thumb together with a mock look of grimness on his face. 10,000, 100,000, rebuilding the home? Xiao Luo laughed light-heartedly as the feeling of guilt began to fade. "Old man, aren't you being a little shameless here?" he teased. "Ah, look at the way you young people speak, that is really not a nice thing to say. You can't do that in society, or you will lose many opportunities in this world," Hong Ji responded. Xiao Luo smiled without replying. He was just an old naughty boy, Xiao Luo thought, serious for a moment, then cynical the next. "Old Ghost Hong, I am here today to determine the winner. It's to be a fight to the death." Suddenly, a booming voice thundered across the courtyard. It was delivered with an internal force so powerful that it caused their eardrums to hurt. Then, a figure dashed in through the gate like a gust of wind, so swift that it appeared like a time-lapse of after images, reaching the courtyard in a fraction of a second. He was a tall man with a dignified mien and was dressed in white robes. He had very fair skin and completely white hair and a beard, with a high pointy nose and deep-set eyes that looked sharp and alert. "Old Poison, you have come at the right time. I was feeling frustrated, and I didn't have an outlet for my anger," Hong Ji said, cast his playfulness aside, and locked his eyes on the ominous-looking visitor. "Come on, then, I'm glad to be of service. It's now time to fight." "Wait a minute, what happened to your left arm?" the white-robed old man asked. He was surprised to see Hong Ji's condition and immediately restrained the inner power within his body. "Ah, I thought it was getting in the way, so I cut it off. Why do you care about this? Are you my son too?" Hong Ji sneered at the white-robed old man. He turned to Xiao Luo and then took out the bank card. "Young man, I will return this card to you. Since you want to compensate me, promise me one thing. If I am unfortunately killed by him, you must help me to continue maintaining this home," he said. "Don't let all the people from this home have nowhere to go except back to the street to beg. Even though I am the master of the beggar sect, I hope our sect will cease to exist one day. When it's gone, that means that our countrymen will be living good lives." Xiao Luo did not take the bank card from Hong Ji, but instead, he asked in return, "Who is that?" "Ouyang Da, the present head of the Ouyang family. We, of the Hong family, and the Ouyang family, are incompatible and have been in conflict for generations. This old Poison and I have also been fighting ever since we were young, and I have beaten him every time. But, now that he heard about the loss of my arm, he eagerly comes over to redeem his reputation," Hong Ji said. "Bullsh*t, you old fart, stop talking nonsense and slandering me in front of the younger generation. Boy, don't listen to him. Every time he competes with me, all it takes is just half a step, and he's beaten. As for his arm, I swear to the heavens that I had no idea, and if I am lying, then may I be struck by lightning," Ouyang Da exclaimed. "You still dare to talk about lightning? Old Poison, you better not make such an oath, or who knows, maybe one day God will really drop a bolt right on top of you and take you to heaven. Enough of your nonsense, just stop this chatting. It's time to fight." Ouyang Da scowled. Hong Ji chuckled and mocked in reply, "Ha ha ha, I've nothing to be afraid of, so if you want to fight, let's do it now." Hong Ji promptly returned into the home, and in a short while, he was back in the courtyard holding his familiar dog-beating stick. It was a sturdy bamboo rod, purplish in color, and scarred with traces of sword cuts all over its surface, a testament to the long years it had served him and the countless battles it had been used in. Xiao Luo stopped Hong Ji just as he was about to step forward. "You really want to fight him?" he asked. "Of course, I do. It's time to end this feud once and for all," Hong Ji replied. "Then, I'll fight in your stead." Xiao Luo could not allow Hong Ji to take on the challenge without the use of his left arm. Feeling responsible for it, Xiao Luo felt compelled to stand in as Hong Ji's champion in the fight. "Mr. Xiao Luo." Ji Xing felt a deep sense of admiration for Xiao Luo and unconsciously called out his name under her breath. Hong Ji adamantly waved him away. "I appreciate your kind offer, but this is a long-standing conflict between our two families, and no outsiders should interfere," he declared. Right after he spoke, he dashed toward Ouyang Da without further hesitation and let out a fierce roar. "Hong, you, old ghost, I will not take advantage of you. I will not use my left arm either." Ouyang Da bellowed as he tucked his left arm behind him. With his right hand, he raised the ghost head divine snake rod and advanced to meet Hong Ji's attack. As soon as the two adversaries clashed, a ferocious fight ensued. Intense bursts of internal energy began to surge forth, causing a strong wind to sweep across the courtyard, and the ground cracked under their feet. It was almost like a scene taken out from a martial arts movie, and it captured everyone's attention. Ji Xing was shocked and at a loss for words, for she was just a level C fighter, and she was nowhere close to the level of these two old men. From her observation, Hong Ji and Ouyangda's capabilities would place them in the level A rating, or possibly even close to level S. To Ji Seeing, it was inconceivable that such powerful and skillful fighters were not roped in to be part of NSA. If she could meet two of such legends in Shanghai alone, wouldn't there be more hidden masters scattered across the country? Xiao Luo observed the fight with a keen eye, and he could tell that Hong Jia and Ouyangda were using all their inner strength, and at no time were they holding back. Yet, they were obviously confidants and friends, as Xiao Luo could tell from their earlier verbal exchange and the fact that Ouyangda chose to fight on equal terms, keeping his left arm behind his back. The children remained seated in the courtyard with a casual indifference to the goings-on and continued holding their bowls and slowly eating their porridge. "Hong, you old ghost, take this stick." Ouyangda glared fiercely at Hong Ji and whipped his wrist, channeling a powerful surge of energy through his weapon to strike at his opponent. Hong Ji reacted immediately, swirling his waist in mid-air and twisting his body to avoid Ouyangda's strike. At the same time, Hong Ji struck out with his dog-beating stick, targeting Ouyangda's abdomen. In his hand, the stick was as sharp as a knife. Ouyangda instantly spun around and parried with precision, and in one swift motion, the ghost head divine snake rod was back on the attack again, a display of just how lethal Ouyangda's rod was. "Old poison, you are just slightly short." Hong Ji sneered, as he was well prepared for the counterattack from Ouyangda's rod. Crack! When the rods smashed together, a burst of energy exploded outward around them. The ground under Hong Ji's feet sank, and his face strained with a grimace as he was pushed back by the force of the blow. Suddenly, Hong Ji skipped and kicked out with his left foot directly at Ouyangda's chest. At that precise moment, Ouyangda kicked out as well. Bam! Bam! Both men received devastating kicks to their chests and staggered back 5 or 6 steps before they managed to steady themselves. They were now gasping heavily and their bodies soaked in sweat as they stood staring at each other. "Hong, you old ghost, your wounded arm has started bleeding," Ouyangda cautioned. "I have too much blood, is it wrong to release a little?" Hong Ji responded. While he did not even look at his arm, the excruciating pain caused his forehead to break out in beads of sweat. Ouyangda was infuriated. "Why do you keep blowing your own trumpet? Forget it, stop fighting in this condition, or else I'm afraid you will kill yourself. If you still insist, then let's resort to using our special skills. You use your palm of the 18 dragons, and I will use my toad power. Then we resolve this feud once and for all, how about that?" "Yes, that's a good idea, a great idea." "Come on, then." Hong Ji snarled. "Okay, here I come." Ouyangda let out a roar and cast his ghost head divine snake rod aside. He got down on all fours and assumed a position like a toad. Ouyangda inhaled and exhaled deeply in a rhythmic pattern, and the surrounding air began to churn and tremble, sending out ripples of shockwaves. Soon, Ouyangda's chest began to swell and expand until his clothes were torn apart. Hong Ji also dropped his stick and took a deep breath. He then slowly moved his right palm and channeled his inner force toward his hand to deliver the palm of the 18 dragons. Suddenly, the atmosphere became thick with a crackling charge of energy, and the temperature fell drastically, sending a chill across the ground. Ji Seeing's heart sank, and she was becoming very nervous. It was evident that this was a fight to the finish, and it was not something that she personally wanted to see. "Mr. Xiao Luo, can't you stop them?" Ji Seeing cried. Xiao Luo said nothing in response, but his eyes continued staring intensely at the duelists, and he remained very calm. At that point, Hong Ji and Ouyangda had already completed summoning their inner force and were ready to execute their respective techniques. Toad opens its mouth. Dragon with its regret. Both roared in unison as they violently unleashed their ultimate moves, causing the wind to howl like a tornado. The courtyard and the surrounding structures seemed to shake and sway as these two forces collided. Ji Xiying screamed and covered her eyes with both her hands, unwilling to see what would happen next. Boom! The moment the fighters made contact, the ground beneath them started, cracked, and energy surged outward like waves. Hong Ji and Ouyang De were suddenly stunned because their strikes did not connect on each other, but instead, on another person. Xiao Luo suddenly appeared out of thin air and took their attacks on his chest and back. Young man, what's this? Ouyang De was shocked. Hong Ji's face changed immediately. Young man, he said. Hong Ji was deeply concerned. Ji Xiying put her hands down and peeked. Her jaw dropped when she saw who the person that had been struck was. It was none other than Xiao Luo. He glanced coldly at the two old fighters and said, "Don't you two old men have something better to do?" And when he finished saying that, he slapped both their heads with lightning speed. Hong Ji and Ouyang De immediately lost consciousness and slumped to the ground at once. Xiao Luo grabbed both of them with each hand and dragged them toward the doorway of the children's home. Ji Xiying ran up when she saw the two old men collapsing in an unconscious state. A worried expression showed on her face. In a hushed voice, Xiao Luo said to her, "They're all right. They'll just become two ordinary men once they regain their consciousness later." He had made a purchase in the system mall earlier for a technique to remove both the old men's fighting abilities. When he slapped them on their heads, he had instantly blocked Hong Ji and Ouyang De's abilities to channel their inner power ever again. He had turned them into two ordinary men, and this way, there was nothing much either of them could do, even if they chose to continue their long feud. Ji Xiying sighed with relief after moments of suspense, and her heart was finally at ease. She smiled warmly as she rushed toward Xiao Luo, and said, "Mr. Xiao Luo, you are truly a great person." A great person? This wasn't the first time Xiao Luo had heard someone praise him like that. And although he knew that there was no underlying meaning to what Ji Xiying had said, still, he listened to those 3 words with a tinge of irony. Suddenly, he felt uneasy as he felt a great discomfort welling up within his chest, and soon, he tasted blood at the back of his throat. He tried to hold it in, but fresh blood started to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Are you injured?" Ji Xiying asked, quickly holding on to him, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Xiao Luo forced a smile as he took a glance at Hong Ji and Ouyang De, and in an attempt to change the topic, he said, "These two old men have been rivals from the day they were born and were determined to fight each other to death today. Yet, they still showed deep concern toward one another." When Ouyang De saw that Hong Ji had lost an arm, you could see that his eyes were filled with pain. And when Hong Ji stared at Ouyang De, it wasn't the look of hostility when one saw an enemy, but rather, a look of welcome to an old friend. Ji Xiying had no interest in what Xiao Luo said at the moment and was more concerned about his well-being. "Are your injuries severe? Let me take you to the hospital," she said. "It's nothing too serious, I'll be fine after a little rest," Xiao Luo replied. It was true that this kind of injury wasn't anything too serious, and with a little exercise and rest, he would fully recover in 2 to 3 days without lingering pain. About half an hour after Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying left, Hong Ji and Ouyang De finally regained consciousness. The children from the home were the ones who woke them up. "Ah, my partner, why do I feel like my body is extremely hollow?" Ouyang De asked, shaking his head. He slowly sat up and, for the moment, was unable to tell what had actually happened. Hong Ji, still dizzy, slowly pulled himself up and sat on the floor. "Are your kidneys overdrawn? Hurry up and take your kidney pills, they'll be good for you and your kidney," he blabbered, still in a half-conscious state. "Old Ghost Hong, your bloody kidneys are the ones that are overdrawn. You better believe that I'm going to slap you to death right here and now," Ouyang De snarled, suddenly noticing that Hong Ji was right beside him, and instantly coming to, with his eyes wide open. Come, try and slap my head here. You're damn coward, there's no way you have the guts to follow through, Hongji retorted. You make the first move if you think you're that good. Old poison, I'll do it if you think I'm scared of you. Try to strike me first, if you dare to. This old man here will chop you to death. Ouyangda responded. Hit me first if you have the guts to. I'll use the palm of the 18 dragons and crush you with it. Palm of the 18 dragons, my *s. Let me show you this old man's toad power. There's no one that I can't beat with it. Bragging again. All you can do is brag. You're nothing but a load of hot air, Hongji sneered. Old ghost Hong. Old poison, why are you shouting like a grandpa? Their bickering grew louder and louder, both fuming with anger as they stared at one another with daggers in their eyes. Their faces came to within inches of each other, like a pair of raging bulls staring each other down. Damn it, when are you going to start hitting each other? If you can't do it, then stop whining like little girls. I'm beginning to feel agitated just listening to you guys, and it makes me feel like beating someone up. A stern, nasty voice called out from the second floor. It came from a northeasterner, and he was an old man, physically disabled, but still looked like he had some vitality left in him. He had witnessed the entire quarrel and was so irritated that it caused him to feel tightness in his chest. Which **** said that, stand up and show yourself? You're eating my food, wearing my clothes, and living in a place that I provide. You have the nerve to spout such nonsense? You bloody ***, I'm going to give you a good beating today. All of a sudden, Hongji and Ouyangda had a common enemy. They got up and were about to summon their internal energy and jump up to the second floor, but all that happened was they were only able to hop barely half a meter high off the floor, before landing right back. What is happening here? Where did all my internal power go? Hongji asked. His face turned pale, and he was in total shock. Ouyangda was equally shocked. All of this old man's martial arts abilities are gone as well, he said. Both of them looked at one another, and they saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. It's him, it's that brat. It has got to be that son of ***tch. Ouyangda said, more convinced of it with each passing statement. Our abilities have been removed, he must have used an ability removal technique. Hongji suddenly opened both his eyes wide and trembled. That is a really evil technique, passed down from the underworld. Where did he learn it from, he said. Ouyangda grabbed onto Hongji's shoulders and shook him. Old man Hong, stop spouting a bunch of nonsense. Quickly tell me where this guy is, I want to kill him, he cried. Calm down, you have to calm down. Hongji roared, pushing him away. How can I calm down? The skills that I've practiced for over 50 years are all gone. This is a fate worse than death. Do you think I'm feeling any better here? I have no idea where he lives either. Ouyangda scowled in reply, ***T. Do you think I'm blind? I can see everything. The relationship you have with him is not simple at all. He was even planning to fight for you, so you can't fool this old man. Why would I want to lie to you, you bloody old ****? If I say I don't know, then, I really don't know. Fool, you dare to scold me again? I'll scold you all I want, what can you do about it? You, old ****, old ****. SCR***W your granny. This old **** here will kill you. Ouyangda rolled up his sleeves and got ready to fight. It was like a cockfight as the two of them got into a messy scuffle. They're finally fighting, damn this feels good. The northeastern old man from upstairs finally looked satisfied and sat comfortably to watching them fight. While they were just talking and not fighting, he somehow felt constipated, as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, but as soon as they started fighting, he felt relieved all of a sudden. After leaving Tianxi Children's Home, GCing dropped Xiao Luo off at the Huayao Corporation building. Had he been just a mere salesman, then it would have been fine if he didn't appear in the office for a good 10.5 days. But he had somehow become the third group's leader, and as much as he didn't want to admit it, he had no choice but to come to terms with it. He could feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, especially now that he also had 2 subordinates to take care of, but the 2 were nowhere to be seen. Even though he didn't care about getting a promotion himself, he didn't expect those 2 members to just follow him and go hungry. As Xiao Luo didn't report to the office often, his leader's title felt pretty hollow, and his sudden appearance today caused quite a bit of commotion in the sales department. "Brother Luo, you're here. Brother Luo, we've been praying to the stars and the moon, and finally our prayers have brought you here." 2 of the members from the third group, Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao, came up to him and burst into tears. They were finally meeting the team leader again after a long absence. They wondered where he had been all this while and looked like 2 kids who finally reunited with parents that had cared for them. "Team leader Xiao, we never saw you again since you came and reported that one time. You finally found some time to come and visit the company. What brings you here today?" The second group leader, Su Lu, smiled as he walked over and conversed with Xiao Luo. He turned and waved with his hand, and Guan Tong, who had been assigned to his team, came running up to him. "Xiao Guan, go now and bring me a cup of tea," he said. Su Lu wore a pair of glasses. He looked gentle and decent, and although his skin was rather pale, it was not the kind of sickly paleness, but rather a typical kind of paleness. He had the qualities of a white-collared executive, and to many girls out there, he would come across as a charismatic man. "All right." Guan Tong eagerly ran off to pour some tea for Su Lu. "Xiao Guan, pour a cup for me too." "Me too, sorry to trouble you." "Xiao Guan, I'm busy with something here, and I've run out of the water on my table too, pour a cup for me as well." Members from the first and second groups made Guan Tong run their errands for them. As soon as they realized that their thermos cups were empty, they all made Guan Tong fill them up for them. "All right, leave it all to me." Guan Tong nodded his head, smiled, and bowed. He held on to several thermos cups and walked toward the water dispenser located at the office's corner. Xiao Luo didn't even have the time to say hello to Guan Tong. He hadn't seen him in a while. This old classmate was no longer as high-spirited as he used to be and had become a lot more submissive. All sorts of feelings started to well up uncontrollably, and he was reminded of the days where he went to Jiangqing to work after he graduated. His low-key attitude back then was pretty much like how Guan Tong was now. Why did Guan Tong stay in school for 8 years? Perhaps it was because he knew that society would wear people out, so he chose to escape instead, but in the end, some things could not be avoided, and you had to stand up and face them. He really wanted to help Guan Tong, but this was a process. This was a process that one had to experience. Everyone started off as a grandson and had some growing up to do. Regardless of who it is, you had to learn to adapt. You could only become a grandfather once you had learned how to adapt. Team leader Xiao, what are you thinking of? Your mind seems to be in deep thought. I was talking to you, Su Lu said, waving his hands in front of Xiao Luo. Although there was nothing he could do to help Guan Tong, Xiao Luo was unhappy over Guan Tong being bullied by many people. Su Lu was assigned as Guan Tong's master by the head of the sales department, Mao Jiani, and the fact that Guan Tong was being mistreated had to be Su Li's responsibility. Besides, Su Lu was the first one who ordered Guan Tong to fetch him some water, so he was sure that Su Lu took advantage of his position as a leader. This area here belongs to the third group, your seat is over there. Xiao Luo didn't hide his contempt for Su Lu and showed him no face, and his voice was harsh and cold when he scowled and pointed at the seat for the second group leader. Su Lu froze. He wasn't expecting Xiao Luo to give him an attitude and was visibly offended. Si Yuding and Lu Yao were stunned and immediately asked themselves if Xiao Luo was falling out with team leader Su, because he had just witnessed Guantong getting bullied. Su Le showed some composure and flashed a fake smile at Xiao Luo as he adjusted his glasses. Team leader Xiao, what is the meaning of this? I'm sincerely trying to be friends with you here, he said. Xiao Luo offered him a single word in reply, scram. Xiao Luo spoke firmly but not loudly, but as the sales department office was neither too big nor too small, his voice traveled, and many people could still hear what he just said. All the sales department members who had initially been busy with their work all raised their heads and looked up. They were all looking towards their direction. Everyone's eyes were filled with questions as they had no idea what happened between Su Lu and Xiao Luo in the past and were curious why it seemed like they were in some sort of argument. Su Lu put on a forced smile after the initial shock, and said, Team leader Xiao, surely you aren't doing this to me because of Guantong? If that was the reason, then I'd have to look down on you. Guantong might be your friend, but he's a newbie at the end of the day, and a newbie has got to do what a newbie has to do. It's the same for any occupation out there, this is an unspoken rule. Don't tell me, team leader Xiao doesn't understand this practice? I don't have to understand anything, you can crawl back to your seat over there now, Xiao Luo shot back. Su Lu smiled coldly and said, hee, you might be a team leader, but I, Su Lu, as a team leader as well, and I'm unequal in rank to you. What rights do you have to tell me to leave? Besides, I'm standing in a common area, and I can stay here for as long as I want to. Xiao Luo intended to say a few more words, but was dissuaded by Si Yuding and Lu Yao. Brother Luo, he is indeed standing in the common area. They both furrowed their eyebrows and gestured with their eye, signaling to him not to get into a heated argument with Su Lu, since they were all colleagues. Besides, the third group was being pushed around because they only have 3 members. So, if they really fell out with the other 2 groups, the 3 of them would be outnumbered and could be most likely be pushed somewhere else. For the sake of their jobs and future, it was better to hold it in and put his friendship with Guantong aside for now. Common area? Xiao Luo calmed himself down and glared at Su Lu with a hard, cold look as he sat down. He then turned around to Si Yuding and Lu Yao and asked, why is the first group leader, Ling Fei, and our department head not around? Well, Brother Luo, they went to discuss a massive order, Si Yuding replied. Massive order? Xiao Luo asked. Si Yuding nodded her head and quickly gave Xiao Luo a heads up. That's right, the Women and Children's Healthcare Hospital is relocating. They're looking for new medical equipment and medicines, like the fetal monitoring equipment, electrocardiograph, pelvic floor rehabilitation equipment, ultrasound, X-ray machine, and many more, she explained. These are things that they are planning to purchase. I think this will all add up to roughly 170 million, it's a massive order indeed. Otherwise, our department head wouldn't be there to meet them in person. On the other hand, Sister Ling is like the sales department's top manager, so of course, she went with him as well. Oh, I see, Xiao Luo said. Brother Luo, we're approaching the end of the month soon, I'm afraid that the third group's performance result is going to end up in last again. At the next monthly general meeting, they might drag you to the podium and criticize you, you better be mentally prepared for it, Lu Yao said, changing the topic to something more pertinent to what that they were going to have to face soon. Si Yuding clenched her fist and gave Xiao Luo some encouragement. Brother Luo, you have to withstand the pressure. We are like grass and can only enjoy the breeze under a big tree like you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stay in this company for much longer, she said. Since you know your performances are poor, there are still so many more days left. Shouldn't you guys work a little harder and try to contact as many customers as you can? As much as you can, don't give up on any customer, work harder, and who knows, maybe our performance result won't be as bad as the other groups by the end of the month, Xiao Luo said. He was speechless with the attitude of these 2 women. Were they really lacking that much confidence? Were they really looking down on the third group? Si Yuding and Lu Yao looked at one another, forced a smile, and said nothing afterward. They definitely couldn't agree with what Xiao Luo just said. In fact, they were tempted to tell him that he was way too optimistic. It hadn't been just 1 or 2 days since the third group was right at the bottom, it had been that way since they both joined the company. There were only them both left, and despite learning as much as they could, and with their improved working abilities, no matter how hard they worked, there was still no way they could make a radical change and prevent the third group from coming in the last place. Yuding, Yao, if you can't take it anymore, then you can come over to my team. The third group basically only exists in name. There's no need for it to continue running. If you're willing to, when the department head comes back later, I'll tell him I can accept the both of you. I, Su Lu, am 100% sure that both of you have the working capabilities, so the second group is more than happy to welcome you in. Su Lu, loitering around the corner, interrupted Xiao Luo all of a sudden. It was a contemptuous attempt to poach Xiao Luo's staff from right under his nose. Su Lu was undoubtedly trying to provoke Xiao Luo on purpose. For he glanced at Xiao Luo from time to time as he was speaking. Hearing what Su Lu had just said, the two women were overjoyed, and this was a good thing for sure. They were assigned to the third group from the day they joined the company, and after the third group had ended up this way, they were ashamed to ask Mao Jianni for a change of group. They can barely survive, clinging on to the third group, which was a sinking ship. But as Su Lu was now giving a lifeline to them, this was indeed the best solution. But the girls knew much better, and such seemingly attractive offers only lasted for a moment, for they were no longer ignorant students like they used to be when they first graduated. They could clearly tell that Su Lu was only saying that to provoke Xiao Luo. And, nor would he so generously offer this to anyone else, for they'd have to share the cake with every new member they recruited. If Su Lu had genuinely appreciated their working capabilities, he would have offered them the transfer right from the start. Thank you for your concern, Team Leader Su, but regardless of what the performance result of the third group is, I am still a member of the group at the end of the day, Si Yuding said, rejecting Su Li's offer. She would not accept an offer that was based on provoking their current team leader. Lu Yao smiled, nodding her head in concurrence and said, I'm the same as Yuding. Since it is fated for me to be a member of the third group, I'll die as a member of the third group as well. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows, and his eyes became a little brighter. It wasn't like he was very close to these two members, yet they stood by him and defended his reputation. He was somewhat surprised by their actions. Well, if that's the case, it's a real shame then. When Su Lu realized that he had failed in his attempt to humiliate Xiao Luo, he twitched his lips and cursed the two girls in his heart. As far as Su Lu was concerned, they were 2B** cheese that he was trying to help save some face, but they rejected him. He would make sure to make them pay one day. Brother Lu, here's your water. At that moment, Guan Tong came back with everyone's drinks and cheerfully handed Su Lu his mug of water. There was much respect on his face, and he did so with a smile. Su Lu took his anger out on Guan Tong and shouted at him, "Why are you giving it to me now? Are you trying to scald me to death?" Then this water, Guan Tong frowned and felt awkward all of a sudden. Do you have the brain of a pig? Can't you just put it on my table? Do you really have to hand it to me? Su Lu yelled. He refused to give Guan Tong any face and scolded him in front of the entire sales department. Guan Tong gritted his teeth, a hint of anger flashed across his face but quickly vanished, and he laughed it off with good humor. Yes, Brother Lu, he replied. He turned around and walked towards Su Li's seat. The attitude of each and every person in the sales department was utterly different. Some laughed, some felt sorry, while some disapproved of what he had just done, but no one sympathized with him. The more afraid Guan Tong was, the more people disliked him. Although they felt that Su Lu was crossing the line, Guan Tong seemed to accept this kind of treatment, which made them despise him. Idiotic fatso, I just can't feel good without scolding him at least once a day. Xiao Luo said that as he stared at Guantong, walking away to place the mug on his table. He then glanced at Xiao Luo, fleetingly, with an ugly scowl on his face. Birds of a feather flock together, that idiotic fatso's friend isn't any better either. He merely got lucky and picked up some big order from God knows which princess and completely forgot who he was. He's just garbage that is clueless about his own limitations, he mocked. When he heard that, Xiao Luo put his pen down and got up. He walked toward Xiao Luo, who was still in the corridor, and looked him right in the eye. Team leader Su, I couldn't hear what you just said, could you repeat what you just said again? He said. Xiao Luo had a smile on his face, but anyone could tell that he was threatening Xiao Luo. Si Yuding and Lu Yao looked at one another and wondered if their brother Luo was planning to beat Xiao Luo up. With Xiao Luo's gaze bearing down on him, Xiao Luo did not panic at all, and besides, everyone in the office was looking at them. If he allowed Xiao Luo's intimidating presence to overwhelm him, he was not going to look as formidable to the staff anymore. Right at this moment, he straightened his back, puffed up his chest, pointed at Xiao Luo's nose and said, "So, you want me to repeat it? All right, that idiotic fatso's friend isn't any better either, he's just lucky to receive an overseas order, and he thinks he's some big shot now. He is complacent and is oblivious to the fact that he's just garbage. You sure have some guts." Xiao Luo laughed and nodded his head. The next second, his face turned dark, and his foot slammed hard into Su Li's chest. Pow! Following a dull thud, Su Li's body was thrown back some 2 to 3 meters. He fell heavily onto the ground and howled in excruciating pain as he felt as if every bone in his body had broken. Before Xiao Luo could even get up, Xiao Luo picked up a potted cactus plant on the desk next to him and instantly dropped it on his head. It was over in seconds without any sort of hesitation. Crack! The potted cactus plant's porcelain pot shattered instantly, scattering the sand on the floor, and the cactus rolled and rested on the side. Su Li's head was bleeding profusely, and there were also many cactus thorns stuck in his forehead. The pain just kept getting worse as his screams intensified. Everyone in the office pretty much stood up simultaneously and stared in shock at the badly battered Xiao Luo, who got utterly beaten up by Xiao Luo in the corridor. As they looked fearfully at Xiao Luo, a chill ran from the top of their skulls all the way to their toes, their bodies turned cold, and their hair stood on ends. Ruthless. Merciless. No one would have imagined that a regular and handsome-looking guy like Xiao Luo would be this ruthless when he got angry. He was very much just like an evil wolf. If it wasn't provoked, it was fine, but as soon as it was stirred, it became as scary as hell, and for Xiao Luo, he was the scariest. Yua*Shoal, what are you doing now? You dare hit me, do you still plan on staying in Huayao Group? Guantong hurriedly ran up at this moment and quickly held Xiao Luo back. Although he knew that Xiao Luo was the boss of Luo Ventures, creating trouble in Huayao Group might result in him receiving a lawsuit for this. Even if CEO Shen didn't pursue this matter, he would still become a public enemy, and this was totally not worth it at all. Guantong, stay out of this. Xiao Luo pushed Guantong to the side and looked down at a Xiao Luo, who was really tenacious and still fully aware despite having a bruised head. Xiao Luo knelt down next to Xiao Luo, raised his hand up to his ears, and made a gesture to listen to something. Come, repeat what you just said again, my ear here isn't functioning too well these days, and I didn't quite catch you, he said. You barbarian, I'm going to sue you, I'll sue you for sure. Xiao Luo screamed, frowning at Xiao Luo in both shock and anger. Xiao Luo smiled and said, I'm pretty sure that's not what you said earlier on. Come, let me hear that sentence again. You. There was no way Xiao Luo had the guts to repeat it. He did it once just now and got a kick right in his chest, and a potted cactus plant dropped on his head. If he repeated it once more, he was unsure what kind of beating he would receive this time around. You don't have the guts anymore? Are you really that useless? Xiao Luo provoked him. Sulu was filled with anger but couldn't say anything. All he could do was to continuously stare at Xiao Luo, his eyes filled with horror. That's enough, Xiao Luo. What are you treating this office like your own house, where you can just come and go as you wish? Hurry up and apologize to our group leader now. In a show of their loyalty, all the second group members came forward and angrily reprimanded Xiao Luo for what he had done. This has nothing to do with all of you at all. If you don't want to get beaten up, then return back to your seats and continue with your work, Xiao Luo said. He was not exactly a good guy, to begin with, and now that Sulu has triggered him, his temper wasn't all that good at all. One of the guys, who was quite close to Sulu, got agitated and sneered at Xiao Luo. Who do you think you are? I can't believe you think you're going to beat us up. If you think you're that capable, then why don't you try beating one of us up? He had just finished his sentence when Xiao Luo rushed up this guy. On the way, he grabbed a flower pot that of prosperous bamboo from the top of an office desk and smashed it right on his head. Crack! The effect was as punishing as smashing a beer bottle onto someone's head, and just like Sulu, that guy ended up with a bruised skull and was bleeding profusely. He let out a painful scream and collapsed on the floor. Hiss! Everyone in the office gasped. Xiao Luo was too cruel, he was just way too brutal. Everyone in the second group was so scared that they were as quiet as mice, and no longer dared to say anything else. While this was going on, someone had already quietly dialed the security number. Since something so violent had just happened in the office, they needed security to come and handle this situation. The atmosphere in the office felt really intense, in a suffocating kind of way. Everyone looked at Xiao Luo in horror, and their eyes were filled with fear, while Xiao Luo continued to keep a smile on his face. The impression one got of him based on his appearance and based on his actual personality were on opposite ends of the pole. When he said he would do something, regardless of how improbable, he would make it got done. He sent Sulu flying for a good 2 to 3 meters, with just one kick. It was unbelievable. As soon as Xiao Luo was provoked and lost his temper, he would not consider anyone's feelings and vent his anger without holding back on his emotions. That was just the way he was. Xiao Luo walked toward Sulu, stepped on his chest with a heavy foot, and glared down cruelly at him. Make yourself clear, who's the garbage, he scowled. It was like having a massive mountain resting its weight on him, and Sulu could feel his chest tightening and found it hard to breathe. Xiao Luo, you will pay for the things you did today. Sulu spoke out in anger and attempted to salvage some of his own face to prevent himself from looking soft and not lose the authority he had. People would then only think he was not as physically strong as Xiao Luo and would believe that he bravely refused to surrender himself to Xiao Luo. However, this little pride that he tried to salvage in front of his coworkers would soon be utterly destroyed. Xiao Luo increased the force and pressure on Su Li's chest, and it made him feel like his rib cage was about to crack open, and the more he tried to withstand the torment, the worse it got. In the end, it was simply too much to bear as the excruciating pain flowed through his entire body, and Sulu couldn't help but scream in agony. I'll ask you one more time, who's the garbage? Xiao Luo asked. I'm the garbage, I'm the garbage. Sulu could no longer take the pain. The agony completely destroyed his will to resist, and he yielded immediately. Very good. Xiao Luo nodded his head with much satisfaction, took his foot off his chest, turned around, and went back to his seat. Cough, cough, cough. Sulu breathed heavily and began to cough violently. Some members of the second group reacted hurriedly and ran over to lift him up. Sulu no longer dared to provoke Xiao Luo, nor did he try to bother Guantong. Sulu quickly asked for him and his other colleague with the bruised head to be sent to the hospital for a checkup and to treat their injuries. After he and his unconscious colleague left, the office began to return to some normalcy once again. But after what had just happened, the atmosphere in the office became really awkward. Everyone stole glances at Xiao Luo from time to time, still very much in fear of him, because of his unpredictable and frightening nature. Xiao Luo was clearly not bothered by the looks people gave him and casually played the Minesweeper game on the office computer. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao walked over cautiously. Brother Luo, this is the list of information about the third group's latest customers. Do you want to take a look at them? Si Yuding asked, handing a stack of documents over to him. Put them down there, I'll take a look at them later, Xiao Luo said. He was focused on the Minesweeper game and did not even bother to lift his head up at all. Oh, I'll place them here then. Si Yuding placed the documents on Xiao Luo's desk, didn't walk away, and tried to probe a little. Brother Luo, did you used to practice martial arts in the past? She asked. Xiao Luo lifted his head with a frown and said, why do you say that? Just one kick and you sent team leader Su flying. We all saw that, Lu Yiyao replied. Right. Like a little chick pecking for grains, Si Yuding nodded her head in agreement. Xiao Luo laughed but didn't say anything and just continued playing the Minesweeper game. He had no intention of beating anyone up, but Sulu decided to mess around with him and provoke him, so he had no choice but to do what he did. Seeing how Xiao Luo had responded, Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao stopped disturbing him and quietly returned to their seats. Brother Luo is a little too violent, I'm a little bit afraid of him now. What are you afraid of? This is called having a personality. If you ask me, I think Brother Luo is a real man. You're a northeastern girl, of course, you'd think Brother Luo is a real man. I'm a weak girl, so of course, I'm scared. Let me tell you this, Brother Luo is definitely from the northeast. The trait of cutting the talk and getting straight to the fighting is so apparent. The two women quietly whispered into one another's ear as they discussed Xiao Luo's personality. Guantong was from the second group, and it was not appropriate for him to talk with Xiao Luo at this moment. Otherwise, there was no way he could stay in the second group anymore, so all he could do was wait till after office working hours before he could have a good chat with Xiao Luo. Not long after, a few security guards ran in and asked about what just happened. Everyone in the second group, besides Guantong, stood up and pointed at Xiao Luo. This guy beat someone up, he beat them up so badly that he injured one of our colleague and team leader's head. Yes, this man is a barbarian and is not suited to stay in this office. Look at all the bloodstains on the floor, it's from our colleague and the team leader. You guys should hurry up and throw him out of here. Fuming with indignation and speaking in the name of justice, everyone's eyes were filled with vengeance and retribution. After hearing those words, a few of the security guards changed their expression. Beating someone up in the office and injuring them on the head was not something they could just let slide. Buddy, sorry to bother you, but we'll need you to come with us. The head of security walked towards Xiao Luo and spoke politely. Just at that moment, a tall and stylish woman in high heels walked in. She had an oval-shaped face, similar to that of a melon, and the thick lenses on her glasses showed that she was short-sighted as well. It was Wu He, the woman from the Human Resource Department that he met on the day of the interview. With her crystal-clear voice, Wu He said, Xiao Luo, CEO Shen has asked for you to see her in the office. As soon as she realized Xiao Luo's playing Minesweeper, her eyes widened, and she said, we're approaching the end of the month already, how is it that you're still wasting your time on boring computer games like this? As a team leader yourself, you're not properly taking charge of things, and way too irresponsible. I'm sure CEO Shen asked you to invite me to her office, not reprimand me. Xiao Luo placed the last grid and finished the round of minesweeping. He stood up, ignored the look on Wu He's face, and walked out of the sales office. Everyone in the sales department was incredulous at the thought of Xiao Luo being unafraid of anything, and it was somewhat infuriating. Didn't he know that Wu He was CEO Shen's secretary and was the Human Resource Department's assistant director? In Huayao Group, besides the executive leaders, who else would have the guts to talk to Wu He like that? B** starred. Wu He cursed softly while glaring at Xiao Luo's back. With an arrogant look on her face, she turned around and walked away. In Shen Qingyan's office, besides Shen Qingyan, Mao Jiani and Ling Fei from the sales department were also there. Both of their expressions looked really awkward, and it was quite evident that they were being reprimanded. Shen Qingyan sat on the office chair. She wore a black business suit that showed off her voluptuous and shapely body. Her eyes were sparkling, as usual, and accentuated with the lightest of eyeshadow. A big order of million, and we just gave it to Renhe Pharmacy. Department head Mao, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, Shen Qingyan said. She had a cold-looking expression, and she looked really furious. Million was not a small purchase, and such an order was something others would kill for. Mao Jiani wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked down. CEO Shen, all of this is my fault and my responsibility. We arrived a little too late, and Renhe Pharmacy got the deal because they were a step ahead of us, he explained. CEO Shen, that's not the case. Director Gua from the Women's Hospital was already leaning towards Renhe Pharmacy right from the start. Before the relocation plan, he already took the initiative and contacted Renhe Pharmacy. He never intended to work with Huayao Group at all. Ling Fei pitched in, unwilling to accept the blame. Shen Qingyan laughed. Ling Fei, you're the top sales performer for the department. Words like these should not be coming from your mouth. What does sales mean to you? Sales is the ability to turn unwilling customers into willing customers. If this order could be clinched that easily, why would I have sent you and department head Mao? I could have just sent anyone as a representative to sign the deal with Director Gua, and it'd be as simple as that, no? Ling Fei was dumbstruck by the questions and lowered her head. Indeed, if all clients were that easy to please, there would not be a need for a salesperson. As a salesperson, it was part of their job to identify and get new clients. Ms. Shen, it's all my fault. If you need to hold someone responsible for this mistake, then it's me, said Mao Jiani self-reproachfully. Hold you responsible? How should I do it? Dock off money from your salary? Shen Qingyan slammed her hands on the table and cried, even if I took away all the salary you earned in your entire life, it wouldn't make up for that 170 million. Mao Jiani has never seen Shen Qingyan this angry before. He understood the gravity of the situation and realized that his job could be on the line. He was unsure what he should do and could only stand there with a sullen face. Door knocks. A gentle knock came from the door, and a lanky Wu He walked in and nodded politely. Ms. Shen, Xiao Luo is here, she said. Let him in, Shen Qingyan said. Yes, Ms. Shen. Wu He walked out to bring Xiao Luo in. Mao Jiani and Ling Fei were confused by what was going on. Why did their boss call Xiao Luo here? Perhaps he was here to salvage the situation? Xiao Luo soon walked in confidently with a faint smile on his face. His shirt's top button was undone, and he exuded an unrestrained yet charismatic vibe. He nodded at Mao Jiani and Ling Fei, acknowledging them before turning to Shen Qingyan and asked, Ms. Shen, is there something I can help you with? I need a big favor from you. Shen Qingyan came to the front of the table and stood right in front of Xiao Luo. He caught a waft of her light fragrance. It was just like Su Li's. It was hard to tell what the scent was, but it sure was a nice and refreshing one. Xiao Luo did not say anything and waited for her to continue. I'm sure you've heard about the city's women and children's hospital relocation and that they're buying a large amount of medical equipment and medicine, Shen Qingyan said. I've just heard about it, Xiao Luo replied. That's great. Shen Qingyan's voice was full of passion and brimming with hope. Jiani's contract negotiations with the medical director of the hospital, Gua Taining, has failed, and he is now more inclined to work with Renhe Medicines, she said, as they have yet to sign the contract. I want you to meet Guo Taining and convince him to work with us instead. So, it was about getting Xiao Luo to salvage the situation after all. Mao Jiani and Ling Fei wondered to themselves just how much faith Ms. Shen had in Xiao Luo, now that Guo Taining had already expressed his firm decision to procure from manhua medicines. Although Xiao Luo had secured a deal with the Princess of Dubai previously, the current situation was different, and it seemed unrealistic to expect Xiao Luo to convince Guo Taining otherwise. Xiao Luo was taken aback and chuckled in response. You think too highly of me, Ms. Shen. What more could I possibly do to make him our client, when even the both of them have failed to achieve it? He had no confidence whatsoever in securing this deal as he was not familiar with Guo Taining. Besides, Guo Taining had already decided to purchase from manhua medicines, indicating that there was little room for negotiations to begin with. Well, don't say that, Luo. You managed to secure the deal with the Princess of Dubai previously. Who knows, perhaps you'll be the one who's able to get through to Guo Taining, Mao Jiani said, offering a wry smile. You heard that? Even Jiani thinks you can do it. You have to at least try, Shen Qingyan enthused as her eyes glistened with hope. Shen Qingyan had an inexplicable trust in Xiao Luo. She had always felt that he had an endless amount of drive and energy that made him seem formidable, and with him, nothing was impossible. They had to go all out for that contract as it was worth 170 million. Xiao Luo frowned. If he had handled this account from the start, he would have gone for it, but it wasn't his. The client had been managed by Mao Jiani and Ling Fei, and they could not close the sale. If he succeeded, the company as a whole would definitely be happy, but both of them would feel embarrassed or even be too ashamed to stay on in the company. Xiao Luo joined Huayao Corporation to pass his time. As long as no one tried to provoke him, he would just focus on doing his job and would never do anything to hurt anyone's interest. As Team 3's leader, he was responsible for meeting the sales target for his entire team, but closing the women's and children's hospitals case was not one of them. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, You should ask someone else. There's nothing I can do for this case. Should I make a call to Li to tell her that you have no ambitions in this company and are merely killing your time here? Shen Qingyan threatened Xiao Luo, believing that was his Achilles heel. Xiao Luo scoffed, Go ahead. Why you? Shen Qingyan was rendered speechless, but was somewhat appeased. She felt that Xiao Luo was a genius, and there was nothing he couldn't accomplish if he put his mind to it. However, he was not going to just listen to her. The next moment, she humbled herself and said, Xiao Luo, please help us with this. If you're able to close this sale, I'll give you 10% of the sales as commission. How does that sound? Mao Jiani and Ling Fei's faces turned dark instantly. Not only was it because Shen Qingyan begged him to take the case, but it was also that 10% commission. Usually, the sales team only received 5%, half of what was being offered to Xiao Luo. For a big client, in this case, the Women's and Children's Hospital, he would potentially earn a commission of 17 million. It was 17 million. That's an amount that others can only dream about. Xiao Luo felt tempted. He might be the owner of Luo's workshop and have a net worth of approximately 50 billion, but he was still interested in getting more money. Bam! Suddenly, the room door was swung wide open. A man in his 50s with gray hair barged in. He was wearing a white shirt and has 3 deep lines on his forehead. The lines resembled the stripes on a tiger's head, giving him a fierce and domineering countenance. He was Shen Qingyan's third uncle, Shen Xingqing. Other than Shen Xingqing, Su Lu and his other friend were also there, with their heads in bandages. At the same time, 2 well-built bodyguards stood nearby, showing no expression. Uncle, you don't seem to have learned to knock before coming in, do you? Shen Qingyan reproached. I have something important to say. Shen Xingqing pointed at Xiao Luo and scowled, That's him. Get him and bring him to the police station. Yes, sir. Both the bodyguards acknowledged and started approaching Xiao Luo. Wait. Shen Qingyan snapped, putting a stop to any further action. She turned to her uncle and said, "Uncle, what did he do? Why are you taking him to the police?" Shen Xingqing pushed Su Lu and his colleague in front of him. He did this, fighting in the office and causing grievous injuries to his colleagues. Is he a gangster? This cannot be condoned, he barked. Xiao Luo did this? Looking at the injuries on both Su Lu and his friend, Shen Qingyan, Mao Jiani and Ling Fei were utterly shocked. They looked like they had been injured on a battlefield, and even the bandages were soaked in blood. This was some merciless beating. You did this? Shen Qingyan asked, reeling from the shock. Xiao Luo did not answer her and turned to Su Lu smiling. Wow, you look pretty quick in bandages. Also, you look clear-headed, it seems like your skull is hard enough, and you'll probably be fine. Xiao Luo, it's now time to pay for your reckless action. Su Lu glared at Xiao Luo, seething with flames of anger in his eyes, and, given half a chance, he would skin Xiao Luo alive if he could. As he had the backing of Shen Xingqing, he felt reassured when meeting Shen Qingyan to report the incident. President Shen, I had a disagreement with Xiao Luo in the office earlier, and he suddenly assaulted me using his martial arts training. He even broke a pot of cactus over my head and caused me to bleed non-stop. I seek President Shen's judgment for appropriate action to be taken against him. This was nothing but a show as he already had Shen Xingqing's support. However, the person in charge of Huayao Corporation was Shen Qingyan, so Su Lu still had to go through the process of formally explaining to her. Shen Qingyan looked at Xiao Luo with grave concern as no company could tolerate such abusive conduct and behavior, going so far as to even harm fellow employees within the office premises. But, what was actually on Shen Qingyan's mind was that she could not understand why Xiao Luo had such a savage streak, and what made him so ferocious. He wasn't a hooligan, in fact, he looked like a decent, gentlemanly sort of person. Could Yang Hongji's case be really related to him? Xiao Luo, did you assault him? Mao Jiani questioned Xiao Luo with an accusing tone. I did, but... You're an utter disappointment, no matter what reason you come up with, assaulting your colleague in the office is definitely wrong. Mao Jiani interrupted him and chose to side with Su Lu without hesitation. He pleaded to Shen Qingyan, President Shen. Mr. Vice President is right about Xiao Luo being a complete hooligan. If we don't enforce severe punishment for such behavior, it would surely harm the company's bonding and working environment. Such a drastic change in stance caught Xiao Luo off guard. However, after he saw Mao Jiani, Su Lu, and Shen Xingqing making dubious eye contact, he realized that these people were birds of the same feathers, which gave him a better idea of what to do about it. Shen Qingyan was at a loss and could not arrive at a suitable resolution, so she asked, Xiao Luo, what do you have to say in your defense? Whatever this little jerk says does not matter. Niece, let me handle this matter entirely. I shall order the HR department to fire him, then file a police report and send him behind bars for a good month. There was a look of complete satisfaction in the way Shen Xingqing smiled mirthlessly. He then stared coldly at Xiao Luo and said, Don't ever think that you can walk out of Huayao Corporations unharmed after causing such a mess. Ha, you have clearly overestimated your capabilities. Shen Xingqing, how dare you take such action without clearing with my office? Does my opinion not matter, or do you wish for me to call for a board meeting and force you to step down? Shen Qingyan screamed. She clenched her jaw in fury as it was evident that Shen Xingqing was aiming to annoy her through this incident. Although outwardly, it seemed like he was messing with Xiao Luo, Shen Xingqing was actually targeting her, which was the only thing he was good at. Shen Xingqing shrugged, returning her the authority to handle this matter. He then sat down and crossed his legs to wait for Shen Qingyan's decision. Xiao Luo, go on, Shen Qingyan said. I don't have much to say. Yes, I did assault Xiao Luo, and should the same thing happen again, I would still do it, Xiao Luo replied, smiling. Xianxia did not press him further and turned to Xiao Luo. Mr. Su, why did Xiao Luo assault you? It was due to some difference in our opinions, Xiao Luo answered. What kind of difference in opinions? Be specific, recount every single detail of what happened in the office earlier, clearly and completely. Xianxia ordered. Xianxia had climbed to the position of President Huayao Corporation through sheer tenacity and her very own unique capabilities. So, when she took on a serious demeanor, she would exude an overpowering dominance over others. Xiao Luo shivered where he stood and felt that his career was at stake. Your turn. Xianxia looked over to Xiao Li's best friend. That man may have been close to Xiao Luo, but he did not side with Xianxia, so he was relatively neutral. He did not dare to lie in front of Huayao Corporation's president, so he recounted every single detail of the incident in the office. After listening to him, Xianxia smiled wryly and glared at Xiao Luo. That was not a case of difference in opinion, but rather, you purposely taunted him. You insulted him first, and he reacted aggressively, so what's your problem? She asked. Xiao Luo was stunned, and he could not understand how this had all suddenly turned against him. You are also a group leader yourself, but instead of working with your colleagues, you went around insulting and mocking them on purpose. Do you have so much free time on your hands, Mr. Su? Did the company not assign you any task at all? Xianxia chastised Xiao Luo, and every point she made hit home. Xiao Luo broke into a cold swear and turned to Xianxia and Mao Jiani for help. Cough. Niece, your words are too strong. Mr. Su has been a diligent employee of the company and worked tirelessly for a long time. He once was even hospitalized due to alcohol poisoning from drinking with a potential customer to secure a business deal. Mr. Mao was the witness, right? Xianxia said. Yes, yes. Mao Jiani answered in a somewhat unnatural tone as even though he was on Xianxia's side, he was also very fearful of Xianxia. It did not feel comfortable sitting on the fence and get pulled apart by two forces. Mr. Su is an exemplary employee of our company and the one that others should emulate for his spirit of service. Also, the company ought to hire more talents like Mr. Su, as this would allow him to take a break from time to time, am I right? Xianxia spoke very highly of Xiao Luo, and he had almost described Xiao Luo as the perfect employee. Xiao Luo felt a little insecure about the appraisal and wondered if he was really that good. Ha ha ha. Xiao Luo could not help but burst out in laughter, and when he realized everyone was looking over, he tried to contain himself and waved his hand in apology. I'm sorry, so sorry, this is just hilarious. Usually, I would not laugh inappropriately, but this is too much. I really can't control myself, he said. Xiao Li's face blushed a livid red as he stared at Xiao Luo with his jaw clenched. The more perfect Xianxia had described him, the more embarrassed he felt when Xiao Luo laughed. Xiao Luo had practically dragged him down from heaven to hell in a matter of seconds. Xianxia was infuriated and yelled, "You little jerk, you're too much. Get him to the police station now." Vice President Shen, aren't you afraid of being asked to step down? Xiao Luo sneered. Xianxia was caught off guard as Xiao Luo sounded very confident, so he immediately stopped his security guards from apprehending Xiao Luo. He walked up and questioned Xiao Luo, "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Luo did not care to address him and turned to face Xianxia instead. President Shen, I'll take care of the contract with the Maternity and Child Health Care Center, but you have to keep your promise. If I can secure this contract, I would draw a 10% commission, he said. How confident are you? She asked. About 70 to 80%, he responded. Mao Jiani stared coldly and said, "What an arrogant fellow, you're going to pay for your arrogance." Well, I am not going to pay for anything, but I am sure that some people are paying for their wrongdoings, Xiao Luo retorted. He was more than happy to prove these people wrong and, at the same time, earn an extra commission of 17 million. Little jerk, you're just trying to play the fool, go tell that to the police. Shen Xingqing signaled the security guards, and they moved toward Xiao Luo. I finally understand why the Shen family only appointed you as the vice president. It is because you are essentially stupid. I am sure the entire board of directors would not be too happy to hear about losing the maternity and child health care center deal. And when they learn that you were the main reason for losing this deal, do you actually think that they will let you go unscathed? Xiao Luo questioned. Shen Xingqing was so angry that he started laughing. Little jerk, you think too highly of yourself. Do you actually think that you can take the meat right out of Renhe Medicine's mouth and secure that deal? Don't be absurd.